Hello everyone, welcome on into our very fun tournament, one of the largest prize pools we've had here on Runes and Rift. $2,000 are on the line for a lot of players to play for, and that means we got a lot of amazing players and competitors that are hoping to make their mark. My name is Orbital, with me is Night Fighter, and we are going to be your casters for the opening round. Night Fighter, how are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Excited to see Riftbound as always. And as you said, it's a big tournament, which means we got a lot of really good players excited to bring their presumably Barcelona testing decks to see how they match up into other really good players.
Yeah, I think we have a total of 120 players. That is a ridiculous number to have. I know we've hit it before for, I think, a couple other things like the triple win-a-box previously, but still 120 players from all over the place, by the way. I do know one of the players that I hope we don't see until the later matches because he's playing Aurelia. One of my good local buddies joined in on the tournament, but we have players from all over that are hoping to make their marks. So, Night Fighter, I gotta ask you, what do you think we are going to see? Some of the Vendetta or maybe some of the old coming back to play?
I fear that we will see a lot of the old coming back to play, as it's seeming like they are still the top of the meta, but I would love to see something from Vendetta take the entire tournament, something like a Nasus, go crazy with a Renekton. But I imagine it will probably be something like an Irelia or maybe even a Draven that's made a comeback, taking the entire event.
not only that, I think Azir has also been touted as still very much a top performer in the recent meta changes. Some of the items that came in, some of the gears that came in for from Vendetta did help bolster, and that's what we might be seeing here today. Our opening matchup will be Pioro versus WolverX, an Azir player versus an Akali. WolverX, I believe, having been a tournament winner here with Runes of Rift, rocking out on the Akali and hoping to make their mark on their own. Now, this matchup specifically, I'm wondering which way it leans depending on which gears the Azir is going to run. So Pioro, this will be quite fun.
Yeah, I would be very interested because Akali's very good at attacking, but Azir doesn't mind losing his units as long as he's getting ahead on points. So I couldn't tell you which way this is going to end up being favored.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. We got, of course, the back alley bar and the Hall of Legends as our opening two battlefields. Understandably, I believe that back alley bar, it's so good and so easy to manipulate for an Akali. So Wolverx is very much opening with a strong play. On the flip side, Hall of Legends makes sense. It's a very simple way to make more token units. An immediate start with the Eye of the Herald, standard as standard can be for Pioro.
Yeah, I like the Eye of the Herald turn 1. I think that is his best gear for the very, very early game to get more units on the board. Interestingly, the Hall of Legends is usually Azir's strongest battlefield by a significant margin. Here, though, I actually could see Akali getting some good value out of it, especially if the Akali is able to empower the legend and then do something like a Stellacorn Herder to just spam cards into their hand. And in fact, I think I've seen Hall of Legend in a few Akali lists, so it'll be interesting to see if Akali can utilize this battlefield as well as the Azir we know will be able to utilize this battlefield.
It's very interesting, right? It's two different decks that do have like some underlying, I want to say, objectives that they do want to do for both of their decks, and it's a fun one at the end of the day. Of course, we see all the attachments very, very quick on the gear count. Very, very simple to utilize here for the Sand Soldier. You immediately equip. You got 3 comparatively to the Akali, who only is sitting on 1. And now you have to start to realize we got to start hitting some shots. We got to start hitting hard. We got to start flying into this mix as fast as possible. We have 5 runes, 6 cards in hand. We need to start weeding out very gently some of these Sand Soldiers, maybe the recruit behind. There's something to kind of stem the flow of soldiers that are already starting to build up.
Well, this Akali Deadly Weapon can very easily take Hall of Legends. When she moves
Yep.
in, she's able to deal 1 damage to the recruit, lowering the total might for Azir down to only 2. And he's fully tapped out, so presumably there's no way he can keep that Sand Soldier alive. And that's great for the Akali. The concern is this Azir was very smart and moved his Eye of the Herald back last turn when he played out his second Sand Soldier. So even if Akali clears this Hall of Legends board, the Azir will come back with another Sand Soldier and recruit token to contest whatever he tries to stay on.
Yeah. Not just that, you need to make sure to spend enough so you can pull the Akali back. You recognize that for Wolverx, if you leave the Akali down on any battlefield, number 1, that's just not what you want to do, right? That's just number 1. Number 2
Yeah.
is any unit left on the battlefield will be taken very quickly by the Azir. Not so much as a quick push, but as a pretty decent one overall. It will be a fight, though, and you are assuming that you might lose this Akali, but there's going to be the tap. I didn't see him empower it.
No?
But of course, in the empowerment state, you can ready it as well, so you can just draw thanks to the Akali Legend. That is very useful to utilize, so no big rush on that point, but you do save the Akali.
No, that was interesting. So if he empowers the Akali Deadly Weapon, it deals 2 damage on each movement to and from the battlefield. And so he would have been able to clear the battlefield without hanging his Akali on the battlefield. But here he took a recruit, pulled the Akali back. But for the Azir, I think you're completely fine to lose 1 recruit and get your second point. Oh,
Yes.
hand hammer.
Yes. This is the weapon that I said I've always wanted to see. It's so good to proc because it's like a free +2/+2. If you have 2 of these in there, it's such a nice gear to have nowadays.
It also works very well with Eye of the Herald.
Yeah.
Given the Eye of the Herald makes that recruit to give you your second unit at a battlefield, whether you're attacking or defending. If an Eye of a Herald and Hand Hammer is on a Sand Soldier, that is a scary 6 might swing in on any board.
Yeah, It is so tough to deal with. Of course, taking a look here, it is going to be Wolverex starting to make their way in. The Noxus Hopeful that was laid down 4-2 in the previous turn will go ahead and also have the Mask of Foresight. We didn't really mention it, but it is a nice +1 behind. So it is going to give a little bit more in there in terms of the Akali stacking. And so this is where a lot of people obviously say the Akali deck is a lesser version of the Aurelia. There are ways to stack the Akali, but when it comes to Akali stacking, it doesn't feel as, I want to say, as safe. There are far more ways to actually remove a red Akali, which is why we have the green Akali Silent coming in here, the big kind of key to the entire deck. I can't be chosen by enemy spells or abilities unless I'm in combat, and when I move to a battlefield, give me +2. So both types of Akalis ready to make a play.
I love this. When I first was looking at Akali, the red Akali feels a lot better in the champion unit zone, but the green Akali feels far better as the game goes on. I really like red Akali in the champion zone, so you have an early game play that doesn't deramp you, and then these green Akalis, potentially even just 3 of them in the main board because of how strong they can be with the Akali Legend giving the attack trigger twice or the move to battlefield trigger twice, making it potentially 8 might for relatively free, and also not being able to be hit by backline removal. I think this Akali Silent is a staple for green going forward and should be in the deck, but I don't like it in the champion unit zone.
I like the fundamental difference. I do appreciate that kind of breakdown because I never really thought of it that way. I really never thought about it that way, Night Fighter, and I appreciate that. So we'll see if Wolverex does decide to change it up. We are seeing a first showdown, or I would say a first real showdown, as multiple disciplines plus a Defy comes out to boot. Both these decks do have it to run, so a heavy investment attempting to keep this Noxus Hopeful alive, but the double discipline, one being denied, means that this poor Sand Soldier, I believe, is kicked back away. Nice investment coming in. That Noxus Hopeful will sit on 7 at the current moment, and Wolverex maintains control for the moment.
Yeah, so that Sand Soldier went in with 2 might, the Soul Sword gave him 3 might, and then the Brutalizer was equipped this turn, putting him up to 6 might total. The Noxus Hopeful was at 5 with the Mask of Foresight. 1 discipline from the Akali went on to the Noxus Hopeful. Azir attempted to respond with their own discipline, but that got defied, which is how the Sand Soldier ended up dying. And it looks like we're going for round 2.
Yeah. And you already know that you took out a Defy, but it is a little bit heavier investment. This is the one with the hand hammer, so you do need to bring another unit in. Brings it up to 8, 10 total. And now the Noxus Hopeful, of course, getting 8 because you are now defending again. So it will be a full lockout. But again, for an Azir, Sand Soldiers are expendable. It sucks to say, but your soldier is expendable. Good luck to you. We'll see you on the next Arise.
Yeah, and all of these gears, they're just being left at the base to be re-equipped. I mean, if this hand hammer goes on to the back alley bar for either of those units, it's going to make that back alley bar pretty annoying to deal with. The Akali Silent can definitely do so, but it would be annoying to deal with.
Oh, easily. It'd be frustrating, actually. I do think we are going to see some of the empowerment. We're getting to the point where I really do hope that Deadly Weapon Akali is able to be utilized in a more empowering way to be able to start overtaking in those positions. Of course, right now we are seeing that quick take of 1 damage. You knock out that recruit, and you actually take the fight as well, because the Eye of the Herald doesn't actually give any might value, and you know that for an Azir, a 1 rune up isn't the most scary thing in the world. Taking out that Brittle Steel, killing a gear, swapping it almost immediately. Remember, that one can be played from the flow state in your trash, if you have the rune economy to play for it later, if you wish to go for a larger swing. But a 2 rune D-ramp might not always be the best thing to do right away, so that would also knock out the rest of your energy count, I believe, as well.
Yeah, I would leave him with 1 energy up for potentially like a Defy, but I think, line that the Akali is trying to think through is a potential Arise on the next turn. 3 more Sand Soldiers, 3 more gear being equipped to units to attack. It's a lot, and this Azir's already at 4 points. If he goes up to 6, the Akali is going to be playing defensive the whole time, and one thing we have learned about Akali since Vendetta has released, she is not good at defending. And so she really does not want this Azir to get up to 6 points.
Yeah, the problem is right now there's 3 gears on the table, plenty to work with, and a BF sword laid down. It is probably the biggest weapon in the arsenal for an Azir, so Pioro really comfortable with the swing in. Double attachment coming in. Now the Brutalizer honestly only giving one, but it is, well, actually giving that +3 total, and just gonna knock that Akali away unless he has something in no. Bye Akali, and now you're sitting on 6. That point count that you mentioned, Night Fighter, Pior's already got it pretty much.
Yeah, that Sand Soldier 8 might, it will go down to 6 on this turn, at which point it's possible for this Akali Silent to walk over it. But the Akali Silent, it gets the might when it moves to a battlefield only for that turn. It's not going to be able to stop a 8 might Sand Soldier walking back into the bar on the next turn. So the Akali's got to come up with something with her 2 cards in hand to be able to hold these battlefields, or the Azir's just going to slowly march his way into point 8.
I wonder if you should have gone with the Brittle Steel early. You are banking on just straight up being able to kill right away, which is nice. Very nice pickup. You're putting at 3, but you need to get rid of that BF sword. You need to get rid of some of those gears, because you know next turn those are equipped and going to absolutely decimate your HP. I think you need to get rid of it. Either that, or Wolverex is just saying, I know this is kind of a lost cause. I have something for game number 2, which is what we've seen some people say, right? Game 1 matchups obviously can be very tough depending on the deck matchup, but for game 2, maybe you have some sideboard that can work really well. Yep, there's that. I think played from Flow State.
Yeah, it was played from the trash. Either the Brutalizer or the BF Sword. They're both gonna give 3 might on the next turn.
It's a tough one. Pick your poison, right? This is...
Yeah.
Alright, it is gonna be the Brutalizer. Makes sense. It's, you don't really have a choice, and I think you dug far enough. Do you have a card in hand, Wolverex, that can change the outcome of this game 1?
I don't know that he will. I'm trying to think what sort of hitting cards the Akali could be running to try and defend these battlefields, but there just isn't a lot for Akali to be able to run to defend.
But with 4 up, it can be really scary, right? There are some.
Yes.
We saw only 1 discipline go down so far, so theoretically, with the hold over here on Back Alley Bar, with the Mask of Foresight, you are looking at another 7. And for, I want to say, Pioro, that is probably the main scare right now, is just, oh, I know I can get to 8. I know I can double conquer, but how much am I going to invest in the double conquer? Do you actually have, you know, the other discipline in hand? Do you have double discipline? If you had double discipline, I feel like if Wolverex can play this well, you could theoretically hold both.
He definitely could. I'm looking at that Azir champion unit here, because I think the Azir has to send as many Sand Soldiers all equipped up into this Akali at the moment to guarantee take her out, even over something like a double discipline. And then after that, he's going to need to get those Sand Soldiers over to the Hall of Legends. So I imagine the Azir is going to have to accelerate out on this turn if he's looking to get the win. He could also just conquer one of the battlefields and leave it and try to hold.
That is the other side, but it might not be the Akali right away. First off is the Hall of Legends. Legends will be marked down a little bit further. We're looking at a 7 might to 4. And no response coming in here. Wolverex sacrificing that battlefield, recognizing that this last hold will be coming out. You read the line here so easily. And it's coming in ready as well. So the big question for Wolverex, do you have the cards? You know Pior is going to get greedy. You know Pior is going to get greedy for this and want to run into the second. Do you have the cards to deny the absolute chaos? What are you looking at?
So he's pulling in 1 Sand Soldier. He's not pulling the 2 at the base, so I imagine he's trying to split the difference. If he needs to, he's going to send his Sand Soldier back to the Hall of Legends in an attempt to hold. Void Seeker is a crazy card. I have not seen this card played in many a weeks. 4 damage to a unit at a battlefield. That will take out the Azir.
Oh!
No, he doesn't have the energy for
What?
that.
That would have been so good. I know. I had
That
to
would
have
have
a
been
little fun with it.
incredible.
That would have been so fun. Yep, no. The Vilemaw 8-2 out of nowhere, baby. Nah, no Vilemaw. No chance for it. So it looks like that was a very understanding point. It was an attempt by Wolverex. I think there's going to be a lot of sideboarding coming in here.
Yeah, there just has to be, especially in these matchups, whoever goes first when you're both trying to be offensive, both trying to attack, whoever goes first is very important. And I think the Akali is going to do a lot better in this second game.
Yeah, I would fully understand that as well. And I think it will come down to game 3. Recognizing that a lot of that gear removal will be coming in, I wouldn't be surprised to either see a Rake or an Adaptatron. I'm not going to lie, I like the idea of Adaptatron here a little bit more. Just constant gear removal instead of that one-time gear break. And you're able to get the movement down. You can also make utilization with the Akali movement tech. You can basically take out units with the Akali and then move the Adaptatron in. But, you know, we'll see what Wolverex decides to do. Again, both sides, all the players, this is a closed deck list. So nobody really knows what the other person is running.
Yeah, I do like the idea of Adaptatron and Akali because it is so easy to get those aggressive conkers trying to attack. I know why people are running Brittle Steel. I like Brittle Steel. I run Brittle Steel in Vi because if you draw it once, that's 2 gear removal rather than the one of something like a Salvage or a Turn to Dust. But Adaptatron, specifically in Akali, could be very helpful.
Yeah. You recognize that 2 gear removal for an Azir ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna cut it, right? Like, you need a good 4 to 5, and I think that's what you're looking at. For the Azir, for Pyoro, do we want to see any sort of sideboarding? Are you hoping to see something else come into play for the Azir?
I think the best thing the Azir could sideboard in for game 2 would be an Ashe focused. The Akali doesn't want to stick on the battlefield, so you gotta force them to stay on the battlefields to try and hold. It also lets the Azir see what's in the Akali's hand, which into a Calm but also a Fury domain deck, it's really helpful to know exactly how much might you're about to get punched in the face with to try and avoid it.
Ooh. And it does hurt, though, as Wolverex opens up with a nothing burger. No 2-drop or anything like that. Kind of makes sense, but it does hurt to see. For an Azir, you are very happy about the current start and immediate equip of that Soul Sword and a raw drop of the Kaisa. Heavy investment early here. That doesn't feel like a good move to me. Like, it's a great one to have out, but it just feels like
move.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. There's not much. Oh no.
I've also heard that Stellacorn is significantly better at card draw than Kaisa is in Akali, so maybe Kaisa isn't as helpful as the Stellacorn would have been right here, but Brittle Steel right off the rip, that's really nice. Get rid of that BF sword. A big gear lost, a lot of investment, basically the entire turn of the Azir gone for 2 energy and a power, and he's still got another Brittle Steel in the trash to play if he needs.
Okay, a Jhin now to play behind, which lines up, you know, assassins and just murderers, bring them all out to play. But Jhin Murderous Artist with a deflect and ganking, but with movement tech behind instead of card draw that we just mentioned, it's going to be additional power and energy. And if you're able to use the Akali Legend in some of the showdowns, you can really quickly stack up more than the rune count on the table. Oh, Pyoro, now recognizing that this might be a completely different game than game number 1.
Yeah, I love the Jhin Murderous Artist, probably because I play it a lot myself, but...
Don't you? No.
Being able to get a ton of additional energy and power just 1 each turn is a massive benefit. Something like this Rogue Assassin and power that's 3 energy and a power, normally that's deramping you 1, but with the Jhin it's just 2 energy and you're floating. At which point you can very quickly stack up your runes that you'd otherwise be forced to recycle and take away a game far faster than your opponent expects.
Yep. Not only that, on the Trifarian War Camp, you know the Azir is going to like this quite a bit. So for Wolverex, knowing that you can stack up, knowing that you'll have a little extra punch to play with when it comes to a lot of the cards, you're going to be very happy. Now, on the other side, it is an amateur recital. When you hold here, you may move a unit at a battlefield to its base. And you're hoping to use that to kind of clear stuff out here and there. It's a little bit surprising to see that as your second, but also makes sense in that spot. Like you talked about, if it's the Adaptatron that you're able to hold down on the battlefield, hey, it gives you a very quick out. You're able to kind of move yourself back in a more conquering position. But that is if you hold. Tap a 3, recycle of 1. It
A
looks
Void
like
Seeker, perhaps?
I mean, we're just kind of waiting here to see what you do decide. Is it... What, was it just the empowerment?
Oh.
No.
It was an Empower.
Oh!
But then I'm not sure what the rest of the...
No. So when it comes to Rift Atlas, if you click Empower, it will auto pay. And it's a force. You can't not change that, so you just have to draw it all back. I may have run into this because I play Hot Potato.
Oh no.
I play Hot Potato, and so I know exactly what just happened. It's nothing bad. It's just Wolverex, I think, didn't recognize that will happen. So that is, yeah, just rewind button.
Okay, well, really fast while they get the board state
go
figured
ahead.
out. The Amateur Recital, it is very helpful for something like the Adaptatron, but it's also just really helpful to ensure that anytime you conquer, you can then potentially gank across to the next battlefield. At the start of the turn when you hold, you can move your own unit back to base. And for the Akali, who they have a lot of movement to attack with, but they don't really have ganking or a Ride the Wind. If we're talking about something like an Irelia, a very similar style of deck, they lack a lot of the actual mobility outside of their signature spell. So Amateur Recital, very helpful there. It is also a move, notably, so something like Adaptatron won't get as much benefit, but a Stellarcorn Herder, you can get an additional draw from it, or this Jin Murderous Artist, you get an additional energy and power. It can be really helpful at that stage.
Yeah, huge movement in there. As we are getting the adjustment, it is going to be a discipline played on out here. Coming in for that piece. Let's see if anything else will be utilized here. It's a discipline, I think, on the same. And it looks like that was kind of answered in response. And we've seen this done before. Now, last time this happened, a discipline into a discipline ended with a defy at the very end for Wolverex. Wolverex was able to start utilizing that piece of the pie, but looks like it ain't gonna happen yet. A second, though, and that's the way you decide to play it. Double discipline used in a massive card expenditure for Wolverex trying to conquer on the Triferian War Camp.
Yeah, it makes sense, though. This Triferian War Camp, each turn, another recruit gets played to the War Camp. It's just going to get bigger for this Kali to try and break it, so they have to try now to do so.
And that's it. Well done. Very, very well done by Wolverex, covering with the Jin and utilizing that extra 1/1 to huge extent. Problem is, you're now fully tapped out with the Jin on the battlefield. I think for Piora, who won game number 1, there is a possibility that you can cleave right through this Jin and kind of knock away some of that strength. I mean, what? It's sitting at 5 might right now.
Yeah, it'll be 5 might on the Azir's turn, and Azir with a Soul Sword and the Eye of the Herald can take that, because the Sand Soldier will be 4, and the Eye of the Herald will create a 2 might recruit on the Triferian War Camp. So even just 1 power, and we know that this Jin can be walked over with no runes or floating energy for the Akali to play with. I think it's going to be pretty easy for the Azir to take that battlefield, and the Azir is probably going to be looking at this Amateur Recital to see if he can hold it down, or if he's just going to develop more back at his base for the rest of this turn.
Options are open, but right now it's all about taking out the Murderer. Very, very quick punch there, up to 2, and already taking steps higher than Wolverex. And remember what you talked about, Nightfire. Akalis don't like playing from behind, and the worst feeling as well, Wolverex was turn 1, had turn 1 up. You were the one that was supposed to be able to lay down early and be able to start fighting. you are now behind in the point tempo, I believe by half a point, depending if you do wish to conquer over on Amateur Recital. However, it's a nice stack over on the far end with the Azir Legend. You draw back the eye as well, and just like that, it is
Hey,
going to be
there it
the
is.
Adaptatron. We said it. We're happy to see it.
But that Adaptatron not ready this turn, and the
Nope.
Triferian War Camp is looking nigh unbreakable with, what is that, 11 might, 12 might on that battlefield. I think the Akali is forced to develop this turn to try and regain stability
Yep.
for future turns, and just kind of has
Oh,
to give it to the Azir, but he is going for the Amateur Recital.
interesting. Okay. I almost wonder. Oh, it wouldn't have worked either way. My brain was thinking of something else. I should read cards a little bit more, Night Fighter. But we are seeing a drop down here. It is going to be a shield to come out, Doran Shield plus Hammer for
Wow.
possible attachments. So heavy gear investment. Once you saw that Adaptatron, you knew that having multiple extra gears is going to be far better for you. And now, because the Kaisa is gone, it is a simple twist and turn. You talked about Trifarian War Camp. Well, guess what? That amateur recital, the recital hall is packed. And I don't know if Wolverex has anything to really overcome either side now.
Yeah, the hand hammer plus Doran Shield, I hadn't even thought of this, but the Doran Shield giving tank to the Sand Soldier means this recruit can't even be cleared to reduce the might of the hand hammer, so that's just pure +3 at the moment,
Yep.
while that Sand Soldier's on that battlefield.
That's rude. That's what that is. That is rude. And this is why we're seeing the Azir still sit. I want to say, I want to say A tier. I want to say A tier moving into possible S range for a lot of players. I mean, the Azir deck still has so much variety, so much ability to make moves as you wish, and there hasn't been a strong hatred for it at all. Some of the equipment that we've seen, obviously, very useful. However, a pullback coming in from the Azir from Pioro, leaving the Triferian War Camp up and available. You know Wolverex is only on 2 points, but for Wolverex, you know you got to do it.
Yeah, that does give the Adaptatron a free conquer. I'm not sure which of these gear is actually the worst for the Akali player. He has so many options to shoot. It will be the hand hammer. So presumably moving the Akali into the amateur recital, maybe with an empower so that he can conquer rather than trade into the amateur recital here.
Well, you do have the empowered rogue assassin, so you can try and do some damage back and forth.
Yes, if he went in and then pulled back without the deadly weapon being empowered, though, it would still force a trade. So here, going in with the empower, he's able to kill the recruit, and then the Akali's at 4 might, because she does still get +1 might when she's empowered, alongside the ability to deal an additional damage. And then you can pull back, in this case, shooting the Sand Soldier first, and then she should be able to walk in and kill that recruit if she wants to.
Yep. Well, we saw it right there. A quick little punch to the backside. Although, I will say, I wonder if there was a slight miscount, right? Because that wasn't an actual showdown. Or anything, and it's only 2 damage, but I thought the Sand Soldier was at 3.
So the Akali Deadly Weapon does damage when she moves in and also out from the battlefield. So she's able
Right!
to
I
go in,
forgot
deal
about the
2, and then come
extra...
out.
Ah. I hate that all day long. I can't believe I forgot that. That's rude. Death Grip, welcome to the battlefield.
Ooh.
Death Grip being ripped apart, and you draw from the BF sword side, which is an extra 5. That one recruit got promoted to commander real dang quick, my man. That is now 6 might versus 4.
That's so bad for the Akali because they
Yep.
invested 5 and a power to accelerate out this Kaisa, trying to get the card draw from the amateur recital, and now the Kaisa's gonna die
Ooh,
unless he has a response. He has a discipline, which
that's
would
it.
make it trade, but that's all he has.
Oh, that hurts. I think that hurts. That Death Grip, such a solid defensive pattern. And it will be different as a back off gets thrown down. Is that
Yeah.
Wait. I'm seeing some chatting going on. Pioro. Is this... I want to double check.
Does look
Okay,
like
so
it's
it was
being
fully
played.
played. It was fully played. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, and that will keep the recruit alive. It will
Yep.
give him the hold, and in
Very
fact,
nice.
with the recruit holding, he can move the Adaptatron back to base, move a recruit up to the Trifurian War Camp,
Yep.
and that puts him at 6, and he's got some Sand Soldiers in the base for the following turn, rather than needing to invest anything to clear this Adaptatron.
Ooh. Now hiding a card, there's only so many hidden cards, right? In red green. This is
Yes.
there's only so many. I feel like we could pick those off on the top of our head.
I have to assume Azonia's, because an Emperor's Divide will do nothing if the Adaptatron gets pushed back by the Amateur Recital, and something like a back off will fizzle if the Adaptatron gets pushed back, though it looks like there isn't going to be a pushback from the Amateur Recital.
Isn't that on hold? Am I thinking of something else?
It is on hold, but the Azir held with this recruit, so at the start of the Azir's turn, he can push the Adaptatron off the battlefield, and then he doesn't have to contest it.
Wasn't the recruit on the Conquer side?
At the start of this turn, the Azir... No, the Kaisa was conquering.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I do see
Yeah.
what you're saying. Interesting. So yeah, you chose not to. Oh. I'm getting lost in the sauce, but Night Fighter 100% correct on that one. Chose not to, and I guess maybe to force an expenditure of the to force the expenditure of that Zanya's Hourglass. Now, granted, it could have gone back to base, but Adaptatron staying alive either way. But 6 points currently for the Azir, looking like a brutal showstopper. 2 recruits in base, multiple Sand Soldiers, and the Azir Sovereign on the battlefield. Massive backline for a double conk next turn.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard for this Akali to set up a defense strong enough to hold off the might that this Azir is showing on his backline. I imagine something like a Shuriken flip would be his only option to try and double conquer and kill 2 of these gears, get some more might off the board. Interestingly, I don't think we've seen a Shuriken flip all game from the Akali. There is also that Brittle Steel that can be played from Flow. The Akali can definitely get rid of some gear, but it might just not be enough with the raw might numbers on these units in the backline.
Alright, well, we are seeing the fight real quick. It's a quick empowerment and a drawback, total of 4. I have learned this now, Night Fighter. I'm keeping track now, I promise. We're looking at that quick push in 5 mites on that conk. But of course, you're only at 5 points. You know the weight's coming at you. You have all your rune count up. 8 runes to play with if you're Wolver X. Wolver X, what you got, my friend? What do you have available? Kind of either keep yourself alive or to possibly play against Pioro here on your defense. This might be that final showdown moment.
Yeah, so quick count of the Azir's board. He has 10 might just in the raw might of his units. So at the moment, Akali's only got a 4 and a 5 might for this defense. So 9 to 10, it's not looking promising unless this Akali can also clear some of these actual units or buff up her own units.
I mean, we already knew that all 3 disciplines have actually already been used as well, so you don't have those. I mean, maybe some Defies in hand if you know some of the spells are coming down, but there's just not a whole lot. You took away one of the Soul Swords. You still have a Doran Shield, Eye of the Herald, Soul Sword available, so 3. Another one maybe in hand with 4 cards ready to play. 10 runes available. Pioro drops the Brutalizer, and it's a hammer and a half. Hammer in the form of just a wooden staff on your dome. And they go for some of those swings. That is harsh.
Oh, I believe GG was just called that Sand Soldier enough to take out the Akali deadly weapon. I'm assuming Akali doesn't have the interaction in hand she needs.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a GG call, and I mean, this is really, really well played from Pioro on the Azir Night Fighter. Our first 2-0 play. Oh, I don't know if we saw it on stream, but Falling Stars were about in the bottom 20 cards of poor Wolverex's deck, which always kind of hurts, I think, overall. Well done by Pioro. Azir still controlling a lot of these battlefields.
Oh, and yeah, there's also the Shuriken flips. It looks like the Akali had some really rough draws.
Yeah.
Unfortunate to see, but there is the rest of the event playthrough, and we still have a lot of time left in this round, so I believe we're going to see a new game when
Yep.
production is able to find one. Until then...
Yeah. Oh, I just read some in the chat. All Shuriken's last 7 cards in the deck. That is... I would just go cry in a corner. I think that's me at the end. Night Fighter, talk to us real quick.
So what I was gonna say,
yeah, go ahead.
Is actually I think what you were also about to say. Do we think Akali is gonna do well? Because I've seen a lot of Akali being played, but I haven't seen an Akali really do well at all in any tournaments. She seems to be just shy of a really strong top tier deck.
Why is that though? Because obviously we know about the movement tech. We know some of these issues do come down to, hey, the movement's there, but it just doesn't feel maybe as good as like an Aurelia movement, and it feels like the Akalis do just about everything in there. What would make Akali go from maybe a B tier to an A tier?
I think it has to be something defensive wise, though I'm not entirely sure what more they can get, because Calm is arguably the best defensive deck in the game, having Defy and Discipline and Unguard.
Right.
But defense at the moment in the current meta is really important, because there aren't a lot of times where if you're behind a point, you're able to get ahead by just attacking. Almost always, if you're behind 1 point, even just because you went second, you are forced to try and hold a battlefield at some point in the game. And if your deck is not able to do that, it's really hard to be consistent at taking best of 3s. And I think Akali not having the defensive power of something like an Irelia, or a way to cheat out a point like an Irelia, it just really hurts the deck's ability to be consistent in the long run.
Okay. Hopefully we get to see some changes, maybe in Radiance, maybe some buffs coming in there. But overall, do we get to see the Azir continue on their warpath? For Peoria, that was a very clear 2-0. You're now starting off on the right foot. Do we see Azir doing the exact same, being able to kind of maintain their status as a top tier deck throughout this tournament specifically?
I think so. I love Azir.
All right, yeah, that is 100% fair, because I think so as well. I love Azir decks.
He's just got the consistency he needs, because if you look at an Azir deck, they've got an average of like 15 turn 1 plays.
True. That's one too many for our liking. As we are diving in to another matchup, we have, I believe, Derby Fatterson. I should have read that beforehand. And Zalalt as well. We got a Kennen deck going up against an Aurelia, and in this position, Derby already up by 1 game, but a massive battlefield with Baron Nashor down.
That is a heck of a battlefield to try and overtake with this Scuttle Crab.
One little boy, as that's a turn to seeing the setup of the Seals of Discord, Ravenbloom Prefect, and a Ride the Wind behind. We are getting some silly movement tech in here, and this is why Kennen, I believe, 4 Kennens in the top 8 over at the Ottawa Showdown. A lot of people have talked about Kennen being an S-tier deck. We've seen it run by a lot of people, and it feels like we're getting a taste of why it's so annoying to play against.
Yeah, Kennen has the same strength that we were just talking about with the Azir, the consistency. It looks crazy to say, oh, he has 1 Baron in deck. What are the odds that he was able to get it out? The odds are really high when you can play over 9 stacked decks, look through over 18 cards in your deck just from the Kennen signature and stacked deck. It's really consistent, and that makes it really strong.
And it looks like it's GG's. We got the tail end, baby. Derby with a 2-0. We now know that there are a couple Kennens being played out here. I mean, Night Fighter. We got the tail end, and it makes sense, but this is exciting. Honestly, we're getting a taste. We have now an Azir. We now have the Kennen. Do we expect to see even more of these legends? What other legends are you hoping to see? I know you mentioned Nasus earlier, by the way, and I want to
Yep.
also go back to that. Do you like? Why do you want to see a Nasus so badly? I guess we'll start there.
I want to see Nasus because he is a lot better than he looks like he is. You look at the
Oh,
legend ability and you say, he's not that great. You look at some of the decks and you go, I don't quite see it. But he can be extremely powerful when played properly. And I'm hoping with enough time, we're going to be able to see someone really master a Nasus deck and completely take over the meta with it because it can be so strong in the right hands. I don't know if it'll happen, but I would really like to see that.
yeah. You know what? I can sit behind that. Love to see a Nasus played out. I will say it's surprising also that we haven't seen an Mbessa played either. Mbessa I think was one that everyone's had, at least in obviously sealeds. Mbessa looks very, very strong. But when you look at an Mbessa, it's a little bit slower, but it still has that movement tech in there, right? You still have that
Yep.
ability to draw back a unit. It feels very offensive, especially with things like Tools of Empire. You can make very aggressive very, very quickly. If you're not running Tools of Empire, we've seen a lot of the decks, I think, recently float towards utilizing things like God of Roar, things that can empower and utilizing maybe small unit drops to be that punching power. Do you think we're going to see an Mbessa in the upper echelons as well here on the day?
I think we definitely could. What I've noticed with Ambessa is she struggles specifically into a calm deck, and that's not something you like to see for any deck list that you're running. The public execution being defiable is really rough. Challenge is defiable, rampage is defiable, and that is the main way that an Ambessa is going to be trying to remove your units outside of just walking over them in combat. And all three of them can either be defied, or if a calm unit is buffed by something like a discipline, there's a potential you lose your own unit from your own rampage, and that can be backbreaking in the wrong scenarios, which ends up making Ambessa feel powerful most of the time, but there's just this one looming danger of a calm deck that can completely destroy your game plan.
Yeah, it hurts to say, and I will say that there's a little line that I'm gonna make sure at the very end of the day I want to point out because I think it's very, very funny. But as much as I love Mbessa, there is a chance that we don't see her here on the day. So issues about now. I do want to say I believe we have gotten word that for some reason we got some stellar players to come on out today. I have heard that almost all the matches are finishing at a pretty blistering pace, which number one shows me that people understand their deck. They understand how to play it and everything like that. We are going to try one more time to see if we can get in on a lobby and see what we get here. And it's going to be another Kennen deck, but this one, of course, is up against a Kha'Zix. So we have Brosian versus E-Gage is what we're looking at. E-Gage sitting on no point score, or 7 points, with Brosian looking like a double conk opportunity, but no units on board, which is troublesome, meaning that E-Gage could be looking at a game 3. That's what they got. So we got a game 3 here, Night Fighter.
Yeah, and for anybody not up to date on tournament results, E-Gage, I believe, won the last Runes in Rift Weekly, if I'm not mistaken, with Kha'Zix. So there's a really good chance we're going to be seeing more of this Kha'Zix deck from what I'm assuming is going to be a top tier contender for top 4, top 8.
We'll see it right now. This is a push. Ride the wind to force their way in. It's a big boy of the Rasa.
Oh, interesting.
And do they have more? Oh, they hide. Okay, they're putting it right back in the other side. Oh boy, no, not like this. We were gonna get a game 3, Knight. We were going to get a game 3.
Hold on, there's a chance of Void Assault. If he has Void Assault, he can bring the tentacle in, push back the Raza, and hope that's not a pike.
By the way, Shout out to Plus, who obviously tournament organizer. Plus is back here trying to give us a game 3 with all the hard work in his hearts. He is trying his best, and the man is trying to give us so much for our viewing pleasure for round 1. I respect it because he might have just given a little bit of bad luck E-Gage's way. E-Gage, do you have what it takes? We hopped in. We hopped in. Do you got it, my friend?
It's a curse for me. Every single time we go to like a game 3 to finish up the round, they always end as soon as I join. It's so sad.
No. Oh, that makes us all so sad. No, not like this. Not
And
like this.
the speed
Not like
at which
this.
we're playing, I don't think there is an answer in hand.
Oh! Oh, they showed just a switcheroo. I think they're just showing it. There's no reason. No! Knight,
Caster curse.
I didn't think we could caster curse an actual Riftbound game like this, by the way. I never thought we could do this. That's crazy to me. Alright. We are going to try one more time to look around and see if we got something. We are going to send it just one more time, and maybe we get a game 3 for ourselves. Knight, it's either you or it's me, because I've had the same thing happen to me. There are some issues whenever you step on a broadcast test. They just know that you're too powerful. We can't have you watching a game for too long, man.
I guess, yeah. I bring an aura with me that stops game 3s, I guess.
Yeah. I know nobody wants to see you on the grand finals, but I do. I want to see you on that grand finals table next time. Just watch you just turn a grand finals into a one-sided slam. Ugh, that always hurts. All right, we got one more. Let's try this night. Let's try it one more time. What do we got? Whoops. There we go.
I mean, this is showing just how popular Kennen is. There's another Kennen game versus Diana.
Ooh.
This one still earlier in the game, so they'll at least play out a few turns before the caster curse kicks in.
They've already broken it, but that's only because we came in on game 3, right? All right, looking deep for Kennen, though. Last rights available with the Rasa and more. The burn is good, but with a way down on the table, it does look like at the current moment, I believe we are looking at Amaroxys on one side and Apostle on the other. So Ama doing their best. Base is empty, but they are going to drop the Fizz. Deep pockets inside of the trash, which drawing out that Starcross to force more units back. Very, very well played on that Rasa. So Rasa being forced back to hand, at least for this turn.
Yeah, as long as this Vex is on board, any unit played, even if the Kennen has something like a Ride the Wind in hand, is not going to be able to move. I imagine we're going to see last rights going onto these tentacles in an attempt to try and get rid of this Vex, but Fizz Starcross should also do it. Assuming he targets the Vex. He could also target this way, as that is the bigger threat in the big picture.
Yep.
If he has a plan to clear this Vex. Because at the moment, the Tentacle's not able to clear the Vex on their own, though the Kennen should now be empowered as he played a card from the trash with that Fizz, which can give Assault 2 to one of these Tentacles. It just comes down to the massive, 7 cards in the Diana's hand and 7 energy available with the Diana Legend. Whether or not this Diana is going to be able to keep the Vex or potentially Ravenbloom student alive for this turn to hold up to 7.
Yep. Seen a little bit of a slow decision making coming out. So that's a hard turn, and it's another Fizz to play. I think you're going to try and get rid of that Vex like you were mentioning, and then look towards that Ravenbloom student as that kind of finale.
Oh,
got
could
here?
be invert timelines.
Oh, I love this.
Whatever hand you were trying to hold to defend, you're going to have to try again with a new hand of 4. And the Kennen only had 1 card, so presumably they are more than happy to trade that for 4. Ooh. Flash in response to pull back the Vex and the Ravenbloom, keep them safe this turn. I mean, the Diana does have the potential to double conquer and win, so the Kennen's forced to put a hold.
What you got? You also forced out and brought it down to 4. runes available. 4 new cards. Only 1 rune up though, so Kennen kind of a last-ditch hold, kind of deny, because now you got to put tentacles on the battlefield. I really do think you got to put the tentacles and just pray, because like you don't really have much else to play for. Yeah, it is going to be attachment of the last rites, and it's your decision time. Are you going to move? And it looks like we had a little bit of a toss as well. I'm taking a look here. Looks like a
He's
little bit of a recycle.
gonna have to try and defend this Targon's Peak, yeah. Because if he defends the Forbidding Waste and does like a 1-1 split, it's just gonna end up with both tentacles being cleared.
Ah.
So he has to try and defend the Targon's Peak. It'll get him 2 runes for the defense, so he'll be up to 3, which could be enough for something like a Starcrossed, but it's gonna be hard still.
And there we go. That's the way that we were playing it. I was wondering what was going on right there, but it was a Lightning Rush play. And this Lightning Rush might be their way to play. They are going to look among them and try and draw something.
Nocturne.
Could be a big play. What did you got?
That's what they're aiming for. If they can get the Nocturne, they can reinforce the Targon's Peak and potentially hold it far easier. But doesn't look like they hit a Nocturne. They got a Lightning Rush and a stacked deck inside their Lightning Rush reveals. So unfortunately, this Raza and Fizz forced to stay at base because they were played when the Vex was at a battlefield, and it's just gonna be the 4 might of tentacles to defend this Targon's Peak.
Yeah, I mean, this is as calm as you can possibly ask it. You're gonna drop on in Gus to send 1 back. Bye last rites.
Yeah.
With only 2 runes up, I just don't think there's a response. That is going to be conk number 1 unless the 2 have something available. And that will be the finish unless it is not. Ama will be your victor in one of our only Game 3 scenarios. Night Fighter, you kind of cursed it at the end with a very quick Game 3.
I did. It is unfortunate. I will say this is the one thing that I've noticed with Kennen that I'm not a huge fan of. The complete lack of ability to influence your might on your opponent's turn can make defending really, really difficult. If you don't just spam out 3 Razas and 3 Nocturnes in a turn, you're going to struggle to actually hold one of these battlefields. And you're just relying on having a lot of tricks over the course of the game to be able to eventually hold.
Yeah. It'll be a little bit of a weird time, especially as we see more Kennens. I think Kennen obviously the most influential of the Vendetta set, at least this time around. One of the newer legends, but obviously the main one that'll be played, I think. We'll see how far it goes. Of course, we have plenty more games to play. As we said, we have 120 players here on the day, so we want to thank you and everyone that has come out to play here. Knight, I know you're on for the next round, so I'll make sure to allow you to kind of save more talking points for the future. But I do want to say, with a lot on the line, not only with the prize pool, but also first and second place of this event, get free entry to the $20,000 Riftbound Showdown Series hosted by NRG in Milwaukee. That'll be pretty much at the next week, I believe, is what they're looking at. Who do you assume is going to be coming out? I know you and I got a little peek at the player list. Is there anyone that you're also assuming outside of the 2 that we saw earlier that might be making it up there?
Unfortunately, I'm not actually that familiar with a lot of the good players outside of specifically named staples like Prismaticism. I don't know people well enough, so I couldn't say, but I'm interested to see nonetheless.
All right, well, same here, because there's so much more to be played. For all of you at home, the day is just getting started. To keep in mind, we have very, very nearly close to 9 rounds of plays. So first round is done, 8 more to go. Knight will stay here. I will be hopping off, as we'll have DDP, I believe, joining us here very shortly for round number 2. A lot of the matches closing in as well, so we'll go ahead and let those matches finish up. Of course, as you might want to know, my name is Orbital. If you do want to follow me in my terrible understanding of card games, you can go ahead and find me on Orbital_casting and in a few other areas. But I do want to say a big shout out. If you are here right now, if this is your first time tuning in to this channel, Plus RB is an amazing Riftbound content creator. Not only that, runs weekly tournaments. Please go ahead, drop a follow, or if you get the chance, even subscribe. It does help. He does this out of the love of his heart. By the way, he is awesome in that way. Please give a lot of love to Plus by following here and on the other socials. Go ahead, check them all out. In the meantime, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, it's Swiss round 2. You don't want to miss a thing.
Hello and welcome back to the Runes and Rift Cash Cup 2K tournament. Joining me on the casting desk is DDP OCE or OCE DDP. How are you doing today?
Yeah, doing good, man. So yeah, hi guys, OCDDP, holding all the way from Australia here. It's currently 2 in the morning, twilight hours. I'm really excited to be here, and it's a pleasure to be joined here with Night Fighter 7. So yeah, first time casting. I've casted a few games in the past with the OC community, games like Mega Strikers, League of Legends. Done a lot of casting for my medical society as well, current med student. And yeah, we got our first Shen on stream today against Alexa, which is pretty exciting to see. What are your thoughts about this night?
Well, we have a deck that really wants to be holding against a deck that is all in on the offense. So it will definitely be an explosive match, and we're going to see a lot of fighting, which I'm excited for. I like to see it. Now, our players are getting set up. They are a little bit delayed because we had a very long overtime for round one. So while we wait for them to get set up, I know you mentioned to me that this is your first TCG. How have you been enjoying Vendetta? I know you said you started in Unleashed, right?
Yeah, that's right. I started in Unleashed around the time Sydney's regionals was live, and I've been really hooked. As soon as opened my first pack, I'm like, wow, this is just adrenaline, and it's been a bad addiction ever since. I've been going to Nexus nights about 3 to 4 times a week, meeting a ton of the local community, going to different stores, supporting the community. It's been a lot of fun. I'm the type of person who likes to play a lot of different decks just to get a feel for different, I guess, domains, how a deck may like play different lines. Last set in Unleashed, I played a lot of Azir, Diana, and Aurelia. This set, I've been playing a lot of Ranga, using Prismaticism's deck list, quite strong. It's been a lot of fun. How about you, Niall? What do you like playing?
I am a very focused player. I played Jinx all the way up until the very end of Unleashed, where her metal card's been rotated out, and I don't feel it's as important to practice her. And so I picked up Vi, and I went from an okay deck to a slightly less than okay deck. So it's been rough, but I really enjoy the challenge. Have you had a chance to play Shen yourself?
I have played Shen in the pre-rift. It was decently strong, but in constructed, haven't yet to see it yet. But it looks like the match has started. They're going quite fast. Looks like we've got a lot of units developed. Okay, so we're gonna rewinding. But yeah, played Shen in the pre-rift, did quite well. I went to a lot of pre-rift events. Went to like 6 or 7 of them, and unfortunately the pools I didn't get anything good. But a lot of people around were getting great pools. Pretty upsetting. But hopefully in the future and future next night I get some good cards.
No, I know that feeling. I have very average luck, so I don't pull anything fun, but everybody else is pulling Crystal Rose Kaisa 3 times at a local. It's crazy.
Yeah, I literally
Uh,
have 3 of them actually. Yeah. And they're the only classes I got, so I'm using the Crystal Rose classes in the Rengar deck list. So I'm blinged out. That's good. I got a
oh,
place that I can
nice.
use for any, I guess, Fury deck. And I also got 2 of the Luxes. So I got 5 Crystal Rose, but 2 of the cards. We're trying to complete the set, me and my partner. But yeah, the chase is the Ari, so hopefully we get it soon.
Yeah, I have a player at my local who is obsessed with trying to get all of the Ari ult arts, and so he is also out here fiending for the Ari. We
Yes.
are starting the game. They look like they've just finished their rewind. So, what are you thinking is going to be the turn one here, given Shen is going first?
Yeah, with Shen going first. In terms of 2 drops, I feel like this Disciple of Shen, right? That sort of stuff. Um, Shen, green, yellow. Not too familiar, honestly, with the new Vendetta cards. Looks like they didn't get a 2 drop, so they had to pass over. And the Rexo playing a Twilight Revealer. When I attack, ready another friendly unit can be quite good with the movement. And then now Shen playing Stellarpon, so looking to card draw on following turns.
Yeah, have you seen the Infinite with this Twilight Reveler that some Rek'Sais were running?
Yes, I've heard about it. It's about like stunning the unit and constantly attacking and moving back and forth, something like that, right?
Yeah, with an Eye of the Herald to
Mm,
infinitely generate the recruits.
recruits.
I don't know if we're going to see that in this game. Twilight Reveler is also just a good unit in general, but that's
Absolutely.
always a fun and scary thing you have to look out for. Call the
Yeah.
Week hit off the Rek'Sai
Yeah,
Legend.
great conquer off candidly revealing Call of the Week. Leading that Stellar Plus are not going to be able to generate any card draw on this turn. quite rough. Not happy to see his Telecom go so early. But yeah, we'll see what the Shen does this turn.
So Shen needs to get onto a battlefield because he has a lot of effects that like to be done while he's holding. Have you seen a Shen have a good way to get onto a battlefield? Because that's always been the problem that any hold deck has struggled with in the past, and I have to think it's going to be the same for Shen. If they get removed from a battlefield or aren't able to get their footing early in the game, it's really hard to get back onto one of those battlefields.
Yeah, I have experienced that in the pre-roof where it was hard for me to go to, but once I got on, I was able to hold. I generated so much might, and being able to give a beefy unit tank through your legend can be quite helpful to protect your other units. I also played a lot of, I think, Soul Spinner, the ambush card in the pre-roof, which was quite strong in pre-roofs. I'm not sure if this Shen is running that particular card, but it looks like they're moving in with the Stellarcorn, drawing, conquering the Kinku Temple, and having 8 runes up, and looks like 7 cards in hand, lots of options available to them.
Yep. Kinku Temple is actually extremely good for Shen. This was something I never thought of until somebody did it against me. Units here with tank have +1, and the Shen Legend can give a friendly unit tank. It doesn't say anything about defending, so that can be a +1 on attack, which is
wow. Didn't consider
surprisingly
that,
helpful.
So 100% Scuttlecraft from Wardrobe, and a Sona being played at the battlefield, so you can get up 4 runes at the end of their turn. Very, very handy to have minimum 4 runes up for the following turn. Hiding card as well. Could be many things, yellow, green, infamous for lots of hidden cards. Could be Hidden Blade, could be even a new card, Resonating Strike, which I found quite handy, giving +2 might at the battlefield. And then on top of that, like as you mentioned, you can give something tank and just make him beefy or +1 to any tanking unit.
Void Rush comes out. We're going to be digging through the Rek'Sai deck. Hopefully the Rek'Sai doesn't see an Under Titan, or I have a feeling this Shen's battlefield is going to have a bad day.
Yeah, we'll see what they pull off of this spell. I guess Defied.
Oh. That's very good. That stops the initial snowballing that this Rek'Sai is trying to do this turn. And with only 3 cards in hand, it's going to be harder significantly for this Rek'Sai to clear the Kinku Temple. They are still up on point tempo, though, which, as I've said so many times now, point tempo ends up being really important if you are forced to then play into your opponent's battlefield or hold your own more than they can.
Yeah, point tempo is quite a recent, term I've been learning about, like being on even score, odd score. It's quite interesting how you want to map out your points and get to the final 8th point to win. So you're interested to see how these players plan out their future turns to guarantee, great point tempo. And they do play Under Titan here.
Under Titan. Both of these Twilight Revelers up to 5. Just base might, they are going to be enough to clear this Kinku Temple. There is that hidden and a lot of runes available, though.
Swinging in, it looks like the slow playing, swinging in with 1. See what the Shen will respond with at this battlefield.
Yeah, being able to move the Twilight Reveler in allows him to ready the Under Titan, so he still has the same might at base, and he can now force whatever the Shen is playing out onto the battlefield.
Yeah, reacting to the champion unit to Shen, giving +2 shield plus the additional 1 from Kinku Temple because the Shen is tanking, and playing a Hidden Blade onto the Shen.
Interesting.
Not so fast. Well, great defensive play, both tapped out, and this Twilight Revealer will just be removed from this battlefield.
Yeah, and now even if the Rek'Sai wants to clear this Kinku Temple, he's gonna have to send in both of these units to clear the Shen. And there's a hidden card. So he's not even gonna necessarily be able to if that hidden card is something like a back off.
Absolutely. Huge value off this Sona already. Being able to play with all their runes available to them to stop the assault from the Rek'Sai. See what happens here. Wonder what they're hidden. It could be a Hidden Blade, could be Resonating Strike. Back off, as you mentioned. Interested to see what's hidden here to stop this assault.
Oh. Whatever it is, the Shen doesn't want to play it out, instead opting to lose the Sona and the Shen for the trade.
Holding to 2, Stellar Corn available. So I wonder if they want to move the Stellar Corn to get a draw. If they do, they will have to play the hidden card. It could also be, I believe, Disciple of Shen, right? That gives you shield 2 on the
Oh, right,
defense.
shield 3 when
Shield
defending
3.
with exactly one other unit. That
Yeah,
could be
that's
why they
right.
held on to it.
Exact. There you go. Conquering Candlelit, looking at the top 2. Deciding to recycle, keep on top. But you're losing the Sona,
Now,
it's not the best, you know. But
yeah,
yeah.
losing the Sona is pretty rough. Luckily, the Rek'Sai doesn't have a lot of units or a lot of cards in this case, but I'm looking at
No.
the rune count, and the Shen is at 5. Yeah, the Rek'Sai's at 6 right now, but she's about to go up to 8 on her turn. And I'm not sure that the Shen is going to be able to hold these battlefields against whatever 8 runes is going to be throwing at him.
Yeah, absolutely. Another Void Rush being played. So when Rexers play these cards, what are they generally looking for?
Under Titan is obviously
Untitan?
the big gamble if you can get that free 2 floating energy and potentially do a play like we saw last term where they put out the Under Titan and give +2 to all their units. But I think the strongest card otherwise is actually this Noxus Hopeful. The Void Rush is counted as a card being played for the Legion effect, and so the Noxus Hopeful costs 2 less, and Void Rush says when you play a card from Void Rush, it also costs 2 less, so it just becomes a 0 cost Noxus
free
Hopeful.
unit. That's awesome. Playing the Iron, attaching it and swinging in. It's a cannon. Hidden, stunning.
Very nice.
Looks like they will be choosing to stun the Honest Broker, and when cannon stuns, it also gets +2 might. So a total of 7 into, I guess, 3, and only 1 to deal from the recruit. Looks like the Shen will be able to hold off, unless they play a Vi, a stunning D cannon in response. So yeah, I feel like when there's a back and forth like this is the best Riftbound we can get. I love seeing interactions like this.
Oh, for sure. I was gonna say, unless there is an Unguard or something in hand for the Shen, he does lose this battlefield for 1 recruit. I thought.
Yeah, what end up happening there?
Oh, it was only 6. It was 6 to 7. I missed it.
Okay. Bad math. Well, it looks like the Shen successfully held it off, and I mean the vibe bounces back, so it can be used on the following turn to stun again. Not the worst. Not Scuttlecry about to draw. Looks like Shen's having a decent time holding, so and getting a lot of card draw. 4 to the Rek'Sai's 1. Definitely more options available to them.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how contested this Kinku Temple is. I'm looking at the board state now, and I'm realizing that Candlelit Sanctum wasn't even contested, despite only having 2 might represented on that battlefield, compared to the 3 might and a hidden card at the Kinku Temple.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up, and especially like with, I guess, knocking out the stock card, you don't really reveal 1 card at best. Maybe he really wants to hold on to that 1 card and not reveal that information.
Oh, is that a second Shen
Second
Kinku?
Shen from the hand. Yeah, wow.
So he must be mainboarding at least 1 on top of the 1 in his champion unit.
Blood Rush. Repeated, so giving +4, Assault 4 rather to this Noxus Halo, hoping to take out this Shen. At least.
Yep. Hoping to take out the Shen and the Scuttle Crab, unless he has another guard.
11 might represented here, and it will take over this battlefield. And nothing to reveal in hand, so yeah, not getting the most value out of this Scuttle. Not the full value, but the draws have been quite good. It looks like Rek'Sai's finally able to conquer Kinku Temple, unless a hidden play comes out from the Shen, targeting the Noxus Hopeful. That is
devastating.
Just, wow. That is catastrophic for this Rek'Sai player.
It will refill the Rek'Sai's hand a bit, but in this case,
that's true.
Refilling the hand to go up to 7 points is completely fine. It does mean this Vi should be able to take the Candlelit Sanctum, so it will only be 6 points the Shen is holding up to. And the Rek'Sai is going to be able to get the reveal 2 off the top with the Candlelit.
Absolutely. So it looks like the Rek'Sai is able to play both these cards out. unless they fish for something through their main deck. It's looking like Shen's in a great spot.
Faithful Manufacturer hitting the board that puts out a recruit.
Fruit.
Filling the backline with the little units has been very popular in Rek'Sai recently. After the release of Escaped Greyback, the new order unit.
Yes, and you can power by killing a friendly unit and giving it +2 might. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah,
and
seems
that
quite
makes
strong.
These recruits effectively a 2 might buff that can also walk onto a battlefield to conquer if they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Shen at 6, Rek'Sai on 4, so Shen definitely having the point tempo here and looking to hold this battle. Moving Silicon back to get a draw. They've played an Affectionate Poro, so yeah, when the combat ends here, draw 1, which can be quite useful with the Shen that's tanking there, so the Poro won't take damage, can draw another. And they do know in the Rek'Sai's hand they've got a Eye of the Herald and a Noxus Hopeful and one unknown at least.
Yes.
From their end.
I'm trying to think how much might this Rek'Sai is able to get onto the board with an accelerated Rek'Sai, because that's 4. The Eye of the Herald is another 1, so that's 7. The recruit brings him up to 8, but this Shen and Affectionate Poro are 9 defense. And there's a Scuttle Crab that also needs to take 1 damage, so it's effectively 10 might to clear this backline or board for the Shen. And I believe that's only going to be 9 swinging in, unless I've misdone my 7. Quick maths again.
Looks like 9, yeah.
And that's not even including the Shen can exhaust his legend to add an additional 1 to his battlefield.
+1, 3 in hand, 4 up. Yeah, he looks like they're going to do it. Going to get tank into Scuttle Crab. Makes sense. Wants to protect his Poros to get an additional draw potentially.
But if the Rek'Sai is doing this, I'm assuming we've got another Blood Rush or Cleave in hand.
Yeah, Discipline coming out from the Shen play, giving it to the yellow Shen. +2, draw 1. There's more options available to them potentially. We'll see how Rek'Sai will respond.
It also pushes his tank units up to 9, so the Poro won't take damage in this combat
and
currently.
Another draw. Yes.
Yeah. There's the Blood Rush.
Great
so
heads
plus
up.
4, he is now able to conquer. He'll have 1 recruit left alive, but that might be all he needs. Because he can pull this Vi back if he gets the conquer. There's still 2 runes up though, and Shen has a lot of answers for 2 runes.
Yes, absolutely. We'll see how the Shen looks like it's getting improved. And the Rek'Sai might be able to conquer this and also head to 6, pull the Vi back for a follow-up turn potentially. Quite a tight game. That's quite a lot of back and forth.
Very close. Far closer than I thought it would be after the really strong hold that the Shen was able to get for a couple turns.
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually quite exhilarating to watch. Quite excited to see how these next couple turns play out. If the Rek'Sai decides to pull out the Vi, plays a Noxus Hopeful, so...
Yeah, but the Shen's at 6 points. If there's an accelerated unit, the Rek'Sai is fully tapped out now.
Yes, and you can just go conquer Candlelit with Stellar Corn, draw, look at the top 2, and then 4 cards at hand 9 up. There's definitely options here. In terms of accelerated units, are there any in yellow and green?
I mean, they definitely exist. I don't know if there's anything the Shen would necessarily be running.
Right. Let's go to 7. Draw 1 with Stellar Corn, and then if they can get onto Candlelit, it'll be a game. But it looks like they're looking to go for a hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Affectionate Poro, that'll put him at 6 for that battlefield currently. 7 with the Shen Legend on top. I mean, that's not enough to defend against the backline.
It's not a lot, because Vi can just walk in and grab that. But it depends what, I guess, spells they may have available to them. But if they're able to, if the Rek'Sai's able to conquer King Temple and then just go in with Noxus Hopeful to the other side, and that's also game for them. Interested to see how this next turn goes.
Oh, Fallen
Oh,
Feline. We already know there are 2 Blood Rushes in the trash, so it probably doesn't make sense to do another Blood Rush. I think Cull the Weak would be really good, or Hidden Blade is what's called
Hidden
out. That's
Blade's,
another
yeah.
way that he can lose this battlefield. I don't hate it. Someone in
It's
chat
fair.
did point out attaching the Eye of the Herald to the Vi would have given him 2 more recruits on the move back from the Candlelit Sanctum. That would have been really
Um,
helpful right now because he has to conquer both to win, and that involves sending something back to this Candlelit Sanctum, and at the moment he does not have the might spare to do that.
yeah, not a lot of units, and yeah, that's a great heads up comment. Actually, getting 2 recruits could be all the difference. One might could be all the difference. Absolutely.
I also believe that we didn't see the Rek'Sai Legend trigger off of the Conquer last turn. That could also end up coming back to bite him if there's something like an Under
Mm.
Titan that he could have potentially revealed to get some more energy to get another unit out on the board this turn.
That's the thing with Riftbound. There's just so many triggers and things to keep track of. And especially with me when I play lots of turn decks, it's very hard. Oh, Shadow Dash coming
Oh,
out.
well,
Trying to get rid of this Vi.
yeah. And the Rek'Sai
Yeah.
has no way to respond. He is going to
Mm.
lose one of his units, but frankly, that's probably fine. Stop the Vi being able to attack on the Rek'Sai's turn when something like a Cleave might be in hand. And then he's going to have this Poro and Feline for the defense against just a Noxus Hopeful and 2 recruits.
Yeah. Looks like he might not be able to get the draw off the Poro because the Vi will do 4 to Stelicon and I guess distribute 1 to the Poro, right? So they they still get a draw. Is that how that functions?
Um, no, I would
Because I'm
think it would
feeling,
do
hmm,
1 to the Poro.
yeah, but it looks like they drew off it. Maybe they didn't use distributor 1 damage. Not too sure. Maybe they distributed to the falling feline and then
Oh, there we go. He's calling
in
it
the
out,
chat.
dealing the
Yeah,
damage to the Poro.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, the field does give +1 to tank units, but it was a 5 to 4, and so he's still able to splash 1 damage onto the Affectionate Poro.
Yeah, therefore the Shen loses a draw. Now we're passing turn to the Rek'Sai player. Only a Noxus Hopeful developed currently. But something like a Kai'Sa could work, accelerate Kai'Sa, or maybe another Rek'Sai that's in the main board. Lots of ways to maybe get both here. Only 2 runes up and 2 cards available to the Shen, so yeah, interested to see what happens here.
So the Eye of the Heralds attaching the Nox Hopeful would be an attack of 6. It will really just depend on what the card the Rek'Sai drew was. Also for the chat saying the +1 from the signature spell, that only applies if you have exactly 2 units there.
2
So
units.
in this case, no +1 from the signature spell, unfortunately.
Yeah, Shen is quite interesting in that you just want exactly 2 units at a battlefield, and sometimes I feel like it can be a bit narrow. Another Islet,
Oh,
all 3 out.
okay. It's a lot of
Triple equipping.
recruits.
That is, and then they could look to hold for the win.
They definitely can. It'll depend on what this 2 energy is for. If this is a
Yeah.
discipline, then the Rek'Sai unfortunately has no other cards to get them out of this situation.
Mm,
But we've seen a lot of cards coming out from this Shen, and I don't know that these 2 cards in hand are exactly what he needs in this case. Looks like
yeah,
it
looks
isn't.
like
Conquer,
got
and
it.
then the Rek'Sai lets him reveal 2, so he's almost guaranteed to play 1 more card this turn. There it is, Honest Broker.
Honest broker.
Play to the back line. That gives him a way to potentially reconquer if he needs to, if the Shen can clear the recruit.
And there's one little recruit might be all it takes for the Rek'Sai to take game 1. We'll see what Shen does here. 9 runes, 3 cards in hand. Hidden Blade. That's fair.
Yep.
But they're giving more options to Rek'Sai, unfortunately, on the following turn.
But is the Rek'Sai
Or
running any
delays.
Accelerate? We haven't seen anything beyond the Rek'Sai Breacher from the Champion unit zone, so there might not be an Accelerate unit, and this game might be going out another turn. to see
Yeah,
if
they
this
can't
Shen
get a
can
draw
get it back.
another. Yeah, yeah. Triggering Candlelit or triggering their Rek'Sai for conquering.
Yep, able to look at 2, recycle 1 if he wants, and then reveal the top 2 and say, alright, give me the Under Titan trigger, as well as a Faithful Manufacturer. So lots of energy and a good number of cards in hand. The Rek'Sai might be able to rebuild too fast here for the Shen to be able to stabilize.
Yeah, it's looking quite tricky for Shen. And I believe they've played all the hidden blades. No, they've played 2, so they could potentially have 1 more. Well, yeah, they could hidden blade Untighten and swing in, but it looks like they're reinforcing here the Rek'Sai. And the Noxus Hopeful, yeah, this is a huge, huge hold. Plus a hidden card.
And a hidden card. Yeah, there's... Is it even possible to break that with 2 cards in hand? I have to think not.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to fish for another card here. And yeah, I struggle to see a world where the Shen player overcomes this, but we'll see. Sona comes out and yeah,
And that will
GG,
be
game 1. A
Goes to
lot
the
of back and
Rek'Sai.
forth.
It was
Yeah.
very back and forth. That Shen put up a far stronger hold than I would have thought he could into a deck as aggressive as Rek'Sai, but some really good use of the tank +1 battlefield.
Yeah, and the Sona coming out really clutch in that turn where they were able to ready 4 runes and basically hold off the assault. Made the game extremely close. So excited to see what the next battlefields will be. Would you have any idea on what these deck lists would run?
Well, I know Rek'Sai likes the Trifurion War Camp. I don't know
Hmm.
if that's their going first or going second battlefield. For Shen, I have to assume it would be, because he's going first, something like a Grove of the Godwillow to refill his hand with cards.
To draw. Makes sense.
I am curious, though, what sideboarding do these 2 players bring in? Because there isn't a lot. They are Fury and Calm, so we could see a Decree matchup where they're both
Decrees.
playing their Decrees. But otherwise, I don't know that there was anything significant enough that they would be forced to sideboard. There wasn't any important gears, anything like that, where you're really looking to counter it.
That's true. It was quite back and forth. So not sure if you want to be willing to change heading up. Looks like we got Zorn Warren. So when you conquer here, discard 1 to draw on, and also fortified position. When you defend here, choose a unit against shield 2. So I'm assuming that's Shen's battlefield and Zorn Warren's for Rek'Sai. Looks like they both got a 2-drop. Mournful Witness for Shen and Karen Dredger for Rek'Sai. Shen going into fortified position to conquer to 1.
This Mournful Witness is going to be terrifying on this battlefield because it gets shield 2 from the battlefield, and if it survives a combat, it gets another +2 for future combats. This is potentially a 6 might Mournful Witness on this fortified position.
I see. Void Rush coming out for the Rek'Sai player. Fishing for that Under Titan.
An Under Titan would be nice. The big thing with Sona, you do need to get rid of them early. There's the Facebreaker, so that means they have all the cards in their deck for the infinite, and we now know there's at least 1 in the hand.
Absolutely, and yeah, the Shen already getting quite a strong hold here, and it's quite tough for the Rek'Sai to go in right now because the shield 2 and tanking, and if you empower the Morphle as you mentioned, it gets just so beefy and difficult to deal with.
Yeah, which makes me think the Rek'Sai is going to have to build up a backline here and try to break this hold a few turns down the line, because I don't think he's going to be able to do it this turn, and frankly, I don't think he's going to be able to do it next turn if the Shen reinforces. So I think the Rek'Sai needs to develop as much as he can, get as much might on the board for his eventual break of this battlefield.
Yeah, looks like they've actually discarded the Facebreaker, so that kind of tells me they might not have any Twilight cards in their hand. They do have the Eye of the Herald out though, so if they did have that, they might have been able to do the infinite recruit strategy, but maybe not so soon.
Not just yet. They would need 2 Twilight Revelers, so it is pretty difficult to actually get it all into your hand at once. Could also mean they're running more than 1 Facebreaker. We've always seen that if you discard a card that looks helpful, it's probably because you have that card in your hand again.
Ah, yeah, I see. Bit of a mind game.
Fallen
Fallen Flame comes
Feline.
out. Wonder what they'll name here. Lots of spells on the end of Rek'Sai that can be played. Hidden Blade, Void Rush,
Blood Rush does
Blood
get named.
Rush. Blood Rush gets named.
I completely agree. I was actually thinking that when I saw the feline, that Blood Rush giving +4 for each of these Rek'Sai attacks was really devastating in the first game. So being able to just get rid of it is so helpful. And with a Mournful Witness in the backline, this Dredger is also being threatened to try and get ahead on the point tempo for Shen, even more than this, like, equal but slightly ahead because he'll hold for a point first.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this the Valley of the Sun already in 4 runes at the end of turn definitely makes it harder for the Rek'Sai to be able to do what they want. It looks like they'll be developing Noxian Emissary coming out and Rek'Sai Champion Unit coming out as well, empowering the Noxian in the backline. And yeah, it looks like they're just developing and trying to maybe conk on following turns of a lot of units, moving the Jojo back.
Yeah, I was thinking he could attach the Eye of the Herald to get another recruit, but maybe he doesn't want a D-ramp, which could suggest he has something like Under Titan in hand for the next turn. And that actually makes this backline extremely threatening if there's an Under Titan
Right.
to reinforce this.
So an Under Titan gets played that give +2 to all units.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that is quite terrifying then. So fair enough. It's a how much energy and power does that cost to play? Is it 5 and 1 or
Let me double check. I believe it is 6 and 1, which
6
is
and 1?
why he would need to hold the energy. It is, yeah, 6 and 1 for 5 might.
Yeah.
It does mean that this Shen gets a free Conquer of the Zon Warrens, recycles something in his hand, or filters something in his hand, and this fortified position, it is still going to be hard to break. Even with an Under Titan on board, if this Shen is able to reinforce something like double Shen Kinku to give +10 to this fortified position would be
Yeah,
almost
reacting to Shen.
back-breaking in that regard.
Absolutely, that was scary. All 3 Mournfuls come out. Looks like they're trying to hold maybe both battlefields here. They do have 4 free runes to play because there's Sona that's still at the battlefield, always ready up 4. But not many cards in hand to play with currently. But I guess the Shen will always be threatening on the defense. Hiding card.
So my assumption with the double Mournful on the Zon Warrens is it forces more than just this Noxian Emissary and something like the Eye of the Herald or the Dredger to go to the Zon Warrens. And if the Rek'Sai does want to trade in a small unit for a Mournful Witness, it buffs the other one. So the Rek'Sai will be forced to commit 5 might to clear both of these at once, rather than letting one of them buff up and effectively ignoring the fact that the other one died, because it will still be 4 might to defend.
4 might, absolutely. Well, the Rek'Sai has a lot of units to play with, and 5 cards, 7 runes up. Definitely lots of options available to them. But again, with Shen having 5 runes up, they're always able to react with their own chosen champion unit and giving effectively a 5 might swing to any of the battlefields. It's not quite easy.
Yeah, I believe that's 18 on the fortified position if the Shen Kinku is dropped on the battlefield, and then a hit-in card. So that does look to be more than what the Rek'Sai has just currently present on the board. But there could be an Under Titan. There it is.
Comes out.
That's gonna be a lot of might.
Yeah, plus to everything, definitely a lot of attack on this turn.
25 might represented with that Eye of the Herald to add an extra recruit when he moves into that fortified position. Not impossible for the Shen to defend, but it's gonna be really hard.
Absolutely, it will be very, very difficult. The hidden card could be, I guess, Hidden Blade and Back Off could maybe slow down the Rek'Sai a bit. Could also be a cannon as well, as we saw in the previous game, stunning something and then could pay 2 to give it another +2 might. So definitely, yeah, lots of ways that maybe the Shen can hold off this massive assault coming in. It looks like they're going to swing everything in. We'll see how Shen responds here.
Yeah, something like a back off is gonna be helpful, but a hidden blade, yeah, that works as well. I was actually gonna say Kennen, the hidden yellow Kennen, would have swung this battle in the Shen's favor if he had it. Interesting to note, though, this will leave the Zon Warrens in the hands of Shen, and I don't know that the Shen is too upset if he loses that left battlefield for most of what this Rek'Sai has in base when he still has the 2 Mournful Witnesses.
Absolutely. Giving shield
goes
to
in.
Mournful Witness here. So the Rek'Sai lost 6 smite on that assault. So they've got, what's that, 6, 11, 14, 19.
So 19 to 11
here.
currently.
Yes.
So even if the Shen drops in, it's not going to be enough.
Not quite enough, but if they've got cards in hand, so they are playing the Shen. 2 up. And Blood Rush has been named for Fallen Feline, so that cannot be played. And Key Barrier, yep.
Oh, yeah, that should do it. That should at least let the battlefield be held.
Yeah, Shen will go, and I guess they can get rid of the feline. Like, it's actually so hard. What do you decide to get rid of here? The Sona's giving value, and if you don't get rid of the Mournful Witness, it gets empowered. It looks like they're choosing to get rid of Sona, Feline, and Shen, leaving the Mournful there, which will get empowered. And now, like as you mentioned, it'll be a 6 might just sitting there.
That is true. I think the might is probably the least of Rek'Sai's worries. As we saw with this turn with an Under Titan, Rek'Sai can build might very quickly. One of the things Rek'Sai struggles with is the, I dare say, unfair aspects of some cards, like Sona readying 4 runes. There isn't really an equivalent in Rek'Sai. If it's just might, Rek'Sai can go toe-to-toe for might. But it's hard to get things like can't play a card or ready all of your runes at the end of turn for this Rek'Sai, and so you probably just want to get rid of those to remove the potential in future.
That's fair. There's not many counter spells, I believe, in Fury and Order, so
none.
Yeah, none. There you go. But the Shen going to 6.
Learned.
Yes, now I have also sadly learned. But now the Shen going to 6 points and Rek'Sai still on 2. It's going to be quite a long climb back to get this game.
That is true, but these battlefields are not as strong as I think the Shen needs them to be. Because even just on the next turn with Double Eye of the Herald, I'm pretty sure that this Rek'Sai can walk over both of these battlefields fairly reasonably. And if that happens, it's kind of game over.
Out. Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised. Looks like they're trying their best to hold. I was surprised not to see them pull back, but maybe they're gone for the whole game. And 1 card in hand, 4 runes up. Quite tricky for the Shen player to keep these units alive.
Yeah, this is why I had hoped we would see Grove of the God. Oh no, another Under Titan. That's almost guaranteed to be game for this Rek'Sai. So much might added to the board, an additional 8 from that Under Titan being played. But what I was saying with the Grove of the God Willow, the Shen's only got 1 card in hand. Yeah, he's got 4 runes up, but it's gonna be hard to get good value out of his single card in hand. And that's why I like Grove of the God Willow for Shen. And I would have liked to see it over Fortified Position going first. And here comes the equips. Rek'Sai's gonna go in and try and break both of these battlefields.
Yeah, wipe the board, and Shen just won't be able to develop in time to take him back. So it looks like a very, very strong few following turns for the Rek'Sai player here.
16 might going in on the fortified position to the 10 might of the
10
Shen
might.
currently.
So if they have a hidden blade, no, it doesn't look like it.
They might
I was
just
gonna
have
say if they could
nothing.
hidden blade the Under Titan, then they might have been able to hold there actually. But yeah, it doesn't look like they've got anything available to them.
The Shen has been very smart, though, to not kill this Noxian Emissary, meaning the Eye of the Heralds didn't pop off, and also the recruits from the Noxian Emissary aren't being played. Blood Rush to give +2, that's 5 to 4. Defy,
Defy.
that works. And that does now mean that Mournful Witness does get the Empower.
Power.
I still don't know that this Shen's in a good spot with 1 card in hand, 5 runes. He does just need
Yeah.
1 hold, but that's
Looking pretty
not
tough on the following
gonna
turn
be
with
easy.
Under Titan and a bird. Yeah. And if they drew a spell, then it's just not looking too good for them.
The only like dream scenario would be draw Discipline, play the Discipline on the Mournful
Discipline.
Witness, and then draw Shenkinku. That's your best bet at holding. But looks like didn't draw that, so he's gonna pull back. It does mean he's gonna have to attack one of these battlefields, and any hold deck is not a fan of attacking battlefields.
No, absolutely not. But it could generate more draw, which might be what they need. But this Rex is just looking, yeah, so developed and very difficult to get rid of.
Rage
And the Rage
Amplifier.
Amplifier would make it even harder for Shen to get over this. Especially if it becomes empowered on top of that.
Well, he doesn't have the energy to empower it just yet, but
No.
with all of these Eye of the Herald recruits being spawned, I definitely see the value of a Rage Amplifier in this matchup.
Yeah, it's like a permanent Under Titan. Very strong if it's empowered.
Void
Another
Rush
Void
comes
Rush.
out. We're gonna see what he hits off of this. Call the no, that's
Cole
devastating.
Cole will just yeah. Just demolish this portion player.
Unless there's a defy, that Mournful Witness is gonna die for a recruit, and with that, the Shen, I don't think we saw any accelerate in either game. He's
Nah,
just
it's
gonna
looking
have
quite
to
tough.
try and develop and not let this Rek'Sai hold on the next turn.
And a Noxus hopefully, yeah, just so much units on the board. Looking very difficult for this Shen.
There's the Stellacorn Herder. I'm wondering if this Rek'Sai pulls everything back and prepares to try and double conquer, or he just tries and holds. Either way, he's looking in a really good position with how out of steam this Shen is. But
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know which one would end up being
Yeah,
better. It looks
wow.
like he's going for the hold. More
Double,
recruits on the
yeah.
board.
That's fair. You could, yeah, there's arguments for both. It's just so many options available to the Rek'Sai play, and it's looking hard for the Shen play to really do anything. They do draw with Stellacorn. 9 up, 3 in hand. Maybe able to do something here, but it doesn't look like it.
No, he just needed the draw, and it looks like he did not get the cards he needed. I mean, there's the Vilemaw, but that's not
GG.
gonna be an accelerate, and GG is called.
Again, honestly, quite a close second game. I mean, it was 7-7, and yeah, just so much value off the Under Titan from the Rek'Sai player, just demolishing the Shen side of the board, and it's getting so much value.
Yeah, we can actually see kind of both the problem that the Shen was having, as well as the answer the Shen was trying to use. The Shen ran out of cards really fast, and he was trying to use the Stellacorn Herder to get that draw, to get those cards back in his hand. Unfortunately, Stellacorn Herder doesn't draw unless you're moving it, and if you're moving it, you're not defending a battlefield with it, and that can be kind of a problem that we saw with this Shen. And I don't know the answer to that, but I have to assume there's gonna be a better card draw option for the Shen.
Quite hard. And yeah, Grove might be like helping with that. And yeah, I've noticed not having access to Ride the Wind on this Telecon does hurt a lot, where you can just move it across, get conquer twice, draw 3 times. Yeah, yellow green might hurt the Telecon here.
All right, we have a game 3 we will be hopping into. Looks like Fiora versus Pike. Is that a Grand Plaza battlefield?
Yeah, it is too. If you hold here, Sim plus Unity, you win the game. I have never seen this. I would assume you can play this in Garen if that's ever been played. But that is quite interesting. I'm guessing that's the Pikes battlefield.
Should be, yeah. Monastery of Harana. When you conquer, you can spend a buff to
Yeah.
draw one. That's going to be the
Fiora
Fiora.
makes sense.
Quick stack deck. Pack of Wonders was the turn 1 from Pike. It could be a discard hand rip Pike. There it is.
Looks
Bewitching
like it.
Spirit, your favorite or least favorite card in the game, depending on if you play it.
Yeah, I've definitely seen this little spirit a little too much in my time. Look like they discarded Invaded Hook.
Well, the baited hook is good to see because that means this isn't an Aurora Fiora. And I love these mid-range Fiora decks. It's a deck that I was looking at playing before I latched on to Vi. Fiora being able to give you a channeled Rune Exhausted whenever you get a unit to become mighty means that you can offset some of the cost of equipping these gears. And that's really nice for any gear deck, but especially a gear deck that doesn't have a lot of inbuilt ramp.
Absolutely. It looks like the Fiora player was also able to generate a lot of draw. They're playing Pit Rookie to give a buff to the Fiora. So that buff could be expended at that battlefield, and also playing King Q Initiate, drawing when the total might is 5 or more. So 2 draws on that turn is quite strong. So just buffing up their hand. And a Fallen Star in play directly onto that Fiora.
That is unfortunate. That buff
And
no
King
longer
Q.
there to keep her alive.
That's the price you pay. And it looks like, yeah, being able to clear off 2 units, playing a Bewitching again, and yeah, trying to, I guess, get rid of the draws that this Fiora was able to generate. Bouncing it back, passing.
Yep, just going for that classic Ezreal hand rip, stalling out the game, clear the units, stop the point tempo, and see what the Fiora can do to try and stay alive. A BF sword that will make it mighty, which means we get that Fiora legend trigger.
Move it into
Back into
Conquers.
the monastery.
And draw with another King Q.
I had never thought of how perfectly this Kinku Initiate synergizes with the Fiora, being able to draw one if the total might is 5 or more, so effectively a mighty unit. And Fiora wants your units to become mighty.
Yeah, it's quite good, and I guess it helps with the Bewitching Spirit as well. They're able to draw and keep their hand somewhat maybe healthy, but it's not as healthy as they would like it to be. As you can see, the High player almost has double the cards of the Fiora player.
Yeah, and there's a really good chance we just see Bewitching Spirit, Pack of Wonders, Bewitching Spirit, and this Fiora goes down to 2 cards. She has the units, she has the potential for points, but
yeah, go to
she's going to be really thin on cards.
That's right. It looks like he will win the Bewitching Spirit. Makes sense. Discarding a BF sword, bouncing it back, playing it again, discard another. Classic stuff. And yeah, Fiora making a decision, discarding Spectrum Matron.
So this does mean that the Fiora has an opportunity here. The Bewitching Spirit was left on the battlefield, or in the base, but on the board.
Here we go.
Meaning we can take it out with something like a Rampage. And if the Pike doesn't have another one in hand, that could be kind of all she wrote for the Pike if he doesn't have another way to start controlling the game.
Yeah, it looks like they had another Spectral in their hand, and bring back to Kinku to draw, and yeah, pulling back to Pit Rookie makes sense. So not too bad for the Fiora here right there. Only 2 cards in hand though.
Yeah, the extra draw from the Kinku Initiate's really nice. I imagine they pull back from the Monastery with the idea that they can buff one of these units on the next turn and then get another card draw. Because that's really all this game is. The units on the board aren't really that important. The might numbers aren't that important. What matters is the hand size.
The hand draw. Oh, Fizz comes out.
Falling Star.
Fallen Star.
Fizz doesn't have a power cost limit, so he can pull out the Falling Star, sniping both Kinku Initiates. Not enough to stop the double score up to 6, but it is enough to make it uncomfortable for this Fiora. Pike, oh, I don't like that. Pike developed to base. He loses any potential of getting the +2 might.
+2. Yeah, I do play that card in the Renga deck list, and it's generally better from hitting that sort of stuff, especially in the Renga, right? Make it a 5 might unit. Looks like Fiora's playing a set, probably giving it a buff, and channeling one, moving in Pit Rookie. Go to 5, and I would imagine they go to the other side to go to 6.
Yep, and that set, he gives himself a buff when he's played, so they can spend the buff to draw one. And at this point, I think the Pike just kind of went a bit too slow, or you can say that the Fiora went too fast, and the Pike was not able to rip this hand fast enough to stop the Fiora from pretty comfortably getting up to this 6 points. And oh, you hate to see that as Pike. If Treasure Trove is your first play on the last turn of the game potentially, you're in a rough spot.
It's not looking good.
Because this Pike, he does need to clear potentially both of these battlefields. If he clears one, he's got to deal with a set walking in on the next turn. If he clears both, at least the Fiora isn't guaranteed to win on the next turn. But it looks like just going in for the Spectral Matron, Call to Glory, just raw played for the +3 for 3 might. No buff to spend.
5.
And if we don't see something like a cleave in hand, the Pike is just going to have to concede what is a very fast 8-minute game 3.
Yeah, it looks like the Fiora actually got so much value off the King Cuny shares drawing, and yeah, making mighty units, channeling, just getting more runes out, and being able to develop more units.
Oh yeah, GG was called in the chat.
GG's.
So that will be game going to the Fiora, and I believe that was game 3, so that will be Fiora taking a 2-1 over the Pike. I am so happy to see that. I love decks that aren't running Aurora doing really well, especially a deck like Fiora that has always been good, but never quite good enough to be a top-of-the-line meta threat. It's really nice to see her doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. I have seen a lot of Fioras at my local Nexus Nights. It's a lot of fun to play into, actually, and yeah, the Call to Glory is pretty cool. You can pay it with a buff on one of your units to make it like cheaper to play. 3 might swing. Yep. Always cool to see those lines of play. For sure, I've definitely fallen. I've been beheaded by that, and then completely forgot its existence. Sorry, but yeah, very very cool.
Yeah, it's also reaction speed, which I believe it's the only reaction speed might gain outside of the Calm domain, which makes it really strong and really surprising. Because I know if I'm playing into a body domain deck, I'm always thinking punch first, that's action speed.
Yes,
something like a roar, that's action speed. So if I have a removal spell, I'm good to play it out. They can't react, and then you get slapped with a Call to Glory, reaction speed. It can be really impressive.
Yeah, just devastating for you as well. But you don't, it's not on your radar. For sure.
We do have another game 3 to get into. We'll see if my caster Cursed will make this game 3 end as soon as we join, but it doesn't look like it because it is the beginning of game 3. Azir versus Kennen.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. Kennen, definitely an exciting legend, the parent of Chaos and Order. And Azir, a legend I played a lot in Unleashed. Looks like there's a showdown happening here. Azir tokens and recruits against the Fizz, who's on 5 might. Looks like they played the Assault through Legend. Yeah, and it's conquering here. Makes sense. In Veil Temple, yeah, you can ready your seals, get a lot of power, floating power, purple power specifically, and yeah, just start playing a ton of cards.
Yep, hoping to get out those Nocturnes and those Razas for cheaper rather than removing all of your runes. A quick note from production chat, we have 10 minutes left in the round, so this might go into overtime if the match doesn't finish up soon, and then after those rounds, we'll be able to head off to round 3. Another up from the deep played out.
I wonder if that's from Flow. That looks like from the hand over
No,
to
that
the
was from the
trash.
hand. He already played one
hand.
from Flow, though. That's how he empowered the Kennen.
Ah, yep. I see.
That is a lot of tentacles. It is kind of funny. It's a token versus a token deck, which at this point, I mean, the tentacles are definitely going to be smaller than any of these Sand Soldiers, but the tentacles are even easier to discard as fodder than these Sand Soldiers are.
True, and Xenoplay can attach these all the heroes to get recruits to deal with the tentacles as well. So something to consider for sure. Looks like they're playing a Doran Shield Legend attaching through Weapon Master.
Oh, interesting. I thought the Doran Shield was going to go onto this Sand Soldier, but a Vi Peacekeeper will do it.
Wow.
Take out this Fizz. The Kennen is all tapped out. I said this in the first round as well, but I don't like how little interaction Kennen can do on their opponent's turn. There's no might gain, no might reduction. It's just something like a ride the wind to try and defend their battlefields, and that's just not good enough into a Vi Peacekeeper stunning you.
Does not look like it, but they can play the up from the deep from the trash to get the Empowered Legend to maybe assault 2 into this battle, because the Z is tapped out, so they just need to get over, looks like 8 might currently at Veil Temple. Definitely possible. They've got 4 might currently available to them, and if they empower their legend, they can go up to 7. 4 cards in hand, 8 runes up. Let's see what they can do.
They can give +2 to one of these tentacles, so it'd be 3 on top of 3, so they can go up to 6 total, which isn't going to be enough to break the Azir battlefield without a card from hand. And I think the only card from hand that the Kennen could play out here would be a Shovel if he's looking for additional might, or a Last Rites as the name is actually on the card. But up from the deep, played from Flow, that's going to empower the Kennen legend. And 2 more tentacles on the board for the next turn. Still 3 tentacles readied. I'm looking at the trash. We've got 3 cards in trash, so we're not representing 3 Razas being dropped on the board this turn. We haven't seen any Lightning Rush or stacked deck. That is somehow a problem for these Kennen decks. If you don't hit one of your 9 Lightning Rush stacked deck, digging through your deck cards, you can kind of get bricked just by not having what you need in hand and not being able to find what you need afterwards. So I think that's why this Kennen is taking so long to decide on exactly what they want to play out. They probably don't have the hand they need. Ravenbloom Prefect will let them snipe a gear when it hits the board, so something like a Brutalizer comes down, it's going to get banished. But not the turn he was looking for, I'm sure.
No. And yeah, if the Azir plays something like an Arise, it could be quite devastating. 4 extra Sand Soldiers can be quite difficult to deal with tentacles. Looks like they're swinging in 3-1. They conquer Vilmore's lair.
Yep, and now I imagine you pull back entirely from this Veiled Temple. You want to make sure you get that stun from the Vi, and you don't want to leave this Sand Soldier exposed at the battlefield. Doran's Shield comes down, so we're going to get another Sand Soldier token on the base.
Yeah, makes sense. 1 card in hand, so it doesn't. There could be an Arise coming out, which would be crazy, but we'll see. 6 runes, it is playable, but it doesn't look like it will be it. Playing Azir, which makes sense.
Yep, just trying to start doing a lot from his energy available to him. That is now 5 tentacles, so at least one of them is definitely running up to that Veiled Temple just to try and get that conquer.
Yeah, you can get a free floating power from here. You can tap it, go in, radiate it again. So you can have 3 floating, I guess, purple energy, I mean purple power, and 10 runes up. Definitely a lot to play with, but not many cards in hand, only 4. And yeah, if they're not drawing their Lightning Rushes to stack decks, might be difficult for them to make any substantial play here.
Yeah, and with no cards in the trash, he isn't able to play out those Razas for cheap. So I imagine even if he fills his entire uh like pool with power, he's not going to be able to actually use it this turn unless he drew that stack deck or Lightning Rush from the top.
Unless you would ideally want Lightning Rush, you can play it twice, right? You play it once and play it again from flow, and that'll give you, I guess, up to 6 cards you can look at. Stack deck can be played once, but doesn't seem like they've got it, so
Tentacle
looking
going into
tricky.
the Vilema. Second one goes with him. The
Assault
Empower
2.
from Kennen gives Assault 2. So it will be 4-3. I'm assuming this will go through. Even if the Azir had a Discipline in hand, I don't think you want to play it out just here. The Azir has no way to get to 8 points on the next turn, so he's probably just going to look to score one of these points fairly comfortably and then force the Kennen to hold on the next turn. And the Kennen really, really needs to draw Lightning Rush. He needs cards in the trash. He needs things to be able to play onto the board. Nocturne from hand is not what you were hoping for. You'd like
I
to
suspected
see
they
it
might
on
have
the
had
reveal.
one. Yeah, absolutely. A treasure hunter as well this late into the game, not the best. And yeah, I suspected they might have had Nocturnes in hand, which is obviously the lot you don't want to have as a Kennen player.
We have just hit overtime, so we're in rounds. I'm assuming the Azir is the first turn. So
Turn 0.
it is possible. Turn 0, he can go up to 6 points, and then on turn 2, he'll be able to double conquer to 8.
8.
But if he isn't able to get that exact line out, this may end up as a draw. Quick
Absolutely.
conquer on the Vilema with the Sand Soldier. These tentacles not really able to defend at all. And a BF sword comes down. I'm imagining another Sand Soldier token coming out from the Azir Legend, unless he hit the Arise.
Banishing for a Prefect. The
interesting.
The BS will get Spanish for the Prefect from the Kennen's end. Making it harder for Azir, I guess, to double score on the following turn.
It does remove a big gear from the board. I was just reading through the cards. I believe the Azir is still able to play out the Sand Soldier, as the Ravenloom Prefect requires the play to be resolved fully before they can do their effect. And so that should mean that this Azir gets to see an equipment was played, even if it was killed shortly thereafter.
Yeah. So attaching double I, looking to generate recruits, take over this tentacle on Veil Temple, and then they could go for the hold as well for the win. We'll see what Dizzy decides to do, and looks like they're not tapping the legend to play the token, and maybe they're not aware of that. But definitely good information to know for future.
Dorn Shield as well, so he is going to try and keep these recruits alive if he moves in on the Veiled Temple. And it looks like he is just going to go for a massive hold with a lot of tokens. It is more might than this Kennen is currently representing, and you know that this Kennen hasn't seen all of the cards he needs to filter through his deck. There's a really good chance the Kennen just doesn't have the might needed.
Is there a world like a Baron Nashor could swing it?
Yep, that's what I was thinking. If there's a Baron, that does stop the pullback and double conquer that I had been thinking, which is why this Azir might want to be going for the hold. And if so, that's really smart by the Azir. I didn't think of that. But that could explain why some of these cards in the Kennen's hand haven't been played out until now, if there is a Baron sitting in the Kennen's hand since the start of the game.
Yeah, they've got maximum, I guess, resources, 12 runes, 2 power. They're 3 cards in hand. See how they decide to go about this. A ton of might to take over on the Azir side. Looks like it's 2, 6, 11, plus 4, 15, 17, 18 it looks like, if I've done that correctly. So, yeah, quite beefy.
Yes, 18. And if a Baron hits the board, it's going to be 6,
They
12,
reveal their hand. Looks
14.
Like they've
So
got nothing.
no Baron Nashor in hand. Sad to see. There was a hard bargain. So if there wasn't a Rise in hand, that was going to be good for countering that. But a Ride the Wind, not what was needed here. And that Raza, again, no cards in trash, just wasn't able to play it out.
It's unfortunate. Just didn't see any stack based on lightning rushes. That's how it happens sometimes. GG's.
GG's. Now, we have hit overtime for round 2, so round 3 is right around the corner as the last games have finished up. Before we send it off to a short break, DDP, where can people find you?
Yeah, so I've actually been recording my RL Nexus Night games on my YouTube. It's just TCG, OC, DDP. Would love to get feedback. I've been trying to do different editing styles. And yeah, you feel free to comment and like help me improve. I'm still learning how to play Riftbound and loving the game. But yeah, that's pretty much it from me.
Awesome. And then for myself, you can follow me on Twitter or Twitch. I'm not super active, so most likely you will see me here, casting games for Runes and Rift. But with that, I think we should head to a break and let our next set of casters come in for round 3. Really quick, before we head off, what legends are you hoping to see win the tournament? Because I like to ask this with my other casters. And then for round 3, what legends are what are you looking for round 3?
Yeah, in terms of legends I want to see win, I am a big fan of Diana. Love to see, and there's a lot of Diana represented. I think there's 15 total in the tournament, so it has a good chance to show up. Of course, Aurelia has been looking quite strong with the Vendetta release, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Aurelia take it all. But yeah, those are my top 2 picks, I guess, Aurelia and Diana. How about you, Knight?
All right, I would like to see a Nasus win, but I fear it might be Irelia. She seems really strong. We have a lot of people excited for different legends in the chat, so keep that coming, and we will be right back after the break.
A warm and hearty welcome back to Runes and Rift 2K Cash Cup in the Vendetta meta. Next to me is Sasuke, my name is Bandit, and even though we have wonderful titles in here, we're going to be giving a wonderful title away later today as well, aren't we, Sasuke?
Yeah, it's going to be called the Best Bandit Award, actually. It goes to only people named Bandit. So...
And here I thought it was only going to go to the Cash Cup winner. I am over the moon to be saying we're going to be featuring a Nasus matchup, which honestly, I feel Nasus is the deck that I kind of can't help myself but root for. I kind of want it to do well. Yes, it feels at times like the puppy with a little limp, but then when you see it frolic through the meadows, it makes my heart glow a light. Where do you land on Nasus, Sasuke?
Yeah, honestly, man, he feels like that unsung hero, right? That kind of that underdog that you really root for, pun intended, actually a little bit there. But no, in like full seriousness though, he has really felt like that, just kind of that deck that everyone kind of looked past. And a couple of players in the Chinese region actually, just to give credit to the Chinese region, first kind of looked at the deck and said, actually, no, this legend is a pretty powerful effect. Is able to utilize those cards. I think it's like Frostcoat Mother. It's that wolf that costs 3. It's got 12 cost and power effect, which you can utilize with Nasus to just essentially in the late game ready 2 runes. It's got access to cards like Astral Heron that activate the Nasus legend and then still let you utilize its effect after the fact. So it has a lot of really interesting tools, and I think it's a much better deck than people initially gave it credit for.
And what kind of what I always kind of like about a deck is when it puts cards that we didn't really see before into a new, fresh coat of paint. And when we are looking at Nasus, I feel like it does that with a lot of cards. We've seen Sprite Queens make a resurgence being played in Nasus decks. We have seen a lot of the new Vendetta cards be featured. One of them that stands out to me is Crumbling Sands. Another counterspell that makes the Chaos matchup in which you are usually a bit more vulnerable, the Aurelius, the Dianas, the Annies up to a certain extent, by just having access to yet another counterspell, especially when your opponent is a little bit more spell heavy. Now, we can hum and haw all we want, but I suggest we just jump into the game. Round number 3 is ready to go. Nasus facing off against Master Yi, a matchup that is bound to see some more repetition as we get closer to Barcelona. And would you look at that? Our Nasus is a weekly champion, Sasuke.
A weekly champion and, you know, a person that you really do have to give credit to, right? Again, I was talking about how this deck is just really kind of felt like this unsung hero. Master Yi, set 3 felt like the unsung hero in the first half, and then the later half, it really just, you know, kind of fell dividends to that that Dark Knight quote. You live long enough, or you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. And, well, at this point, it feels like Master Yi really has become that villain that everyone hates to deal with. So, for now, I'm going to have a little bit of caster bias. I'm going to be rooting for this Nasus to be able to take it here, but it is going to be a very difficult matchup. Is that Master Yi really does feel like one of those S tier, probably even the top of the tables decks.
It's just consistency that Master Yi manages to churn out time and time again. It kind of feels kind of straight and narrow and fair, and I rarely ever feel like, oh, man, what the Yi does is so unreasonable. Like, he just had more power than I did all the time. Now, as we get a little bit further, I do want to talk about Nasus' game plan, because it is a odd mix of trying to sneak away points from your opponents whilst sacrificing minimally in your economy, actually trying to ramp up whenever you can to hit that 7 energy threshold. But if you do manage to get Charm time and time again, actually managing to get the pause back and forth, that is going to cost some deflect, hurting some of the Yi's economy instead. How much are you willing to invest, Sasuke, to slow down a Nasus in front of you, even if it comes at the cost of your own runes?
I'm not willing to cycle 2 runes here just to get rid of Azanias right now. I mean, he is going to go ahead and pay that deflect cost. He really wants to be able to deal with the Steel Paws here and early on. It does make sense as this does have a very impactful Empower effect, giving it +7 might, allowing it to be a early game threat as well as that late game potential that it does have access to. And so now this Mournful Witness will be able to go up to 4 might, essentially being a 6 might defender. But at what cost? You essentially just lost an entire turn of ramping here, and Nasus is a deck known for having this great access. But now, with this first
this
mate,
changes the
it
table
does change a
bit.
lot.
Yeah, being able to already start pressuring practically a turn earlier than you would expect it to be. But it does run into a bit of an issue that a lot of EE decks run into, where they're great at defending, but overcoming their opponent on the battlefield is at times a bit more tricky, as is displayed right in front of us.
Absolutely. And so now, with that Stupefy coming down, it is going to force the trade with that Mournful Witness. However, that said, it is going to mean that this first mate will be able to stick around onto the Star Spring very likely. And we'll have to see exactly if he's going to be able to utilize that. But for now, again, he's stuck at that 5 runes. It's going to be a huge punishment on not only this next turn, but the next 2 to 3 turns. It's really going to have a hindrance, and he might just continue to rune starve himself just to be able to stay on tempo here. I think this charm is a much bigger mistake than he initially thought.
I do kind of, it is a little awkward by not having the hold on the paper tree for Nasus. You are not getting to that very important pivotal 7 points. I feel it's a minor inconvenience if you take into account you did manage to take away a lot of the wind out of the Yi sails by trading 1 for 1 there, if you take into account how much was actually invested. But is that, it's kind of hard for Yi to come out of the gate swinging again after this. And by already going on such a costly adventure so early on into the game, you are kind of crossing off a lot of options on your list. What is the one thing that you want Yi to prioritize then in this moment?
I want the C to be prioritizing maintaining rune economy, allowing yourself that access to these early points, which is very clearly what he was trying to do. I think if he wanted to go for that charm line, what he really should have done is just go ahead and charmed that Riftbound student, get the trigger for the Witness anyways, and then just still do that first mate. You still get access to 1 energy after the fact, so you have access to cards like On Guard, Defy. What?
Do you still get the trigger for Witness even when it takes the damage?
Yeah, well, because it would have been 4 to 2, right, with the Riftbound student. Then he would have been able to potentially do something like Stupefy, but then you still would have had access to 3 cards remaining in your hand, and maybe he was just a little bit afraid of the Stupefy, but decided to go for it anyways with the paper tree, got punished super hard because of it, and now, again, like I'm talking about here, or earlier, is that now he's just kind of forced into continuing to, starve himself of resources so that he, in these future turns, can continue to maintain this point parity. But it really doesn't feel great for him here. I think he needed to go onto this paper tree this turn to try and kind of mitigate the losses that he's already accrued.
And despite the fact that Nasus is not really renowned for having a lot of access to accelerated units, there is one that springs to mind that would make conquering a battlefield extremely difficult, and it is, of course, the one you see in front of you right now. And especially if that is paired up with a devastating Bellows Breath, and suddenly all that investing and all that lunging forward for the Yi comes with a price of maybe game 1. Is there even a way out of this from this point? Because next turn you get to develop a bit, maybe put down a unit or 2, but no way that this Nasus is going to allow you to get onto a battlefield for free from here on.
Yeah, you say that, but I mean, now, this Nasus did exhaust 3 runes, and so now, while this Master Yi is only essentially behind on 2 energy, he does kind of have that almost parity back, and, again, it really feels like he should have gone onto that paper tree, because it would have forced the Nasus to recycle yet another rune, and he would have been only at 6 runes here, but now Nasus gets to continue to bolster his front line. He will be able to go ahead and push back this Thousand-Tailed Watcher with that Tasty Faithful, go onto that paper tree, and like you talked about, it really does feel like this game is just all but over.
Mountain growing ever higher for Yi to start climbing. Now, not all too familiar with Targon himself. And a little taste of their own medicine coming the way of Yi, getting targeted by the Nasus' charms right now. Will be defied out, but that is yet another hit to the ever diminishing amount of runes available to the Yi.
He is just so starved of resources here, and it just keeps getting worse. A hidden card you have to assume is Zhonya's Hourglass, which means that this Tasty Footfolk is really his only viable option right now. And if he had something like Onslaught to really just kind of claw his way back into this game, he has to hope that this Onslaught will pull off as well, because there is one card remaining in this Nasus' hand, and if it's Defy, not only do you lose your turn, but it feels like you will lose this game. Your opponent will be at 6 points, have a Zhonya's, and a 6 and 7 Might unit to be able to back it up.
And these are the answers that a Yi has access to. Primal Strength, cards like Onslaught, that even with only a handful of smaller units can still start to threaten these larger ones. Now, I think it's safe to assume that there's no Defy in hand anymore, as the Primal Strength is allowed to resolve. But here, by giving a showdown onto the Starspring, and even if you do win, if you give away the Death Knell, you put the Nasus up and over again. Zhonya's not used. If it is that, kind of has to make you think, are we playing backoffs by any chance?
Backoff is definitely an option here. I mean, honestly, if I am this Nasus player, I don't actually want to Zhonya's the Tasty Faithful. I think I'd rather have the runes as well as the card. It's going to bring up this Nasus to essentially 10 runes on the following turn. You'll only have access to 9 energy, but he will have access to that 10th rune through that paper tree as well. That said, that does feed the Yi just that little bit, and that might be enough to kind of bring him onto the cusp of back into this game. That said, he is still behind on point tempo. He has got 0 answers for this Thousand-Tailed Watcher, so we'll have to see exactly if he has a way out of this hole. But for now, Nasus is still in firm control.
And I think this is a great example of why you see players run the Onslaught over the Primal Strength more and more, where if the turn were to come back to Master Yi, having access to the flow of Onslaught can really slingshot you back into the game, because despite the fact that it was quite devastating for the Yi to be put behind like that, in essence, the point difference is 2 points, which is surmountable. Yi is not, Nasus is not threatening the game in his very next turn. And I always like to say, a game of Riftbound is played when either one concedes the game or manages to get to that 8.
Now, you say this, but there is that Nasus on the field now, and his empowered effect allows him to conquer for an additional point. So he is actually threatening the game here. We'll have to see exactly if SGM has a way out of this hole. But a deflect to 8 Might unit as a base is going to be a huge task to overcome. We'll have to see if he has access to cards like Punch First, or if he is doing something a little bit more cheeky and running cards like that back off that you had mentioned that this Nasus might be on instead.
The options are slinking. They are growing the wrong way. And how much time do you even have to give? Like you said before, being able to power up and push on over. You have to be mindful, though, when you are going out on a lead, because end of the day, the Nasus is currently in control of just 2 units. And with only 1 ready in base, if he does go out for a little bit of an excursion, and you do run into the situation where suddenly, all right, now my only unit is, well, it doesn't really matter what your only unit is anymore, as we have to concede, and then we don't have to ask any questions anymore. The game is over. It's ready for game 2. And what is the one thing you have to change in the Yi game plan? Not from a gameplay-wise, I think we can tell what is very clear from that side, but just for pieces you can bring in.
Well, I talked about Onslaught. I feel like that'd just be a little bit better of a card, because I think one of Yi's biggest struggles is offensive tools, right? Yi is a very, very defensive deck. It is probably, I think, what many people agree is the best defensive deck in the game. It has access to body, it has access to calm. These two colors in combination with each other just make for this insane wall, not to mention you still have access to the Yi passive that makes things even more difficult. So for the Nasus side, I'd like to see something like, Singularity, just be able to answer those units before they're really able to get those buffs. And getting back to the Yi, we need more cards like that Onslaught. So if he has access to cards like Rengar, or if he, just some more offensive tools, I think is really kind of the key here. Because right now, what's happening here in this early game is he's using all his defensive tools offensively, and then he has nothing left to really kind of play towards his strengths.
Stands out to me as well is from a lot of the Nasus builds that we see, Astral Heron usually play a central role throughout most of them. Either that or a combination of Time Warp shenanigans. Yet, I kind of failed to see a standout strategy yet from the Nasus. They didn't have to show too much from their deck to get the very first win in. How important is that to give minimal information to your opponent when you go into game 2?
I mean, I think it's crucial, right? You're still kind of just trying to figure out what type of build this Nasus is. Is he on that Herald Premonition build, which I think is probably the most common, and that said, probably also the best build, I'd argue, just because being able to play an Astral Heron, ready 2 energy, and then pay 1 power, draw 3 cards, is absolutely abhorrent. Essentially, it's discard 2 cards, draw 3 cards, and then all of a sudden you have a 7 might body on a battlefield, and you're probably fine for the rest of the game.
And you still have energy open to protect it, which is kind of like usually when you have to invest in such a big bomb, you are left exposed, right? We've seen plenty of Irelias tap out to play an Irelia and then immediately see it removed, but you will always have the energy up for a Defy or at least threaten it. And that is kind of the point where I like Heron, because if it goes unanswered, that card will just straight up win you the game. It is something you have to address immediately, in a similar vein that you have to address Aurora immediately. It gets out of hand too fast, too severely. Now, we see once again our Yi paying a lot of and even though it's maybe just the single hidden card, how important is it to protect your little scuttle buddy here?
I just don't understand why he's hiding a card here. I mean, it seems like he just wants to be able to develop this Zhonya's here, and for now, he's just going to go ahead and react to the death knell, play out that Zhonya's, but now he's stuck at 5 runes on the 3rd turn, and using a rune this early can be very expensive if you're not going second, because you're essentially behind an entire turn now for this Nasus player, albeit he did deramp 1 for the Spellless Breath, so kind of evened out in that sense. But with this retreat, back to that same issue that he's essentially behind a turn now because he wanted to develop the Zhonya's.
Not getting the lead he wants just yet. Does manage to keep the Zhonya's alive, do some smart sequencing onto the chain. Getting out there. Making sure you are getting settled on the Sandswept 2, where we do start to alleviate some of that room pressure we have been experiencing earlier. How, as a Nasus, are you going to just let that happen for a little bit and develop in freedom? Or do we still want to keep the pressure on and push?
I think you're just going to go ahead and continue to allow this to happen, right? You are the better late game deck. You have access to cards like that Chosen Champion Nasus. You have access to cards like Astral Heron, which you kind of went into great detail about. Cards like Steel Paws that help out as well. So just a lot of really powerful late game threats. Steel Paws having that deflect cost is even more annoying to deal with than you would actually expect it to happen or to have. And, I mean, you saw it in the previous game. It ate 2 runes, even at 0 might. And it really did need to be answered, because once it gets that 7 white threshold, Yi has very few answers to deal with it.
Has to stem the bleeding somehow, because the fact that the Nasus is allowed to keep up in points right now with very efficient cards like the Scuttle Crab, like Steel Paws, that are, he's not really paying a price to get these victory points on his list. Meanwhile, Yi is investing hidden cards. He has to go that extra little step to get onto the battlefields, and that is just so in contrast from the picture that we had sketched out at the very, very start. Is there a tipping point for the Yi where, like, all right, if we get a good trap on one of these crucial cards for Nasus, that is our way to regain our momentum?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he's on this Sandswept Tomb here, I think is arguably a battlefield choice that I wouldn't make myself. I think I would have liked to have seen him in something like Growth the Godwillow, or even something as simple as just like the Emperor's Dais. I know it's a very strong going second battlefield, or even Seat of Power. But the Sandswept Tomb kind of feels a little bit lackluster. Just you want to be able to get those cards back into your hand, because pound for pound, Yi has the most efficient tools at its arsenal here. So we'll have to see exactly if this, if this Twilight Shroud is enough. But it really feels like with 3 cards in hand, 4 energy available, this Raven Blue student will be able to take the trade and force this Zanyas out. So here comes that discipline, and exactly like I talked about.
It's a bit of a throwdown. Now, Yi has a healthy amount of cards in hand, runes to back it up. You would not expect him to give up rather easily. So I'm really right. How many runes do we have to invest in here? On guard will be our answer. Looking to match the 5 might of the student, but surely trading here is not going to satisfy our Yi now, is it? We're looking for more. And the fact that it's costing them at the very least 2 cards, no, they are content trading. That kind of surprises me a bit. Is there, I feel like you kind of need a first mate in hand to really make the most of this situation then.
I think you're totally right here. I mean, that was exactly the card I was going to talk about. I mean, if he has first mate, this is a fine play, but if he doesn't, he's kind of back into the square one position, and that's, that said, 2 runes available on your opponent's side of the turn when they're going to have access to cards like Steel Paws.
This
man, things just keep getting worse for this Yi player, and it really feels like this Nasus deck is a complete counter.
It is, because usually I would say, like, oh, this reeks of Rengar, but you're playing into Rockfell Path, so your options are just so extremely limited. The threats that Yi can put out right now, I just don't feel very intimidated by them, and I doubt that Veil is either.
Yeah, I think this Yi player is really not long for this world here. This might just be what feels like a 10-15 minute round, because I mean, you talked about this Rockfall Path proving to be incredibly annoying for this Yi player. We know that this Rengar is looming, so we'll have to see if he decides to just go ahead and take the trade with the Rengar and then deal with this Yi a little bit later. And it seems like it is going to be the case. Now, there will have to be something like a punch first in response, because a discipline might not be enough.
And now we can see why the Sandswept Tomb has been brought to the table as well, stemming some of the sting that carries a punch first. Now, Decree of Insight is one of those cards that can absolutely hose body units. And if it is allowed to resolve, you feel that he might be in for a bad time.
You say that, it feels like he's just kind of in for a bad time regardless of whether or not he wins this combat, because now he's going to have to use something like a Defy. He's going to go ahead and use Back Off. So we actually did have the read that last game. This Master Yi did have something like a Back Off here. We'll have to pay that deflect cost, and now we'll be stuck at that 7 rune threshold again. So not a lot of room to work with, but at least you'll be able to survive for the time being, unless there is that Defy inside of this Nasus, or on the side of this Nasus here. And I mean, we're talking about it, but it really does feel like this Nasus just kind of has the number on Yi here. I mean, cards like Steel Paws, cards like this Astral Heron make things incredibly awkward. 7 might, just such a big body, and very difficult for this Yi to deal with.
And it gives us the situation where Nasus can develop their board, because they are running a little bit low on cards in hand right now, but that doesn't always tell the whole story when playing Nasus, especially when any given card can be a watcher, and we know that a Nasus deck is riddled with bombs like that. So you always have to be a little bit extra careful to not underappreciate the damage a Nasus can do. Now, Rockfall Path is the next target for our Yi, and by God, they need every single little bit they can get out there. We will be sacrificing our Scuttle, or the Zonias next to it at the very least. Nope, we're sequencing it again, saving our Zonias. And I do like the strike from Yi to deal with multiple targets, but once the Steel Paws goes up to 7 might, it becomes rather tricky to trade efficiently into that.
That deflect is really painful, and I think it's hurting this Yi player even more so than he'd like to admit. The Zonias won't be able to come down, but a Charm is not going to be doing anything in the face of this Zonias here. And I think Master Yi knows this, and while he does have a plethora of removal tools at his disposal, they're not going to be doing much for the time being. So, looks like he's just going to go ahead and force himself, or be forced to pass, and rather just going to go ahead and move it to base. Wants to allow this Lonely Poro to die here. Doesn't want to be able to, or doesn't want to use the Zonias on the Lonely Poro. Will in fact hide that Zonias just so that he can respond to the Death Knell and continue to protect his Master
However,
Yi.
the moment a Yi is forced to fall back from a battlefield, that is not only a white flag, it's a red flag as well. Because as you want to be holding, you want them to attack into you. And I feel like they might have had a comfortable shot, especially with the Primal Strength next to it. They'll have a chance here, but knowing that you have to chew through that Zonias as well, there is a long way ahead of this Yi still.
Okay. So, one card going to be picked up from this Lonely Poro trade that I had talked about a little bit earlier here, and a 5-year center is actually a very, very good draw here. He's going to be able to get himself another rune to work with, 11 runes, and he will be able to recycle 1 with this Nasus if he decides to play it, and then he'll be at that 12 rune threshold, which these Nasus players love to be at. These Frostcult Wolves start coming online super hardcore. This Nasus becomes a very, very big threat, and the fact that Steel Paws here has allowed him to stay really just on point parity has made things even more difficult here for this Master Yi. He's already at that 5-point threshold. This Nasus will likely follow here, which means that he'll have 3 energy to work with, as well as 12 energy on that following turn to work with, as well as all of those runes on top of the fact there. So this Nasus is going to go ahead and come down. He's going to be able to protect that battlefield, and things are going from bad to worse, to the worstest possible position, to somehow even worse than that.
I do want to talk about the positioning of this Nasus here, because the decision to play it on the battlefield rather than in base, where he can start threatening next turn, is it really just the Zonia's angle that we're looking for then? Like, oh, we're trying to get it out on the battlefield, put his might to work, and if he does die, we'll apply the Zonias. Does that really still work when there's a Scuttle Crab next to it? Can you talk me through what options we might consider instead of just playing it into base and threaten the game on the very next one?
So he could have something like Emperor's Divide here as that hidden card for the Sandswept Tomb. So that could be something that he's doing there, just kind of trying to force this Master Yi to go on to this Rockfall Path, which is fine for the Nasus player, because he will be able to utilize that Emperor's Divide, empower that Nasus, and then go right into that Rockfall Path regardless. And as well, he really, really wants to eat that Primal Strength offensively rather than defensively here. So we'll have to see exactly if that is going to be the case. And well, there it is.
Well, step 1 is as foretold. Now, step 2 is going to be all the more important. Quick reminder, Nasus scores the extra point only on conquering and only when empowered. Is there even a situation where you'd say like, oh, we will even sacrifice our Scuttle Crab just so we have complete information? He's not going to take the bait, though.
Yeah, so Steel Paws survives for the time being. Now the bigger threat, Nasus. And he does have to pay that Deflect 2 cost if he wants to be able to deal with this Nasus, and if that hidden card is in fact not Emperor's Divide, and rather it is that second Zonia's, and things are going to be even more uncomfortable here for this Master Yi player. He will have to do something, and drastically, and soon,
he
because...
can still... we can still divide on our turn and threaten the Yi like that, but it's a little more convoluted. It's a little more convoluted.
We know that the Sea has a charm in hand. Question is do you use it here on that Nasus?
I mean, it's currently sitting at 8, and our Yi is going up to 13 then, after all the buffs are applied. I feel like it has to be... You kind of have to pull the trigger at this point. If you have it, and we know in fact that they do, I feel you have to pull it, because with 3 energy and 2 cards in hand, statistically, that is kind of one of the better sort of odds you're going to get that they do not have a back off or something. And even if they do have the back off, you're not losing out. It's just simply putting the Nasus back into base.
Well, there is also access to cards like that Alpha Strike, which can go ahead and reach over and hit that Nasus, but then you are paying and exhausting all of your resources just to deal with the Nasus alone, rather than with this Steel Paws, which will be able to overtake that battlefield. It will buy him another turn, as he does have access to the Zonias, but that root economy that we talked about all game is just going to be no longer existent, as he will have to exhaust essentially 5 runes to be able to deal with this Nasus, if that is that Zonias.
It is a bit of a tricky situation, and we are taking the time then to go over our options, right? Because despite the fact that the road to get here to the 6 points for Yi hasn't been without trouble, it is still 6 points. You are still threatening the match when the turn comes back around. And he will be passing. Our Nasus has fully readied, and this has to be the turn on which they can make the difference. And Temporal Breach will be the very start. Can bounce, but on Rockfall Path, it can kill.
Oh, what a devastating start of events here. The Defy is going to have to be the response. He doesn't have one, so he's going to go ahead and Discipline to try and find it here, but that just means there's only 1 rune to work with if he does find it. And, well, that is not going to be enough to be able to deal with everything that this Nasus will have in store.
To get to tomorrow, we have to get through today. Temporal Breach still on the chain. The answer from Yi staying out. And I feel like if he had the answer, it would have been all rated by now. And still, after everything, I still feel like we haven't seen like the true identity of this Nasus deck. They've been piloting the ship masterfully through a Yi-themed storm. Can they get the extra movement through? We need an empowered Nasus, or we're going to give away even less and just keep it with the threat of any hold.
So I have to assume that the hidden card is in fact not that Emperor's Divide here. So he's just going to go ahead and put down this Thousand-Tailed Watcher, be able to ready an additional 2 runes, has 4 energy to work with on the following turn. So everything that Master Yi wanted to do really just kind of got denied. It felt like every single step of the way. And, you know, you talked about it so early on that prior turn, or on that turn 2, really. I think it does just come down to that Zonias. I mean, the fact that he was just kind of 1 energy off, it felt like, from doing everything that he wanted to do, made things so incredibly difficult.
Now, we do see a little change in priority, making sure to settle on a single battlefield, then spreading themselves out. Well, I want to say thin, but it's not that thin, right? There's still 7 might on onto these battlefields, and if they were to spread out. It'd still be 14 and 8 across the board. So it feels insurmountable at this point. We have touched base on the 8th point, and I do believe that will be the 2-0 victory for our Nasus. And honestly, it almost felt effortless for the Curator of Sands.
Yeah. I mean, it really felt like we're watching some guy try and play Mastery top into Nasus, and Nasus kind of ignored him for the first 5 turns, farming up his Q, and then, well, it got to late game, and then he just kind of slammed him down as hard as he possibly could, and there was literally nothing Master Yi could do about it. So
fasting Yi is not the new build for for this season. So I feel, is this really what we are expecting to see from every single Nasus? Because I feel we haven't seen the Herons. The only big bomb card we've seen was, in fact, the Thousand Tilt Watcher, and up to a certain extent, the Steel Paws. For Thousand Tilt Watcher, people have already written whole manuscripts about it, but I want to spend some more time on Steel Paws while we do select a backup match for it, to be watching in a little bit, because I feel the pure value you get, it's like a Scuttle Crab that doesn't replace itself, but if it needs to be answered, the strain it can put on your opponent's rune pool is more annoying than anything else.
It's one of those cards that just kind of, you see it come down in the early game, it's not going to do anything for the first 4 or 5 turns of the game, but on't it allow it that ability to empower, it becomes such a big deal with.
Because in the very first few turns, we saw it conquer the battlefields. We saw it allow Nasus to keep up in point parity, whilst continually straining the resources of their opponent. I feel that because it is both valuable in the early game and still useful in the late game, it really does feel like a Swiss Army knife.
It's an incredibly impactful card. That's kind of what I was trying to get at there. Is like, yes, its early game can be felt sometimes, but it's really just the fact that it's a 1 energy unit on the turn that you play it, right? A lot of people don't really respect that kind of effect. The fact that I can play an exhausted unit and then really turn it into a real unit on the following turn when it gets to have access to that 7 might energy, or 7 might, that's when it becomes that big problem. And 7 might is not an easy task. It is one of the best breakpoints, I'd argue, in the game. It gets around Rasa. It gets around usually the double 3s from the Ferris Forerunners. It forces your opponent to at least conquer with 8, which is an exhaustive amount of resources to use. Generally, between 2 to 3 units have to be exhausted there, and they're usually those 4 mites to 3 might units. So 7 might is a big breakpoint as well, and I think a lot of players are undervaluing just how powerful that can be.
I feel like it's really one of the key pieces that you need to be aware of, and where a starting out Nasus player and a more veteran player really can make the difference is how they apply their Steel Paws. Because even though in your head it feels similar to a Scuttle Crab, you're like, oh, it's 0 might, I can kind of expend with it if I need to, but making sure that you are rarely ever putting it in danger while still getting yourself the victory points so you can make use of it later. It feels like the card pays itself back 2 to 3 times over, despite the fact that it does not draw you any cards. Enough about Nasus for now. Backup feature match time. Are you on the lookout for anything? Is there a deck that's flying under the radar, in your opinion?
Well, I actually really wanted to see this Yi Nasus matchup because it really did feel like both of these decks are kind of accomplishing very similar goals, right? Really just trying to slow down your opponent's early game to accrue early points, and then snowball it into these late game scenarios where your opponent has to exhaust all of these resources and just pray that you don't have access to cards like Punch First, cards like Rengar, and then on the side of the Nasus, right, you just want to hope that they don't have access to cards like Defy, on those battlefields where you're on the Rockfall path, that kind of situation where they don't have access to Temporal Breach. So that was a really cool matchup to watch, and it was honestly really felt like a treat. That said, if there any other matchup that I'd want to watch,
The next
Mel
words out your
matchup.
mouth better be Darius, because that would be really convenient, because that is the matchup that we'll be looking at right now. We are looking
Did I
at
say Mel? I said Darius. I don't know what we're talking
yeah,
about
that's
here.
what I heard as well. I mean, both are big burly men with axes, right? So there's some overlap there. We're joining in the tail end of game number 3. Darius, of course, as a more low to the ground aggressive deck, a little bit ahead in points. And if you look at the cannon, we haven't seen cannon get a lot of success yet. And in this case as well, despite the fact that there is a more bulky trash available to them, they are looking for a way back in.
And a Rengar pouncing coming out of nowhere here is going to make things even more difficult to come back in here, because now this Darius will be able to put himself up to that 7-point threshold, and yes, it is going to be the tail end of this game here. Darius will be able to come down on that following turn, continue to bolster that backline, and make things even more difficult for this Kennen, who has 2 cards in hand, a Traveling Merchant, and not a lot of runes to work with.
And, well, when the Darius comes out, it is a threat to behold. Even when you're not getting him to rush out there, the fact that you're forcing our good friend Cannon to commit right now to a battlefield and have to trade into it, the most dangerous point you can put a Darius in is when they have no units in base, to kind of have a moment to breathe for yourself, where the more aggro player has to develop their least favorite thing to be doing instead of conquering in a turn. So I feel like even if you do manage to deal with the situation here, you really are dependent on then having the removal piece ready for the Darius as well. And that is a lot easier said than done.
Definitely a lot easier said than done here. I mean, it does start with getting rid of this Inferno, which is something to, nothing to scoff out. It is still essentially a 3-might unit for 2, and it does have that ambush as well. But obviously, once it's on that field, typically in these domains, not a lot of ways to return it to hand. That said, though, Kennen will be able to develop a Fizz and potentially do something a little bit more impactful than he's done for now, because this Darius is still looming, this Honest Broker is still around, and there is still that hidden card available. So Ride the Wind is going to be the choice he makes.
Yeah, and just trying to kick off, see what is hiding in that hidden card around. Now, I do have to admit that the moment the cannon has more than 8 cards in the trash is usually the moment where the toolbox starts to overflow, and they do have access to usually whatever they need at this point. However, because they've already committed so much of their energy, you do feel some more pressure and a little bit of tightness having to come through. Now, 6 might represent it onto the battlefield. They're trying to hold on, and will do so, but at the cost of their economy going down to 3 runes.
Well, I mean, you say 3 runes. It's technically 1 additional rune because of that Darius legend. So, these Darius players are really often kind of starving themselves a little bit of resources, but that 1 extra energy adds so much value throughout these games, and I think we're seeing it here as well. He's going to be at 6 points, which means that he could potentially just go for that push back to base, develop my backline, and try and close out the game on the following turn, or he could go into this Protective Sands. We'll see if that is going to be the case. Darius going to use that cleave a little bit early on. A bit surprised, but maybe he's trying to activate that that Legion effect, rather.
Just keeping the options available to themselves, having that extra energy open if need be. Now, I do always find it very appealing to myself as, oh no, I want to talk about this now. Sasuke, I want to talk about Endless Riches. There's a new card on my screen that I don't see very often, and this is the tech that I'm here for. The second chance at a hand for aggro decks. Talk me through this one.
This is the perfect way to use this Endless Riches. So he's going to be able to ready that Darius as well, bring it right back to base, and draw himself essentially 7 cards. Yes, he does not get to draw an additional card next turn, but he has access to 7 new cards, and I wish I could see it a little bit more effectively. I'm going to click on it. He's got a Kai'Sa, Falling Star, Decree of Unity, which is an interesting one, as well as a Faithful Manufacturer. So a couple of cleaves and a Blood Rush. It really does seem like He has pretty much every tool that he could possibly want at his disposal here. He's got 7 energy to work with on the following turn as well. And for the side of Kennen, we'll have to answer at least this Honest Broker if he wants to find a way to stave off what kind of aggression this Darius
This is
playing
usually kind of
right
the
now.
point of the game where the Rites of Ruin come through, and you're like, all right, now we can kind of endlessly chain our Rasas to get a lot of value through, and just kind of be that threat throughout. However, the margin and the timeline that Kennen is working on right now is extremely limited. Yes, they'll be able to be out to burn a little more, but recasting a Rasa right now, I'm not sure if they're going to even make it to their very next turn. And even with a single card back, yes, they get to play a card from their graveyard right now. We know for a fact they have access to the Fizz if they want to. But I can't help but have the feeling that they're coming up $1 short and a day late.
It really does feel like that here. We'll have to see if he's going to go for this star-crossed line. I think that's probably his best option. Go ahead and push back the Darius to base, which will make things a little bit more difficult for him. But that said, there is still that Honest Broker, and he still has access to all 7 cards in that discard there. So this is going to be a very difficult task to overcome here. 1 card in hand.
Yeah, that line is
enough.
actually like the fact that he does in fact have access to one energy cards that he can play and still get the Darius out untapped. It is a frightening ordeal to be going into at this very moment. Lightning Rush has to bring a solution sooner rather than later, but the energy available is slinking. We are not having a lot of wiggle room anymore, and the grip that Darius has on this match seems to be getting tighter by the second.
Absolutely. So that Lightning Rush hopefully found him the card that he was looking for, because right now, with only 5 energy to work with, and what feels like, 1, 3, 6, 10, 16? Essentially, right now, he has access to 16 might that he can play from the graveyard here. It's going to be very, very difficult to overcome that here. So a stack deck is going to come down. He's going to exhaust a whole bunch of runes. We don't know what those runes were. It might have been the Fizz. I'm not sure. But either way, doesn't feel like there's a lot to work with.
And the fact that we do have access to our little decree from the graveyard, I think one of the decrees that people were quite split upon whether it was going to be useful rather or not. In this situation, it is bailing them out big time. 2 energy and a power to get rid of 8 might onto the battlefield is a good way forward. Now, getting a second Rasa out would also be considered favorable in many people's turns. But do you decide to just take the battle now anyway? Or are we just going to sit and hold and pray that they do in fact not find their answer?
So, look, he's going to go ahead and push in this Honest Broker. I mean, yeah, you just have to sit and pray if you are this Kennen here, and just pray and pray and pray that your opponent does not have the answer. He's going to go ahead and draw himself a card. See if that card is going to be useful, because right now it really feels like he just doesn't even need it. I mean, he's still, like you said, he has got that Decree of Unity. He's got a Falling Star, so he can get rid of both of the Rasas, and that will be enough all its own. Not to mention he still has access to the Kai'Sa on top of the fact there. So even if things go so far awry that there's nothing that he could do, he still has that Kai'Sa. So we'll have to see exactly what happens here. But it really does feel like this Darius has got it in the bag.
Can accelerate it out, of course, with the extra energy that the Darius Legend offers him. Now, still has to surpass 9 might. Any other card being played right now will make sure this Darius is going up all the way to 7. Endless Riches. Do we even need to talk about this card more so? How many cards do you even want to play from this before it can get removed and you feel like, all right, I got my value from it?
Sometimes all you need is just 1 card from the graveyard to be able to win the game. So that would be my breakpoint. Really, just 1. Sometimes that's all you need. right? You know, if you'd pay 5 energy on the previous turn to be able to win the game on the next turn, you'd always do that. So, Endless Riches is a very, very powerful effect. Does need to be utilized in these proper moments, and I think this is an example of one of them here. So this cleave is going to go ahead and come down, and he still has access to another cleave as well as a blood rush after the fact there. So I can't imagine there's anything that his opponent can do about this here. Blood rush, cleave in the back pocket. His opponent's drawing cards. It feels like this game is over.
The concurrent score is on there. Downwell, that's a little too late. Buddy, so deep the Downwell was. Now, Darius will reign supreme throughout this match. And, well, it's kind of hard to fault him now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if your Kennen can draw infinite cards and play Downwell without paying energy or power costs, it's going to be a very difficult task for the Darius.
That sounds pretty meta to me. Now, I am curious, right? We're close to heading into Regional Qualifier Barcelona as the third round in the Runes and Rifts Cash Cup comes to a close. Do you feel that there is a solid argument to make to be over investing a little more into these low to the ground aggro decks now that the meta is still left undecided, so to speak? So you can just really weed out anyone that is fielding a more inconsistent deck that has not that refinement that we see in regional qualifiers that come later on into a set.
I mean, I think with regional qualifiers, decks like Rengar, decks like Rek'Sai, these decks kind of don't have a lot of wiggle room. Darius is another great example of it. Don't have a ton of wiggle room to work with. Just because they don't have a lot of good tools, but the good tools that they do have are very strong. So those decks kind of feel like they build themselves in a sense. And if the deck builds itself, it's kind of also easier to pilot. I will say Rengar, definitely a much more difficult deck to pilot. That +1 might every time you play a unit is a very surprisingly difficult ability to master. And as well as a difficult ability to play around.
I do kind of want to get the take of the chat out here right then as well. Maybe a little question to mull over for during the break, and when we come back we can answer it. Is playing aggro more successful than ever when you are at the very start of a set? Now, take that, mull it over. When we get back, we will be grading that homework. This will be on the test, so make sure to study. We are right back. And a warm and hearty welcome back to the Runes and Rift 2K Cash Cup. We're in Vendetta, and when we left, Sasuke and I, left with a question about Rengar. And I think definitely with, the recent switch up of Prisma and with RQ Barcelona approaching, I think it's a valuable discussion to have because there's a bit of a divide happening, Sasuke, where on the one hand, people are arguing, now Rengar is in the aggro list of decks, and on the other hand, people disagreeing with that take. Now, I am very interested. Sell me on aggro Rengar.
Well, okay, so red is aggro. Plain and simple.
Okay, cool. I'll be taking it from here now. Because
let me give you a real answer. Let me give you a real answer. Okay, no. He's got what? He's got Determined Sentry. He's got Inferna. He's got so many different early drops in the game, and he's really just trying to take those early drops, allow himself to snowball those early points, and then close it out before you get to those later game stages, right? Rengar loses to decks. I think I want to say it loses to decks like Nasus that can stave off a lot of that early aggression, which really kind of leans towards that aggro fashion that a lot of these decks kind of falter behind, right? You know, aggro really loses to those control decks. More importantly, those early control decks that are able to stop those late game scenarios that kind of put them in these walls. So it really does feel like Rengar is that aggro deck.
So I think I lean more towards Rengar, leaning definitely more to a mid-range strategy, and I think the best way to argue is to have someone else do it for me. So in a recent conversation with Prismat that I had, I was talking about, why are you able to catch up on your peer Rengar so quickly, despite them having a 2-set head start on you? And he was incredibly decisive on that. I was like, well, they're all playing him wrong. They're all playing him as an aggro deck with the sentries, which are just completely overkill. Rengar is a mid-range deck that is leveraging his way with Fair's Forerunners by able to always get favorable trades in with ambush. You're not reliant on that early game at all. And the leaning into the more aggro parts of Rengar is kind of trying to do something you're already good at even better. It doesn't add a lot to the big picture of things.
I see. Okay, I can see that. That makes some sense. And I was telling you off screen that, he's like a very aggro mid-range list. I think that he leans more towards that aggro style rather than the mid-range style. But Prismat is a very sound source, so it's hard to disagree with him.
Yeah, I do like usually what you see a lot in Rengar lists is after game 1, if they open Emperor Deus, they will side out all their sentries, because that is kind of like the highest value you can get. We saw it before with Sandy Sherman as well, who after he played the Emperor's Days, he would usually take out some of the sentries, because, like you said, it's in the early game, you're happy to see it, but later on to the game, it is kind of dead weight. In contrast to some of the cards that your opponent will be fielding. I do like the fact that inherently a Rengar is just always able to mount the pressure and score more points than you are ready for, with, of course, both Rengar being able to be played from the champion zone and Thrill of the Hunt. I feel there are so many positive matchups for him, even the most tricky ones like a Lux, right, where you're able to score on their turn as well, even increase the pressure even more. What are the matchups that you are looking at in a Rengar? You mentioned Nasus before, where the Rengar does need to think twice, thrice before they really can commit to a play.
Yeah, like I said, in the earlier matchup, that 7 might threshold is a big break point. And yes, Rengar can get himself to 7 might, but you have to be able to develop a second unit after the fact, which makes things very difficult for the Rengar player, and that is kind of the reason I have to say that it does feel like Nasus might actually be favored into a matchup like that. And, while I think all of us in this room, I don't want to speak for you, but I feel confident in saying this. When we saw Nasus, we kind of saw that and we were like, oh, yikes, that does nothing. But, I have been proven wrong. I feel like we all have been proven wrong. And Nasus might actually be not just tier B tier, but even A tier, potentially even A plus tier. I would put him in that S tier rank because I feel like he does have some very glaring weaknesses. I think one of those being very specifically Lux. I think Lux is going to just, if it sees a Nasus player, it's like, oh, okay, I don't even have to think. I could just win this game automatically. Right.
I mean, kind of on a face value, but then, I mean, maybe I'm just over-indexing on Crumbling Sands, which I think is a lovely little card, just an unconditional no to whatever spell you're playing, even when they are playing around a progress day. I feel like even into Lux, it might not be the absolute worst of the worst. I mean, definitely a trickier matchup. Especially, yeah, it just feels very dependent on if you can get your early drops out and really start pressuring later on. What is, like, the Cannon matchup, in your opinion, then?
The Cannon matchup? I think Cannon just puts out too much might too early if it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. For Nasus to really kind of gain control of the game. But that said, if it's able to develop that Astral Heron going second on turn 3, and then drop down Premonition as well as Azonia's, then Kennon's going to be in a world of hurt. So, that is asking a lot. So, that's why I'm saying the Kennon does feel a little bit favored. But, it is beatable.
Of all the Kennons out there, Sasuke, because we've seen plenty of builds, right? We've seen Miracle iterations with the Rite of Ruin. We've seen Control iterations with the Ruination coming through. And people are very fervent in what they prefer. Now, I am a big-time Control Cannon denier. I feel like it is the epitome of like that Indiana Jones scene where he's drawing all the cards and he's flipping the sword and he's doing backflips and people are like, all right, well, I played 2 units and I'm conquering that. Yeah, okay. And I scored to 8. Cool. Go next. I feel like it's the biggest nothing burger I've seen in a while. What is your stance between the Miracle and Control Cannon lists?
So, I mean, the Control Cannon list is kind of there as an answer to the mid-range Miracle list that people are running around because there is virtually nothing in those colors that can answer what a Control Cannon list can do. That said, it also does serve as a check to the Ezreal control decks that are running around, and albeit we don't see any here, but it is still a very, very powerful, potent deck, and is something that is worth respecting. So, you're trying to kind of do those decks, and you still have a decent matchup into the rest of the field. So it's not terrible. I will say that the Control Cannon list, it does feel like it does almost nothing into Aurelia. And that is a big, big problem. So,
but now back to the question, because your preference between Miracle and Control, where do you land on that spectrum?
Well, I haven't played too much of Cannon at all. I played it initially; it was really fun. But then I just kept running into mirrors, and I just don't like mirrors, so I stopped playing it. But that said, I was kind of playing the Control Cannon builds. I'm not a huge fan of the Miracle lists. It feels like one of those decks that kind of beats itself. And we did see that happen on screen earlier on.
What do you mean by that? When it beats itself?
So you just draw the wrong hand. So you open. Let's just say you open up 3 Rasas and a Matriarch. And you're like, okay, I have to pitch 2 of these Rasas, and then you draw 2 Matriarchs or something like that. You just draw these weird, clunky hands that aren't common. They don't happen often, but when you do draw them once every 25 games, you lose. So
maybe
I just
to
don't
play
like
devil's advocate for that one. Isn't that true for any deck?
It can happen, but it happens less frequently than let's say.
Because on the flip side,
right?
I think I would argue with access to 3 stack decks and then 3 lightning rushes and the hidden blades, you see so many cards that your consistency can actually be really high because you get to see so much of your deck, and it reinforces itself in the sense of the moment the first domino is toppling, the chances of you drawing into another Lightning Rush or getting with a draw another stack deck in there kind of like reinforce the loop in the same way that a Stellarcorn herder tends to draw more Stellarcorn herders. Is that not something that should improve the consistency of cannon lists? Why are they still bricking so often then, in your opinion?
I don't think it's often. I think 1 in 25 games, that's a 4% chance of happening, which very, very unlikely, right? And it's probably less than that, to be honest. But it does happen, and that's why I just don't like miracle lists. It has nothing to do with the consistency of the deck or the validity of the deck or the quality of the deck. It has to do with just a personal preference.
To take a question from chat then. Because
sure.
I am interested, because you mentioned you played some of the cannons, but you left it behind. What are you on right now? What is your current war horse that you're trouncing through the trenches with?
So I was on Zed for a while, but Zed is not performing, both in my locals and competitively in these more, in these bigger tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
So then I kind of left him. I was practicing against Alan ZQ, and I played like a game or two of Mel against him. Or no, we played 6 games.
Brave.
Yeah, we played 6 games. And it was really, really fun. And so now I'm on Mel. I've been playing Mel.
On Mel. All right. Yeah. And how's that been treating you besides fun?
Well, I mean, we're playing this game to have fun, and I think I'm a pretty good player personally. Obviously, I'm not the best person at the table always, but I'm usually one of the best ones. And so for me, it's just all about having fun. If I can have fun playing the deck, then I can play the deck for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And that's to me that is to me what matters, right? So I'll get comfortable. I'll get to know these ins and outs.
I respect that. Spoken like a true loser. No. Let me tell you, this is what you have to be playing. It's Victor time, baby. I swear, this deck it feels like close to no bad matchups. Blood Money here. I'm just spilling it. You can copy some of these cards, and you will end top 64, guaranteed. Banded, guarantee. Blood Money, out of this world. I feel if you manage to get your tokens out every single time, it's so hard to punish you. People think they're safe because they are playing from the deep. Oh, you have some tentacles. Oh no, I'm so scared. It's not like I play 3 Bellows Breath in my deck anyway. It gives such a false sense of security. Call the Weak people have been writing this card off just because they're more token makers now. They've never been more wrong. The draw is there with the Shadows Call. It feels like you cannot punish this deck in any meaningful way. I think the only matchup that it really struggles into are like super grindy Ezreal matches where you somehow didn't manage to get through the early game because they drew all of their bouncy angler cards. Happens maybe once every 26 games, right? This is even less than just a number I grabbed out of the air, not inspired by anything. But yeah, Victor has been a big overperforming factor. Undefeated in the Nexus Nights, and if you go undefeated the Nexus Night, you're pretty much guaranteed the best of at the regional qualifier, right? That is how that works.
That's exactly how that translates. Yeah. I will say, even if there's only one person at the Nexus Night, if you go undefeated, that does translate. So.
Yeah. No, it's. I
don't make the rules.
Jokes aside, I think people are sleeping on Victor big time. The fact that with Blood Money, for the people that are not in the know, 2 energy, action, speed. You can kill a unit with 2 might or less at a battlefield. If it was an enemy, you get 1 gold. If it was a friendly, you get 2 gold. The fact that you get to play in a way where you can kill off treasure hunters, where you can stop any merchant moving out and get those early points, you are messing with their tempo. Meanwhile, you are still developing units. And a lot of decks just don't have the answers to kind of come back in time for that. If you, unless they manage to pop off in a big way, this deck, it puts up numbers like none before. Oh, but you can't win the best stuff. Yeah, but I don't play the main event. I do not play the main event. I play side events, pre-rifts. Well, not on Saturday. Saturday, I'm busy filming. And Sunday, the 2v2. But on Friday, I'm going to pop off.
I will say this, right? I think Victor is an interesting deck. but it does have glaring weaknesses. I know you talked about Ezreal as one of them. I will say Mel is definitely a big hindrance for the deck as well, as Rebuttal is a very, very problematic card for a lot of players to deal with. And I think one of the things about Mel that makes her very interesting is the fact that she's new, so a lot of players don't really understand how best to play into her.
I think it's definitely a deck with a high ceiling, and any deck that LNCQ feels comfortable with bringing through the regional qualifiers is a deck that I will at the very least be middlingly respectful for. Now, if we're talking about LNCQ, you know what time it is. It's time to play Diana. That's right. It's not Vendetta just yet. This one is for the old but good times. I think it's time to jump into the 2K Cash Cup round number 4. Diana facing off against, oh, would you look at that? The kitty comes home crawling. It's Rengar time, baby. And the turn 1 play that everyone is fearing most is that irresistible Fae Folk.
No Fae Folk.
Look like that, but it's good. Trust me.
This unlike the Fae Folk, this one can be resisted, I will say, but it is going to be able to trigger the Emperor's Deus potentially. As well as maybe a Gust, but it is going to be a stacked deck. That said, this does almost feel, if you will, like the finals of RQ Vancouver here. Sam D. Sherman versus LNCQ, and with both these players undefeated, these are some top-level players. We're going to see some incredible play between both these players.
I'm looking forward to it. Now, we talked about it before, Emperor Days. Rengar took a bit of a hit. Now that you do, in fact, have to pay again to bounce your units as the game was intended. I'll be very upfront about that, but it definitely makes the sentries in a more fair game state. Now, as Diana, I think people are finally catching on to how absolutely crucial the champion is to a Diana list. And even though it's only 3 energy, losing out on the Diana early can be absolutely detrimental to success. So how important is it to safeguard it? How much would you invest, Sasuke, to keep this, well, also Queen safe?
She's really just a draw engine. She's trying to help you find a couple more answers, usually just help you to dig for Hui, because this really is a Hui deck. I know the name is Diana, but it really should have been named Hui. Just because that is really what it feels like the deck is revolved around. Yes, Diana gives you an extra energy. Yes, she lets you draw, but really it's there to help you find your key pieces, and the most important piece of this Diana deck is that Hui.
So I think what I personally really like in these new decks that are coming out, as a Diana is tapping out to develop out the Vex, is taking lessons that we learned before and applying it to the situation in front of us. Now, when Draven was overwhelmingly the favorite in the meta during Spirit Forge, the game became all about how to avoid combat. How do we give as little draw as possible towards the Draven? In what sense does that apply to the Diana as well, where she only gets value when she's in Showdown?
She doesn't need to be in a combat showdown, which is the main thing here. So this Sabotage is going to be putting in a lot of work here. To be able to strip away that Moonfall, which is, I think, one of the most important tools in the entire game. Not just in this matchup itself, but Moonfall, one of the most impactful signature spells that has ever been produced in Riftbound thus far. And I think, surprisingly, Rengar's Thrill the Hunt is up there at the top of the tables as one of the best ever signature spells. So getting that stripped away is going to be a very, very big punishment. We'll have to see exactly if there's going to be enough in the gas tank to be able to kind of hold off for now. But for the time being, he's just going to go ahead and draw himself a card, use that Emperor's Deus to push back that Kai'Sa, and allow himself a little bit of opportunity on these following turns as he's going to go ahead and put himself on those even points.
Yeah, redeveloping it out again. Costly turn, but he has the energy to do it. Noxian Hopeful out for some more punch to that gut. Despite that all, this is the Hui deck, like you said before, Sasuke, and I don't really see the answers just yet for the Hui, and it's going to be really hard for Rengar to answer a Hui when it is sitting in base, and Diana's just don't let a lot of room for their opponents to be catching their Hueys on battlefields on their opponent's turn.
Yeah, so this hard bargain is going to go ahead and get stripped away here, which means that white is just going to be utilized just to generate a whole bunch of cards, and with however many cards he's got in hand, it looks like 8. It's going to be very difficult to be able to deal with here. So the Tide Turner is going to be the card that was picked up, which is why he felt comfortable going into that Seat of Power to begin with. Alongside your comment earlier that those ways it's going to stay in that battlefield, but the Rengar's side, he needs to be able to find a Rampage as a way to deal with this way. And now that he is tapped out, does have an opportunity. If he didn't play that Diana again, he would have been able to hold up an Eclipse. That would make things very difficult for this Rengar.
The digging has started on the side of Rengar, topping up the hat once again. Kai'Sa, of course, still available for potential double draw if the Seat of Power goes their way as well. And here you just get a taste of the work that Emperor Deus can put in, and why a lower curve Rengar list can feel so incredibly powerful as you get to replay those units time and time again. Double draw of the Seat of Power with Kai'Sa moving over. Sabotage will be laying the hands bare again, and once again finding the Moonfall. That is a bit painful, but is that enough at this point? Because that base of the Diana has so much might, laying in wait, ready to strike. Is a Rengar really ready for that?
I have to see. I mean, Rampage is definitely an option right now. He can go ahead and use that Noxus Hopeful to its fullest, or even the Kai'Sa. I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. But this Rampage, if he has it in hand, will prove to be a very, very punishing effect, as 2 Raven Balloon students, a Diana and a Vax, is not going to be enough to stave off the aggression that Rengar is able to put out here. So we'll have to see if he does have that Rampage. But if not, this way is going to continue to prove to be a menace. And with this Fizz kind of looming about in that hand, there's still going to be a lot of options available for this Diana player.
I feel for Diana, it's not even that bad of a situation to be in, because you get to untap with Hwei for the 2nd time now, which is absolutely criminal. Yes, you have to take into account a Thrill of the Hunt in this regard, but there's not that real bomb just yet, or the Rengar that can be played out of nowhere. So if you do get your Hwei large enough, and you develop out a Fizz that can Moonfall your Fey Folk with it, I feel you might be in a pretty comfortable spot, as you will be the first one to hit the game-tipping 6 points.
Yeah, that is another very, very important factor that we actually haven't touched on really at all this game. The fact that this Diana has managed to have point tempo while being on the draw has made things incredibly difficult for this Rengar player. Yes, he is at 4 points. He's not behind on points per se, but he is behind on that point tempo. And that's going to be very, very problematic here in these, really feels like kind of just this turn right now. And so he's going to go ahead and make himself another Sand Soldier, just allow that Diana to retreat yet again, make things even more awkward. But again, those Eclipses just looming.
How,
makes things so
like
impossible.
with 2 energy open, the lines you have to be aware of as the Rengar, what are some of the threats that immediately pop into head besides, well, including the Thrill of the Hunt, but the exact lines where it can really spell out disaster for our Diana if they misstep now?
I think he just needs to keep up 6 energy, right? As long as he has those 2 Eclipses in hand, it's essentially another Moonfall, but you don't have to pay the energy. And with the fact that you're not afraid to throw the Hunt because you have the Eclipse, he's gonna flash in a 5 might unit, and it's gonna get eclipsed to 1 might, and he's still just gonna lose the battlefield anyways. So right now, it really does feel like he has nothing to fear.
Bring into the Seat of Power, looking to get yet another draw on out of there. They're going over their time. Draws and discards is, for now, Diana, who has the advantage, and it is Rengar that has to come up with the answers, and none of them will come to fruition. And with all the energy still up, it is just a simple matter of pulling back, getting your Hwei back into safety, and making sure that this Rengar cannot finish the game on their very next turn at 4 points. Victory seems too far to really be thinking about right now.
I think you said it perfectly there. It really does feel like victory is just a miles and miles away. And with the fact that there's a second Hui in base, not to mention 3 energy that I talked about earlier available still for this Hui, for this Diana player rather, Rengar needs to figure out something and fast, because right now he just does not have the answers. This Rengar still loses to Eclipse. This Noxus Hopeful, alongside everything else, also loses to Eclipse. Irresistible Faithful does not want to pull in that Hui because that is just too much pressure to deal with that move trigger. So Rengar has to figure out a way to deal with everything that's happening here through an Eclipse.
For at this point, it's not even what is out on the battlefields, right? That is merely step 1. It is what is laying in that base that is the real choking factor in this regard. Where, yeah, 10 energy, and I mean, just look at that, like 9 cards to be working with, 8 cards to be working with as the Rengar is nothing to scoff at. But it is already tricky for the Rengar to be reaching the backline, and you're very dependent on multiple rampages to be riding this ship. Now, you do have the Fey Folk that can maybe sneak away a smaller target, but those targets never tend to stay small when they get an extra might every time you play a spell.
I think this is one of the best. I think Irresistible Faithful's best deck is Rengar. And you just mentioned it there, where this Faithful really isn't as small as it seems. Being able to utilize that Rengar effect multiple times a turn makes things very, very difficult here. So he is actually just going to go ahead and risk it for the biscuit here. Going to go ahead and move that way into the battlefield here. Hopefully force something out of his opponent, because right now there is nothing left in the gas for him to be able to deal with everything that's going on the side of the Diana here. So move trigger going to happen for the Hui. To see if he discards a unit.
It's a little tricky, right? Because, yeah, first of all, you have to move trigger up the Hui, which is always a tad bit unpredictable, but with so many cards in hand, you have to assume that Diana has a unit available. And then you still have the situation where the Rengar has to blink first, because in the current situation, the Hui is just at an overpowering amount of might. Nidalee is looking to shift the tides of that somewhat, but if this is allowed to just go to a regular conclusion, the amount of damage the Hui gets to do is quite crippling for the Rengar still.
Yeah, this is still very difficult. You are going to lose essentially a 4 might and a 3 might unit here in that Nidalee, as well as that Kinko Initiate. And while this Faithful will be able to survive, he's going to have to send out his Rengar, I think, a lot sooner than he'd like, which means that he's only going to have 2 energy to work with. And then he still runs into this Eclipse problem that he's been facing this entire game.
Instead, looking to make a stand. But as we know, it is his Diana that still has access to the Fizz, has access to the Moonfall from the trash. And 2 energy, I mean, a double punch force is nothing to sneeze at, but neither is double Eclipse.
Now, here's an interesting scenario. The Stupefy is coming down, and if you are Rengar, do you actually sequence playing that Pike from hidden there just to play around the Vex? Just because if it does go to that battlefield, the Pike will not be able to do anything anymore. It feels like he's already missed that opportunity to utilize.
Now it comes down to this. Pike will be entering, but a little too late. Doesn't might. Will not be at least doing damage with that might. And, well, I will say I'm a little surprised not to see the Fizz come out. Kind of indicates that maybe that last Moonfall may have been picked up the old-fashioned way by Diana, who is looking to close out game number 1. A big showdown, and that is all she wrote. Sasuke, game number 2 coming up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talked about it early. You had mentioned it first. The point tempo really proving to be the biggest issue that this Rengar faced. I mean, he was able to deal with the Hui for just so long, but once that Tide Turner came down and he was able to get himself to the 4 points first and really kind of found no fight from that Rengar to get to that 6-point threshold, it's kind of become an incredibly difficult scenario to overcome, and, well, one that he couldn't. So for game number 2, I'd like to see this Rengar possibly side in a couple of answers, maybe a third rampage to be able to deal with that way, and potentially even something as simple as a falling star from the side. Just because, again, that way is really the story of the whole series here.
Inferna, once again, the drop for turn 1. Hull already coming out, which is such a potential strong battlefield for the Diana. And you have to imagine Targon's Peak is laying in wait if it does come to a game 3. Now, developing out the Diana, like we said, if you manage to get a few triggers off of it and see potentially 3, 4, or even 6 cards deep for a few triggers, might be all that she needs to kickstart that engine. And with only a single Fury Rune, we're not really in falling star territory, and Diana is to develop just that little bit longer.
So for the side of Diana here, we'll have to see, what this Rengar decides to do, because, well, he was able to hit 2 Moonfalls last game. He was forced to lose 2 runes, and maybe that might have been the difference there, because even though those Moonfalls would have come down...
This is a development that's quite interesting, because we see Diana looking for the confrontation early on in the game, even though the Rengar has 4 energy up. Still, that amount of confidence really screams trouble for our Diana. Now, being able to switch out your Infernas will only do a tiny little bit, and this should tell us so much about the starting hand from Rengar and how more dire the situation is than we might have given it credit for.
I think you've got a great point here. I don't think that this Diana player wants to utilize his Moonfall here, so he might have just been able to get away with that, but getting a 2-for-1 off a Moonfall might have been a little bit too much, especially with just putting out an Inferno kind of blanket and being like, yeah, I really do have nothing here. So, I think you have a great point. I really don't even know how to analyze this here, because that is arguably the worst turn 2 I've ever seen. Not because this Rengar player is a bad player, but because his hand must be just that awkward.
And yeah, usually with a bag of bricks, you're able to hit quite hard. It's like a bag of wet newspapers, because it is
That's what
in
it
the
feels
situation
like, yeah.
that where you have so many cards that can deal you out there. You can have a Nidalee, you can have the Apothecary, that like the Apothecary being the perfect answer there, right? Being able to bail out both himself and the Inferna, so at least to stem the bleeding a little bit. But no, he's losing out. Oh, and that must have been a top deck, you'd have to assume in this case. Now, trying to go toe-to-toe with Diana, who is still 3 energy up. We'll be digging a little deeper. If they can get the Diana all the way down to the trash, it might be not all as bad as we're looking for, but Stupefy has different plans.
Gonna go ahead and draw first. Does not want to see that fizz off the top there. Wants to be able to use that predict to potentially find a different spell. So gonna go ahead and react to the Diana trigger. Hopefully offer up that trade, but with the Inferno booming, might be able to go ahead. So he finds himself a Gust, offers the trade. And this is the ultimate nightmare scenario here for the Rengar, because he wants to be able to drop down that Inferno, but his opponent will be able to interact with this Pride Stalker trigger.
Will be can, if he wants to intervene, but the might will still be there. Looking for that trade once again. Now, I do believe there is a Pride Stalker trigger still on the stack that can go over to the side of the Inferno.
No, so the Pride Stalker trigger goes on the stack. He makes his choice. He chooses the Grim Apothecary. In response, the Diana player then goes ahead and gusts and forces the trade with the Inferno. So now the Inferno dies. He's left with no units on the field. And now we're in this nightmare scenario here where your opponent is able to drop down away with your opponent having no units on board, a bunch of cards in hand, but nothing to do with them.
So talk me through the decision, because we know that the Gust will be going to hand. Why target our Apothecary anyway, instead of having it target the Inferno and have 2 units at 4?
Because I think I'd rather have the Grim Apothecary than the Inferno overall, and I think that's exactly what was going on in the mind of the Rengar player here. Just kind of understands that he's in a bad situation, is just hoping that his opponent
Oh,
doesn't
it's gonna
have
get
any
worse.
more answers. But we see a Decree of Insight come down, and I have to say, this card has been impressing me a ton.
Can't blame you for that one. It is dire for our Rengar. They have to dig deep. A stack deck will be pumping up this Tide Turner to 4, setting up yet another trade. And these decrees are just capable of absolutely stopping anybody track right in their tracks.
Yeah. Listen, that Rengar being forced to come back to hand after that Decree of Insight, you just spent 5 energy and 1 power only to get answered by a Decree of Insight there. It's going to go ahead and bring the Rengar from 7 to 2 and then bring that Tide Turner from 2 to 3 because of that Abandoned Hall. And now this Grim Apothecary will trade with this Tide Turner because of that stacked deck. And
like
again,
minor
a bunch of
difference.
cards in hand, nothing to do with them. This is just a masterclass from this Diana player here. I mean, this is a treat to watch.
And it's the efficiency in which they do it with what had to be, I feel like it was like 2 energy. They negated 3 energy. They negated the entirety of the Rengar turn while still having a Hui in base. All that whilst still being on the draw. This Diana is just absolutely crumpling up this Rengar into a little ball.
It really, really feels that way here. And this Fizz is going to come down and make things even worse here. The Star Spring is going to go ahead and trigger Hui will be able to trigger once more. Fizz will very likely go ahead and bring himself a stacked deck, give him a couple more options to work with. And then this Hui will trigger, bring him back to base. And this Fizz not only gets to protect, but also gets to dig a little bit deeper and continue to find these incredibly devastating answers that he's been able to find all series long.
Yeah, because the best that the Rengar can do is they have these options constantly where they know they are behind, and it's up to them. Do I want to develop and give more room to Diana, or do I want to try and kind of win back my losses as a gambler at a blackjack table, kind of doubling their bets, and by only being able to land these minor punches, but they are able to make an impact that very turn. There isn't a chance they can fight them their way back, but Diana has the answer time and time again, and it gets worse every single turn because it takes an entire turn to do nothing, to be answered by only a third of their resources, which sets back the Rengar more and more and more.
Yeah, so now this Rengar is going to come down yet again. Thankfully, though, there's only 1 energy to work with, and it's still going to be that Decree of Insight. A second one hits the hand here, and it's going to be played onto this Rengar yet again. Things cannot get worse here for this Rengar. Thrill of Hunt is going to come down. He's going to go ahead and just banish it, replay it onto the Star Spring, deny that Decree, and finally find some vestige in this series.
I mean, it is kind of like the last place compromise prize here, because you have to invest yet another card, yet another power, 1 more energy to answer a 1 energy play from the side of Diana. And losing out on the Fizz, Diana at every corner turner is losing the minimum, if she even is losing. And every time it comes back to her, Rengar is stepped out. She has free reign. Look at that hand. She is rolling in dough, running away with the game. And that is, honestly, from turn 2 to 3, they know where their limits are by contesting out early, putting pressure when they sense weakness from their opponent, and it has been crippling for the Rengar.
It really, really has. And I have to say, it does look like a one-sided affair, and it really feels for me personally, like this Diana player has the potential to win this entire tournament with just how clean his plays have been. It's really just made a mockery of what was otherwise an undefeated run in Ottawa from this deck here. It feels like it's just kind of card for card what Prismat was playing, but it is not having nearly the same effect as this player. This Diana player very specifically knows this matchup very well and how to tackle it.
And it's going to get a little worse before, well, I want to say it gets better, but probably before it ends. So I think it's best if we dig a little bit deeper. And, well, in case people were wondering or questioning whether Diana still had it, if she can still make a dent in the meta, because it has been a bit quiet on the Diana front, this can be the damage that the Dark Side of the Moon wields.
Absolutely. So this Moonfall is going to go ahead and come down. Hui is going to bring himself up to 6 energy after that factor. 7 might, not 6 energy. And yeah, that Nox Level is going to get stripped away. He is tapped out, so there's nothing he can do. And now a Vex hits the field after all of that. I mean, it really feels like things just can't get worse, and yet somehow this Diana player finds a way. And there comes the GGs. Yep, from the chat there themselves. That is it.
It was a deep hole that they were sitting in, and the white flag is waved as they, well, sometimes I can see just to save your mental when you're absolutely being pushed around the way that he was, can be the right call. Go back, reset, take a little walk to get your mental state back to where it has to be. But can we just take a moment to appreciate that the tempo which Diana was pushing from the very get-go of the game, there was not a moment's rest for their opponent.
There was no reprieve, and what really felt like just kind of a glimmer of hope was immediately snuffed out as the Hui just kind of moved in, discarded a unit, and said, all right, answer this. And, well, Rengar said, yep, you got me. So it really, really was just incredibly well navigated there from the Diana player, and I would love to see more of him throughout this series here. He played that exceptionally well. It almost made this Rengar player look like a fool, but it really did just seem like this Diana player was incredibly prepared for this matchup and knew exactly how to tackle it.
Poor Rengar, they already lost this series, Sasuke. Talking about kicking a kitty when they're down. Now, I do want to talk about Diana, because I feel like Diana has been outshone by some of her peers, with Mel entering the scene, with Cannon taking fourth, and, well, maybe some new faces or old faces that are making a new appearance, like the ones we have in front of us as we're getting into game number 3 of a other series, where Rek'Sai will be looking to sink their teeth into Nasus.
I am interested to see how this matchup turns out for the Rek'Sai player here, because I do feel like it is going to be a very back and forth for both of these players. I mean, yes, this is going to be I
mean, are there faster decks in the meta than Rek'Sai at the moment? And Nasus, who really needs kind of those mid-game turns to really start firing on all cylinders. I kind of have a hard time imagining a poorer matchup for the Nasus to come out there, where he can really just, maybe not the amount of percentage, but let's say maybe 30% of the time, just very little options to kind of claw themselves back into the game if Rek'Sai gets a fortunate run out. And these battlefields should be helping out with them to buy that Nasus just a little bit more time.
I am curious to see how this matchup is supposed to play out. I do imagine the Rek'Sai to be a lot more favored when it's on the play than when it is on the draw, just because you have one less turn to work with, and I think a lot of these aggro decks really kind of have a clock, especially when going into these very, very strong late game control decks. And so for now, he's just going to go ahead and push himself up onto this Forgotten Monument, hopefully find something a little bit more useful. And I will say, Ferris Forerunner, definitely a pretty powerful tool.
And, well, usually I am quite supportive of the messages that come out of the community, but people that are still out here labeling Rek'Sai as a casino deck, I have no time for them, Sasuke. I feel that Rek'Sai has really become refined and so consistent in activating their game plan and producing a insurmountable amount of little threats that suddenly all turn into giants, into titans, when that grand stratagem does manage to hit the field. And when they are not in a matchup where they're facing chaos, the Ferris Forerunners do really shine.
These Ferris Forerunners are just so good. I mean, they were in the Rumble Precon deck, which is kind of why you see the price so low. But I would argue that the price is pretty high for a card that is as easily accessible as Ferris Forerunner here. So we'll have to see exactly what this Nasus decides to do. He's just going to go ahead and ramp himself up a bunch of runes and kind of take the time off here to just find something a little bit more useful. And well, there is a Noxus Hopeful as well as a Void Rush, but it looks like it's going to be the Void Rush that's going to go ahead and fire off. And you were talking about it here, where Rek'Sai is incredibly fast, is able to kind of snowball things out of control, I think, a lot faster than his opponent's really ready for. And well, Cold Week as well as another Void Rush. Very interesting take. Might just go ahead and fire off the Void Rush. Keep that Cold Week for the time being.
You kind of have to keep in mind as well that it's important to distinguish when we're looking at the Rek'Sai triggers and when we're looking at the Void Rush triggers, because playing a Cold Week right now is a lot less favorable than putting it into your hand. Now, this is kind of the 1-2 punches that Rek'Sai is able to land, and after sideboarding, when they know, okay, it is a little safer to get some more mid-rangey cards in there, I think it's very important to be mindful of the possible combination of Watchers and Bellows. So with 2 Watchers, you can at least ensure yourself there's not a Bellows just yet, but Asterix Gauge is definitely tech I'm not used to seeing in Nasus.
Certainly a very interesting one. I think it makes a lot of sense with cards like Astral Heron, right? You play the Astral Heron, you ready 2 runes, and then you hide his Zonias. So then on the following turn, you can play the Zonias, and then that Asterix Gauge is really only just 1 energy. Is very, very powerful for an effect like that. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and take the not so fast, which I find a bit surprising. But for the time being, it is going to get stripped away. Now it is going to be up to this Nasus player to find a way to hold. And while there is only 6 runes available for the Rek'Sai on the following turn, there is a huge backline and a Ferris Forerunner looming at a battlefield.
So you said taking the not so fast, it surprised you a little bit. It screams Hidden Blade from my side of the table, right? We have a Rek'Sai that is absolutely swimming in cards with, struggling to find the energy to spend it all. And by preemptively taking out any sort of answer towards the single target removal for battlefields, I feel like they're kind of ensuring themselves that for Nasus to come back into this game, they're putting up 2-3 more hurdles they have to overcome before they can get comfortable.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And, you were talking about how Nasus feels favored, but with how these turns have been playing out, it really does feel like Rek'Sai versus Nasus is a bit more 50-50 than you had initially thought. And honestly, I wanted to say that Nasus was slightly favored. What?
I was trying to reiterate, this is a nightmare for Nasus. Rek'Sai is just way too quick for Nasus to be established in the game.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, you're totally right.
I have a hard time. Like maybe Ornn, like Pit Crew Ornn can accrue points faster, but it's just a never-ending tide that Nasus really has trouble answering efficiently outside of Watcher Bellows, which currently we saw it was not on hand, so it's kind of sad to be in control of 6 cards in hand, but still be in top deck mode.
Yeah, this is a very risky play here. He's going to go ahead and put out the Nasus. He's going to have to put out the Scuttle Crab, but if there is an answer for this Scuttle Crab, that Lonely Paro is going to get taken out, that Crab's going to get taken out, and that Cold Week that is in his hand is going to be a great answer to this Nasus.
Was that from the Rek'Sai trigger? Where they had
it was from the Void Rush.
Oh, what's from the Void Rush? We're going to have to see if, maybe a well-timed Zonius can maybe offer some reprieve, but for the time being, it is business as usual for the Rek'Sai, who is hunting for a 6th point from there on onwards start threatening the game. Now, in base, they really want to start, well, kind of pushing on the board, not only to get the 6, but also to prevent the Nassus from getting their card back from holding.
And right now, it feels like it's a pretty easy task at that. I mean, there's well over 9 might in the base there. So actually 10 might exactly without any other interventions here. And while this Ferris Forerunner is out of base or out of battlefield, I feel like it's just going to go to base and allow himself a little bit more time to work with. And well, this Honest Broker and this Inferno is going to come out. He wants to get the gold from the Inferno so that he can start to build up his rune economy just that little bit much more. And I think if this Rek'Sai wants to be able to close it out, definitely needs to do something like that.
And also playing around potentially on guards or disciplines, just making sure that they can come out victorious in that showdown. This will get them to that 6 points. From here on out, they can start developing a little more safely. It's kind of up to them now to decide if they want to risk the Forerunner out there or rather swap it with the Birdman himself, with the Dredger. And if so, I kind of feel like you really are setting yourself up for that big Grand Stratagem turn, or an Under Titan also being able to kind of give that push when you are in control of just so many bodies.
Now, Rage Amplifier, a card that you don't see very often, if at all, but it does make a lot of sense in this Rek'Sai build where you're just able to put out so many units, and with cards like Carrion Dredger as well as Faithful Manufacturer, the card finds a lot of value. He's going to go ahead and push back pretty much everything here except for this Inferno, allow her to die. And now things feels like they're just going from bad to worse here on the side of this Nasus. He does have some hope as of yet, but this Rek'Sai's already managed to get to that 6-point threshold. This is kill range.
Yeah, this is the point where the Nasus has to dig themselves in, put up a large trench, and just cover their ears and try and survive the never-ending tide of aggression that is about to crash in upon them. Nasus will be venturing out first, relatively safe position to be in, but it has to be more and more and more. A Heron would be mighty handy in this situation. Just anything to be able to pump out more of the cards that they have in hand. They need every single bit of might they can get onto that battlefield.
Yeah, 5 might Noxus Hopeful, a 5 might Ash, a 7 might Ferris Forerunner who makes 2 4 might mechs, a Carrion Dredger that's 2 might and spits out another 2 might. This is a very, very dangerous position here for this Nasus. I don't think he can hold on, but he's going to try and do so. And it does honestly start with this Mystic Vortex here. I think he has to develop onto this Mystic Vortex, kind of make it impossible for the Scuttle Crab to really just defend on its own here. And he might even just opt to go ahead and say, you know what, I'll let this Zhonya's die. I'm going to try and defend on this Forgotten Monument. And 2 cards going to get recycled. It's going to be Filed Maws, surprisingly enough.
That might be able to at least put a little bit of a stop to that. But like we said, if you do manage to, we are anticipating Hidden Blades, right, to pop through this. And well, we're gonna see if they manage to have it potentially the last turn and the deciding one of this series in game number 3. Does the Rek'Sai possess the might to overcome 2 battlefields separately, hitting cards, Vilemals, Scuttle Crabs? It has to be decided now. Or do they, in fact, want to develop even more? I don't think it's very attractive into a Nasus.
Yeah, developing even more can be a little dangerous. I do suspect that this Rage Amplifier might be utilized here. It looks like it's going to be a Falling Star that's going to come down here. And it looks like it's going to go ahead and go right onto the Scuttle Crab and an additional 3 damage onto that Vile Maw. He needs to find the answer to this Vile Maw. and he's going to go ahead and use it by stripping away this Zonya's Hourglass, not give the Scuttle Crab the opportunity to look at his hand.
Will be going on just a little bit further. That's the Zonya's done for. That looks like a second falling star, and they are chewing away, picking away at the Varmal. Death by 1,000 falling stars.
Be able to stave off this falling star, and with no Fury Runes remaining, falling star is no longer an option. 9 damage going to be marked here, but it doesn't matter because essentially all of these units are stunned at this Mystic Vortex, and reaction speed spells cost an additional power to be utilized there because of that Mystic Vortex.
It's so close, yet so far away. 3 energy. Again, the damage of 2 falling stars is really becoming palpable, especially because there is gold available. That's always a little painful to be witnessing. But yeah, it is not really the situation you want to be facing right now. Is it simply the case of then, all right, let's see what we can get done on the other side of the battlefield, see if we can get a hold going? But you might be just too deep into the hole now, too invested in trying to push this Vymal off.
I agree with you wholeheartedly here. Look, that Cold Week still isn't going to be able to find any value here as that Scuttle Crab is just looming in base. So for now, going to go ahead and try and take this Forgotten Monument and then force this Nasus player to find an answer on the following turn. But Nasus will survive if that is a Zonya's, and this Vymal will be around, which means he's going to be able to draw an additional card
and more importantly,
find a few more answers.
If you do manage to save that Nasus, you are then in a not awful position to start hunting for the game, because you can threaten the match with a Nasus that can conquer. And even though the hold might be quite powerful on the side of Rek'Sai, you have to keep in mind, we know that there are Watchers in hand. Plenty of them.
There are 2, in fact.
I mean, you could play both of them with Nasus. Give -6 to everything.
So there is the Zonyas.
You can't empower Nasus then, but you could do that technically. There's no law against it.
Well, he doesn't have enough runes.
Yeah, but I guess there is a law against it then. But most importantly,
that was a good joke. That was a good joke.
Makes it out alive in this instance. And it's going to be more and more difficult for our Rek'Sai to start addressing that. Especially after 2 falling stars. That was kind of the all-out push. And despite the nightmarish matchup that Rek'Sai can be, is Nasus, despite being a creature of the desert, finally out of the woods then?
I mean, I think he's about to make it home into his sweet, sweet sands. He's going to go ahead and put as much might as he humanly possibly can here. This Vymal is going to be able to get the hold, which means that this Not So Fast is going to come back to hand, but it's going to do nothing, which is fine because...
So lines that are incredibly scary right now is Charm. Being able to charm away a big threat like the Ferris Forerunner, it is a start. The Thousand-Tailed Watchers are incredibly efficient right now. But it is Nasus venturing out on their own for potentially the game.
He's just going to go ahead and send out the Nasus. I know exactly what he's doing here. He found himself that Bellows Breath. He's going to go ahead and bring out this Thousand-Tailed Watcher, strip away the entire field here. Look at that. They're all going to go down to 1 might. These mechs are not long for this world. This Carrion Dredger will happily make another token, and while it will have deflect, he will be able to target it twice, and he will have to target it twice. It doesn't matter how many runes he has left. His opponent is not going to be able to do a dang thing about it.
2 battlefields defended by absolute titans. The tipping point is far and well beyond us, and this is the other side of the medal when Rek'Sai cannot manage to close it out soon enough. If they do lack those extra scoring options. Bellows Breath, like it has been foretold, laying the backline in waste. And when Rek'Sai recovers, opens their eyes, they find themselves without friends, without allies, and in game 3, possibly down a series. There you have it.
Oh,
Oy, 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 oy,
man.
oy. They just couldn't get it done. So close, yet so far away.
Yeah, the double Cole with the crab. They're talking right there in the chat, and that Vilmaz, really his last vestige, his last hope. And while he was holding on by a thread, that thread turned out to be what felt like titanium steel. It was an uncuttable thread, and he held on and managed to stake it here in game number 3. And we're actually learning from K-Dog, the Rek'Sai player who's navigating this game, talking about how this matchup actually feels fairly tough. And it makes sense because once you drop down a card like Vilmaz or like that Nasus, that comeback potential is so fast and a lot faster than you think it would be.
It is really kind of the book example for a situation where, like, all right, can aggro get the job done fast enough? And the value that we've seen accrued by Zhonya's, even just saving a crab, cannot be underestimated. Now, there is time for a final little peek for one of the last remaining matches in round 4 of the Runes and Rift 2K Cash Cup in the Vendetta set. I think it's time, if we're ready to hop over, because I would like to get as much Riftbound gameplay onto the screen as we have another Rengar facing off against a Draven, a legend that many are counting as fully back in the meta.
Yeah, Draven and Rengar. I think these are two kind of almost old heads making their way back into the series here. I think a lot of the tools that Zed that I was looking at for the Zed build, I was like, oh man, a lot of these cards are really, really good. You know what deck it's better in? Draven. It's just a worse Draven deck. Draven is exactly what Zed wishes he was. He has access to cards like Spinning Axe. He has access to, a lot of draw through his Legend effect, not to mention that Draven Showboat and that Chosen Champion Zone, just a huge amount of might to be able to hold on a deck that really shouldn't be able to hold.
It is looking close, tight, head to head, as we have Rengar looking on 6 points, trying to find their way back. But, I mean, this is a card that we saw sided out, especially in the Unleashed meta. Kha'Zix making a return, looking to take down his Apex rival, the Rengar himself. Now, as Draven, you are always looking to get those cheap combats through. And as Rengar, you're looking to kind of cheat your way through them. It kind of, I kind of say I want to be worried, but this looks like the most neck-and-neck game we've seen all night.
Oh, yeah. This is definitely a very, very back-and-forth series. It looks like both players have won a single game as well. So really just up to what feels like the final moments of this series here. And it looks like there's going to be a judge call as well. So they're just going to go ahead and wait on the judge call to make sure that everything is kosher. Not sure what the judge call is about, but we will find out if we can. That said, Rengar on the assault here. No more energy to work with. 11 might, pushing back a unit there. We'll have to see exactly how this turns out.
I think from while we get this figured out, I think it is kind of important to realize as the Draven right here, you will be untapping, you will be looking to push onto that all releasing 8 victory points. As a Rengar, when you're already fully tapped out, I feel like you have darn little to really get in the way of that final march upwards. Because, I mean, there's just so many lines that bring you to the victory here. A single falling star to just getting stuck into a showdown. You can still have the rebukes out there. You can still bring a Starcross if you're willing to wield that. The Dravens have been more reluctant to bring that to the battlefield. What is your Draven tech here, Sasuke? What is the sauce in you?
What is the sauce in me?
What is the sauce in you? Yeah, it left my mouth and I regret it, but it's out there. So share your sauce with me. I need it.
God, you're making it for bad worse. Oh boy. All right. Well, the secret sauce is really that I have no sauce. I don't know how to build Draven at all. I do know that it relies pretty heavily on a lot of these big, big late game bombs that are just kind of efficient. I think one of the greatest, if not the greatest example, is Ferris Forerunner here, right? And in a matchup where you don't have to worry about Starcrossed kind of punishing that Ferris Forerunner, it still exists, right? So it gets to exist without kind of with impunity here, gets to make a good trade, then it gets to max, and it makes things incredibly uncomfortable for your opponent here. So the Ferris Forerunner, I think, is really going to be one of the key tools that this Draven has access to. I do also have to say that Rek'Sai, a very common occurrence in these Draven builds, as you do want to be able to accelerate out that Showboat. 9 might accelerated is a lot to deal with. So we'll have to see exactly if he has access to something like that as well.
And man, I feel like when you are in these first few rounds, you really are cutting the wheat from the chaff here. When you go into the round 5 and onwards, you really start to see the better players kind of float to the top, and the rules set up by the meta to be followed more closely. But this is still kind of a tipping point in the tournament where you can see some major upsets. When you look at the situation where the Rengar face-off against the Draven, I'm not sure if you're really favored as the Rengar, because it's kind of tough to avoid combats as a Rengar.
It definitely feels that way, but that said, Rengar is just so strong offensively and has quite a few really powerful defensive tools. And I think Pike is actually surprisingly one of them. Just being able to hide a 5 might unit, essentially, because of the Rengar passive, makes things really difficult to deal with. Obviously, we don't see it here, but it does prove to be a very punishing effect.
And I do like the sheer variation that we see in Draven decks. And we see Draven decks kind of meddling about with how many Vexes they want to bring to the table, how many Ferris Forerunners we're bringing out. Yes, there is a large template that is roughly followed, but there doesn't seem to be a consensus on just yet what the solve is, especially with all the new Vendetta cards mixed in as well. Because you're going to have to ask yourself, do I want to commit to Tentacles in a deck like this, right? Do I want to give up sideboard slots for that? Or is it really the Aurelia that is the one deck that murders me, which, well, historically Draven has struggled with?
Yeah, I mean, again, it really just come down to that Starcrossed, right? So the fact that there is no Starcrossed here means that this Ferris Forerunner gets to walk around with impunity. And on the side of the Rengar, even if he does have a card like Ferris Forerunner, he still has to worry about it. That Starcrossed is definitely going to be what feels like essentially a mirror breaker in this matchup, as both of these players are playing very aggro style mid-range lists in which they just want to overwhelm your opponent, kind of push your opponent to use too many resources so that when you go on your offense, you can punish them, eat all their defensive resources, and exhaust your opponent while gaining cards in doing so, right? Draven draws cards, whereas Rengar gets an additional set of might and kind of lets him get a second effect out of his units.
So as we have a little bit of a longer intervention to get this whole situation settled, oh, I do see points being awarded in the game lobby. We will get you updated on that. Any dark horses or cards that are currently being underappreciated, according to you, Sasuke, with could be a new card from Vendetta or a older card from previous set that is now seeing a resurgence in popularity, or not yet?
Yeah, so I mean, I think a card that is finding a resurgence in popularity was actually surprisingly Falling Star. It went from like this $5 to $4 card to all of a sudden, I think now it's like $20 here in the United States. A lot of people are starting to pick up on it because it's able to answer a lot of these early aggressive decks. Big issue, right? Which is like they'll put 2-3 units out super early. It makes things uncomfortable, and so then you kind of aren't able to really recover from those early point losses. And I think another great example of that and why you're seeing so much of that is because of cards like Up from the Deep.
I am happy to inform you that the judge call has been resolved, and well, immediately after the game has been awarded to the Rengar, who will be winning that series 2-1. Now that brings round 4 of the Runes and Rift 2K Cash Cup to a close, and coincidentally also to our coverage, Sasuke. And even though it saddens me to have to say goodbye to both the audience and yourself, I have seen you be quite active lately. So what has been popping, and where can people keep up with the pops and the sauce?
Well, I do post on Twitter. You can find me at SasukeX on Twitter. You can also find me on YouTube at Sasuke TV alongside Twitch at Sasuke TV. So if you want to find me anywhere on those three, I haven't been streaming much on Twitch, but that's just because time has been a fickle mistress for me. But that said, you can't find me on any of those platforms. Bandit, talking about seeing some stuff. I saw that interview with you and Prismat, which was incredible, by the way. Not to mention you've done a few other interviews. So where can we find you?
You can find me over on Caster Bandit on both YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all the shebang. It's all Caster Bandit, baby. And it's not going to stop. There's some more in the pipeline. And if you are going to Barcelona, then I do want to invite you to come and play the Bandit Bingo at the Regional Qualifiers, where you, and that might be a little fun little gig. I've come into possession in cooperation with Grace the Glitch Goober herself, some Rift Buds, all the way in Europe. I know, very exotic. If you're looking to, visit Barcelona and go on with a nice little memorabilia trinket, definitely take the time to play Bandit's Regional Qualifier, quote, bingo. More on that later. That wraps it up for us now. Big shout out to Runes Rift and Plus for managing it all behind the scenes. And when we get back, there will be more action roaring to go in round 5 of the Runes and Rift 2K Cash Cup after this break.
What? Guys.
Yes.
If you haven't already, subscribe to Runes and Rift. That's it.
Honestly, inspirational. We can end it on that. Take us away when we get back round number 5.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Riftbound enjoyers! Welcome to more Runes and Rifts with me, Agir Swiftly. Now, this is a brand new face here. Hopefully, we'll see more of this guy very soon. But it is Kevin. Kevin, nice to meet you. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing here right now.
Absolutely. Thank you, Agito. It is Kevin Dunk, aka Kevin, for my actual name, but I am a new caster, mainly doing the play-by-play, joining the Runes and Rift for this wonderful tournament, the 2K on this weekend. I come from a background mostly from League of Legends, but I have been getting into Riftbound quite heavily. They call me the 3-0 pre-Rift champ in my local game store, but yeah, love playing Riftbound. I get into a lot of these tournaments locally, and recently getting some casting experience for these in-person events, and I thought, hey, Runes and Rift, awesome team they got going on, some awesome events, and I thought I would put my hat into the basket, and here I am. So first time casting with the team, wonderfully with you, Agito, and Plus, and I'm excited to kind of bring my energy from League of Legends, from being that annoying guy at the local game store, and just bringing some of that passion and education of this game to our wonderful viewers as we get into the round 5 of this Cash Cup.
So not only do we have one awesome dude over here who's a professional caster, Mr. Bandit, I get to be the new Sasuke, and I get my own real caster. It's going to be great. But as we should know here, it's going to be these two are fighting currently for the position to go into top cut. They are currently X and 1. We have ourselves a gorgeous Kha'Zix that was last week's winner. Not particularly this person, but we did have Kha'Zix as our overall winner last week, fighting against Darius, who's been given a little bit of a oomph with the new cards coming in at set 4. So, are you ready for some Assassin versus Bruiser action? I know I am.
Hey, if League of Legends taught me anything, is that this bug comes with some claws. I mean, I think Kha'Zix has some really interesting new lines of play. I think a lot of the units are just really great for the Kha'Zix, but I haven't actually seen a Darius in a very long time. Like, ever since, I want to say, the Origin set, I haven't seen like a competitive Darius deck, but we'll see how it compares to the other red and yellow that's kind of taken over the meta. The Rek'Sai, I think you and I both know, Agito, seeing that on the stream and in a lot of the big kind of tournaments, I think, especially the most recent one in Ottawa. What are your thoughts kind of on this matchup? Like, we do know that Darius will probably want to try to push for that early tempo, the early aggression, but I think Kha'Zix just has a lot of great ways to put your opponent into a bad situation where they become the surprise defender and you pick them off with that Fey Folk. I've seen some of the lines of gameplay with the ride the winds, the movement, and it's a tricky deck that I think would be really strong.
Personally speaking, I think Darius is a oddly unique legend that we have here, currently having the Legion ability on yourself to essentially gain yourself the extra energy per turn is pretty cool, if you ask me personally. Overall, we haven't really seen much Legion since set 1, but we have had extra cards like the Noxious, I think it's Ambassador, which is in set 4, which with the empowerment and death kill, you do get yourself extra 2 recruits, which is pretty good overall. I don't know if this is going to be a Hook variant. I feel like that's not the greatest that we've seen so far, but with the grade back that we've seen as well, it's pretty interesting what Yellow has now with these extra tools, and it can be more aggressive. Obviously, they don't have access to things like the Under Titan, so the extra energy, even more so, or the extra might going down, is obviously not the usual you see from these kind of decks. But again, Darius has normally been like I'll go wide and then I'll sort of revive things from the trash as I can. Whereas, as you said, Kha'Zix is more of a surprise. I'm ready to fight you when I can.
Absolutely, the surprises are fun, honestly. Yeah, and we see that kind of Carrion Dredger being that like solid 2-drop, being able to get that token. So maybe it's going to be something with the Swarm. I'm not sure if this Darius deck is going to run the Grand Stratagem or anything, but an early Conquer from that Carrion Dredger, letting that Conquer ditching one and drawing one back. Dragon Form being ditched to the trash. I think this has been a pretty interesting tool in the yellow decks. I've seen it played in the Kennen, but the Flow getting that extra bump up, and it counts as a card to activate the Legion ability, right? So we're gonna have to see what kind of things that the Darius can play around. It seems like a pretty early curve, dropping two drops and then tapping again. Oh, getting the Cold a Week to knock off that Traveling Merchant early.
Yeah, fantastic opening play here. Now with Flow being around, hopefully it gets more support in the next couple of sets. It's nice to see that you can discard a card when it's not really your initial play and still have a benefit from it. But overall, we're starting fast and we're starting early, and that's a Z already hitting the floor. So let's see what we can do with some more Shadow Clones pinging in and out in a second. But that bird with deflect is also a menace to society, stealing your chips and stealing anything else they can, like candy from a baby. Going straight into the Zorn Warrens. So, do we have another maybe Dragon Form we can get rid of here so we're not really losing out? A Vi. Oh,
Okay.
someone's feeling themselves today.
Yep, gonna get that double conquer pretty early, ahead in that point tempo for Chris, our Darius player here. And now another Call the Week, perfect plays on curve, just eliminating every single threat that the Kha'Zix is trying to pop up, and pretty much trading a token and 2 mana for a huge 5 might unit. So that's pretty big, and it means that the tempo is continuing to be in Darius's favor. And now setting up the Kaisa for that next turn conquer. If that sends to Zon Warrens, it's a draw 2 and discard 1. But another stacked deck as the Kha'Zix looking for answers here. It feels like, yeah, they every single thing they've tried to build in that backline is getting shut down.
And as Darius, that's what you want to do, right? You want to keep the tempo on your pace and your speed. Right now, we're pretty happy to be where we are, going to 5 on the following turn. Riftbound obviously doesn't really like to do things in odds, we like to do them in evens. And now Aspirant's Climb being finally taken out back and shot like old Yeller. We don't have to worry about that so much anymore. But everyone's favourite Vex, and by favourite I mean we all hate her, she's here now to slowly slow this game down for the side of an assassin, which is kind of a weird thing to be saying. But going to 5 this turn, presumably, if we want to rotate that Kaiser in now, although we can sit back on our laurels a little bit, don't have to worry too much, as you don't want to be dragged around by that innocent Fae folk. Too innocent, if you ask me.
Yep, going for that conquer, like you said there, Agito, for the point, and completely tapped out on the Kha'Zix side, so no responses available. Getting to be able to draw 2 off that the conquer trigger for both, and then discarding 1. So refilling that hand size just a little bit, and I think that's one of the key differences, right, between Darius and Rek'Sai. The Void Rush spell just being so strong, getting pretty much unconditional draw and a discount, means that the Rek'Sai still has fuel to keep going for those swarm heavy decks, right? Like, even if you run out of gas, you have options to keep drawing cards, keep getting that removal, and keep digging deeper. A lot of the time, I think, with unless you get the Kaisas like we're seeing here, it's sometimes hard to keep digging for that material that you need to continue fighting in the mid-late game of the board states, right? So 6 energy up, moving back that Honest Broker to make sure it doesn't get picked off for free, and we'll see what the Darius is going to keep building.
Yeah, and that's it now. Keep yourself in a good tempo place. You don't really mind losing a battlefield here. The issue you do have, though, is that gosh darn menace, Mr. Kha'Zix over there, can just come in as an ambush unit and take you out since you are alone and isolated. Unlike Rek'Sai, as you were saying a second ago, you don't really play Darius's signature spell, because Noxian, I believe it's Guillotine, isn't the greatest spell you've ever seen. Not that it can't do things, it's a bit slow. Overall, though, having 2 casts on the field is pretty good if you start conquering again and getting the extra draws going. But right now, I would be afraid of what's in the dark when it comes to Kha'Zix on the following turn.
Absolutely. I think the Fae Folk being set up here, now this is where Kha'Zix can get tricky, right? Like, the Assassin being able to pull you around, isolate you, jump in with that ambush unit means that you pretty much always have a advantage. And now the Onslaught at that slow speed, giving +6 to the Vex. So that's going to be a 10 might unit, sending it, I think, probably to kill the Kaisa on Zon Warrens. Combat starting now, the Showdown activated, priority being passed over, and I think, yeah, there's no response on the Darius side with only 2 energy up, so that's the first point for the Kha'Zix player, and now we're getting the trigger. We'll see if we want to see some Fae Folk nonsense dragging units over, and it could pick off another one for a value play.
That's it right now. We got all those runes, so we can definitely walk in the Fae Folk, throw in at that Kha'Zix, and take out any unit you want, as it will be a 6-might unit, as it will be all alone in the dark. How do you feel about Onslaught's image being that of Rost?
I think it's a great teaser for the future sets. I mean, I think we got a lot of reveals in the past couple weeks for the upcoming sets. We're going to get a Shadow Isles one way down the line, a Bandle City one. Oh, okay, this is it. This is the move of the Fae Folk here, as the Kha'Zix gets sent in, and now tapping more energy for, yeah, like you said there, Agito, it is the bug coming out of the jungle for that ambush. Isolated target means it gets the +2 might. Let's see if the Darius has a response with that 2 energy up, but it's looking like this Kaisa might be an AD carry getting jumped on by an assassin, and we know that doesn't end well for most targets.
No, it's that level 4 ADC versus that level 7 assassin jungler right now. You've just got jumped on, you've just got queued in the back of the head, you've got 3 HP left, you look around, your support's run down the lane, you've gone. So right now, unfortunately, it is a case of that Kha'Zix is taking another trophy.
Yes, takes a trophy, and I think if they want to, they can tap that energy for the Sunken Temple, and they are going to... I don't think they activated the draw, but yeah, so they're going to leave 1 up for that, but getting to 2 points. And yeah, now the Darius unable to accelerate anything in due to the Vex being at the battlefield. It's really up to that singular Honest Broker. There is the Dragon form, though, in the trash of the Darius, being able to pump up the Honest Broker. Maybe a line of play could be to buff up the Honest Broker, crash it into the Vex, and then accelerate something from the champion pool, being that Darius, the red Darius, or something from the hand. But yeah, what are your thoughts on how this is developing so far, Agito? It seems like slowly but surely the Kha'Zix is clawing it back, and now it's the Darius who's looking for answers.
I mean, luckily for the Darius, they are a turn and a half ahead in terms of points here, so they can sort of rest on the laurels of the turn. As a rule, Kha'Zix isn't really known to be doing the menacing that you'd see from other orange decks. They can obviously run the challenges if they wish to. They could run the rampages if that's something they feel like is something good for these decks now. But unfortunately, I think you would have to just go with what you said, Dragon Form, turn that into a 5-2, it's 5 into 5, hope they don't have a punch first in hand, and essentially just walk it into its death, get yourself a gold, and start getting things out as fast as you can. Because we could, in theory, get that Darius out.
Sending it in, 1 energy up for the Kha'Zix. I'm not sure if there's any 1 energy responses other than maybe a stacked deck. Oh, it's the punch first, so recycling twice to keep the Vex alive. That is the card that, ended my, perfect run at my last Nexus night. And boom, goes the punch first, knocks out that Honest Broker. 10 might Vex. Very unlikely that the Darius can do anything to punch over what is existing on the field right now. Maybe it's just a turn. It's very likely just a turn of building up material in the back line so they can swing back on the following turn. But it's going to be a Falling Star targeted at the Kha'Zix to kind of take it out early, make sure that there's a 1 less hold point, and then it's the Noxus Hopeful being tapped in and the Inferno. So yeah, building up that backline while still removing a threat and making sure that the Kha'Zix cannot get the hold point. So it looks like both sides are just kind of fighting furiously for control of the board. But that Vex, man, being able to stuff things, we'll see if our Kha'Zix player can keep this alive.
But as we just said, you are, in the sense of, oh, okay, bye then. As you are so far away, it's like, oh, don't do that. Since they are so far ahead, so they are still a full turn ahead with points here, you can kind of lure them into this weird self-sense of security where you can just go, yeah, I'll walk 1 into each of them, I'll go to 7, you just have to sort of deal with me then. Obviously, looking at their board, they're a bit more aggressive, and they could sort of just walk you back in and go, well, you can go to 7, but we'll go to 5, and you got to try and fight us for the position again. But because they are so far ahead already, going back in circles, you kind of can allow that. And obviously, red has a lot of ways to be aggressive. Orange has a lot of ways to be aggressive. Purple, I'd say, is a bit more defensive. Yellow is a bit more defensive because it's more of the kill spells. We have seen 2 Call of the Weeks already. Doesn't mean we won't see something like a Hidden Blade come through, maybe? Something that could just be effectively used to get rid of things.
Ooh, okay.
Endless Riches. All right,
the
then.
crazy
Who wants to go
card.
gambling?
It's time, eh? Activating the Endless Riches, burning 7. Now, no more draws available, so purely playing from what is out of the trash. And now it's kind of just full gambling. Let's see what they can have. They still have 3 energy up and the ability to tap 1 for an extra 1 with the Hand of Nox's ability. But yeah, I think this is kind of like that final gambit of the Darius player, right? Like, you're really relying on what is in the trash to get you through that finish line. And essentially, yeah, like you said, Agito, you're going to be at 7. You just need to do that double conquer on your turn. And again, red has those abilities to kind of really push the aggression and go for that conquer. And from the hand, from that draw off the Zon Warrants, they're going to tap the Falling Star. But I think it might be countered. It's a hard bargain. Countering the spell means that Falling Star is not going to activate this turn.
Yeah, that is a great counterplay here, as it is essentially what you need to just keep yourself going here. You could have picked either killing the Traveler as well as the Shadow, but in this situation, obviously, now it's neither, so there's 3 units back there, but I think it was just going to be the 2 weaker units just to make it a little bit less walking in on both battlefields, causing issues. But as you can see here, Kha'Zix is now 1 card in hand, and it has to be the card in hand to be sort of dealing the final blows here. A Rain Guard would be great if we just randomly picked it out of the ether, but unfortunately, that's probably not the case.
Yeah, and now it is, even point tempo for the Darius. Needs to get that double conquer anyways to win the game. The Kha'Zix still quite a ways far behind, but much more development on the board, and has the opportunity to kind of cycle the hand with the Merchant as well as get the Sunken Temple draw. So going for more answers, it seems like the Kha'Zix isn't a very great spot right now, being able to stuff the Onslaught with the Vex at a battlefield and have some way to continuously cycle their cards here. If you're the Darius player here, Agito, what do you think you're looking for out of the trash, out of the power of the Endless Riches to kind of turn this game around?
I'm just thinking, personally speaking here, that you just look at your trash, you go, what is in here that I can use from the Endless Riches, and what is that I really want to do here? Now, you have seen the cool cards in there. We all know what's currently in the banishment. For those who haven't seen, who didn't get to see, we've got the Kaisers in there. We've got 2 Callers of the Week. We've got the Vi Peacekeeper, the Falling Stars, the Honest Broker, Dragon Form. Currently, you can just make yourself a little bit more aggressive with the Hopefuls. It's not too bad, but you are kind of pondering now, do they have another punch first in hand to deal with a Hopeful that comes in and gets taken out by the fishy merchant themselves? I think it might be a case of ignoring them a little bit and then going, well, if you want to stack up on the one battlefield over there, I'm going to just take the other battlefield because I don't have to be worried about you ganking over. Yes, they could have a Ride the Wind in the hand now, as obviously has cycled a little bit since what we first saw. But you're going to have to kind of, I wouldn't say hope for a miracle, but you're definitely going to ask for a bit of a favor.
Absolutely. Let's see what the magic is for this Darius. Oh, the Void Assault. I think that was off the top from the trigger of the Traveling Merchant with the Kha'Zix Legend ability. So it's going to Void Assault, give a movement to both players. So now 4 against 4 on the Zorn, or actually 5 against 4 on the Zorn Warren, and getting another forced combat. And there's no runes up to react, so the Darius just loses some material. The Void Assault off the top is a fantastic play for our Kha'Zix player to make sure that the Darius has fewer and fewer options as they kind of have to dig through their trash pile. And a second one again from how much cycling it is, and I think that's going to be the last Noxus Hopeful in base. And of course, no response still available. That's just taking out 2 of whatever the Darius was building last turn, and now the Kha'Zix in a very powerful spot, has multiple units available, still has pretty decent ability to cycle the draw with the Merchant, and Darius really just has to pray that the material in the trash is enough to swing back on the next turn, because if not, that'll be just, there's a 2-turn timer for the Darius before it is game over.
Yeah, I'm not saying we're out right now, as this is essentially another turn and a half until the Kha'Zix can take it all. Hopefully speaking, we can give ourselves something good here. Maybe you can play anything from trash. So currently in the trash, we do have ourselves the Infernus. As someone did say, probably should have gone to Banishment though. We got Call of the Week, we got the Dredge, we got the Peacemaker, we got Rengar Pouncing, we got the Closer Survivor. We have 8 up here. We can hopefully do a little bit of a miracle here, maybe with Mr. Darius. Or you could maybe set up 2 Kaisers for the following turn. Or an Inferno. That also works too. You could do 2 Infernos, that's the case, right?
Okay.
And a Rengar. There you go. So, yeah, I think it is a case we're going to set up now. Next turn is going to have to be, we just have to be super aggressive. There is still a Dragon Form in the trash. So, it was, never mind. That's in the banishment now. But we do still have the Vi Peacekeeper for next turn. If we can go and take out the Vex, and then we can use the might to the other battlefield to essentially start stunning people and taking names. That could be the angle we're going for here. I don't think Kha'Zix normally runs anything to gain an extra point on the opposing turn. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. I don't think we're going to see Purple Yasuo dancing around this set. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's normally in Kha'Zix. I think they're okay for one more turn.
I mean, hey, with all of the movement spells, all the bouncing, I think Purple Yasuo might make a surprise return, especially in, not maybe in the Kha'Zix, but definitely I see a spot for it in Irelia. Not that that deck needs any more power, but we see here 2 cards in hand, still 10 runes, like pretty much maxed out for the Kha'Zix, and still the Vex on the battlefield. So if there, like you said, if there's another punch first in hand, I mean, there's been a lot of cycle for this Kha'Zix. If we get something like the punch first to stuff the initial onslaught from the Darius, that it might just be the game. It's up from the deep, from hand, to summon more tentacles, bolstering up the battlefields that exist to make sure that the Darius can't get that double conquer. And it looks like all cards are on the table. 1 card in hand. It could be the punch first. Who knows? But stacked, I think that is going to be 7 total on the Sunken Temple, and that is, I believe, 8 on the Zon Warren. So, and another up from the deep, I believe that's from the trash. So another 2 might here to reinforce the battlefields. It's getting to the late game, and Darius pretty much has to do or die at this moment.
So now this is the issue, because obviously it's a case like before, hey, it's only like 12 might between 2 battlefields. Now it's, let's see here, let's have a quick look at the might, because counting is good. So it's 9 on the Zone Warrens. It's currently 8 on the Sunken Temple. We do have that Vi in the trash. I think the issue is here, though, how are you going to layer this? Because I think you have to kill the Sunken Temple first, so that you can bring things in, like the Vi, ready to assault. What can we do to sort of survive the encounter is the question. Do we go Mr. Kitty Cat with the Inferno to do, what would that be, 8 damage into 8, so we trade? Would you have to instead go the Rengar and the Kaiser, so you're going 8 into 9, so you're obviously taking the play there, and then using the Inferno to move in with the Vi? So that's not quite enough either. We do need to have some kind of spell here to pump up, which we can't. We do have Colour of the Week, so maybe we could do the first play, get the Rengar and the Kaiser in, then use Colour of the Week to kill whatever's in there because you've already scored the point, and then go over to your opponent, so making them have to have a decision of losing 1 unit, which would be a Tentacle, and then you can try and fight away with the Vi and the Inferno, to be fair, as they're both in the trash currently. Although, as somebody did say, is that meant to be banished, is the question.
Yeah, one other play also, if they manage to take out the Vex, the Darius, right, it's from the Champion Stone, still available, but it's just that 1 card hiding in hand could completely wreck the future of the Darius. So they're going to full send it onto the Sunken Temple, so that I believe is that's going to be not 12 might against 8, and is it going to be it's the Ride the Wind to move the Vex over to make sure that it doesn't go down, and that means I think there's no threats available for the Darius to kill the Vex. That means you can't accelerate the Darius in. So fantastic play there, and since there was a full commitment of all 3 units there, there's just no chance that the Darius can get the double conquer this turn. I think that is likely the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, the saving grace was to kill the Vex, and as you just saw, the Vex went, how about no? How about I go over there, and you've walked yourself into your own doom, and good luck, young men. But, yeah, I think the Kaz got this one, unfortunately. On the side of Darius, it was obviously a very early good push from Darius, but an Assassin does get a chance to come back in late game, and as you can see here, a fully built Vex is more sneaky than that damn Kaiser with those 7 items.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I think that's one of the commitments you have to make, right? Like if you don't play around the punch first and you send in just 1 unit, try to get the pick off, I think you also still lose the game. So it was a very, very difficult decision for the Darius. But yeah, the tricky moves of the purple color. I mean, you and I were talking about this before the cast officially started, but purple just having so many freaking tools to just jump around everywhere. I mean, with the Kha'Zix, it feels like they can drag your units any which way, save their units with the, start Starcross bouncing back, ride the wind to make sure that their unit, could, run to the base or run to a different battlefield. There's just so many tricky lines of play that you are enabled to do with this purple color. Yeah, maybe in the sideboarding, the Darius can have some answers. Yeah, Agito, it feels like there's a lot of we're seeing similar lines of play from like the Darius being, the same color combination as the Rek'Sai, but even with the Endless Riches allowing you to get the value from your trash, it still feels like there just maybe is not enough fuel in the tank for those late game scenarios.
That's what I feel like with red yellow. It's a very, I'm going to be super aggressive early. I kind of have to hope that I can keep you off battlefields for like 5 full turns and I win. But unfortunately, a lot of the aggro yellow and red cards are quite weak into mine. You have to hope they have a decent death kill as their additional stuff. So as you can see with the Drudgeon, we have the bird coming out and poking you in the eyeball. With the Honest Broker, you get a free gold. These aren't exactly useful late game things, but having the additional bonus does help overall, as we did see in the last game, obviously with those 2 color weeks coming out early and doing a lot of damage early on, but unfortunately not too great after that sort of turn 4, where Kha'Zix did sort of claw it back, if you will.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a similar start for both these players, just the good old bird robot and then stack deck into the traveling merchant, so exact same start for both sides. The Kaisa being developed very early, protective sands being that battlefield means that I think that's more fuel to the fire. Getting that draw 1 off of the Darius champion ability means that, yeah, there we go, that's exactly what you need sometimes to win that value v value matchup as you get into like the mid-late game, as you get further into your deck, especially since you're burning a lot of runes with the falling stars and the recycle costs associated with stuff like the Hidden Blade and the Cola Weeks. We're gonna have to see here if the Kha'Zix can take advantage of that as well. The Sandswept Tomb, man, this is I think this is one of the most disgusting battlefields for purple, because you have so many spells that just cost pretty much their downside of the power cost is negligible once you have it. So you can play stuff like the Star-Crossed, choosing your own unit and not going down any runes, things like the Ride the Wind. There's just so much you can do with Sandswept Tomb to kind of not have the, pay the price essentially of your spells that are so powerful.
Yeah, so I think me and Mr. Plus, not the wonderful man behind the curtain, the other Plus, we were discussing this last week, and it's like body is also a very good color to have for the Sandswept. A lot of your stuff, for instance, Punch First now becomes a 1/1 spell, and 5 might for 1/1 is deviously awful for your opponent. So, yeah, probably having the 2 most power aggressive colors here in orange and purple, enjoying that feast they get now with the Sandswept Tomb is it's diabolical. Let's just put it that way.
Diabolical indeed, and that is just kind of the feeling of playing against a Fed Kha'Zix in League of Legends. This guy just jumps out of nowhere, takes your entire wallet, one-shots you from the jungle, and there's not a lot of counterplay. But we're seeing here the trade up. The Kaisa goes in, gets the Conqueror, takes out one of the merchants, and gets that draw from the Conqueror trigger. And I think the Faefolk being built up for the Kha'Zix here, being able to drag around the Kaisa and then do the same play of the, hey, surprise, I have a Kha'Zix now, jumping in, is again just such a strong value play that can pick off essentially any target, unless they have like a pretty harsh deflect cost. And, I feel that there's just a lot of, lines of play. And now I think the Darius is thinking, what is this Faefolk going to do to my units on that next turn?
Obviously, the awful thing here is like, oh, I'll just put 2 units on each battlefield so that way I feel safe. And it's like, no, move that one over there. Kha'Zix jump in. So,
yeah.
Unfortunately, you can do what you like. But unfortunately, you're not a pirate, and it's not going to help you too much here, as I don't think we have any 1-cost yellow and red units currently available in the game, let alone being played. As if they were, they're not very good because I can't remember them. But yeah, I think this is the play here, right? Just try and make yourself a wider backboard, so that way on the following play after Kha'Zix done his dirty deed, you can indeed take over whichever battlefield has become the desecration of poor Darius here. 3 runes up though, we can go. I was going to say we've got 3 runes up here. Maybe we can go forth with the effect of the hand of Noxus. Maybe we were lucky we had 2 hopefuls in the hand and just try and drop as much power as we can on this turn. But unfortunately, no. no might it is. It's just pick your poison, just don't pick the bird.
Yeah, the bird will pick your eyes out. I mean, that's the power of the bird. But yeah, both players, sitting here in the mid game, not as aggressive of a start compared to last game, which might be working in the favor of the Darius. Slow it down, play for that value that you can generate with your deck, and take better trades to make sure your units can't get picked off. And having some runes means that there is a bit more firepower to respond. So Grim Resolve being activated on the Traveling Merchant sends it to 5 might, so that's enough to take out the Kaisa if it wants to swing in, which is going to happen showdown time. 5 against 4 is their response from the Darius to keep this key unit that keeps cycling you cards alive.
Unfortunately, as yellow and red is more of the offensive, I'm wondering what is now going to be what they say. Besides maybe an ambush target here, for the most part, they are essentially the aggressive colors. So unfortunately, other than against the odds, you don't really have any might bonuses in this color currently. Obviously, unlike Draven, where you can throw a spinning axe on someone and go, "Here you go, baby. It's time to spin." But yeah, we are currently now 7-5. So it is a case of, do you throw in that Kha'Zix? You will win that trade, but it's not exactly the most favorable trade.
Absolutely, yeah. And then it does send out the Kha'Zix, which you could recall with the champion ability, but it does take up the rest of your turn, essentially, with the 4 energy cost. I mean, you do have 1 up for, nasty things with the punch first, but at that point, you're going to be burning 3 runes for your next turn. So we're going to see the combat taking, some deliberation here. I think it is, like you said here, Agito, is the Kha'Zix going to be whipped out? I think that is it. Yep, Kha'Zix from the champions doesn't get the +2 because it's not an isolated target. So bitter rivals, Rengar on Kha'Zix, having a fist fight over the protective sands. 2 junglers ganking their lanes, one with the ambush, or actually both with the ambush here. So it's going to be a trade of the Kaisa and the Rengar for the Kha'Zix, but it is going to be that conquer point for the Kha'Zix player. Now, Feyfolk here could drag in a unit, but it would just go down unless they want to bring it over. But I think, yeah, they're going to tap the champion the legend ability, bring back the good old Traveling Merchant. The Catfish returns, unkillable Catfish, and they're going to ditch a card for the draw. But yeah, both now on 2 and 2, but a pretty decent foundation of units for the Darius to kind of reconquer on this turn and continue building the board without having to worry now about the ability of the ambush.
And that's it, right? You want to just sort of keep the board as clear as possible for the Darius. Obviously, if this is the case that you want to be a bit more safe with the Kha'Zix, then you can do that yourself. That we're not losing units, we don't have to. Maybe his hand is just full of increasing might, so leaving it on the battlefield just doesn't feel very safe. But having the option to move things around with that irresistible Feyfolk, that cheeky little rabbit, can obviously help you out. We didn't see Rengar from the Kha'Zix last turn, and we didn't see any extra Kha'Zix either, so I don't know if it's a sideboard card for them, and they want to be more on the defense, which is why we saw the Vexes. But yeah, bringing out that accelerated Kaiser will help here, pushing in the early points. Although, yeah, I'm pondering if that is the better choice, he says. Maybe just put the bird out there and then put the recruit and then force your opponent to sort of have to take those, you waste their time pushing in. But I want to see what the Kha'Zix has in hand, to be fair.
Seems like, yeah, I mean, the fact that the Kaisa is getting a lot of draws is, great for the Darius, right? And the Protective Sands triggers as well. So they finally have, not an empty hand against the Kha'Zix that was constantly cycling last game, right? In that game 1, but dropping the Carrion Dredger on the Sandswept Tomb for an extra unit there, bolster up the defenses, making sure that if there's any more Kha'Zixes possibly from hand, it's not going to get the isolation bonus against the defending Kaisa. And now the Feyfolk has, a bit more difficulty dragging around units. If the Carrion Dredger does die, you get that bird on the return. So I think the Darius is, taking a slower pace to this game, which is, I think, working in their favor, being able to match value for value against the Kha'Zix, who is starting to go low on those cards.
And currently, that's it for now. Obviously, the issue would be on the follow-up is all that might increases. We saw the onslaughts. We've seen the punch first. We didn't see any rampages, and we didn't see any of the challenges, but obviously Void I'll say Void Assault is the name of the signature spell.
Yes, yes.
It's essentially the same thing as a challenge, except you get to move things around the way you want to and go, hey, I'm going to get 6 draws this turn and punch you in the face. And you're not going to do anything about it because you're playing yellow and red. No counter spells. Not for you. And you're like, okay, I guess so then. Although the Decree of Order, isn't it kill a gear or a unit in purple? So, I mean, it could have been interesting.
Yeah, maybe that was in the sideboard for the Darius. I mean, that's a very powerful counterplay card. And now with the sideboard being expanded to 10, you can actually fit a full playset of those against opponents. Oh, and it's the Void Assault time. Like you said, Agito, that is a challenge where you just drag people around. So we're going to see where they're moving. There's a bunch of arrows on the screens, but it's going to be the Carrion Dredger moved over to the Protective Sands, getting taken out by the Merchant. So 2 showdowns happening at the same time, and then the 5 Might Vex being sent against the Kaisa to try to take it out.
Yeah, this is obviously very interesting because it's not something you normally see. Blood Rush, because it is a surprise attacker, right? So unfortunately, this works now.
Yeah, great. A counterplay from the Darius, but I don't know if Kha'Zix possibly could have a not so fast in hand that would stuff the play. Or sorry, not so the hard bargain. The other counter spell could counter this, and we're gonna see it's a punch first in response to keep the Merchant alive, just to make sure the Darius doesn't get a conquer on the opponent's turn. So the punch first, punches hard, gets through the Dredger, but it's still generates a token, and there's still material back at the base for Darius. So unfortunately, the Kaisa is gonna get taken out by that buffed up Vex. Great play from the Kha'Zix to keep swirling around the units pretty much in the toilet bowl as you bring one unit here, bring the other unit here, and win both combats. And yeah, the Darius now has to deal with the fact that you cannot bring any units in this turn that are accelerated until you get rid of that annoying little purple Vex.
I will say this now. I think it's sometimes better for your opponent to have to waste their hand dealing with the stuff that they kind of went, uh-oh, forgot about that, than it is to sort of win the combat. Because they could have gone, you know what, I don't need the Traveling Merchant. Yeah, I'll let it go through. Because then on a following turn, when they want to walk in and start punching out the Vex, you go, actually, I got a big mech robot arm here. It's a bit scary.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
on the Sandswept Tomb, where it's now a 1 cost and a 1 power.
Yeah, 1 cost, 1 power means that if there is another copy of the punch first, it's you could play it on the Vex this turn. So it's possible that the Kha'Zix has 2 copies in hand, right? Since it's degraded, reduced a little bit, you can just pay that 1 orange that is sitting in that runes, but it is going to be the Falling Star Wolf, a massive recycle cost just to get rid of that Vex.
Do it!
No, I don't think, no energy available for the counter spell, but man, that is a pretty heavy price to pay, pretty much deramping 2 full turns for this ability to get rid of the Vex and get the Conqueror on the tomb. And with the Bird sending it in, maybe it's a Blood Rush to kind of take out the Merchant. It's going to be 3. It's going to be the Vi jumping out from the hand with the power of the bonus energy from the Darius. So great turn from our Darius player, conquering both, activating the Protective Sands after you're down so many runes, getting an extra draw, and now it is the pressure on the Kha'Zix as there's 2 battlefields being sat on right now. If the double hold goes, it's going to be game 3 for the Darius, who swings it back. And that is going to be it. That is the surrender. And we're going to a big game 3 here in our first match. I think this is a really enjoyable match to watch. We're seeing the Darius kind of, learn and adapt to the tricky assassin who has the game plan of isolating targets and bringing things around. But, the slowing down of those first early turns, focusing on building more material in the backline has really done this Darius well.
But as I just said, sometimes it's better to make your opponents walk into you. And in this situation, yes, you didn't lose your Traveling Merchant on your turn, but you then lost everything on the following turn. So sometimes it's worth losing the small guy to protect the big guy.
Absolutely. And I'm interested.
Unlike a best of 3 in League of Legends, we get to see all 3 games in 50 minutes.
That's yeah, maybe it's one League of Legends game that gets 50 minutes if you include all the delays and all the pick and bans. But going first, and it's the Fae Folk turn 1 in response. So Faithful Manufacturer turn 1, and these players are just going, they're ripping roaring for this game 3 Seed of Power and Star Spring. Oh, it's going to drag over that Faithful Manufacturer, and the Kha'Zix straight out of the champion zone to isolate it and get an early advantage in that value.
I mean, that's kind of how you want to do this, right? You know, you go first, you get hopefully you get your purple rune, right? So you can get your Kha'Zix out early and start doing sneaky little plays. You are still only 1 point in it, so you're not exactly currently winning it either way. But when he goes back to Darius, he can go to the Seat of Power. Yes, you don't draw, but you get to score a point. Because unfortunately, you know what? Go where you like. It's fine. Just do what you want. Go where you want. It's fine. don't look at the Kha'Zix in the jungle.
Yeah, if he's not in vision, he doesn't exist. Ooh,
I mean, that works too.
Yeah, or just nuke it from orbit with the ability of the Falling Star. I mean, premier removal ever since set 1, baby. So, yeah, gonna take out the Kha'Zix in the back line, conquer the Star Spring, and now, Nox is hopeful. And it on the Star Spring to bounce back that recruit. Still 2 energy up, and they're going to pass turns. So, you know, I think there's probably something hiding in the hand for this Darius, you know, or just bluffing runes, but both are good against this Fae Folk that, you know, can, again, the Kha'Zix is out, no isolation available for this Kha'Zix player. I think that was a big change in that first game, or sorry, from the first and second games, that the Kha'Zix was taken out very early in that game too.
So I think every single game we've seen that Kha'Zix basically survived for a turn and then was just instantly removed somewhere or another.
Gotta squash the bug.
Yeah, apparently got to squash the army as well, coming with the irresistible Fae Folk coming to sit on your head, but looks of it's unfortunate for this poor hopefuls. Key barrier, though. There we go, baby cakes. There we go. Get out. Go on. Passed out.
Preventing 7 damage is pretty dang good.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a shame if they thought to bring in the other unit, right? Good thing they didn't. Did you see the new situation where like you can layer your things the way you want to now, so you can key barrier, then you take damage in a different circumstances? So obviously, in this case, there is still 2 damage laid onto it, so you can have 6 damage till you die now. It's very cool.
Yeah, it's quite light, and this is a really interesting, you know, card to throw. Like, I associate this card with the Shen decks, you know, with the ability to tank stuff. But, you know, the fact is, right, a lot of the time, the punch first on a small unit brings it up to 6 or 7 might. The Kha'Zix, you know, coming in on an isolated target is also 6 might. So I think this, you know, 7 damage that completely negates some of those attacking plays and lets you hold for another point, right, which is quite a fun little interaction there. And that is, you know, the Kha'Zix just essentially wasting the Grim Resolve as it wasn't able to get that conquer.
Yeah, I mean, as I said last game, if you can get your opponent to waste cards, it's pretty good. And as I said during that game as well, Red-Yellow doesn't always find it easy to hold a place because obviously they're the aggressive colours. Aggression doesn't only get you to be the defensive colours. But now Key Blast is here, or Key Barrier. We can do both, baby. You pick and choose.
Absolutely.
Get the extra draw. Nice.
Yeah, Seed of Power getting the draw for the first time I've probably seen in the past, you know, half year since this Battlefield came out. Getting that draw. And but the problem is, you know, spending power on spells like the Falling Star and the Key Barrier. The Darius is quite behind in the curve, and now you know, the Kha'Zix is slowly, you know, being able to generate some advantage with the up from the deep. They still have that Fae Folk that can drag around units, and they have 7 energy available to kind of play things from hand. So it's still not out of the woods, even if you did save some of your good units on the Darius. So we'll see what's going to happen. The punch first is going to punch hard, and we're going to see how the Fae Folk wants to drag things around. Still 2 energy up for the Darius, and after seeing that Key Barrier, I think our Kha'Zix player has to be a little bit more careful.
Right now, this is the whole, like, just doing things out of spite, right? It's like, look, last time was a fluke, but if I punch you with a bigger fist, then everything will be okay, right? But I think the Kha'Zix has to be doing the more aggressive plays now, just because I wouldn't say they're far behind, but I think they probably feel like, hey, I need to be pushing, I need to be getting in, I need to be more aggressive, because I'm just not really getting to where I should be. Like, this turn I should be on 3 points going to 4 and not 1 point going to 2. So again, it's 2 to 3. It's not exactly like they're miles behind and they've lost tempo and the game's I mean, a Void Assault will do anything for you, really, if you ask nicely.
Still 2 energy available. My question is, will the ability... Or sorry, I was going to say, is there going to be a showdown? No, it's actually a Void Assault moving back to the... Oh, no, okay, it's being moved back to the base. Yeah, so bouncing back... Oh, that was a weird kind of jump of arrows all over the screen. But no, it's bringing the Fey Folk over to be the attacker on the Seat of Power against the Nox Hopeful. Is there another Keyberry? There is not, so that's going to be clearing out all of the resources that the Darius has. But it did cost a lot of power to do it. That is 3 runes burned for the Kha'Zix player this turn.
No, they move it back as well with the legend ability.
Yeah, they can bring it back. This little rabbit just is choosing not to die.
Best plans come for those who wait, right? So, yeah, this is currently the situation to be in. Do we have another falling star in hand just to go pew pew and just perfect time if you have one now to get rid of the big units, and then the following turn you can sort of deal with hopefully maybe a Kai'Sa coming out because you've currently beaten the pace of that Darn Vex coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Currently being the issue for these aggro decks. Although we've not seen the Darius actually play a Darius yet in these games, so I wouldn't say no to seeing Darius getting played at some point in the near future.
That would be fun, we love to see the actual champion unit come out. I mean, if there is the Falling Star in hand, that could be the Falling Star into Legion proc. That's 7 energy and 3 runes, so you could burn down, but you would get that full play out and crush the one of the tentacles for an extra point. So I'm going to see if it happens. It's just going to be the Accelerate Kai'Sa, like you said there, Agito, sending it in on the Star Spring and clearing out one of the tentacles and getting that extra draw.
So we only have 2... Whoa, no.
Unless there's a punch first in hand.
Oh, there we go.
No, okay.
I say the only thing I can see now is maybe we have another Hopeful in hand here. We've got the extra Legion energy to burn with the Hand of Noxus, plopping it onto the Star Spring and then pushing out your Kai'Sa to pretend you can live for another day. But currently, if you can use the energy, you might as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What can you do with 2 energy? It's going to be, yeah, like you said, perfect play to keep the Kai'Sa safe, the Star Spring making it so that the Darius can keep cycling cards. But I mean, with the Fey Folk still living after what? It's probably been, I think it's been there since the beginning of the game, actually.
Yeah,
so 8 turns of survival.
So it's basically how like you guys like track wards or something in like League of Legends, where it's like it's been around for 26 minutes. Cheer for that ward; it hasn't been seen yet. Yeah, this Fey Folk's been here since turn 1, and he ain't leaving anytime soon. For those currently in the chat who are asking, as you did say, like, should we like cover sort of like nuances and stuff? The chain resolves backwards, so when he moves in, his effect takes place first on the chain. So then when you move in, you're technically the first one in position. So you're a surprise defender. Surprise.
Surprise, and it does work because, yeah, I mean, I guess there's not a lot of assault cards in orange purple, but it does have some interactions for that, being that surprise a defender or attacker will punch first. And again, I feel like this Fey Folk has gotten way too much value than it's supposed to, but it's gonna do some bad things to the Darius, going for the double kill on the Star Spring, clearing out both. The Immoral Fey Folk is just running the show here, Agito. What a menace for this Darius to deal with. Clears out all the material once again, and yeah, that's just every single unit essentially falling to the hands of this dastardly little Fey Folk.
We've had other weeks where like me and NA will cast and we'll see like a 15 might Lonely Pyro. Sometimes we'll see like 12 might Kha'Zix just doing his own thing. You'll sometimes see a ridiculously large Ornn. But this Irresistible Fey Folk here is just literally walking down the island just taking names. Like, he just does not care. I came down on turn 1 and I'll be here when this game finishes. Win or lose, baby.
Win or lose, baby. I mean, it looks like our Kha'Zix player is trying to set themselves up for the win. They do continue building the material, bring up the Zed without a sound in base. And Darius can choose to, attempt to remove it with some cards like the Falling Star, but it's going to be the Darius. I think finally, it might finally be the last day of survival for this Fey Folk as they go for the Decree of Unity. big sideboard, slamming it down, and just one-shotting the Zed. That's how it feels to play against an assassin. But now the Darius getting ready from that +2 and going to just drop the axe on the Faithful that lived for 9 turns on the Star Spring. So RIP to the MVP of the Faithful, but it's finally your time, and it's a big swing back for our Darius player, wiping out the backline, clearing out that menace that is the Faithful, and dropping a Falling Star to clear the remaining units, so no material left for our Kazakhs player here. It's a big swing, and it's getting spicy in this matchup.
You just watched it, and the Darius just hit flash, ghosted, W'd them in, queued them. As they thought they were getting out, executed with, oh, that's it, baby. That rabbit is out of here. He's been here way too long. And as you can see, that board is clear of anything fun. So hopefully, 6? Rengar? No. Double from the deep? Question mark.
Double from the deep.
Double from the deep? Question mark. There we go then. Lots of tentacles. Where's NA when I need him? He is Mr. Tentacles. Overall, 4 tentacles versus a 5 currently. Darius isn't the worst thing in the world, right?
No, absolutely not. And yeah, Star Spring triggers, and it's going to be a bounce back so it can send to the Seat of Power, getting a big draw here. I mean, the Darius does kind of need to refill their hand back up. Now 5 energy of 6 with the champion ability. It seems like it's they're trying to push close for the game here. Just needs that 1 hold point. But the 4 tentacles just swimming around at that Kazakh space, there is a lot to respond with. It's going to be the Inferna popped in, readies the Darius so that it can send itself back and be safe. And I think it's going to just be a push for 8 on that next turn.
All I'm hoping is that there's 2 costed well cards that have react or action on them that they can spend, so that now becomes a 7 might Darius, just so we can deal with some shenanigans from those tentacles and possibly the final punch first of this game.
Yeah, if there is 3, I've seen a lot of decks actually running just 2 punch first, but we don't know what the Rampage being played here, trying to wipe out the backline of the Inferna. That is, a pretty costly spell though. Let's see if there is more in the tank for this for the Kazakhs, to make sure that double conquer turn does not happen. As we see the Star Spring goes over, that's going to send them to 6, and it looks like it's going to be a 7-7, final point standing for both of these players. It is so close here, Agito, as both players have just been removing and crushing and killing each other. It really felt like that Faithful was going to live forever until the Darius hit that flash and just sent it for the back line. Sometimes it's not about getting the kill on somebody worthy, but it's getting a kill and sending a message.
That's it. Sometimes it's not about did I win, it's about that guy over there has been antagonizing me all game and I got him. I don't care that I'm 0-7, but we got him.
Absolutely. And now we're gonna see still just tentacles. Something like the Starcross would be big here if they could stuff it. That would be the energy is available for the Kazakhs to bounce back the Darius if it tries to go in on that next turn. Darius not having a lot of cards in hand, but being able to have more removal in being the premier colors of red and yellow. I'm a bit, I'm not sure how you feel about this, but I'm a bit worried for the Darius just only having the singular unit. We know how good purple is at stuffing the assault, and there it is. That's the Starcross, the bane of my existence, as a guy who plays big units only, and that's going to bounce back the Darius. So there is a very, very low chance of the double conquer being able to happen on that next Darius turn.
So Darius in hand, we have 9 ruins up, but he only has to be the second card seen. He can be the second card, or he can see the next one come into play to be readied himself. It's not as over as I think people would think it is. Darius is he's been here a while. He knows the score. I've seen him pentakill a few people. But are we going to try and keep 1 battlefield safe, or are we going to try and put 2 on the other battlefield? We do have 2 up. I don't think we run thing. I mean, Rebuke is a card. Do we still run it these days? I don't know if we would. Question mark. Darius down. Can we spend 2 more or 1 more or anything to get something else? A Cleave is a card.
Yep,
and it would do
big
the job.
card that would do the job. I'm thinking of possible counterplays. There is 2 energy still up, like a Ride the Wind would, I think, possibly end the game here if the Kha'Zix has it, but no, it's just going to be an easy conquest. They don't have really a response right now, so the Darius from scoring at 7 is going to draw that extra card, and maybe, I mean, possibly something that runs an accelerated. Okay, no, it's just going to be stacking on top of that Seat of Power, so that total is going to be, let's see here, 8 might for the Darius, trying to hold for that final point here.
I was thinking it'd be great if there was like a hidden blade you could hide right now, and then spin a top one in hand like another cleave, and then just pop it over and you go, okay, stab, okay, cleave. It's like, yeah, here you go. Here's now my my 10 might field. If you can deal with it, you can do it. What's the plan? What is the plan? That is the plan. Seems like a good plan, actually. Okay. Switch them over, yeah.
Yep,
okay, that's what you have to do, right, to get the point. If you switch them over, then I think the Darius would also
yeah,
exactly. The tie game, right? If there's
it?
anything you can do right now, that'd be great. Anything.
Oh
no, not right.
That's the game.
GG, yeah. So Kha'Zix does get that final pip. Having infinite movements is very good.
Yeah, it seems like when you need it, the Void Assault appears. I think that was that all. No, that was 2 copies of it showing up. But man, just a absolute, fantastic match to see. I feel like it was the Darius almost clawing it back, but that Starcross, man. As a guy who hates seeing the underdog lose, it is unfortunate, but man, Starcrossed, having the tentacles, having the materials, and sometimes you just need more units to beat your opponent. It's as simple as that, but sometimes that's just how the game goes, Agito. Happy to see, such great plays from both players, but it is going to be, I believe, the Void Reaver moving it up.
Yeah, so as someone did say in comments, why win the easy way? We can just win the hard way. And yes, winning is winning, even if you just have to break both ankles to do it. Honestly, after last week's performance from Kha'Zix, I was expecting to see more of them in this event, but unfortunately, they just didn't want to throw it into the ring, I suppose. And that being said, I'm pretty sure last week we had 0 Dianas, now we've got 15. So the secret source has been found, and apparently it's Diana. But overall, this was a really good match, and it was a good casting time. I think we had a bit of fun here. What would you think to this? Was it a good first round for you to join us?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love seeing, these players, have some spice in their decks. I mean, the Endless Riches, I mean, it didn't really play out for the Darius on that game 1, and we didn't see it really until game 3, until it was literally over. But, man, I think the Darius is, the underrated deck. I mean, it's still probably not as strong as the Rex side, but sometimes you just want to play a champion that is near and dear to your heart. As a guy who loves League of Legends and plays a lot of Lucian, and then found out that his deck is just total, I'm not going to say bad words, but he's not great.
Dave. Dave was like, he's the best deck of set 2. You can bet on it. Dave, we love you, Dave. Please, don't lie to us, Dave.
Yeah, the only thing that works in Lucian that has any kind of merit over another deck is going for the Exodia 0 to 8 points in 1 turn, which I still have yet to do. So I very much doubt that will be a thing. But it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, Agito. I'm happy to get to do this with someone as experienced and as wonderful as you. Yeah, and after seeing that game and seeing what the Kha'Zix can do, and I believe that Kha'Zix is gonna go up to I believe to the is it the best of 16, like the top 16 after that match.
After this, we have one more round, which is unusual because we've had small events recently. So this is kind of the big event the week before the event actually happened. So it's good to get the extra people in because everyone's thirsting for some actual cool competitiveness, which is good to see.
Yeah.
And just for those out there who asked, because obviously people don't actually know what's going on in the background, Diana as the #1 position of decks. 15 people are here to Diana out. In second place, Aurelia at 14 because Defy is not a fair card. Kennen at 11 because miracles can happen. Master Yi at 10 because 2 might is a big number. Rek'Sai at 8 because it's now the second best deck in the format because aggro is good, which I don't disagree. I think aggro is pretty good. Akali, Rengar, Kha'Zix, Ezreal, Draven, and Mel at 5. Azir Nasus at 4. Surima's just not getting the love anymore. LeBlanc at 3, Annie, Lux, Lilia, Vex, Renata, Fiora, and Kaiser at 2, and Darius, Victor, Shen, Set, Pike, Ord, and Jace at 1. So yeah, we've got one more round to go, and then you guys go into the top 8 this week. Yes, you are being spoiled. You get an extra 2 rounds this week, so enjoy yourselves everyone out there. And as lovely Sourcegate did say before, if you would be honoured, could you please give us a subscribe here on YouTube, as we're this close, where's the camera, this close to getting 20k subs on YouTube, and that would be a fantastic way to do this weekend. So we'll see you next round in like 10 minutes, and get yourself a drink, have fun.
What is up, everyone? We are back after the break, returning to the Runes and Rift Weekend Vendetta 2K Cash Cup, casted this round 6, by Kevin Dunk, yours truly, and the wonderful Agito Swiftly. We got some big players as we go into the final round of the Swiss stage before the top 8 afterwards. So in the top 8, we got some spicy champions, some Nasus is making it through, very likely the Kazakhs we just saw in that round 5 going to make it through as well. And today's matchup for right now, the last one that me and Agito are going to cast is another super hot matchup between EK Pilot and John Janis. And EK, we know very familiarly, it's going to be one of our casters here at Runes and Rift, and John Janis rocking one of 2 Fiora decks in this entire 120-person event. So it's a lot to be excited about for this final round as we go into the last stage of the Swiss. I'll pass it on to Agito. How are we feeling about this last thing before top 8?
I'm going to out this man right now. We are watching Fiora. 50% Fioras are here right now, and one of the many Master Yis are here right now. I can't believe EK has done this to us and decided to join the event rather than cast. But also, it's like 3 in the morning for him. So, yeah, this is basically what he's going to be doing all Sunday. So, hopefully, he's going to have a good time. Fingers crossed, as this is kind of pushing it into that sort of bubble of top 8. And we do hope that both players have a good time. It's the aggression of the French lady versus the standing still of Master Yi. God damn, you can never kill this, man. I'm looking forward to this. I think we all know what Master Yi does now, as he was kind of like my pick for set 3, and he did as proud as the last one to win it. Fiora, I think Fiora should be doing really well in this set. Empower does trigger the effect of the legend, and overall should be a little bit better than it seems to be. But again, you do what you can. But with orange and green, it shouldn't be too hard for the Fiora to kind of get her game plan going. It's just more of those pesky purple decks stopping you from keeping things on the field.
Absolutely. And I think as someone who's, seen Master Yi ever since the start of this game, this character, this legend that loves, sitting on point and just holding for defense, does have sometimes a harder matchup against the order domain. The yellow color having such, premier removal, like the Call of the Week, like the Hidden Blades. I'm not sure if that's going to be run in this version of Fiora, as I haven't seen it a lot in this Vendetta set, but the yellow is one of the best answers to the Master Yi, dropping those massive, units that are very hard to push through with just pure might alone. And I come from a League of Legends background, and Master Yi loves to sit there and farm, and then he just like explodes after 2 items and just kills your entire board. Yi and Riftbound is much more chill than that, but it's still a very, very powerful legend and color combo. I think we've seen Yi be meta in essentially every single meta up to this one, and the game is going to start right away here. 2-drop and 3-drop on the first couple turns, both these players on curve and ready to scrap for this entry into the top 8.
Overall, not the greatest for EK here, dropping down the first mate. Not something you want to be doing on an empty board, but it's better to get a drop than it is to sort of sit there and miss a turn. So I can see what's going on here. 4 might, though, on this. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get off there, but with that unusual target, we do see this occasionally in Fiora, the Yordle Explorer. Not the most common card we see here. Never mind, apparently getting punched in the face. So anyway.
The Yordle is exploring the trash as that instantly gets taken out here. We got to see it, but we didn't get to see it for very long. The Yi coming out of that champion zone, and Trifarian Warcamp plus the additional +2 on the defense means that that's a 6 might first mate if you try to swing in. BF Sword attached to the Pit Rookie sends it to 5 might, exhausting the Fiora champion for the bonus rune channel. It is, I believe, 5 against 6.
So it'll be 6 into 6. So yes.
6 into 6. Yeah.
Good.
Sorry about that. Yeah, 6 into 6.
Cool.
So it's just going to be a trade of units, and the Yi is just going to, sit their unit back in and hold the fort down.
And that's kind of the situation you have now, right? It's you now have on your opponent's turn, a beautiful 7 might Yi here. Sorry. 6. Yes, 8 might Yi here. With a hidden card, which is generally speaking 9 times out of 10 going to be as long as Hourglass. And then the off chance of a back off because, hey, stun's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Fiora losing out these units very early on doesn't feel very safe for Fiora, as again she's one of those that wants to be building up her presence, keeping it going, not necessarily being the best defensive, but I guess, but to say somewhere meddling in the middle. It can ready itself here as it does become mighty and taking the seat of power, because I think walking into your own death isn't normally known to be a good plan.
Hey, you know, Fiora being that top laner loves trying to do that, actually, but the Rampage being activated immediately, it's going to be sent out on that Lonely Poro, killing it at the base, and since it wasn't alone at the base, there's going to deny a card draw from the Master Yi, so great way of removing some of that recursion for the Mastery, and the Akali being brought out. I think this is one of the premier new additions to the Mastery, being untargetable unless it's in combat, means it can't be killed by a lot of removal that targets the base, right? So Rampage, another copy of Rampage couldn't do anything to the Akali as it just kind of sits there. So the Yi is very happy to just kind of sit there on top, the Tempered Yi, you know, building up the EXP for EK over here, and the Fiora, you know, this champion unit being very powerful, being able to get that mighty trigger and accelerate essentially units into the fight. But it is going to be swinging into, again, a very, very buffed up and hard to take down Yi.
I like Fiora. I like this Fiora specifically because she's really good as an engine piece, in my opinion. Get your players going, get your gear going, gets everyone sort of moving, constantly flowing backwards and forwards with your runes, so it doesn't feel so bad when you are equipping constantly. That being said, the other Fiora is a menace, and we love her, and I wish we'd see more of her. Overall, though, not upset by where we are currently in the state of play here, but we do kind of need to start moving our booties across and start taking some advantages here when we can, because this Master Yi is about to get ganking, and someone's getting chopped up in a second. So can we kind of think about how we're going to deal with not only a buffed up Master Yi, but also the untargetable Akali? Because as you did see from the recent FAQ, this girl's basically invincible. You never seen her.
Very true to the champion in League of Legends. This champion is untouchable until she goes into combat, and then you blink and your entire team is gone. And with the premier combat tricks in green and orange, there's a lot to make this Akali get to ludicrous levels of power, right? And there is the Zhonya's available to keep it alive if there is some type of response from the Fiora side, having that 2 energy still up, but it is 12 power on the seat of power, or sorry, 12 might on the seat of power, so there's a lot to be scrapping over. But I think really EK is pretty comfortable sitting the Yi here, being quite ahead on the point tempo. Rune Runner being developed in the base, another unit that just cannot be touched by anything unless the Fiora has something like the Cold Week, but there's still a pit rookie sitting for Mr. Master Yi, and they're kind of laughing to the bank, right? Their Master Yi has the ganking now at that level 6. With that 6 XP, they have the Zhonya's very likely hidden, and they're just kind of waiting for something for John to jump in with. As both units just kind of sitting at the seat of power. Yes, you're holding points as well, but if the game goes on and it kind of stalls out like this, it is the Mastery that has more units, more material, and happy to sit on this point.
Yeah, that's it. I was hoping that we kind of be pushing ourselves in here, getting away with a little bit of a damage increase. 2 first mates is kind of wild, I'm not going to lie. But yes, that's what you can here to do. At least take out a unit. Again, this is probably going to be the Hourglass. I'd be a little bit upset if it was the back off, just because that was a Hail Mary play. You kind of need to push back when you can. Master Yi will still be safe, but unfortunately they are at 6 experience, which means ganking is ready, and slicing and dicing is going to be the next plan. But we can give one of these cheeky first mates here a sword if we want to, making him mighty, getting more runes going. We currently have 11. Let's not do that, because that means we're going to stick to 11. Let's start spending some runes, yeah? Too many runes.
A ton of runes available for the Fiora. They are going to finally match up even in the score. 4-4 now after that conquer with the Kinku Monk and the Fiora, both buffed up. But yeah, the Yi survived. It's only the Zhonya's being lost. And the Master Yi has many, many units that can swing back in, but it's going to be an attach of that BF sword to the Unsung Hero to draw 2 and refill some of that Fiora's hand when it dies. But the Yi still has multiple cards in hand, has a lot of material sitting at their base, and we're gonna have to see what the action is. I mean, when I think of orange green, I think of punch first, I think of discipline, I think of on guard. There's so many cards that make your units just massive and can run over your opponent here. And not to mention the defy that can stuff your opponent if they try to get the response in. I think the Master Yi has a chance to get a double conquer possibly on this turn, maybe even draw some cards off the seat of power and kind of establish themselves back on board and force the Fiora to kind of have to answer back into that +2 might ability on the defense. But right now it's pretty tense. I mean, there's so much material, there's so many interactions that could happen for both sides. If the unsung hero goes down, that's extra draw that can fuel the Fiora machine, and they are not hurting for runes in any which way. It's just a battle of chunky orange versus chunky orange.
That's it. We do still have 3 runes as well, so maybe we could see a Call of Glory as those who know it, Troll Chant coming in, giving the extra might, just in case we do need it. An On Guard coming out here, just make sure that Master Yi does get to pip the victory here, 7-6 currently. But again, Fiora is also a body deck, which means we could be seeing a punch first coming down and punching down upon this Master Yi currently, if that is okay with Master Yi. Defy is a hell of a card, but unfortunately you cannot defy a 2-power card. So, ha ha he he, show me the fist.
All right, yeah, the trade's it's going to happen. The Conquer occurs, Seat of Power now active if Master Yi wants to go for the Trifarian War Camp and getting an extra draw, which I think is probably needed as they are running low a bit on the cards. But they're, again, like you said here, Agito, still 3 runes up, punch first possibly available. And even if you do take out the Unsung Hero, that's 2 more cards for the Fiora in hand for that next turn response.
We going for a charm maybe? I see the one going sideways here. Is a charm. Do we have something cool like a riposte in hand maybe to stop the charm in its tracks? I'll say you'd use it, but I'm saying you could. Sure, where am I going, baby cakes? Backwards, forwards, side to side?
Well,
side
sending
it
it
is.
in now. Yeah, side to side. The Kinku dragged over to the Seat of Power by the charm. Now 7 into the defending 9. Is there a punch first in hand? I see over here John is wobbling one of their cards, maybe. Does have the energy for punch force, or like you said, Call to Glory. Big ol' troll yell. But I'm not sure if it's gonna happen.
Say currently 2 cards to 1 card. You have to hope that 1 card isn't a punch first. You have to hope you're not going to lose it all by throwing it, whatever it is Hail Mary you can have here. No, okay then. So we're going to keep it real. We're going to stay. No, I need to just keep the other battlefield safe currently. Right now, I don't feel safe using my card. Possibly for the best. We do have an Akali coming here, 6 into 6, I believe it is. Sorry, 7 into 6 because Akali gets the +2 when she moves. And a punch first. She's getting her jaw kicked off. Sorry, guys. No more fun anymore. Fiora just all over the floor. Just,
Power slam. Yeah, that's going to be the Akali getting knuckled down by the punch first. The punch down happening so that there is no way for the Yi to establish a defender on Trifarian War Camp. That means John's going to hold up to 5 points. The unsung hero, pretty sung right now. I mean, I think I'd be happy to have that person on my team. But now Baited Hook coming out. This is an interesting
don't
jump.
do it.
Yeah, sacrifice the unsung hero to draw 2 cards and trigger the Baited Hook. And now looking at the top 5 for a unit that is, I believe, 7, possibly, 7 might or more. It's going to pull up the Spectral Matron for free and then drag back something from the grave. Possibly the Fiora would be something.
Be a great target right now, yeah. Let's say you get the Fiora here, make them both mighty by putting the swords on them, making them both move. You can move into the Seat of Power if you want to take the Seat of Power. I'll be honest with you, I love Baited Hook, but gambling is bad. And I gamble very bad. It always feels awful when you gamble away everything and you either hit all your kill spells and no units, or you hit the only unit you can't draw out with the Baited Hook. I think the only unit that is 6 might is normally the Harness Dragon in this deck. So I don't know if they are playing the Heralds. They could be playing the Heralds. But normally is the dragon you see coming down, it'll drop down, and all of a sudden things start exploding in the background. It's a pretty good time.
Yeah, swings in with the double equip of the BF sword onto the Spectral Matron, sending it to 10 power, crushing the Master Yi, who finally does go down, and now reestablishing the board, looking for a double hold turn. Everything out there. Divining Shells, wow, this is crazy. But on action speed, they can get another +2, so somehow I think it's doable for the Master Yi to kind of crush over one of the battlefields, but definitely would be very hard for both. But the War Camp being established with 2 units means there's 2 extra might from that +1, and the Master Yi 1 card in hand, a little bit of material, but not a ton of firepower unless they have something in the hand.
That's it. You can't take both battlefields here. You do have to kind of hedge your bets onto the Trofarian War Camp here to clear it out. But again, you will be 6 into 6 as a rule. I don't think there's really anything you can play opposite here. Maybe a Rengar, as that 1 card in hand, could jump down onto the battlefield just to ambush away. But again, wouldn't be the best or safest idea right now. As we do see, it is currently 10 into 12. So, yeah, I say get rid of the things that you feel is like the best answers here. The Pit Rookie isn't too scary. She's not really doing much while she's on the field. It's another Lollipar, everyone. God damn it.
Yeah, brick off the top deck. I mean, the kill of that Divining Shells for the +2 means it's an extra trade up for the Fiora player. They're on their, hold point victory if the Spectral Matron survives over the next turn. 2 cards in hand, probably unlikely going to use the baited hook. I'd be surprised if they do. But let's see.
I'm trying to think what was that many cards, but it was they have 10 up. They used A in power. That would generally be, I think, a Harness Dragon. So they might have the Harness Dragon in hand here. They do have the Harness Dragon in hand here, so they're trying to get rid of things. Yeah, can you clear this battlefield next turn if I'm holding? That got turned around very quickly.
It's one lonely Poro against the world. It's going to be the baited hook as well, searching for something that I think is what 10 might. Yeah, essentially any card in the deck I think would be able to play here. If it's another Harness Dragon, I think that'd just be the game. And it's not going to be it. It's going to be the Yordle Explorer played on the Seat of Power to continue the defense. Of course, adding those 2 BF swords to really make that battlefield impenetrable. And yeah, I think that is in total 10 plus 6. Yeah, 16 might that the Master Yi has to conquer over with just a sad little Poro in the base. I mean, I'd like to believe in this little Poro, but I'm not sure if faith can go to send you past that much might.
Look, I've seen some miracle happen. But no one's coming down from the heavens. No Celestials coming in to give you a free gift. A Rampage is pretty cool. But 5 into your death is never the answer. It gets you a draw, mind you, so you can sort of punch away the only unavailable. You can get a draw. I still don't know what's going to help here, to be fair. What's something else to jump down? It'd have to be 2 Rengars and a boat, maybe, to get you through this one. But yeah, there we go. Into game 2. EK did his best here. To be fair, he had like the lead for quite a while there. But then Fiora just went, gamble. It's time to gamble. And it works, apparently. If you are good at gambling, it's really good. If you're bad at gambling like me, stop gambling.
Yeah, for all of the kids watching, say no to gambling. As we see the baited hook, though, doing so much work. I mean, that 1 turn explosive with that Spectral Matron killed their own unit, but they got 2 back with that trigger on the Spectral Matron, and it meant that they could swing over. The double first mate re-readying those units meant that the Fiora was able to punch through, while the Master Yi was pretty low on the runes and did not have the necessary interaction in hand. I think the only thing they really had were those lonely Poros. So unfortunately, no copies of like Defy or On Guard, or more copies of On Guard or Discipline or anything like that. So especially something like the Punch first would have been super helpful to get over that, that 5 might hump that the Fiora so often tends to do. But now in this game 2 of this final round of the Swiss, we're going to have to see if EK can adapt. Jungler ganking the top laner, and it looks like in that first match, I mean, that's a solo bolo for the Fiora.
So unfortunately, in the last game, the first card down for EK was that first mate, so we're hoping that he gets his Lonely Paro on this turn, maybe a Pit Rookie. Not always so great as the Pit Rookie wants to buff another unit, it can't buff itself. But again, it's a fairly good thing to get down turn 1, get your Pit Rookie it is then. So yeah, as long as you get your sort of cheap, non-reactive card down, it's pretty good. Straight into the Fiora on the side of Fiora. So we are both ready to sort of rock and or roll. Now, it's kind of weird. The Monastery is generally seen as the Fiora card these days. Master Yi does buff with the Pit Rookie, but unfortunately can't get any use out of it. So Starspringer is just to have some fun. Oh, no fun. Sorry, Akali's here.
No fun champion both in the game of League of Legends and in Riftbound. No interaction until she's at a battlefield, but it is going to be the Fiora sent in first mate ready back up and bring her back to make sure that Fiora is safe. I mean, like you said, Agito, the ability for this Fiora to be an engine, and you're constantly getting bonus runes from the Fiora legend ability. You can spend those extra runes to accelerate all your units. It's a very powerful engine that can kind of make it so that you get the tempo advantage on the Master Yi and kind of negate the entire +2 on the defense.
Yeah, sometimes it feels really rough when you see people having to deal with the Fiora coming in. Obviously, in this situation, if you go second, get your Fiora out, you can move to a battlefield. You can then play an equipment and equip it. You can then pace yourself to be ready to move back out again. It doesn't always feel like I have to throw my eggs into the same basket. That basket does have a bit of a hole in it you can roll back out of. It's not always the worst situation to be in. But again, it's a lot of might on that battlefield. There we go.
Absolutely. Okay,
Still
it's a
scary,
hidden
but
card.
that's scary. Oh, what could it be?
Yep.
Could it be the hourglass? Could it be the back half? Could it be anything? Could
Could it be the best card?
Could be the best card.
Best
Push
card,
me in here,
Hourglass. Yep.
It depends who you ask. Some people say it's a bit of a false card. Some people like the old GAs, but specifically, Master Yi does like his Hourglass, which is very strange for a non-AP champion.
Yeah, if you're playing Zhonya's Hourglass in the actual League of Legends game, you might get permaban, so watch out as the deck building in Riftbound does not translate 1-to-1 in League, but we're going to see the Pit Rookie being dropped. Yep, buffing up the Akali, sending it to 7 on this Assault. As we see here, is there a response? 7-6. Tapping 3 for the Call to Glory, sending the first mate, to, I believe that is 9 might. So it's 9 against 7. Anything in hand for the Master Yi. A Discipline would match mites, and a Punch First would mean, yep, there we go. That is the Conquer. Punch First completely smashes the first mate and sends him to the trash. And now can spend the buff if they desire on that Monastery Hirana to to get an extra draw for the value. Let's see if they choose to do it. They are going to. More cards, more options is really great for the Master Yi, who did just burn one of their, key punch firsts. Now tapping 3 to getting a Disarming Rake. Oh, that was likely, I'm going to say, a sideboard card into the Fiora. Wipes out the BF Sword, and now there's just not a lot of tools available for the Fiora to get that Mighty and Accelerate or channel any runes. Great plays from the Master Yi to stuff the onslaught of the Fiora.
I know chat can't see this, but it's just very funny that EK Pilot plays the Disarming Rake and goes, whoops! There goes your sword. Yeah, I mean, learn from last game, right? This Akali is an absolute disgusting card when it gets going. Keep it around, keep it safe. Yes, use your punch first early if you have to, but you're currently 4-2. Your opponent's only got 1 Fiora up. Yes, it's not the end of the world, but they are having to basically put everything into that Fiora to make the next play work. Right now, unit-wise, you're behind. Gameplay-wise, you're not in a great place because that damn Rake just shot your arm off.
Yeah.
We are going to draw into our 6th card here, so again, having 9 runes up isn't the end of the world, and having all these cards is a good thing to do. What's going on here? So, this... Oh, going to 4, so going for another BF Sword?
Yeah, possibly another BF Sword to give it to the Fiora, and that would give it the strength to match the Akali and match the Master Yi, sending it to 6. No, it's going to be the Yordle Explorer again. We didn't get to see much action on that last game, but we're going to see what happens. It's a ready from the first mate, sending both the Yordle Explorer and the Fiora in to try to kill the Master Yi. It will trade back at least with 1. The Zhonya's keeping it alive, and it's going to, I think, trade likely with the Fiora. And yeah, there's still material on the board for Master Yi to punch back on the next turn. But the funny whoops was, yes, if you had the Disarming Rake, for those of you who are a little bit behind, the Disarming Rake would have wiped out the BF Sword, taking away 3 might from the first mate on the previous turn, and then the Akali wouldn't have had to spend the extra effort to get over it.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird misplay, but obviously it works out kind of in the end. This one is also a bit of a weird one because it is a case of, I don't really want you to have this Fiora. She's going to be such a good combo piece. She's going to keep you back in the game. You're going to walk things in. We're going to trade. I don't like this. But at the same time, it's like, I don't really want you to get draws every time you play a punch first. That's not fun.
Yeah, you can say that again here, Agito, as it's going to very quickly swing back over 5 runes up because there's not a ton of energy available for our boy EK here. Baited hook onto the first mate, and it's time to go gambling. Let's see what is in the top 5 cards of the deck.
Matron. And the answer is... I say, yeah, it's not gambling, let's go fishing. That's what it should be. It's another...
First mate. You kill one first mate, and his buddy, the second mate, so to speak, comes out from the deck. So it's going to be readied back up. The Fiora was already ready though, but the buff from the Pit Rookie in hand, it looks like we're starting to brick. Oh, on the response, it's the Rengar out from the hand out of nowhere. Surprise defender takes out the Fiora, and this top laner, you might not be able to gank her with the Mastery, but we have 2 junglers. Rengar jumps out of the jungle to take her down, and that's a great point to send you to the victory on that double hold, and that's going to be game 3 for us in this last round of Swiss Agito. Woo! It's going fast.
So unfortunately, unlike the real game of League of Legends, you can't just riposte that kitty jumping on your face and stunning it and then instantly wiping it off the floor. Right now, Cat was doing all the lifting and he kind of pushed you down the stairs, but we are going to that game 3, so it's not all for nothing yet. We've got a good time coming. We've got orange versus orange, but is that yellow better than green is the question right now. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everyone's got the best deck they currently have. I'm still going to be upset because I want to see Kale in my Fiora, because by paying that free, you don't have to play a gear, and they can't disarming rake it, but you do become mighty.
Yeah, let's see if the Kale can get online. It's going to be, a turn 1 rake is quite interesting. It does send you back a turn, but I think, like you said, you kind of have to do it to maintain any presence on board on the next turn. So very unlucky for EK to not, get any of their Lonely Poros or their, Pit Rookies. But Fiora starting off with that Unsung Hero has 4 for the BF Sword if they want it, but they're just going to go straight to the Divining Shells, looking at their top card, and now they have an action speed +2. So Pit Rookie gets a buff on the Unsung Hero, sent to the Emperor's Dies just to get that Conquer point, and the game is slowly but surely progressing in this early game. Does the Mastery have anything is my question. That turn 1 rake is just such a difficult play because it also de-ramps you from the next turn, but it's just going to be a Mastery in the base. And I'm pretty sure that the rake is not going to go on the Sunken Temple, as it would just kind of die for free to the Pit Rookie with that ability of the shell. So EK in a kind of difficult situation here, as it's an early 2-point lead for John without many responses from EK over here on the Yi.
Yeah, that's what you said. I would like to have a turn 1 play. It doesn't feel so bad that I've had to de-ramp myself by 1. Unfortunately, it's the only green one that I had as well, so it does feel a bit rougher than it should have been. Having the buff come out here, and are we gonna tap the? I'm gonna break the shells here. No, because it is 5 into 4, so that's fine. So I was a bit concerned with that's going to happen there. Moving across here to go get your 3rd point of the game. Pretty good, and of course, over the course of these 2 units, 3 and 2, we do have 5 on the side of the Kinku's ability. I'm going to say this now, as a caster, reading is hard. I thought for a long time that it would only trigger if you had a unit that was 5 or more, because I was so used to things being mighty and not might of 5. So reading is hard, especially because English is hard.
I cannot disagree with you there. Yeah. What is a dice? Why is it spelled like that? But dice is spelled way differently, and it's the same word. But anywho, it's going to be a pass back over. It's a 3 points to 0. Disarming Rake sent in. I think Mastery must have some interaction in hand because, there is a Divining Shell sending the Pit Rookie to 4. I think likely an On Guard or a Discipline or something to try to get advantage over this. It's going to be a Discipline to give the +2 and draw a card. It's going to Conquer over the Sunken Temple, but the question is, are you going to pay that extra energy to kind of keep digging and get that extra draw?
And that's the thing, not only is this going to get you your win, you are the 5. I'd pay the 1 right now, because as a rule on the following play, you only really keep the 1 up if you've got a punch first in hand. There's not really much you can do otherwise. This play with 2, maybe you play a second Pit Rookie. It's not exactly going to be pushing your board state any further. Charm, on the other hand, that does help.
Yeah, it's going to drag over the unsung hero, and since there's no energy available, it's going to get knocked out, and there's no mighty on that because it was only at that 3 might. Gets taken out, so that's a denying a +2. Sorry, I guess it's a +1 if you count the actual material that it's being sent to the trash, but that does deny a draw for the Fiora, and now card advantage in the favor of the Master Yi, but the point advantage on John being on even point tempo. BF Sword equipped onto it, triggering the legend ability, getting an extra rune, essentially paying for the cost of the BF Sword, and sent back to the... Oh, and the first mate readying it back up to send to the Sunken Temples. That is 6 against 4. No energy up for Master Yi, so that's going to be that Disarming Rake getting absolutely jumped by just a gang of ninjas, and that's sending John to 5 points.
So you've seen Shadow Clones, right? This is basically the same thing. It's just kick to the shin, punch to the nose. There you go. Personally speaking, how do you feel about that play? I'd have probably gone with the Fiora into the equipment into the Mighty. So that way you get the Fiora effect, and then you can sort of just pay off the cost then. And then on a following play, you can bring out the first mate. So that way it's useful on a following turn. I always feel like first mate shouldn't be the first time you want to react with readying, but generally good to get multiple things going, or at least pulling and pushing as they can.
Yeah, I think that would have been better to kind of continue building material because, yes, you are, I think, going to pay an extra rune for that play, but I don't think you're really hurting for runes on this turn, especially since you have such a big rune and point advantage. It'd be better to continue building into material. Now it's going to be the Pit Rookie buffed up by the Punch First, 7 against 6, no energy up for the Fiora, so they're going to have to concede this Conquer point, and with the the Mighty unit on the Sunken Temple mean that's an extra draw available for EK on the Master Yi.
So just for those in chat, EK is one of our casters. It's nice to actually get some of our guys on stream when we can occasionally, as this is kind of a big round for him, as it basically puts him into the runner-up for top 8 if possible. So we want to give a bit of love where we can, but we can't win. So yeah, see what we can do. But yeah, it's anyone's game right now. Fiora is ahead by a turn and a half, but again, no units at the back there. Pit Rocky kind of throws a fist, if we're honest. And if they really want to, they could have got the draw from the overall. But then,
okay.
Keep it safe,
I think
right?
they
Keep
do.
it safe.
Yeah, so they do opt to pay that extra for the draw, and then with the remaining 3 energy, they're going to ready up the Pit Rookie, bring it back to the base. Still, the rune advantage heavily in the favor of the Fiora, just due to how much power Master Yi has been burning with the Punch First, with the multiple copies of Charm. But no units available for the Fiora. This is where, like you said here, Agito, having that extra Fiora on the last turn, paying an extra rune for the ready, would have been pretty helpful here. The Fiora is going to be able to be readied up and conquered to 6, being even point tempo and forcing the Master Yi to respond, but it isn't going to be able to clear any units for more value. So it is an uphill battle here for EK. We love him as one of the casters here at Runes and Rift, but we cannot be biased to one of our own. But it is looking rough. Spectral Matron dropped here, brings back the first mate, triggering the on-play ability and bringing the Fiora back off that ready trigger. A lot of power, a lot of might in the base of John Janis with that Fiora, one of 2 in the entire tournament, and they're looking to make it to the top 8 on this next push from 6 to 8. The real question is, can EK set up the defense strong enough to survive this onslaught of the Fiora's mighty units? I mean, Agito, it's looking a little dire for our boy here, EK. What is he able to do?
Well, right now it is kind of do or die. Personally speaking, I think you can kind of be cheeky here. You can kind of, if you wanted to, maybe push the first mate in, take one of the battlefields, or the Pit Rookie, your choice, whichever you want to do, you prefer. Move it in, be a sacrificial point, as I say. Have the opponent then move another unit or 2 around, and if you've got it in hand, because you've got the cards for it, you can just chuck in a Rengar maybe, try and go to 8 might on that mighty big fluffy Rengar, and hope for the best, because right now you are going to be sitting on 5 on your opponent's turn, which means they are having to either sacrifice a card to deal with it, or throw that big Fiora in just to deal with the damage. But again, 5 cards in hand here. Enguards, Disciplines, Punch First, Big Kitty Cat, Little Kitty Cat. You know, we got a lot of options here. You know, we can throw in Niddly Cat form. Some of them play it, some of them don't. I know some of them do it as a sideboard thing, so if they know it's a matchup where they don't have to really worry about counter spells and stuff, they will take out the not Forerunners, the Ruin Runners, and they'll put in the cats because they want to be more aggressive when they can.
Oh,
That's a big set.
that is a giant set.
Big
Yeah.
set.
Gets Mighty on the entrance, raid up by the Fiora unit, and it's punching in for 8 after spending the buff. So it's going to be just a send of, I believe this is 9 might against just the 5. The Rengar would only realistically add 4 might due to the mastery ability being negated by having multiple units. And I think Fiora likely is going to have this one in the bag if they do it here. Tap 2 for the discipline, getting an extra draw. So now it's 7 against 9. Oh, Riposte counters the spell and adds the might to one of the units. The signature spell of the Fiora with the signature champion card blocks the spell, counters it, crushes the first mate, and that is going to be game for our Fiora player here, John Janis. One out of the 2 Fioras in this 120 player tournament for 2,000 in this cash club is going to send it straight to the top 8. So congratulations to them for making the top 8 players in this tournament, and we're going to see some spice continue in the next rounds here. What a banger to finish us off here, Agito. Wow, just we're seeing that the rogue decks have the legs to do it.
So I know I can kind of see the hands here, but yeah, they had 2 repulsive hands. They had the punch first. They had the guy that likes it when you play a punch first and repulse draw cards. There was the kitty cat in hand. We had to defy. Unfortunately, you can't defy either of those big spell cards right there. Another first mate, and unfortunately that Loli Pyro who was sitting lonely in the hand. Love to see a bit of fun going on here. Thank you very much to EK Pilot for being on stream. Even when he's not on stream, it is nice to see him, one of the lads. But yeah, congratulations to the Fiora. Congratulations to John. John Riftbound, they might say now, going into the top 8. But yeah, I mean, it's really cool to see. Mr. Man behind the curtain, do we have time for another game, or are we going to go for a break after this? We got 24 minutes. That's at least one more game free, right? We can do this, he says.
Absolutely. I'm excited to get more Riftbound in. If you are, Agito, we're going to see one more match. Again, this is the final round before top 8. So these players are, playing with the best of their ability, trying to crank it into this top 8. We just saw a pretty spicy matchup between Fiora. Well, Master Yi is kind of just always there, but the Fiora showing up. Let's see what we jump into for this next game as we got time for one more game 3.
So I'm looking forward to anything to hear. But speaking of, what's your favorite things right now? I think you were saying you like just anything that's kind of rogue at the moment.
Yeah, I love seeing rogue decks, and we're seeing another rogue deck here on the stream here, being the Lilia, being, I think, stuffed by that purple Vex makes this deck kind of hard to operate, especially in a purple, which is such a popular color. I've been playing a lot of Nasus at my local game stores. It's a big, funny deck. I think Astral Heron's one of the strongest cards in the set. If you manage to play it as the first card on a battlefield, it does give you that discount as soon as you play it. So and then you get the refund, so you can play, sometimes you can play with the Astral Heron an extra 4 mana and 2 power worth of stuff, and your opponent just doesn't see it. But Sabotage, as we go into this game 3 here, it's Master Yi again against the Lilia that is kind of swarming the field with those sprites. I'm not sure if you're super familiar with the Lilia. I haven't seen it a ton, Agito, but from my sense generally is that you have a lot of fast answers. You've got a lot of counter spells with the signature spell, the Defies, and you have the ability to push tempo with those readied sprites, and you just play for a very annoying kind of spell game and counter spell game.
To be fair, you don't see a lot of Lilias running their signature spell, even though to me personally it's like one of the best counter spells in the game currently. Your opponent can't play any more cards for the rest of the game. Well, we can't even cancel the
rest of the game. That'd be crazy.
If it's last turn, basically you can't play any more cards now. That is the end of the game. But yeah, like you said, you want to go fast. You want to be Sonic. You want to be getting in and out as much as you can. Right here, right now, I think for the Master Yi, because you obviously hate your might going down, maybe the smoke screen is the worst thing here. The Rex is going to be a pain on the following turn. Obviously, you get so much value from the Fountain that, 2 sprites on a turn is pretty good. Helps with the Lilia effect as well, because every temporary unit will give you a -1 costing, so it can be really good. Charm is going to be a pain if they're winning already. Defy is a great card, but obviously, how much are you going to do it? If your hand is just full of punch first, Defy don't matter. So
yeah, I see that in the chat. I know chat cannot see this. So there's a bit of deliberation. I don't. Okay, I think they recognize that you can't actually pull the Riptide Rex and recycle that with the ability of Sabo. Thankfully, that card is already strong enough as it is, but it is going to rip out. I believe that was the, not the smoke screen. The well, I just saw it and now it's gone. The charm, that's what it was. Okay, perfect. So now tapping 5 for the Irelia. Okay, interesting. I going to, get that extra deflect, which the Lilia loves to use, but Master Yi not choosing to push in, knowing that there is no hold point from those temporary sprites, and the fact that the smoke screen would completely stuff the play here. So point advantage still in the Lilia's favor. Gale Wins, I believe, is their username, and now Romomo on the Master Yi is kind of having to fight back with what they have in the base.
But I'm going to say this now. It's the same either way, right? So you could have just gone Bashful Bloom, get the sprite onto the Orn's Forge, then play the sprite Phaeton for 1 less, right? So it would have been a 1-1. So it would have been even cheaper. So not only are you just essentially slapping your opponent around the face, you go, that Irelia doesn't scare me, and do even more dangerous things. We know there's an extra card in hand now because obviously we can't see the hand anymore, but they still have access to the smoke screen, they still have access to Defy, they still have access to the Riptide. So overall, really depending on what you're going to do, with 6 up, they could have played the Riptide, put it down, and made the opponent sort of go, if you want this battlefield, you're going to have to earn it. But just going to 7, knowing that neither of these here can hold, should make your opponent feel a little better, but we can obviously get that 7 point again, get the extra draw coming from the Fountain, and then play another sprite from the Lilia. So essentially, just take 2 battlefields if you can. You've got the cards for it currently, although Smokescreen is a hell of a card. Defy
defies the discipline to not only stop the draw, but stuff the extra bonus might that Irelia does get from choosing her with a spell. But Irelia, still being... you still get the bonus might, excuse me, but stuffing the draw and that +2. But Irelia at 6, if it's swung in, it would still be taken out by the combination of the mask and the smoke screen. So it's likely that the Master Yi player has to have more than 1 unit be sent to the battlefield here.
See, I'm almost suspicious of Irelia being in the Yi deck, because to me it's like, yes, you do obviously play spells and you do target her occasionally with spells, but she never feels genuine in this deck, unlike a Kali where it's like she's you can't see me until I walk into a battlefield, and then you're dead anyway. So it's a bit
yeah, exactly. It's a bit of an interesting tech. I haven't seen it before, but maybe Romomo can make it work. It's now smokescreen, having that extra deflect cost, but it's still worth it to kind of try to end the game here. Irelia now at 2, the sprite at 4. It's a punch first to send it to 8 with that extra target. Knocks out that little spur. Oh, we're getting a rewind here. Sorry. Okay, maybe not the punch first just yet. Let's see what this rewinded move is.
Wiki, bring it back. Yeah, if they got the signature spell, then yeah, it's like no more playing spells, you. So that might work. Yeah, I'm not really too sure what they can do here, to be fair, to like sort of punch back into it, because 8 into at most would be 6, unless they have somehow returned their cards to the deck and shuffled and drew 2 end guards. You go 8 to 8. It does feel a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you do use the punch first, you're down to 2 runes remaining, which means that I think on the punch back, there's not a lot that can stop the Riptide Rex. Well, actually, since you are choosing the Irelia, I think it would stuff the Riptide Rex, but if you send in the Rex as well as a sprite and conquer it, and then your next sprite goes over, that might be enough to end the game for the Lilia to send it to 8 points if they manage to conquer both. So they are going to choose to go for this punch first. Again, 2 runes up, not a lot of life left for this Yi, but they're going to have to try their best to see what they can make out of it. They finally hit 4 points. And they are going to pull... a Decree of Strength, I think. This is being sided in. Looking at the hand, and wow, they can recycle now that Riptide Rex. So a huge play from that Master Yi, just completely stuffing that big shark. The shark's going straight to the aquarium, baby, as it's going to be Master Yi ripping that card out, and now a lot more confidence in the next couple turns. Maybe this is the start of a huge comeback here, Agito.
Yeah, for those who don't know, because obviously the Krees are fairly brand new cards, Tree's strength is choosing the opponents that they reveal their hand. So one thing I do love about Riftbound is the fact that it's very open texted in terms of opponents. So obviously, if you want to play 2 versus 2 or you want to play 4-player, most cards are accessible for that format, so it's pretty good. They reveal their hand, and they choose a mind card from it. They recycle that card, which obviously in this case was the Rex. So unlike the everyone's favourite gun card, Mr. Sabotage, it can just get rid of any cards. It's pretty good in this case. Obviously, they had the knowledge before, so they knew it was going to be a bit of a pain to sort of deal with that card. But as you did say, 1 rune up. There's not a lot you can really do right now. They've only got 1 body rune, which means they can't punch first again. They can on guard, but unfortunately, that might not be what they need to do here. Aurelia would be 7, question mark. So again, not too bad on the play there. It's still the Master Yi's turn right now. It's probably best to clear the battlefield if we can, because obviously you've got the Master Yi ready to go on. Overall, Master Yi is in a good position to be holding on the following turn, but not necessarily to be keeping going, as the sprites can get really handsy, and as we have seen here, we do have access to the on guard as well on the side of the Lilia.
Absolutely here, Agito. And I'm just thinking about future lines of play. You know the On Guard is in hand. Sprite Fountain is going to summon another sprite. If you attack with it, you are going to be able to send it to the max amount of 6. So it'd be 6 against the defending Irelia, which is also at 6. So it would kill off the Irelia. And then you would need 1 more accelerated unit to end the game there, because the Lilia is an extra one. So right now, you can produce 2 units on your next turn, but not sure if that is available. And I think there's just deliberation of where they want to stack the units. The Master Yi going to the Orange Forge to make sure they can't conquer over that. So an extra draw will be available to the Lilia if they want to send over the sprite, see what is in their deck and keep digging, and maybe make an extra push towards the Orange Forge. Again, 1 mana up, 2 cards in hand. We'll have to see if the Master Yi can really can survive this, and if they do, I think they're in a pretty decent spot to keep holding. It's the Brutalizer, which gives +3 this turn, so that, and the On Guard to give it another +2, so that in total I think is 8. It'll be 9 swinging in with the Mask of Foresight. Is there any interaction for the Master Yi to stop this Mega Sprite sending it into Orange Forge? We'll have to see.
It has to literally be just that and guard in the hand. It's not the guard in hand.
It is not enough.
That is Lilia's game.
That's it. That's a Lilia. I think that's the only, was that one of 2 or one of the only Lilias making it to the top 8 as well. So we got some extra spicy decks in the top 8. We got a Lilia. We got a, I believe, Nasus possibly, and a Fiora. So there's multiple champion legends being represented in this top 8. Makes that a very exciting round to cast here, Agito. What a push for the end here to finalize the game from Gale Wins.
I can confirm that is the only Lilia currently playing today, and they are definitely pushing themselves forwards. I am going to respectfully say they probably got lucky-ish. Obviously, I can't see what they played against today, but probably didn't have to play against an awful Vex matchup at any point today. They can get a little bit more of a run that you want to see, but again, purple. Purple. The man behind the curtain said, there's suspicious games going on here. We've got 14 more minutes. We want to give you the best value for money. I know it's free, but free is still money. We're going to give you, hopefully, 1 more game of this 3rd round, and then we'll see what we can do. So, currently, we can chat. Mr. Kevin, how are you enjoying yourself tonight so far?
I'm having a fantastic time. I've never seen a Fiora be played at any of the tournaments I go to. Well, to be fair, my Nexus Knights are not a great representation of the meta, and I've never seen a Lilia before either. As I think most of the players that I play against love playing the meta decks, but it's awesome to see some rogue decks. We see that each one of them has their own unique strengths. I know we only caught the tail end of a couple of them, but the Lilia having these fast threats and even getting directly countered by that Decree, you'd think was kind of the end game for the Master Yi. but getting that one extra draw is all that matters. They top deck the Brutalizer, I believe, and they just send it into the Forge to win. I'm having a fantastic time watching, Master Yi players, they're not as bad as purple players, but watching them get stuffed by stuff like Fiora and Lilia is still quite enjoyable to watch as someone who loves the rogue decks. Agito, after getting to cast both round 5 and 6 with me, how do you feel about how the event is going?
I've had a lot of fun. No, it's really good. Obviously, these people are here to win today, to get themselves into some free entry into Rage, Nerd, Gaming, because we haven't actually mentioned this so far in these last 2 rounds. Thank you to them for allowing us to do this and giving us 8 or 6 tickets basically for the event, which is obviously really cool. 8, it was 8. But obviously, that's just nice to get some free entry. Travel is expensive, so any little helps. And essentially pushing yourself into that 20k is pretty darn good overall, with the chance of only those best of metal cards, I believe, as well. So I've been told by the most disgusting thing I've ever heard is we have a Diana versus Irelia game. So I think we should go in. Let's give the people what they want. It's the last game currently being played, so as soon as they finish, we can wave you off, and then we can get you into top 8. How about that?
That sounds fantastic here, Agito. Let's jump into the game. Viewer discretion is advised. It is Irelia versus Diana, 2 of the most disgusting decks in, I think, the new meta. I mean, getting to conquer essentially like 4 extra points with the Diana combo. The patched Porobot returning 2 runes and giving +3 might to a Hui is absolutely nasty. And I, at my previous Nexus night, have to admit I got absolutely ran over by the Stellacorn Herder with the boosted swiftness, and I just could not play the game. So, I mean, let's jump straight into it for this last match of the 6th round.
I mean, I'm surprised it's only turn maybe 4 or 5, and we've already got a Baron out just slapping down. And I can't believe just how much of a game this is going to be, apparently. 3 battlefields. If you can hold all 3, you win on the following turn. I believe if you are the Irelia overall, lots of tentacles. Lots of tentacles.
Gosh.
I think it's one of these cards that people thought, like, this isn't going to redo anything, and they've just realized over time, actually, it's kind of wicked.
Yeah, it creates so many more confusing lines of play. I mean, I'm looking at this, and this is a nightmare. Hey, in any caster's book, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units in the Diana's base. There's 6 cards in hand. There's discard. There's draw. There's swapping. There's energy. There's deflect. There's a bajillion things. There's a hidden card on the Baron battlefield. There's tentacles. There's crabs everywhere, and it's up to the Diana to kind of strike back in this game 3 as Perk on the Irelia has a couple points lead at 5. But now it looks like with all these tools back up, Star Warso is going back on the offensive with this Hui. Discarding the patch Porobot, and this is the nasty thing I was talking about, gets +3 might, and you get 2 runes back for free just off 1 discard, and you draw back a card anyway. So an insane use of that new gear unit means that Hui has only gotten ever stronger with the Vendetta set.
Yeah, I did do a little video yesterday on the FAQ. Well, it is Saturday thing. Yes, it was yesterday. And yeah, Hui does not care about one card. It just cares about the words written on that card. Same with Swain. Doesn't care how it gets there as long as the words are on those cards. So Porobot, you're a star in our eyes if you're in blue. But this is all you had to do, really, as the Hui. You just had to stay on this one battlefield, stop them going from 5 to 8 on this turn, and now you just have to go, right, there's a Baron there. He's going to slap me really hard. How do I deal with this? Can't target him with any spells.
Baron Tentacles Irelia, something I'm going to be honest, I have not seen before, but this is pretty awesome. I mean, all of your tentacles become 3 might units, meaning that your opponent has to put in a lot more effort to kind of clear your swarm. I think that hidden card is likely going to be Azania's to keep the Baron Nashor alive. You can ready back your units with the Irelia, given that you've had enough runes, and that's a really threatening, color combo with how much disruption you have with the Defies, with the Starcrossed, with the Ride the Winds, you could send a surprise 12 Might Baron to just crush anything on your opponent's board on their turn and get like a surprise conquer point, right? So I'm really interested in seeing this deck, and I do hate Irelia, but seeing a bit of a more fun variation does put some hope in my eyes for this type of archetype.
I'm a little bit concerned that you said this was the fun version. Oh. To be fair, though, Baron can't be targeted, so I don't think they have to be worried too much about a mysterious spell. They are playing blue, so technically you could be running unchecked power, but it's too late for that one, as we're at 5 runes now. I could see the hidden card being a switcheroo, maybe, just to get a tentacle to be a little bit bigger if Away wants to swing in. Could be a back off, obviously, some green. Generally, you want to use that from the hand to get the draw up as well. But yeah, I think the Irelia is in a really good place right now, which is horrible to say. Irelia. But this isn't a nothing game. You can take the Sunken Temple if they don't have Ride the Wind in those 6 cards and those 3 runes up. Could be anything. But yeah, the Diana never even got the Diana at this game, which is quite unusual to see from a Diana.
Yeah, the Diana is on the back foot.
So we played a lot of spells this turn. That's a pretty big student right there, ready to walk in and slap someone around. Looking at you, Mr. Crab.
Yeah,
get the draw right. Walk in, pay for the draw. Find a card that you still can't use. Very good.
Yeah. I mean, that is a big student, and that Crab might be sunk, as it's going to be a full commit onto the Baron Pit. 4 units totaling, I believe this is 4, 9, 11, 11 plus, how much was this on this? Ravenbloom 5, 16 might against what is also, I believe, close to more than 16 due to the Baron and the 2 tentacles. And it's a tap of the Diana to play a spell with that extra, play something during the showdown. What do we got with 4 energy up for this Diana?
Could we have a Gust even just to get rid of one of those tentacles?
Oh.
Do we have another stacked deck to make it an even point score? Do we have a Ride the Wind maybe to get the Hawaiian or the Fizz to come and poke somebody with his trident? What can we do here?
I think the Ride the Wind on the way would be pretty gross. Oh, Flash. Moving 2 units to the base. Okay. Brings back the Hui and the Fizz. So the move trigger is going to get the Hui ability active once again. So maybe that Diana is looking for more options. Keep digging for
maybe
more.
Upgrade the 2 runes.
Yeah.
So, no, I mean, I don't dislike this. Again, getting the extra value from the way where you can. And Flash is up to 2, so you can obviously just pay for the 1 if you want to. You're holding with the Fizz, so you'll get 2 runes back anyway. So, yeah, if you can spend the 5, spend them, baby. You're going to get them back.
Absolutely. Oh, it's going to be a hard bargain ditch, so it's going to be an extra draw on the way. The Flash does give 1 bonus might to the Ravenbloom off that trigger, and now I believe there's still more to be done. The Diana, again, still has more energy left to play with. Let's see what's going to happen here, as I'm just a bit worried about that 1 hidden card, and don't get me wrong, it is good, but the Irelia still has 3 energy up, not counting that hidden card. So there's room for a Discipline. There's rooms for Defy. There is a lot of room for Irelia to kind of still have that response back and keep the Baron Nashor continuing to be the boss of the Rift here. I'm quite interested in what that Diana is going to try to answer with.
I mean, we could have a Moonfall Lever maybe, right? Oh. So that hidden card doesn't do anything. It was a back off. That would have been great to have been used. Look, I'm not asking questions here.
Yeah, okay. I'm a bit surprised that the back off doesn't do much, I guess. Yeah, I thought that would probably keep the Baron Nashor alive. So a bit interesting play, but that's the Giga Worm taken out. But it is going to be a pass back over to the Irelia, who is going to conquer the 6 points with that bonus Scuttle Crab on the Sunken Temple for the hold.
And yes, Scuttle Crab can just walk into the Baron Pit because it does open up the battlefield. So this is an actual normal play. But now we just have to try and get this tentacle to slap around 5 might with its 1 might. Not impossible in green and purple. Switcheroos, disciplines and guards, boots with the fur,
Yeah,
maybe
apple
even a
bottom
Guardian
jeans.
Angel.
Yeah,
Apple bottom jeans,
Better-
yeah. Stack deck start off pretty good. Let's dig deeper as we can. Let's see what we can find. Can we get those boots with the fur?
yeah. That's the boots with the fur is a very great card to have, and lot of 9 runes up. Sorry, 8 now after playing the stack deck means that the Irelia does have a lot of resources to play with, but it's not just that simple for this last conquer because 5 cards in hand and 3 up. On guard onto the tentacle sends it to 3 might here, trying to take out either the Ravenbloom or the Fizz. Let's see what Star Warso has in response with these 3 runes and 5 cards in hand. I mean, playing against blue purple, you know they have some tricky things in their sleeves.
That's it. Do we have a Stupefy? Do we have a Gust? Do we have our own stack deck to play? Do we have a ride that... He's gone. Where'd he go?
None of that. And Fizz, the champion that just loves jumping around, invincible on the Trident, is going to finally fall off into the trash. Just 1 Ravenbloom alive here. Still, like, if you manage to conquer this last point, that is the win. That is the top 8. It's going to be a Vex in the base. Defiant Dance targeting the Vex and the Ravenbloom, sending the Ravenbloom to... Oh, it's a hard bargain, paying 2. So the Irelia does not have enough energy to actually respond to that. So the Defiant Dance is going to be countered.
Wait on.
Oh, got some rewind in here.
So yeah, they did that to target themselves, which means they could use the Irelia effect to choose a target to ready it. They've obviously chose to bag it, which obviously they can't respond to because they've only got 1 up. That should work, right?
Yeah, I would think that should work, as it would counter the Defiant Dance.
So everything should be fine on the stacks, he says. Is this because they want to... What do they want to do with this? That's kind of thing. What would you do right now?
Smoke screen
screen.
gives it to -4. Okay, so it would be a trade. Okay, no, I think he shows his hand. I think that is the game.
I mean, hold on, what would you do here? So you go 3 into... No, you'd be 1 into 3. Yeah, that's what they can do.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
with
that's the game, yeah.
Yeah, that's the game. Sorry. I was a bit confused as they didn't type anything, but regardless of the hard bargain or the smoke screen, I think they took back the hard bargain, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because if you hard bargain the Defiant Dance, yes, you do negate the spell, but since it already targeted, you get the... Yeah, you get the readied on the Vex regardless due to the Blade Dancer ability, and then it just would swing in 5 against 3, and then it would just end the game regardless because there's no more interaction in the hand. So that is going to be the Baron buff Irelia sending it to the top 8. We got 1 mega meta deck, so to speak, in there with the mix of the Fioras and the Lilias, and I think we're going to do some closing comments here, Agito, before we pass it to break into the next round, which will be the start of the top 8.
Yeah, so thank you for being here, everyone. We always appreciate it. So it's going to be into the top 8, into 4, into finals. So you get those extra 2 rounds this week. So hopefully you're prepared. You know who I am by now. I'm Agito Swiftly. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on my own channel. Agito Swiftly goes Riftbound. I'm going to try and get more of the local skirmishes sort of recorded this set. Unfortunately, I was really busy last set with work, so it wasn't really happening. But fingers crossed, we should get some regular people skirmishes going very soon. And big shout out to Rage No Gaming for letting us do this with them. As we just said earlier, 8 people are going to that event for, in brackets, free. Got to pay your own fare to get there. Otherwise, that's it. But if you want to do something for me, massively favour for that isn't me specifically, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel or follow along on the Twitch page. Leave a like. I don't know if you can like on Twitch, but whatever that version is for you guys, do that, please. And yeah, that's all for me. So,
Yeah,
Kevin, tell us what
thank
you're
you.
going to do.
Absolutely. Thank you, Agito, wonderfully said there. Yeah, for those next couple tournaments and the buys. And shout out to all of our viewers. Please subscribe on YouTube and follow us on the Twitch, as there's going to be more rounds continuing after this. You can find me, Kevin Dunk, on my own channel on YouTube, also called Kevin Dunk. I do some casting for League of Legends in some tier 4 scene, namely the Risen Esports and Franchise Premier League. So if you're a Riftbound player that loves League of Legends and loves that spirit of kind of competing with your friends, please check those out. I upload a lot of the matches from those match days onto my own channel. But as I get more into the Riftbound, I'd like to really thank the team here at Runes and Rift for letting me do my first cast online. Shout out to Plus and shout out to Agito Swiftly. But I'll be uploading a lot more content for Riftbound from my local game stores and from whatever tournaments I try to cast online. But yeah, if you want to see some locals cast by yours truly, please check out the YouTube channel, as there's going to be a lot more coming. But again, appreciate all the viewership. Thank you for the warm welcome from the team here at Runes and Rift, and I hope to see you again casting on our following tournaments. But with that, that's all from me. Agito, any final words before we sign off here? I'm happy to let you take those final words.
Good luck to everyone playing in the top 8. Do your best. That's all we can ask for. And please don't let a purple deck win. All right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Hey guys, it is a good day because we are now on the Vendetta Cash Cup number 6. It's going to be a 2K prize pool that we're going to be having here. And welcoming for our first time together, Thaddeus. How are you doing, man?
Very excited to be here. I'm so excited for our top cut today. I've been a Diana player, and we have a couple of those in our bracket. So I'm excited to see if we get how far they make it, and always some Kennons up there as well. So this will be, the usual suspects are up there. Anything that's surprising you in our top 8?
Yeah, man. You talked about the usual suspects, right? Diana and the Cannons of the world. And now we have Susan. Susan on top 3, undefeated Nasus. For those of you who don't know, it is the dog, the big dog that is making its prime appearance in this top 8. And, I'm surprised as well. Like, my main in Spirit Forged, Fiora, is now back in the mix. Now, it's crazy that it's back in the mix. And out of the top 8, like Thaddeus, what do you think is the kind of more, or rather more, much more easier to pilot, or rather at the other end, which one is the harder to pilot out of these top 8 decks?
Yeah, I think that Kennen and Miracle decks, you really need to make sure that you get that finale, that finisher, as your for your top at that end game. Diana's, though, with the changes and with the, we've kind of seen it falling a little bit out of the meta, and I think it's starting to take a little bit more skill to pilot that deck, especially if you are playing some of the more combo-y pieces, knowing what cards to discard, what cards to draw, and how to hold on to that. I'm curious to see what kind of Fiora ends up pulling up through here, and of course, I am excited to see the Nasus. And we've seen it pop up in quite a few tournaments lately in Vendetta. I think we've seen it in top 8s and do really well in a lot of different places. So we're excited to see that too.
Yeah, I mean, Thaddeus, you are right with that. Like, Diana is very hard to pilot. I've tried it. I'm gonna be trying it again, but I'm going with another blue-purple deck. But guys, for you watching right now, the top 8 is gonna be Diana, Azir, Nasus, Irelia, Fiora, 2 Cannons, and or rather, the last one is gonna be Diana. So 2 Dianas, 2 Cannons, 1 Azir, 1 Nasus, 1 Irelia, and 1 Fiora. Now, if you're standing any one of the other champions right now, Yi lovers, it's not here. I wonder why, Thaddeus. Why do you think so?
I think in our original, what we saw was a lot of Dianas, a lot of Aurelias, a lot of purple decks which have those bounces with Star-Crossed and Fizzes, and able to get rid of a lot of those big units and interact with a lot of what Master Yi can do. So I think with so much purple coming back into the meta, Master Yi can really struggle if they don't get those good matchups, and if they're not playing some of those key anti-purple cards that prevent any kind of interactions or spell removal, etc.
Yeah, I love it as well. I love it as well that the point that you made that there is going to be kind of bounce backs, right? There's a bunch of combat tricks as well that can happen to make sure to go over that might, and that's a problem as well, considering that he gives you +2, so you want to, as much as possible, avoid that. So Star-Crossed definitely is gonna be there, and again, sometimes you see a rebuke, and it would be hard to counter for the Yi decks. And going back, man, I think we're gonna be having a feature match quite soon, and now it's gonna be a match between a dog and a rat. Can you guess what those champions are, Thaddeus? Can you give us a rundown?
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Nasus the dog. When you do say rat as a League of Legends player, I always think Teemo when I first think of the rat.
Yeah.
But I am excited to see Kennen versus Nasus here. We've got some interesting cards I think we were looking at in this Nasus deck that should pop up and be pretty powerful here. I think we saw a Premonition, which is something that we don't see playing very often. Yeah, really excited for this Kennen deck as well. So we'll jump right into game, and it should be a really fun match to watch.
Yes, really fun indeed. It's now going to be Susan on the play and Kennen on the draw. Yeah, I'm going to be calling him the Lightning Rat from now on. It's an amazing play. We have Raven Bloom Student on the board. It's a perfect start as well because like if you're on turn 1, you're going to be having something to play at least. Maybe I'm looking at the deck right now of the Nasus. There's a bunch of 2 cosplays which are the Ravenloom Student and of course the Crab. And now it's gonna be the Cannon's turn. Is this something that you would want to put down at turn 1 for Cannon, Thaddeus?
I heard someone recently, I forget who it was, I think it was in a video I saw online, but they mentioned that if you miss your turn 1 play going first, that can be recoverable. It's hard to come back, but it's recoverable. But missing that first turn when you're going second is just impossible. So if you have nothing else to play, you need to play something. Unfortunately, they have to burn that rune. We do see the Ravenbloom Student going in to try and get a point at the paper tree. If they're able to hold there, they will be able to channel an extra rune and get to this Nasus kind of back online.
Yeah, so it's just the paper tree is gonna be conquered by Nasus, and floating 4 runes or 4 energy right now is kind of sus, man. It's already in the name, Sus, Nasus, right now, and man, again you mentioned it, the Seal of Discord being burned is one. It burns a lot, right? I'm just telling you, man, because this deck is power hungry. Cannon actually needs all of those 3 seals. That's why in my personal deck, I carry a pickpocket. So again, Lightning Rush is gonna be right here. Look at this. We're gonna be getting the stack deck, and 2 of them are gonna go into the trash right now. For those of you who don't know, and also it has flow, and one of the things that you actually need to get over those double battlefield conquers is Ride the Wind, and it's now in the trash pile. And this is going to be kind of crazy because I think, if I remember correctly, Kano brings 3, or rather the Cannon player brings 3. So it's actually not a bad thing. And also, when you conquer with your Cannon, you can put in flow with it. So that's something down the line that you can count on.
Of course, and also we have Fizz. I think these purple players, as long as you have Fizz in your deck, you don't feel that bad discarding any kind of cards, any kind of spells. You're okay getting rid of those over time. We also see a Nocturne get discarded. That kind of, I think, shows what they had in that opening hand was a little bit of trash, as they did have to conquer Zon Warrens, and that's such a good battlefield to play first because you are able to filter some of those bad draws and set yourself up for success. Another Lightning Rush coming out here, discarding more cards, seeing more cards. Kennon's already up to, I think that's 7 cards in hand.
Yeah. For a total of 7 cards on hand, putting that Treasure Hunter over that Zon Warrens. Now, this is actually a good play. You don't want to go head to head with the 4 energy being floated by the opponent, Susan, right there. Now the paper tree is going to be activated. We're going to be having a ramp, so to speak, over at the Susan side. And of course, you can see over the trash as well of Cannon, the Nocturne has been discarded, and you don't want to see a Nocturne on your hand, right? You want to see it discovered from a Lightning Rush. You want to see it discovered from your stack decks. And now, of course, Nasus, I'm looking at the deck. There's a lot of things that he can play with, right? You can see that there is a 4 and a 1, a Cannon and a Treasure Hunter over the side, and they're now floating it again. Okay. Ooh, Ooh, okay. I mean, this is crazy. Like, this is kind of a big bait scenario from Susan because he wants that he wants that cannon to go lightning rush towards that paper tree because if not, he's gonna keep on holding lightning rush. He's gonna be coming in. Thaddeus, this is crazy. 6 runes are floating over at Susan.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look at in their deck. They have some Defies, some Disciplines, some Stupefies. Nasus does run a lot of these cheap, simple spells, and that's also why they run the Ravenbloom students. Excuse me, just because they are able to pump it up with so many of these different pump spells and Stupefies in order to really take that Ravenbloom student as far as it can go while they're ramping up to that key 7 runes.
Yeah, I mean it's I play Lilia with this kind of a package of a pump package with the Ravenbloom, and I haven't seen or rather played a Nasus. So this is kind of crazy seeing this, and you can see that Nocturne being put down over at Dawn Warrens after being discovered at Lightning Rush. And this is one of the things that you want to see if you're playing a cannon. Then Seal of Discord is going to be put down. I'm going to be expecting, of course, a Rasa to be put down real soon because I can see the Seal already down and there's going to be one more stack deck. Okay. He's digging really, really hard to make his base a bit thicker in terms of might. So this is one of the things that you can see if you're going to be facing a cannon. And if they do burn a Rasa, in one of the plays that he does, it's going to be, how do you say this? It's going to be easy to come back because of the last rides. So there you go, double seal. Man, what are you thinking today? Because there's something happening right there with the 5 cards being drawn from cannon side, and you can see everything, or rather 5 energy being used or being able to be used over the next turns. Wow.
Yeah, holding that up, I'm also curious. I think what's happening, what I've noticed is they're probably holding off for those Rasa turns until they can play a lot of them all in one go. Then you're not worried about Nasus having any kind of interaction with those things. You have this one big turn of a lot of units that you can play out. They're also probably digging for those different things. And while you're in this phase of holding back and forth, the Nasus is growing in power, but Kennen, I think, also just scales into that late game because those Rasas, as you start to throw things into your trash, they're going to have a big turn as well. So I think both of our players here are playing a bit of chicken, right? They're trying to figure out what they can play. Oh, and the Watcher. Okay, I wonder if the Nasus has the Bellows in hand as well. That will be huge if they can, because I think they end up clearing the entire board if they're able to Bellows. We'll see. But no, instead just accelerating the Watcher and running into this battlefield, being able to clear it out, no problem from the Nocturne and the Cannon. There are those 5 runes like you talked about before, as well as the one Seal of Discord up. So we'll see what our Cannon player can do.
Yeah, man, like this is gonna be crazy. I was also thinking, like, if you're gonna be seeing a thousand-tailed Watcher, like, and there's also been some comments over at the TL. It's usually the Bell's Breath first, so they don't run into this kind of shenanigans. You see a switcheroo coming in from the cannon, so that means it's gonna be some favorable trades or favorable destruction that's gonna be coming from that switcheroo. So let's see, it's gonna be 6 versus 1, so it's gonna be 1-6 if this pushes through. So man, this is a crazy tech coming from Cannon, and it is well deserved if he does get that hold.
Yeah, and Switcheroo, very importantly, cannot be defied because it has those 2 powers. So you need to hold a different kind of counter spell in order to handle that. I did like the Stupefy come in here just before it, so that the might power is just a little bit less. You maybe get that 1 card draw. The Nasus does still have 2 runes up. There's not a lot that you could do here, but we'll see what the Nasus player is thinking here, but they will go down to such a low amount of might that this Thousand Tail Watcher might just be gone. which could be
Yes.
just devastating for the Nasus.
Yeah, man, this is very devastating. Like if I was the Nasus player right now, I would be like sad because another one of my units is gonna be removed. Like there's not a lot, okay? But there is a way for Nasus to come down. There you go. I was expecting
Yeah.
this. Retreat is a very, very good option because you're going to be returning to the hand and you can have that benefit as well of the deploy or the play of Thousand Tail Watcher, and you're going to be channeling one rune as well. Now, this is good because you would want to have a lot of things to play with if you are Nasus to activate Curator of the Sands, like expensive stuff to get that benefit. And now we're going to be seeing on the play or playing right now, it's going to be Kennen. You have a total of 7 runes up, 11 in the trash. Where are those Razes? And Double Conquer is now going to be happening because of the ganking and Conquer. Sorry, it's Hold and Conquer because Nocturne has ganking. Now, a lot of the players forget that, of course, the ones that I am fighting, that ganking is present with Nocturne, right? That's why I usually put him on the battlefield so that on the next turn, if it's empty or if I can go over the might of that opponent, I would go and gank and make sure to conquer yet again. And here we have it, another treasure hunter over at the paper tree. Man, there's a lot of things that this cannon can do, especially with all the cards that they have over at their trash. So Lightning Rush might be a flow that they can go into. Thaddeus.
For sure, yeah, and we did see them throw away one Ride the Wind, but again, they still have Fizzes, they still have possibly Rosses coming out. They have their Starcross probably in hand at some point. So lots of different options, like you were saying, and I think they are really here. The Kennen has such board presence that you're pretty happy to just hold on to these runes to really ruin the Nasus' day on their turn. Because this Nasus is going to want to, they're going to go up a couple of runes, they're going to want to play something big like their Chosen Champion or the Heron in order to try to accelerate this game. They might even play out their Watcher again. And so playing something and holding up those runes to deal with those big threats while you already have things on board is really important here.
Yeah, I do agree with you, man. Like, there is gonna be some. You have the commanding presence as Kennen right now,
exactly.
Definitely, right? And now he is now digging and digging for something to happen, and no Razas yet. Oh, even though it's gonna be 6 might, it's gonna be easy to go over, especially if you're gonna be Nasus. But then again, you can find some combat tricks along the way, and you can see Arasa already on the board. Now we are online, but we have 5 energy floating over at the Kennen side. Now there is definitely gonna be some interactions if there's gonna be a showdown happening. As you can see over at the other side, Nasus is now at 11, and we know over at his hand that there is a Thousand Tail Watcher. Now, you mentioned a while ago that it is very possible that the Bell's Breath is going to be happening. Now, the problem with that is that the Bell's Breath can happen, but it will not go over the Rasa because Rasa can only go down to 3. And if you go down with the Bell's Breath, it's going to be... it's still gonna survive. So let's see what he does, and it's now accelerated. Let's look at the showdown, Thaddeus.
Yeah, so the Thousand Tail Watcher does come out accelerated. The Curator of the Sands is going to be able to activate as necessary, ready a couple of extra runes, and we do see that. What happened here? Oh, they removed a Nocturne a little bit too fast here, but the Ravenbloom student will be just enough with that discipline to do enough damage here and also draw a card, just kind of push through this battlefield, pump it up a little bit. Oh, see, I'm surprised they used the discipline first. Oh no, it would have been discipline first rather than there's the second discipline. Doesn't even matter. They're okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, huge. Yeah, and the discipline giving +2, and as well as the Ravenbloom will put it out of that range of gust, unless there happens to be another one in the Kennen's hands.
Yeah, man. This is gonna be giving +3 each time. So that's gonna be 2 +3, 5 +3, and we have a star cross being used over at the side of Ken. It's gonna be targeting Nocturne and
Mhm.
Thousand Tailed Watcher. Now this actually, I mean, it looks okay.
Mhm.
And in terms of like preventing a conquer over at the side of Zon Warrens and giving more options for draw for the Nasus, it's good. I think it's good in the sense that they will be able to prevent one more point going in because that's
Mhm.
going to be a 5, and they want to be on tempo, right? And I'm
Mhm.
feeling that the cannon is going to be going in okay. All right, there
Mhm.
is a bellow spread going in at the last rune. Now, this is gonna be an opportunity because if you know what I know, and if everyone knows that if you're tapped out, it's gonna be double conquer season.
Yeah, if there's any kind of ride the wind or a fizz in hand to be able to pull one of those other ride the winds out, they're going to be able to easily move over and take out this Ravenbloom student. I think that's basically a lot of the accelerate mechanics that exist inside of Kennen's deck, or kind of rush mechanics. And so, yeah, we do see this fizz, ride the wind, probably going to, I think, target the Rasa so that you can move that back, go up to those 6 points, then have just such a huge base. And if they have more Rasas in hand, I think it's just
Yes.
really, really hard for the Nasus to come back here. The Starcrossed is always such a tempo game, I think, was what I wanted to say while that was going on, is once you're able to play that Starcrossed on those big units over and over again, that Nasus just can't play 2 units a turn, but as your Kennen, you can just kind of flood the board and you're able to continue to get 2 points while the Nasus is only able to get 1 and maybe hold something on. So very, very good, well played here for the Kennen to be able to tempo it here. The Nasus does play a Scuttle Crab in order to try and get just a little bit more draw, try to find an answer, but it's looking pretty hard here because there are 2 Rasas and the Fizz on the battlefield. So, Kennen is going to look to try to double conquer next turn.
Yeah, dude, like this is gonna be definitely a problem for Nasus. And you know what is a problem? That is, ask me what's the problem, Excel.
What is the problem, XL?
There is no deny. There is no deny, and that's a scoop.
Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. We are
And
into the next game.
yeah, going into the next game, Nasus knows it. It's gonna be happening because there's gonna be a double conquer. There's a lot of board presence over at the side of Kennen. Lots of Rasas, and Deny, dude, has not been present ever since turn 1. He has been digging, but he knows that he has some pump spells, as we mentioned a while ago, to pump that Ravenbloom student. And there are like also the point that you made that Starcross is really important in putting back those big units. Never even got to see Susan go down on the board, so that's gonna be kind of a problem as well. Also, one of my favorite cards to see in Vendetta, Astral Heron, right? Astral Heron is not present as well. I'm going to be calling Astral Heron the Pattinson. Ask me why. Ask
Yes,
me
I was about
why.
to say I was very confused. Why the patents and what's that?
Like, bro, the one of the movies that Robert Pattinson voice is the Heron.
Oh,
Right?
very
And yeah,
nice. Yes, the boy and the
he's
heron.
the
Oh yeah,
he's the
yeah,
goat of our current generation in terms of acting. I don't know, man.
right.
It's like
True.
he's
That's
in,
fair.
in everywhere.
Very reasonable. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, the Pattinson, the Herod, for those of you who didn't catch that, was yeah, an incredible card. I've been playing a little bit of Akali, which has been very fun, and so I've been playing that actually in that deck because you're able to get those free falling stars. But in Nasus, it's really great be able to play a Heron to a battlefield, and then Bellows Breath, or we actually have a Premonition. You can also, yeah, there's lots of different lots of different tempo games you can play with playing that Heron, especially getting mana back from Nasus. But we do already see us getting into game 2 of Kennen versus Nasus. The Scuttle Crab came out for Nasus, get him to draw a card. Kennen then up next played out their chosen champion with a Seal of Discord, already getting the ball rolling pretty quickly for both players.
Yeah, this is gonna be fast, and that's gonna be a good sign for Kennen right now. And
Mhm.
look at this Vile Moss layer. This is gonna be a problem because if you go in with Ride the Wind into Vile Moss, then that's gonna be something that you're gonna be seeing, and that because it's not gonna be coming back to base. And look at that
Mhm.
hand. We see a Tide Turner, Lightning Rush, Last Ride, Stack Deck, and Rasa the Sunderer. So that means he is now online. He just needs to dig and dig and dig to get that down. Now, okay, I'm kind of wondering why it is. Oh, yeah, there's gonna be a flow into that Ride the Wind. Amazing,
Mhm.
amazing play. Cannon is gonna be like burning more cards as it goes, and it's gonna be ready. Double conquer, early double conquer, and going back to base. That's gonna happen for Kennen. Those are just Kennen things, and that's where the rush comes in.
Yeah, I think this play is really aggressive, and I'm here for it. It's really interesting as we get to see them dig through this. Usually, you want to save those ride the winds or other things for later game plays to really finish off your opponent. However, I do think this can fluster your opponent as well when you get those couple of early points on the play, as well as being able to bring your Kennen chosen champion back to base. Really,
Mhm.
really can help. I find that Riftbound is all about the attack. Holding is so much more difficult, and that's why we see decks like Nasus, can do well, but really needs those very powerful cards in order to do so. But things
Mhm.
like Kennen, you build up your base, you get those points, and then if the Nasus with no ways to get out of those battlefields are going to have to move units in, and then they're at the whim of your opponent for them to be able to interact with.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of a trap as well, right?
Exactly.
Because you know,
Yes. Yes. They lure him in, to Vilema's lair. It's perfect. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's like you don't want them. Again, it's a trap, but it is a trap that you can avoid, as what
Hmm.
Canon has done in this turn, and it's at the cost of just like seeing the hand, right?
Yeah.
So so you can go with Valmos Layer first, and then go to Minefield, and then that just do that cycle again. Now, of course, over at the other side, Raven Bloom student is gonna get stuck in that lair or in that cave, right?
Hmm.
And he floats a total of 5 energy. That means there's a lot of combat tricks right there. And the 2 cats are gonna be summoned by the dog over at the base. Lightning Rush as well is gonna be used. He's gonna be digging, and one of the Rasas has been burned from
Hmm.
the side of the minefield. So that's gonna hurt a bit. But we saw a while ago that Last Rites is indeed an option
Yep.
for Kennen. So it's not gonna be actually a problem, right? Because there's a possibility that he will be able to summon it down the line. And Vex has been thrown out in the Flash as well. So, man, okay. We see a lot of things go down right now over at the side of Kennen. He may go and flow a bit yet again after burning with the minefield. I think Stack Deck might be a good choice for a flow.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, stack deck really nice here. You could just try to hit some of those nocturnes off of it because you do have a Seal of Discord. You're not going to be going down too much in mana if you want to try to play those to your base just to be able to attack next turn.
Hmm.
Lots of interesting different plays that can be done here by this cannon, and already filling their trash up to 8, which is very important for when they get to 10 for those Rosses to be free. Ezreal as well coming out here. I
Ooh.
think very interesting. Getting more discard, getting more draw, trying to see more of your deck. I don't think I've seen too much Ezreal in the Kennen decks so far, but I think it's a pretty reasonable addition to it.
Yeah, I love this kind of tech in for getting the discard and draw. This is basically the whole mantra of Canon. Like, I don't care if I discard, right? I don't care if I put things in my trash, and actually I think Canon is a recycler, right? Right? They
Yep.
don't just put things in the trash. They make sure they're in the right place. They know where
Hmm.
things are, and they
Yep.
can bring back and recycle some of the stuff that they need for when they need it. Like they go in the flow, right? They go in
Yep.
and use last rights. So again, Kennen is a recycler, right? They do well with how they manage their trash, and Ezreal as well. I'm not sure if there are additional cost spells, or right now, as I'm looking through their deck, if that's going to be a benefit. But the whole benefit of it is again discarding and drawing two, which is basically what you need when you're playing Kennen. You need to dig and dig and dig for your stuff, your interactions, Starcross. You need to dig for your rasas so that they don't get discarded, and also you need to avoid getting to draw your nocturnes, because you most likely want to discover them and summon them for one energy. And now, man, going to get tapped out and seeing double Rasa on the board, that is a big board. How much is that? 6 plus 6, 12 plus 3, 15 plus 4, 19 total over at the board and the battlefield. Let's see how well the NAS is going to react.
So one thing to note is that Kennen does only have 3 runes left. So they did burn a lot during their turn. They spent a lot of runes to try to get all of these Rasas out, to get the Ezreals out, to hide a card. And so I think this is a really important turn for the Nasus, right? They know that Rasas are going to be coming forward. They can't move the Ravenbloom students back. There's a hidden card. Can Nasus do something to these battlefields and hold on? If so, they're going to be really, really ahead of the game. They're going to feel really, really good. However, if they're not able to break through this hold, or they're only able to keep something really, really small at one of these battlefields, the Rasas are just going to run right over this dog.
Man, yeah, Rasa is indeed gonna run over the dog right now, especially if they don't interact with what's gonna be happening here. And I'm kind of having a feeling that this hidden card is most likely going to be a tide turner. I mean, that's the very, very, how they say, very, very, or like logical play, because he wants to save that. It might be, yes, I saw
right,
it, man.
Yeah, we saw it in hand, I
have
think, earlier as
caster
well
version.
from the Scuttle Crab. Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. Look at that. He went over that. Yeah, that's 6 plus 4. It's gonna be 10, but it's not gonna be a problem for this kind of player, because there are combat tricks that can go over. Maybe just one. Oh, wait, yeah, maybe a Stupefy and a Discipline can make it happen. Let's see.
Yep, we've got the Discipline. They're digging for one more thing. There is only one more rune left up for our Nasus player. They're trying to find that Stupefy. Will they get it? It's tense. They're figuring out. They do end up using the Bellows Breath, which is going to be enough to at least trade. And then our other Steel Paws can try to take this battlefield if they want. But they are going to opt to just leave it in base to be able to attack later, especially not being able to empower that card. It's just going to be a free take. And I agree that I don't think that extra 4th point is necessarily worth it here for the Nasus player.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And look at that, man. The last rights is already out. It's going to be costing them 2 recycles and 1 power to equip. Of course, there is a chance that he can go double conquer, as I have seen that there's already one banished, right? One banished, Ride the Wind, and it can happen because he's still floating 2 right now, and he can still bring it back right after conquering towards the left the Biolos layer, and then passing it over to Minefield, going back into 5 points. So that is definitely a choice, or he can just push in with this Tide Turner vanilla towards that Valamos layer. Oh wow! Oh, he pushes in with Ezreal instead, and may go for Tide Turner over the other side.
Yeah, I'm interested by this play too. They are going to be able to bring back, I think, one of the Rosses here back in base. And I think this shows that, like you were saying, they probably they probably don't have Ride the Wind or really didn't want to play it this turn in order to get those double conquers with the Rasa. But because you're able to hold them back in base, you're going to be able to take both these battlefields. It's going to be hard for Nasus to get both just without any kind of, unless they have some kind of acceleration unit. And even then, they're going to have to also empower Steel Paws. So just the amount of mana that you need in order to break through this Ezreal and this Tide Turner with the last rites, going to be really, really hard. And of course, this will, if even one of them holds, it's going to be really, really close here.
Yeah, gonna be a bit close indeed. And Susan needs to catch up right here because now, of course, you're 3-5. The point parity is a bit high in terms of like a 2 difference right now. Next, if you're not gonna be not gonna be countering or trying to destroy the other one, it's gonna be showdown with this Vile Moss layer. It's gonna go possibly to 7, so it's gonna be an easier win, and no switcheroo for this one. But we are gonna be seeing a Tomb Raider Barbara. Okay, this is one. I am on the fence with this kind of play, right, or with this kind of card, but now it shows its value. Getting to remove one equipment because there has been some what do you call this, debate over the use of Tomb Raider Barbara or it is Arming Rake, right? So it's kind of a conditional. So it's good that it has some value during this turn, but now we can see that they are now at 6. Kennen, the Lightning Mouse, is now at 6. He now can have double conquer over at the next turns.
Yep. And interesting about the Disarming Rakes versus Tomb Raider Barbara is that there are actually 2 of each in the sideboard of our Nasus players. So I wonder if they just kind of have to play enough that they want to be able to play different matchups with those things, if they need to get rid of enough equipments or gears early versus late for these Tomb Raider Barbaras versus Disarming Rake. I think it really depends on how much runes you're willing to spend. And in this Nasus deck where you want to put out big units, recycling things early is really, really tough.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough indeed because, we're going to be seeing the kind of shenanigans as well from Susan. You can see as well that the Vile Moss layer is going to be protected. You can see the 7 attack, or rather 7 might cat, the Steel Paws, equipping or donning that steel, becoming empowered, and using a hidden card over at their side. Now we're going to be seeing a lot of, oh wow, they're going to be paying. They're going to be paying that deflect. Yes, it's not going to be a problem for this Cannon player. Like, I'm going to be using it. And let's see that hidden card fizzle out because it's going to be back off. Yep. Oh, that's so much value. That's so much value. Oh, this is going to be crazy. Vile Moss layer, man, it's going to be occupied by the Rasa. And now it's going to go up to 7. Now, I just need to hold that. Or rather, we can go in with the Rasa over the left and then ride the wind. It's going to be definitely an option. There's going to be some draws with that from 7 to 8. And now Barbara, the Tomb Raider Barbara, is going to be the lone unit right there going against Rasa. It's going to go to 5 with the Stupefy. So we have some combat tricks right now.
Yeah, they need to hold on to this. It goes -1. Rasa is ready here. Tomb Raider Barbara, the little lizard trying to fight the giant evil golem. Discipline does come out too, so there is going to be enough might here. Is our Kennen player going to use anything to combat this, or are they just going to let it happen? I'm really unsure. Like, Rasas can just get pulled back. But if they have anything, it really, I'm actually surprised they didn't hold with the other Rasa on the other battlefield to attempt to keep them around. But like you said, we might see a Ride the Wind. We could see another Starcross. There's a lot of options here that will make this get the win for the Kennen player.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a kind of a problem for Nasus. And again, Thaddeus, what card is missing from Nasus to prevent any shenanigans from happening.
Yeah, once again, it is that Defy, as you mentioned in the last game. Defy, yeah, we haven't seen it. And someone actually pointed out in chat, very interestingly enough, that
Mhm.
if they had not played Tomb Raider Barber and instead had played Disarming Rake, then
Mhm.
they would have had 1 mana up in order to be able to play a Defy
Yes.
on some of these
Yes.
cards on that Star-Crossed. So maybe that's that final decision making this Nasus player. There's the Ride the
Crazy.
Wind. Yep. Does the Nasus have the Defy in hand to stop this? Because I think
Yes.
otherwise it's going to be really, really hard. Like this is almost guaranteed to be a win for the Kennen player.
Bro, if there's no Defy right now with 7 runes floating, Nasus's game just got
Yeah.
scuffed. Yes, bro.
Mhm.
Let's it.
Oh, it went
let that
through.
through.
Oh my gosh, it
Oh
gets ready.
man, it's
Oh,
crazy. This is
yeah.
crazy. Oh wow.
Nasus does
Okay.
still have 7 runes
Mhm.
available. There's
Mhm.
not a lot that they can do, but if they need to
Mhm.
get rid of this Rasa from this battlefield, it is still -1, so it's only at 5 power. I
Mhm.
don't know how much they can do, though.
Yeah, man. Like, even if you put down a thousand tailed watcher, it's gonna be 7. Then that's not gonna be enough because you don't have accelerate with it. So I am thinking again, there is no Defy with Nasus right now. Even though you see a green, you most likely are is very, very afraid with a Defy because there are 3 copies of it. Now, just thinking, okay, have you played 7? Like, right? Again, you make, oh no, he's showing it, he's scooping it. That means it's already out and about. It's probably a scoop for our Nasus player right now. That is, he's showing it, man. He's showing that he has a 1,000-day launcher, and man, he can't play it right now. Oh man, that's gonna be crazy. A crazy 2-0 sweep for Kennen. What do you think about that matchup, Thaddeus?
I think the Kennen this deck is just so consistent, has all the has a lot of the answers with those lightning rushes and stacked decks. They're able to pull through their deck, get the right things that they need at the right times. Those Rossas come through. It is a really incredible deck, and the Nasus just wasn't able to get those those early tempo plays that let them stick on the board, and also like you said, not seeing Defies, but basically both of those games I think really caused some issues for our Nasus player.
Yeah, talking about some issues as well with the with this kind of matchup. We haven't seen, or I haven't seen as well, that Nasus being played, and I'm seeing it right now. I'm kind of wondering how it got to top 8, right? There has to be some like really good draws as well. They have some good techs. They can go over some of the other mites, but clearly not enough. Not enough that you get over the mite. This is a very very sneaky, tricky rat, right? It just keeps on like, like slipping out, right? So you can see that there's gonna be some kind of problem just holding on to battlefield because like it's very slippery. Like imagine like that is like you're trying to hold on to this rat, and just like keep slipping away. That's how the strategy it is having, right? That's Kennen right now, and that's the problem with this kind of matchup, and they're not able to go against it. Okay, so man, we're gonna be watching some more matches, but again, amazing Cannon versus Nats match. You guys over at the chat, thank you for staying with us. This is again the $2,000 cash cup, and it's gonna be number 6, and we're gonna be going to another match, and it's gonna be amazing. Another rat versus I don't know what Azir is. Azir is a bird, right? Like it's
Yes.
like a
Yeah.
well, it's a bird, right? So Azir, it's a rat and a bird, like
And we always call
in
him
nature.
the pigeon in League of Legends. Is the
The
pigeon is what we usually describe Azir as. Yeah, he has some funny skins with that, so it's great. And I think the birds really should defeat the rats. Usually they're
Yes.
able to
Yes.
scoop them up and win that. But right here, right now, it looks like it is 1-0 for our Azir player, as far as I can see on the scoreboard here. And just a reminder that we are, I believe, the top 8 or top cut is untimed, so we'll be watching some of these matches as go along, and our players can take their time while they figure out what strategies they need to do best.
Yes, indeed. And this is going to be a good thing that we can see that there's already a lot of board presence over at the side of Kennen and over the side of Azir. And you can see that there are a bunch of different equipments. And I like to see that Hand Hammer has already been played. It's coming from Vendetta, and it gives you +2 while at the battlefield. Now, this is another tool for Azir to play. And now they're going to be having Kennen going in to Trifarron Moorcamp and Zone Warrants as well. Now bringing back some other units. If I remember correctly, it's Kennen going back on to the field. Rather, sorry, Nocturne going back onto the field, onto the base. And it's going to be easy pickings for Azir because you can see that they're already tapped out. The Kennen's already tapped out.
Yeah, and one thing though is that both of these units that are on the field are fairly low impact, right? We've got the Treasure Hunter and the Traveling Merchant, so Kennen is not too worried about losing either of these, especially with the equipment on the Traveling Merchant can bring it back and start playing some things. But the Azir player does quickly move in a Sand Soldier with that had the Brutalizer equipped previously. 3 might to 1, it conquers Zon Warrens up to 4. It's going to be doing their discard draw, and so I think 4-4 right now for the Azir player, and I think they're just probably going to try to develop back in base. It's pretty hard unless they want to accelerate this chosen champion out to be able to get any kind of proactive play against this Traveling Merchant, which means we might see something from the Last Rites playing a spell, being able to play a unit from the trash from Kennen, which is a little bit worrying. I think as soon as the Kennen is able to start getting that board presence, the Azir really has to worry about that tempo gain that they're going to get.
Yes, and there is one thing that I've always said: if there is anything who can, Kennen can, and because they are all those tricks to get over those battlefields, and now we're gonna be seeing Zon Warrens being conquered by Azir. Now, this means that they already have an option to possibly play. Right? Even though it's a bit too early, there is the option to go in and put in an Arise. So you have an accelerated unit, or there's also a possibility of playing the Azir, but it's a bit too early. If I know that Azir players, they just usually just put down a bunch of Sand Soldiers and make sure that they conquer some of those units, and the degree of unity is going to be killing a Chaos unit or gear. Now, this is a good tech, guys. Good tech indeed. Recently coming in from Vendetta. Now, that big F sword is going to be coming in and going to be attaching towards that Sand Soldier vanilla, right? Without even like using Weapon Master, because he wants Weapon Master to attach, or rather to be used to the Eye of the Herald. And going to be using another power as well to hide something there. I am trying to guess what it is. Maybe a Hidden Blade? I'm not sure. We're not sure, guys.
Yeah, Hidden Blade, Emperor's Divide, I think can also sometimes be played, or another the stun back off could also be hidden. So quite a few options, and I really like equipping this BF sword to the Sand Soldier. It gets it up to that 6 might threshold, so that Rasa can't just run in and run over this Sand Soldier. You're going to have to send at least 2 units in against it in order to conquer Zon Warrens. And so I really like that play, just to force your opponent to kind of make at least some kind of move. Isn't going to be able to get this battlefield for free. And of course, what's so powerful about Azir is that when you kill one of these Sand Soldiers, you still get to keep all of your equipment. So those equipments can go onto other Sand Soldiers and empower them, make one really large unit or a bunch of a small army. And so I think that's pretty powerful with that.
Yeah, indeed. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. This is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is going to be a very, very good tech. And this is Yeah, really, really powerful indeed. Like to get over and just like steal some points, right? While
Hmm.
having to have a replenishable army is actually one of the things that you can see that is being utilized by Azir. Now, going and deramping yourself down to 4, that means you're going to be up to 6 over the next turn, is actually not a problem. But knowing Kennen, they have some spells that can actually counter that play. So if you're going to be going down the wire for a possible Arise play, you won't probably play that, right? Because there is possible abandon, there's a possible hard bargain,
Yeah.
and if that happens, you are going to be uh, like you're not going to be in a good position because you're deramped, you are now tapped out, and now you have nothing to answer for any shenanigans over at the other side. Now, Lightning Rush is going to be used by Kennen right now. Let's see what he puts into the trash. It's going to be a Baron Nashor. And again, last rites, is that it? Or
Yep.
a lightning rush?
I think
I
it
think it's a
was
lightning rush, right?
the lightning rush. Yeah. No,
Yes,
the
okay.
lightning rush was what they played, and then the Baron, and yeah, this is a little bit confusing as to what
It,
exactly went into the
it's a
order here from
banish.
the trash. Yeah, okay, that was what it was.
Yeah,
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 okay.
yeah. Right, that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, Lost Rites. And the Hidden Blade does come out, is going to try to
Mm,
kill this Rasa. And without the Last Rites as well, with that in the trash, I think they have another one. They might have another one in their deck, but this
yes.
is going to be nice to get rid of some of those bigger units, not let them replay them right now at this moment, and hold up that battlefield. And again, the Cannon player is going to have to commit quite a few resources in order to take care of the Sand Soldier. Oh, they do have another Last Rites. It's
Oh,
right there. Oh,
oh,
that's
yeah.
going to be really sad for our Azir player.
Really sad indeed.
I
Because
cursed it.
if you have a last rights right now,
Mhm.
he's gonna be up to 6, and he can actually trade if he wants to, or if are there any combat tricks to pump up this Nocturne? I want to see if there is anything right there, or if that's gonna be a sacrificial lamb
Mhm.
for the trade, because it's a total of 6 might that he has to go over, and there's no hidden how do you say it? Not hidden blade, no hidden cards right now, right? So
Mhm.
it is going to be a possible trade because he can go over and get that destroyed and go in with that cannon. What? Wait,
I
did he
believe they
forget?
didn't get the hold earlier
Hold.
on, I think
Okay,
is
okay.
what that might be from, but that was,
Yeah,
I'd have to look at what that where that extra point came from.
yeah.
Um yeah. Oh, the Canon Legend. Oh, right. They can give Nocturne +2
Assault.
assaults, as thank you.
Yes,
Someone mentioned
yes,
in the chat. Kennen does give this assault to the
yes.
Nocturne. It does get over that 6 might, and is able to conquer in here and take out the Sand Soldier. In order to get that conquer and then also get another Rasa out. So Kennen is looking pretty strong. A big base and already one battlefield. And this Azir, unless they have that Rise next turn, then it's going to be pretty tricky for them to come back. However, the Kennen does only have one rune up, so if there was ever a turn for a Rise, now it is. Now it is.
Yeah, let's see if he will be able to arise to the occasion. And
Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm.
yeah, it's but the problem is, even if there's gonna be an arise, there's a high possibility, Thaddeus, that there's gonna be double conquer, man. I am not
Yeah.
sugarcoating it because the rat has an army, right? You have a golem, you have two whatever those things are from a Vilchwater, right? So it's there's a lot of things that you can do with a double conquer over at that the next turn. Also, you have some last rights that can pump up.
Mm-hmm.
Like there there is a world wherein you can just like pass it over, right? Trade pass over. But you know, assault from the heart of the tempest, right? Is gonna be a choice, and it's easy as Canon to empower Canon,
Mm-hmm.
the legend, man. It's like, bro, a lot of your cards are coming from flow or
Mm-hmm.
gonna be coming from trash, so it's
Yeah.
easy to empower him. So it's sometimes I forget that at the back of my mind that there is a possibility that that can happen because they like I don't see that the opponents like mark it as empowered, But now we're seeing the push from Azir de-ramping himself down to 4 energy and using the power to equip those 2 other cards, or rather those 2 equipments, to pump up that Sand Soldier and get that Conquer.
Mm-hmm. And they are still floating that 2 energy, go into the Conquer. I wonder if they're going to, just wanted to try to make sure that this Conquer did happen with that 1 rune. I'm not sure if they were worried about anything else in hand. Usually want to do those combats before you play anything too crazy. And then you're able to, oh, they actually discarded Defy. I see them. I think that's what they discarded from the Conqueror, the Zon Warren. So that's an interesting thing to get rid of. It might signal that they have a second one in hand in order to combat anything that will come out from the Kennen spell-wise, like Star-Crossed, etc. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah, this is gonna be something to watch out for. And man, this is afterwards, like after the turn has ended, you're gonna be seeing that Sand Soldier go back down to 6, right? And that's gonna be an easy pickings for a Rasa player right now, or rather for the Cannon player right now. Rasa, just equip it, and then you can do your shenanigans. But let's see what those 2 runes are up for, right? Because that means that there are some possibility of a combat trick. On guard, maybe a discipline, right? As we mentioned previously, and it is definitely something that they can watch out for. So let's see if that is going to be the choice of play right now. Of course, the basic rule of TCGs for you to know your whole options, draw first, right? So that's what's happening right now. Discard 1, draw 1, and right now that is going to be giving the Cannon player a bunch more options to see what he can do with the combat tricks as well. Now, Thaddeus, I'm thinking right now, maybe a Star-Cross, as you mentioned, could be good, but it can be defied, which brings him down to 1, which opens up to just 1 on guard to pump that Azir up, or rather that Sand Soldier up.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the Kennen kind of plays this out. The Azir did end up playing their chosen champion out, which kind of signals to me that they do have a way to generate more Sand Soldiers next turn in order to kind of push forward and get that acceleration, that essentially acceleration from more of those Sand Soldiers when you play Arise. So we'll see if that ends up coming out. But we do see the Rasa get attached to the last rites and push forward. But I think that is just scoop. So we are going to go to game 3 with our Azir versus Kennen. Can the bird take it home, or is the rat going to finish them off?
You know, all right. So again, guys, scoop, there it is, and the winner is gonna be facing the Kennen that beat the Nasus a while ago, right? We're gonna be at 1-1 between Mallow and Matt Zach right now. Azir versus Kennen. Type it in over the chat. Who you think will be getting the W right now? It's gonna be Orange Forge versus Minefield. Now, Orange Forge is gonna give you some discounts in terms of gears. Minefield is gonna be giving you some auto burns when you conquer, right? Now, if you're going to be using Rift Atlas, guys, it is control and then right click. That's the shortcut for burn, for those of you who don't know.
Yep. And I will, some people have been asking a couple times in chat, but one person mentioned they were so excited about Nasus to win it all, and then I think you just ruined their day immediately when you said that they had just lost in the previous game that we had watched in our top 8. So yeah, whoever is the victory of this Azir versus Kennen matchup will go on to fight another Kennen, which will be an interesting match, especially if we end up with the mirror. But again, that top 8, we saw 2 Dianas, 2 Kennens. There's a Fiora, Irelia, Nasus, and of course this Azir that we are watching right now. The Nasus did lose to one of the Kennens, and we'll see if this Kennen can also make it into top 4.
Yep, yes, indeed. Let's see if this cannon if we're gonna be seeing a cannon mirror, or if there's gonna be a run it back for this Asir player. Let's see if that's gonna be happening. Gonna be conquering that Orange Forge discount BF sword. Gonna be summoning another Sand Soldier. Looking good for a Asir player on the play,
Mhm.
right? I am guessing they were on the play on the first match. That's why they got that win, because this is a deck that you would capitalize being on the play. Even if you're going to be
Mhm.
tapped out, you don't care about those sand soldiers. They just turn into sand after getting destroyed, and you can get to summon them again because the desert is full of sand, and Azir can maximize that.
Yep, exactly. And yeah, we are seeing these sand soldiers come out, and a lot of these one drop equipments that have come out in the most recent expansions, as well as the new two drop that came out. It really helps Azir kind of make those early turns really satisfying and very easy for them, so they are able to get on board, get and start to actually make plays and push. Treasure Hunter does come over to the minefield, starts getting that Kennen discard available so that their Rosses are discounted, starting that engine, getting some gold. And this is very interesting. I think in the game that we came into last game was the Kennen player actually had more runes up than the Azir player, which I think is pretty odd for the Kennen, but unless they are able to get this gold generation and seal generation as we're seeing here super early. So I'm sure this Kennen player is very happy to see this early game.
Yes, indeed. And now you can see as well, while the treasure hunter got to go into the minefield, they were able to burn some of the important cards. That was a seal of discord and the salvage, which was possibly being teched in just to destroy, just to have some gear hate against some gear users or equipment users, and actually that can still be salvaged in a quote unquote salvage again,
Right.
because I mean you can use cannon to make give it flow, right? If you are able to conquer, right?
Yes.
But it's gonna be easy, right? Because you can put in since you already played. Again, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who are new, cannon being put down onto the board or on the base actually empowers the cannon. So
You're right.
it's a
Yeah.
good tech, right? It's a good tech right there, and you can give it assault. So it's easy to go over some of the other smaller units, assuming that they have no combat tricks, and you can give flow, and you can access that salvage and even destroy one of those big equipments like BF sword.
Mhm. Azir here, being able to move in, take over the minefield from that treasure hunter, get rid of it, and start to, again, continue this board dominance for now. It's also really nice that they're able to hold the Orange Forge so that they're able to play those discount equipments over time, get a little bit more of a board built up so that, like you said, when the gear hate comes out, like salvage, they are able to have enough to kind of counteract the gear hate that comes out over time.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And now, of course, with 5 cards on the hand, Thaddeus, I'm thinking, other, what other cards or what other equipment can they use? Because you have Orange Forge right now. That means it's discounted, right? So it's like easy pickings for this
Yeah.
Azir player, giving that making this the last battlefield that they use for game 3. This means that they mean business. And now discounted right there, discounted Eye of the Herald. There is no limit to the discount. It can go for 0. And now tapping in 3 or 4 more, that means Azir is gonna come down. So that means that they are going in for the kill in the next few turns, leaving that Sand Soldier over at the minefield battlefield. Is actually really smart, because you would not want the cannon player to keep on discarding or keep on putting those cards into the trash already. So that is a very, very hard hold, but he is keeping 1 rune. The Azir is keeping 1 rune up. So there's a high possibility of Unguard to be used, right? So it's gonna be a problem.
Yep, or Defy, could be anything.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Mhm.
And I do like that. I wonder what the Azir had there. They had to think for a little bit of time. I wonder if they have and also playing out that chosen champion this early in the game can signal that you just have a handful of gear, and you don't want to play too much gear all at once, because then you don't get your Azir power to be able to, your legend power to be able to go off. But the salvage comes out from the Fizz, so Fizz played Salvage, then Salvage targeted a gear, and then the Defy came out in order to counter the Salvage. However, Hard Bargain from the Kennen goes on top of the stack in order to counter the Defy, and the counters are complete as the Azir has nothing else to push through and cannot pay for the Hard Bargain cost. So the Salvage is going to be successful in killing off that BF sword.
You know what I say to that, Thaddeus? Noise. Right? You will be able to destroy that, the BF sword going in and pumping up. Now, he is asking himself, should I conquer this minefield? And should I give flow to stack deck? Yes, definitely. You should. You should be able to do that, right? Because you already invested yourself into that play. Oh no, he's gonna go into Lightning Rush instead and see his options. Is there a Nocturne there, or is there a Rasa that I may be able to put down once I am able to conquer this minefield? Right, that is the question, because he can now go to 2. Being put into trash, and now plus 2 more, it's going to be 10. So there is a high possibility that Rasa can be played for free. Shadows of the Past is going to be right there. No, it's going to go up to 11 if he conquers the minefield, right? So this is, again, one of the things that you can actually do in terms of digging, right? Dig, find your Rasa, build up your base, and actually think, you push in to that minefield and sacrifice your Kennen.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, the Kennen doesn't have any more runes up. So even if they do get that Conquer with the Kennen, they're not going to be able to play any spells. But I think that they're a little bit behind on point tempo, that they probably want to go forward and just try to get up to that 2 points and just try to keep in pace with the Azir. However, having no runes up, having this Kennen with just 4, Azir is going to be able to fairly easily take the minefield and possibly the other battlefield. I think it's up to the Azir on, do they want to move forward and try to conquer both this turn, or is it worth it to just go up to that 4 points, continue to build up in base, and let the Kennen kind of keep having to push into you instead, and leave up some runes?
Yeah, this is the point. The point tempo is now on the side over at Azir. That is now putting up at 7 runes up with 4 left on his hand. Now this is going to be a problem for Kennen, and giving some also it telegraphs that there is no Rasa on hand, because that is the perfect time to play Rasa. And there you go. Salvage is going to be played. That's kind of a revenge salvage right there, just to destroy that Seal of Discord. That's going to be a problem for Kennen, because through the 3, look at that. I'm looking at the trash right now. Those are 3 Seals of Discord being put into the trash. That is going to be D-ramp all day. It's going to be a problem to manage that energy and that power for Kennen if and when he gets to that point. So again, Azir is now dominating this match, or rather, it's being they're hammering this matchup down. That rat is gonna go down right now.
Yeah, the pigeon is scaring off the rat. It is chasing it down. Its claws are out. It's ready to just destroy the little lightning rat. Nothing can hide from the giant, mighty pigeon that is Azir. And we do see both of these battlefields getting conquered up to 5. 2 points only for our Kennen player, and a Fizz is all that they have in the battlefield. They're going
Yeah.
to dig as much as they can because that's what Kennen does. It digs with its little rat paws through its deck, trying to find the answer.
Ooh.
And we do see a Nocturne come out, and that's where these big turns are, right, XL? They see these Nocturnes, they see these Rasas, and all of a sudden, Kennen can just have a huge board that is so scary.
Yeah, that's why they call it Miracle Cannon, right? And sometimes when you're playing Cannon, you are all sometimes asking for a miracle to happen, especially when you are in this kind of board state, a kind of deficit of 3 points, and now going a possibility of 5 point deficit and one turn into lethal, going into the stack deck and digging through that deck right now. He's trying to find some options. Like, what options can you get? Maybe, just maybe, a Star Cross just to bring back that Azir. But the problem is Azir has Accelerate, and you have enough, or rather, Azir has enough energy to make sure that they will be able to accelerate. And also, Defy is still an option. There has been 1, 2 already been used. Now a third one might be, or rather, not used. One has been used and one has been trashed. So a third one can be present over at the side, but it is a very, very low possibility. 1 in 29 cards. What do you think that is?
Well, I was just taking a look through the deck list of our Kennen player, and it looks like they do have a Downwell in their sideboard. And so if Kennen can get that Downwell, it might just be powerful enough. If, assuming they have Rasas or anything they could replay on board and not have it hurt themselves too much. Downwell is often a very slow card, but in this situation where you are down so many units to your opponent, and especially against Azir, where all of their units are these temporary, these token units, right, that don't get returned to hand by Downwell, and then their equipment gets returned to hand. Azir isn't able to generate that tempo again. So I wonder if this end game for this Kennen might be that Downwell, if they can keep it in their hand or find it. And they will need to make sure that they keep up enough runes in order to play it next turn. I'm not sure if that's exactly what they're going for, but they do have at least 2 turns here because the Azir is only on 5 points. While they are holding 2 battlefields, I think that, this Kennen just may be able to squeak something through, but it's looking pretty tough.
I see what you did there, squeaking something through. Right?
Yeah,
definitely,
I
definitely
meant
possible,
to say
man.
that, yeah.
Yeah, I caught that, man. It's gonna be amazing because the question right now, for me, why did Canon not pump up that 3+2? Right, the Fizz could have been in trouble right there. So that kind of telegraphs that there is a problem in terms of pumping up the units right there over at the side, just to make sure you get that hold. But it's not really actually a problem. It's just telegraphing that I don't need to hold that because I'm going to be going to 6 and you're not going to be holding this next one unless there's an Empower yet again, or going into a Empower the Fizz and into a Ride the Wind. So that is a possibility, and let's see if that is the thing that's gonna be happening right now, because he already put down 2 and 1 energy. I think rather a Rasa is gonna be put down on the Orange Forge right now. Okay, that is crazy. And with 1 rune floating, a Rise is gonna be a possibility. Let's see what is gonna happen.
Yep. Yeah, we did see that the last rites, the shovel, as it's sometimes called, was able to pull out that traveling merchant, and they paid the 2 mana for that. And then, of course, the Rasa came out. So loading up this battlefield with a total might of, I think, 13, if I'm adding up this correctly, 5 from the Fizz with the last rites, 6 from the Rasa, and 2 from the traveling merchant. So 13 might is pretty difficult to get over, and this Azir Sovereign, the yellow Azir, is not able to gank across over into that other battlefield. So gonna have to rely on their Sand Soldiers in order to do this, or like you said, that Arise. And with only 1 rune up, there's not many other counter spells that the Kennen can hold on to. Discipline's going to come out on 1 of these Sand Soldiers just to maybe draw some more cards, see what other options they can get, and then hopefully move in on this battlefield, or at least be able to take some of these things out. One thing that I've seen excel occasionally with Azirs is they will just run their Sand Soldiers in kind of face first to die. They sacrifice
Yes.
their units in order to build up one bigger unit back in base while chipping away
Yes.
damage from your opponent, right? They can swing this 4 in, kill that Traveling Merchant, but die, and then put the Eye of the Herald in something else. That exact line of play, not great, but you can see that how that we can build up a really big unit if we have the right equipment.
Yes, yes, indeed. Like if you have the right equipment, it's gonna go up and deal some more damage. Ship against those units on the other side of Orange Forge, and it's not just 4 right now. It can go up to 5 with that sentry or that recruit
Right.
being summoned over the side of Orange Forge, so you can actually destroy a Fizz with the last rites. Now we're gonna be seeing a hand hammer being put down, and it's gonna be equipped, so that's gonna give +2. So it's gonna be 4 + 1, 5 + 2 + 1 is gonna be 8. So it's gonna be total of 8 damage being pushed in, especially with that extra recruit. So that's still gonna be totaling 8. In terms of trading, I think there is a high possibility that one of those the Rasa and the Traveling Merchant is gonna get destroyed. And now he's gonna be, as you said, gonna be passing over those equipment and finish that trade with the other Sand Soldier.
Yeah, exactly. So I really like this this line of play. We're going to be able to attempt to get that 7th point. However, one thing to note here is that the Azir player is already at 6 points. They don't really they don't really have to capture this battlefield this turn, right? Oh, and the Decree of Unity gets rid of the last rites, makes it just the 3 Fizz, and so this is going to be a bit easier for our Azir to move over. And like I said, I don't even know if they care about moving in here without that last rites there. Do they want to, set up and allow these Nocturnes to come in and kill more of these units? They could instead just, tap their Emperor of the Sands, get another Sand Soldier, pull their Azir back, and that looks like what they might be doing here, just to set up for that, 1-2 punch of going from 6, 7 to 8 points on their next turn, because they have a lot of time.
Oh, yes, indeed. Like I was thinking the same thing, man. Like that could be a really good play because they don't need to push right now. They just need to build a board, build a base which has a lot of units. That Sand Soldier could have been saved, but then again, that cannon is gonna be having some problems. I think they want to get one conquer and get a draw to get more options because they feel Azir feels that there's not enough right now to get over whatever might is gonna be happening over the side of Kennen. But again, look at the trash. 3 seals are out. We're looking at 1 Rasa already out, down to 17 cards. Now, out of those 4 cards, there's a high possibility that there's no Rasa. Or if there was a Rasa, it could have been drawn right now. So if that is the case, what can Azir do? Just conquer and just possibly burn yet another one to get some more options and even build a presence over at the one of the battlefields, because again, the conquer, or rather the double conquer, is very imminent right now. He is 1 off from lethal, and lightning rush is going to be drawn in. Maybe a third, wait, let me look at the trash. Yeah, maybe a third Nocturne and a Rasa. That's going to be it. That's going to be securing 1 spot right there.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Lightning Rush come out. The other Nocturne will maybe conquer this other battlefield. The Azir is at 7 points. They have quite a few units in base. And if the Kennen player, I think, is really, really digging for these other Rasas in order to, like you said, beef up these battlefields and attempt to hold where they can and prevent this Azir. We have to decide, I think, here for the Kennen, do you want to try to conquer both battlefields? It's a bit harder for the Azir to kind of move between these 2 options.
Yeah.
Or do you want to stack 1? And it looks like they're going to try to conquer 2, keep up their points, and we'll see what they end up pushing for as they discard 2 more cards. It looked like, I think, a stacked deck and a last rites. I didn't quite see. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Fizz, though,
last rites. Oh, Fizz. I mean, what do you want to play with Fizz though? Another stack deck, or maybe let's look at the other cards. Maybe a Lightning Rush. There you go. Lightning Rush is gonna be played and recycled, right? He's gonna be still free, and it's gonna be recycled by Fizz. Now that's gonna be a good way to just dig and dig and dig into your deck, and maybe set up a bunker, so to speak, across that minefield. And we are looking at the possible end game over at the next turn. Now it depends on what cards are going to be drawn out by this cannon, just to make sure that he has a healthy amount of might over at the battlefield, or at least one battlefield, just to make sure that they will be able to survive over the next turn and even get a comeback. And man, okay, was able to get that Rasa put into trash, and that salvage as well. What is more important than a Rasa being put down on that battlefield? I am quite curious. Oh, he got two Rasas probably.
Yeah, maybe. So there is one in the trash. I was wondering about the Fizz. There is a Shadows of the Past, which is a new Vendetta card that will return 2 units from trashes to their owner's hands. It is only 3 energy and 1 power, and so Fizz can play it. And there is also a Rasa in there are, well, now 2 Rasas in trash. So if these Fizzes are able to come out, or you're able to maybe even flow on those the Shadows of the Past, get those Rasas back, play out these big cards, you might be able to defend. And as well, we do see a Gust as one of these last runes to send off the recruit. So this Hand Hammer is going to end up being less useful here. And I think that ends up keeping the Nocturne at the base. This is crazy. Okay, yeah, the Defy needs to come out here in order to hold this. But that was really, really scary there for a second.
Yeah, that's actually good. Like, but still, man, that's gonna be an unfavorable trade for that cannon. And now, again, as we have mentioned a while ago, the ramp is gonna be the play. Look at these guys, man. Like, okay, they're basically saying, I don't need these runes, I don't need these energies, because now I'm gonna be going down to 4 at the end of the game, because it's all about the utilization of the energy. Right, and now gonna be pumping up and summoning another Sand Soldier, gonna be attaching to one of the Soul Swords, or rather attaching to a Brutalizer right there. That's gonna be kind of a problem, because that Azir can push in right now with all the damage. Let's calculate it right now. It's gonna be Sand Soldier gonna be up to the left side soldier is going to be up to 4, because again, there's the hand hammer will have the buff if you have exactly 1 other unit you control, so it won't get that buff, but will get the Eye of the Herald up to 4. Now we have here 9 from that the other sand soldier with the brutalizer. If you're going to be equipping the Zir and the so he's going to be doing this one at a time, or rather all pushed in to minefield. 6 plus 3, 9 plus 4 is going to be 13. Versus, I'm thinking it's going to go over, man. It's going to go over.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough here for the cannon player. Is this the killing blow from our Azir, from the pigeon against the rat? We move in with this 4 might and all this Azir, captain of their army, moving in against the, I guess, the undead and some random fish of the cannon. We'll see if these soldiers are able to take them down. One more rune up, but no, GG, it looks like, as they just draw through their deck. Yeah, GG's to our Azir. We do end up seeing only 1 cannon go through, and the Azir then will get into that top 4, which is great to see. Good to see a nice variety of legends in that top 4.
Yeah, man, amazing match there, Thaddeus. We saw Kennen versus Nasus here in the top 8, and an Azir versus Kennen in what? So, so what we're gonna be asking you guys in the chat, what do you want to see in the next match, or is it gonna be Azir versus Diana, or and no, Irelia versus Diana or Canon Azir, right? That's going to be the choice. Irelia versus Diana or Canon versus Azir, because the Canon that we saw that won against Nasus is going to be fighting Azir that won in this match that we just casted. Irelia versus Diana or Canon versus Azir. So that are gonna be the choices. How about you today? Is what do you think is gonna be a nice match to watch for the next one?
I think we've just seen quite a bit of Kennen. I think people are a little
Mm-hmm.
bit sick of Kennen, so I'm excited to go back and see Diana versus Aurelia, which was, I think, a pretty consistent matchup in the Unleashed meta. We saw
Mm-hmm.
those two fight it out all the time on their abandoned hull battlefields with their spell slinging. You get some crazy, fun combats that go on there. So I'm excited to see that
Mm-hmm.
matchup, and I think chat does seem pretty excited about that too. And so then
Mm-hmm.
we'll see what happens. Yeah. How did you feel
You
about
know,
this
I
game, XL? What was your any some highlights, some fun plays? Did you
yeah, man.
expect them to win? How did it go?
Man, like I'm seeing the whole meta being flooded by cannons, being flooded by these rats that I feel that everyone already has leptospirosis from seeing all these rat getting to match up against us. But over at the question that you had, man, the favorite match that I had was the one against or rather the one between Nasus and Kennen. I like to
Hmm.
see that match. This one, the previous one that we won, the match, the one versus Azir versus Kennen was kind of a curb stomp. It was actually a good thing to see, but it was planned. They wanted to go to game three because Azir has that kind of game plan. I'm on the play. The next turn, the game three, I'm gonna be on the play it again. I'm gonna be defeating that Kennen. But favorite part of the match, again, you're gonna hate me for this. Ride the wind, ride the
Oh
wind
yeah, that
out.
was awesome. Yeah.
Right, ride the wind out into the other battlefield. Right, that was crazy, man. That was Araza, right? The first match that we casted.
Yes, yes.
So yeah. How about you,
Seeing
man? Like,
those.
what was your favorite? Yeah, yeah, go.
Yeah, I think my favorite part was seeing the Azir hold up very specific pieces of mana, I think was pretty
Hmm.
interesting
Hmm.
throughout, and
Yeah.
just how they manipulated the battlefield with those sand soldiers, knowing when
Yeah.
to hold, knowing when to pull them back, and playing out that Azir early, I think is a really, really brave move for Azir players, because it can just get killed, it can just get pulled away, Starcross, whatever. And so I think seeing it come out early can be really dangerous, but I think this Azir
Hmm.
player saw the line, knew what they needed to do, and
Hmm.
pushed for the win. So that was really, really exciting to see, and it's always fun to see different takes on champions and how they played this matchup out.
Yeah, I got to see again. I'm happy right now because I got to see Nasus go into top eight. Not necessarily saying that I'm rooting for Nasus, the legend, but I'm happy to see that one of the other legends that have not seen that much play get into top eight. Right, Kennen, like as we see, really good. As I saw in the
Hmm.
chat as well, some of them have like PTSD, Canon PTSD, and they're like, I destroyed those grasses and now they're coming back because of those last rides. Like, yeah, it happens, man. It happened to
Yeah.
me. It happened to you. It happened to everyone, and that's how the Miracle Cannon is being played, especially if you have that last rides, right?
Hmm.
And it is necessary. It is a good deck to see, but it's not entirely undefeatable, right? We saw it being destroyed by Azir. It's a menace, but it's not undefeatable, right? So
For
it's
sure.
at least we see some kind of interactions, guys. So that's actually good. Like I want to see some interactions between some players as opposed to just seeing your opponent play like draw into their whole deck and just
Hmm.
not care about what you're doing, right? So that's one that's a better deck to play against than something that's being solely tiered all around. So
For sure.
today is we're gonna be seeing the next matchups. It's gonna be top four, uh, and it's top four, and it's gonna be amazing matchups because they're gonna be casted by the next casters, Mr. Plus and NA45. But before we go, any shout outs before we close out the session to this?
I don't really have too many shoutouts for myself. I just love casting occasionally when I can, and so I loved coming out to Runes and Rift. I am Athodius. You can find me in the Runes and Rift discords or any of the other discords. I will shout out a couple of my local shops. We've got Top Shelf and Valhalla are both shops in. I'm from Southern Ontario. Great shops. One of them is actually running a 5K right now, so that's super exciting. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to go out to that one today, but I'm happy to cast. It's been really nice today to see the 2K from Runes and Rift, and yeah, I can't wait to watch more.
Yes, indeed, as well. Like I can't wait to watch more Runes and Rift as well. And shout outs to all the Filipino Filipino Riftbound summoners right now watching the stream and also playing over at their LGS. We're going to be having some summoner skirmishes during this week and over the whole course of the month. So it's going to be our first time getting our playmats in, right? The champion playmats. So shout outs to all the LGSs that we've been playing. I've been playing with, again, with Neutral Grounds, playing with Uni Aqua, Unbox. And again, it's been an amazing experience. Summon.ph as well. All these players, all our local game stores. Don't forget to support your local game stores and play locally over at your game stores and try out the meta as well. It's different from Rift Atlas, guys, because Rift Atlas is the perfect scenario. You have all the cards, but in the LGS, sometimes they don't have the cards or they're bringing some spicy decks. And don't forget to follow me over at my socials at Excelsior Page, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, and YouTube as well, all at Excelsior PH. And we have had an amazing time casting with Runes and Rift, but we're gonna be bouncing out with this top 8 at the 2K tournament. Man, number 6, amazing. Thank you again, Runes and Rift, for giving us this experience, and we'll see you soon. We're gonna take a short break. Bye, guys.
All right, hello and welcome everyone. Welcome back to the Runes and Rift 2K Cash Cup, the Vendetta edition, and I am joined here today with Mr. Plus for the top 4. We got a good match coming up for you guys. It is going to be Diana versus Aurelia. How are you doing, Mr. Plus?
Doing pretty good. Excited to once again be casting some of the final action of a event, especially one as big as this one. This is one of the largest, if not the largest Runes and Rift cash tournaments so far, which is really exciting to be a part of. And now we get to see who gets to take home the lion's share of this big 2K prize pool. So looking forward to seeing who can take it out of these two super meta relevant legends that we've been all expecting to see towards the top, Aurelia and Diana.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be no surprise to anyone, as these were big powerhouses in the last format and continue to be really strong with the additions they got from Vendetta.
Yeah, new tools, getting these guys a little bit of extra action.
And
have you been liking the meta shakeout so far? I know that we had at the beginning of the tournament quite a diverse spread, a lot of representation here with how many people were joined up for this event. How do you feel like it shaked out so far now that we're sitting here at the top 4?
I mean, it's kind of what I expected, to be honest. Unfortunately, Vendetta was maybe a bit of a lower power set, but we did get Kennen out of it, which was very cool. Kennen's a very cool deck, very versatile, can be played in a bunch of ways. And Nasus has been performing better than I expected after doing the initial reveals. But other than that, it just does feel a little bit like a lot of the new cards were just like maybe 1 or 2 of inclusions in some of the really powerful decks from set 3. Do you have any different opinions?
Yeah, I think that a lot of the rhetoric I've been seeing around Diana in specific, which is why I'm excited to see this top 4 matchup with Diana, is that she kind of didn't really add a whole lot of new cards in from Vendetta. And that's kind of the reason why people have been putting her as more of like a tier 1, not like a tier 0, not a S+ tier legend anymore, like the queen of the meta, because she didn't really add a whole lot to her deck with the new tools. But looks like we're ready to step into the action as we go into turn number 1. Was a pass for Aurelia, followed by the Chosen Champ deployed for Diana. So quick turn 1 for both players. But as we were saying just before we started up the action, I just think that Diana probably didn't get as much new cards that she wants to include as maybe Aurelia did. I think there's a couple new cards that Aurelia is actually really happy about.
Yeah, ironically, despite a lot of the general consensus that purple and blue is one of the best color combinations, they really didn't get a lot of cards that you want to play outside of their archetypes. It's like Ravenbloom Apprentice, and then you can play, it depends on like if you're playing the more control variant of these decks, in which case you can there are a few new tools you can opt to play, such as like the Decree is okay against some of the yellow decks. And the I'm forgetting the name of it, but the bounce that does have the option to banish unit, that's like
something wins. I know what you're talking. The 3 mana or 3 energy 1 power cost 1. That's a good card too, especially in tandem with might decreasing effects that Diana has obviously well versed in, being that her signature spell is a might decreasing effect, and then you still have Stupefy, Watcher, so Smokescreen, all these minus might effects. So you can get some bigger units down to that 3 might threshold and then banish them with Winds and Ghosts, which is pretty nice to see. I mean, it feels really good to be able to minus a Ferris Forerunner to 3 might and then Winds and Ghost it to banish it so they don't get the mech tokens.
Yeah, it is a pretty powerful play. I think the only other couple cards that I can think of that these colors are generally playing are like the Tentacles. I think the Tentacles are a pretty solid card. And also the Matriarch. I think Matriarch can be a
the revive on Empower. Yeah. That's a good card too. How do you feel about the applied researchers in a deck like Diana? The 3 mana or the 3 empower to make all your spells a might and or energy and a power less.
I was pretty hype on it on the initial release. I actually put it in my Ezreal deck. I
nice.
did find that the issue though was that it's a lot of investment for a card
Yeah.
that is kind of just sitting. It's a sitting duck on your bench,
Yeah.
and purple doesn't actually have the best protection for this. Like, you have counter spells, but the turn you play out the researcher is the turn it's going to die most of the time, and you can't afford to just
Yeah.
pass your entire turn and hope that your opponent is going to play into like a 4 energy hard bargain, right? Like, it doesn't seem very realistic, and
Yeah,
pretty
that's
much
fair.
every deck has outs for that, right? So I think in a vacuum, and maybe in the future when we get better ways to keep it around, but right now it feels a little bit too vulnerable to invest
That's
so
fair.
much.
Yeah, I can see that. And here we see kind of just the tried and true setup for a Diana from old. Nothing new or flashy happening so far. Just getting the chosen champ out on turn 1, getting the Vex developed to slow down any potential aggression. And now that we've gotten ourselves up to 2 points, we're going to throw down the Hui to set up for next turn and move everything back. But as we pass it on over to Irelia on her end of the spectrum, she decided to go ahead and throw down a new card for us. The Ocean Drake. It's an 8 energy 2 purple power unit that says you may play me to an open battlefield, and when you play me, you may return a non-dragon unit to its owner's hand. So this is a pretty nice new addition from Vendetta that is kind of like a better version of Beast from Below that we saw some of the Ezreal decks and some of the Pike decks running in the past.
Yeah, I would say personally, I would say it's a little bit more of a side grade than a straight upgrade, because the Beast does allow some other cool plays with how and it is, if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I played Beast, but it was yeah.
I think their stats are inverted too. I think that the Beast from Below is a 7 mana 8/8, and this is an 8 mana 7/7, or 8 energy, I should say.
Well, what was nice as well about the Beast is you actually do see the bounce of your own unit as an upside a lot of times.
Oh yeah, if
you
you're
are
playing like a
bouncing
Bewitching
Fizz,
Spirit or something.
Yeah, exactly, Fizz or Bewitching, but
yeah, definitely not a straight upgrade, but a very strong new addition nonetheless, especially for this added effect that it has of being able to be played to an open battlefield, giving you that pseudo accelerate to essentially ramp up your scoring, when typically in this type of structure you would be like a slower type of deck, I would say on average would probably, at least when we're talking in regards to the blue purple stuff like you were just mentioning with potentially Ezreal or even red purple with Pike, something like that, the more control-y variants. This is a way to kind of speed up your point tempo a little bit. But we do have a judge question that is what is leading us onto this delay here, so just going to wait a little bit to get that sorted out with the judge. Not sure exactly what the judge question is. Players have not stated that in the chat, but since we are going to be waiting a moment to get a judge involved and get this resolved for you, we're going to head on back to the booth and we can continue our discussion on this exact moment related game stuff. So we were just talking about beforehand, like new additions for Diana were maybe a few and far between. I think we were both kind of in agreement there. But on the Irelia front, what have you seen so far being added to Irelia from Vendetta?
The lists I've seen have actually been pretty similar to the old lists. I have seen an Ocean Drake, like was just played. I've seen some people playing the Crumbling Sands, which I don't hate. It's just more
that's a good one.
And then also the Akali Silent is actually a pretty decent unit in Irelia, though I do think it was a little bit overhyped originally. I do think it is good, though.
Yeah, I think at least in so far as I've seen in matches with Irelia up until this point, the Akali Silent has been pretty good and just like keeping you having a board essentially. I feel like one of the weaknesses of Aurelia is that like outside of this Aurelia Fervent, a lot of your other units just kind of get sniped by Falling Star and stuff like that. But 1 second, let's get a little bit of an update. Okay, so we're getting an update on what the judge call was. It seems that there is a question on whether or not Diana can activate her legend ability because of this showdown here that is being initiated by playing the Ocean Drake directly to the battlefield. Can she activate her legend ability before resolving the bounce from the Ocean Drake? It sounds like is the question being asked. So just waiting for clarification on that. I'm assuming that has something to do with wanting to utilize something like a Star-Crossed here, being able to having this 2 energy floating that Diana had before we went on break, having the legend ability be able to tap, bring us up to 3 energy could enable us to be able to Star-Cross in response to the Ocean Drake. That might be the question as to why they're worried about this timing and how it resolves, but in any case, I'm not sure myself exactly how this will be resolved, so I'll be eager to see what the judge ruling is. But outside of the Akali Silent, yeah, I'm not sure what other new tools. I mean, they did get like some new Aurora hate cards, stuff like that, but I think by and large, both of these decks are just so strong, they didn't need a whole lot of help. So any extra help they can get is just kind of cherry on top. But I think we are headed back into the action now. Seems like the Ocean Drake has to fully resolve before Diana can respond with the legend ability was the judge resolution there. So no opportunity to resolve anything before Ocean Drake finished bouncing a unit. So there you go. Now you know for your locals and any events you might go up, that's how it works if you're playing Diana.
Yeah, for sure. And that not working is really quite good for Aurelia here, because Aurelia was tapped out, could not respond to anything that did happen. And if Diana is able to play a Starcross in that window, it effectively is just removing the dragon, and the Aurelia did use an entire turn worth of runes on that, right? Did put
Yeah,
back
exactly.
and at that point you'd be saying, okay, like sure, my Hui is bound, but you also
take you with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's funny. That would have been a cool play. So I mean, heads up play or I question from our Diana player to get a judge involved and try to see whether or not that is something that could have happened, because that would have been a nice play there. But now we know that interaction going forward will just be a pass on over after that. Targon's Peak readying up 2 runes for Aurelia on the defense. So not electing to move in our Aurelia Fervent to the Conservatory on that turn. Do you think that might have been for the best in this instance to avoid going to the even point tempo just to try to keep Aurelia a little bit more safe?
It does get pretty hairy if there is potentially like a Hui Ride the Wind or something, and you could lose your unit. That being said, I mean, there are 2 runes up from the Targons, so to me it might be a little bit of a sign of weakness of the hand that you don't really feel confident in protecting your Aurelia, even though you are potentially seeing a card off the Raven Bloom, and potentially, I mean, you could have like a flash as well. There are options, so
Yeah.
it does give Diana a little bit of information about the hand. That being said, they could also be playing around stuff like Hard Bargain. Diana, it has seen a little bit of an uptick in play in Vendetta, especially with some of these flow spells going around. It's pretty nice to have answers to these. So I actually do like this. I think you're kind of guaranteeing your Aurelia does stick around. The only thing that you'd be scared of is like maybe like a Moonfall or something, right?
Yeah.
But in that case, you do have energy up for a Defy and the Arcane Deflect, and it's a little bit costly.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe they were going to bank on the idea that Diana would be priced into trying to replay the Hui there. So if they're going to recommit those 5 resources, then they only have the 3 energy up to do anything to our Fervent. So perhaps maybe then the 2 energy on defense from the Targons would be enough to protect her and net us an extra draw at the Conservatory. Should, of course, we get the hit on the Conservatory trigger. So it might have been worth, but it may also just be, like you said, too risky with how many tools Diana has at her disposal, especially after they were already able to dispatch the Zanya's Hourglass so easily with that acceptable losses earlier on. So maybe trying to play a little bit on the safer side until we get some other unit, maybe like that Akali Silent that we mentioned before, as backup.
Yeah, because if you do lose all of your units in this case, the game is probably over from this position as Aurelia. It's very hard to redevelop and then deal with the Hui that could just come down again, plus the Vex, which is just going to sit on a battlefield, which means that any unit that you do develop takes an extra turn to actually do anything, and the Diana. So it is very, very risky if you do that, in that the game can be over. You have to have a very solid read on what your opponent has to go ahead and do that, but instead opts to keep the Aurelian base, and now we have a Vex contesting the Dragon with an Eclipse. So does Aurelia have a live card in hand for these 2 runes?
Yeah, attacking in for 4 to the 7. Eclipse will make that 4 to 3. So just coming over for 1. Could easily get back into the lead here for Aurelia off the back of something like a On Guard or perhaps a Discipline, but will in fact be a Defy on the Eclipse, worth a little bit more might, in fact, keeping us up at 7 to 4. Now being met with one of those hard bargains you brought up earlier. So good call on that. Had the Aurelia moved up and tried to live off of the back of a flash, would have been met with that hard bargain. So you were right on the money there. Hard bargain now being used to stop this Defy to enable our Eclipse from going through. So Eclipse will be allowed to resolve. Going to get that vision off of it, or predict in this case. Look at the top, decide whether or not we want to keep it there, and drop this Ocean Drake down to 3 mites. So 4 to 3 now, 1 rune up on defense for Aurelia. Will there be an On Guard to make this just a little bit trickier for Diana, have her commit just a touch more resources? Looks like that is not the case. It will just be a conquer for our Vex Apathetic at the Targon's Peak.
It's quite unfortunate, as you really would like to keep her on that body. Now this does make... Oh. Okay, maybe you spoke a moment too soon. Maybe there is a...
Could have been a misclick, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe there is an On Guard. Maybe there could be a Defiant Dance. The Defiant Dance on the Vex is a little bit expensive, which does feel bad. Because if you do commit the Defiant Dance and then you still do lose the combat, it feels a little backbreaking.
Yeah, definitely.
Backbreaking. So.
Yeah, it looks like it was probably just one of those infamous misclicks. It happens so much when you're on Rift Atlas trying to adjust the might of one of your units. You accidentally send it to the bin. But at the end of the day, same result. Ended up not wanting to commit anything else anyway. So it will be the Conquer at the Targon's Peak, bringing Diana up to 3. So we have a 3-1 point lead in favor of Diana, who now can also move up this Lunari chosen champion to the Ravenbloom Conservatory if we want to get us up to 4-1 and have a full turn cycle advantage in points, which it will be the case here as we move into the Conservatory. Going to pay that 1 to activate the Lunari. See if we can get a hit here. It will be a Stupefy revealed off the top, so getting a nice little draw for our trouble off of this Conquer. And might even be able to get another draw off the back of a Defend from the Conservatory itself.
Starcross? Yeah. I was going to say, you just Starcross the Aurelia here with the Vex in play, and things get pretty difficult.
Yeah, no second Defy available. Didn't have it for the hard bargain, so surely wouldn't have it here for the Starcross. Kind of just forced to take it and then deploy the Fervent back to base and pass. So really hurting here now in the point tempo, as now it is 5-1 off the back of that hold. if Diana can get her Vex across the way off the back of a Ride the Wind, we could see 6 points here and be threatening lethal at the end of the day, after Vex can then safely move back to base and redeploy that Hui from earlier. Might be looking at a quick game number 1 here, but we'll see if Aurelia has the tools to bounce back.
Yeah, Aurelia Hui, sorry, Ride the Wind Hui would feel pretty good here. Obviously, that would be most of the runes for your turn, so you would not have any protection for things like charms, but that being said, Hui is pretty good at dealing with the charm. Just having any spell to pitch, and we do know there's a Stupefy in hand, so at least does have that guaranteed. If he doesn't have the mobility for the Vex, it does feel like maybe the Starcross was maybe 1 turn too early. But
yeah, we'll see if maybe that was a little bit premature. I mean, it was a good tempo play for sure to slow down the Aurelia. But if we don't have good follow-up here, you might be right, and just maybe having that be a little bit premature and not having it for a later time when you might really need it to close the game out. Taking a good bit of time to think here, sitting at 5 points. We do see the Hui come down yet again, so we have 3 runes up to play defense, but it will be Ride the Wind being played, just like you said. So Ride the Wind coming down on the Hui. Hui going to get that juicy move trigger as he moves into the Ravenbloom Conservatory, and then be readied up thanks to Ride the Wind, so it can move safely back to base, get another move trigger, and draws a ton of cards.
this Hui card is really quite powerful. You get to see so much of your deck with it. It is really insane, to be honest. So we'll see if we get to see something cool, like one of our new Vendetta cards. Maybe we could see a Porobot get pitched. Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Good call. I was hoping that would be the case. We were just talking about for so long at the beginning of this match whether or not any new Vendetta cards would be featured here, and this is one that got a lot of talks at the early days of spoilers just for this exact reason, its interaction with Hui. So because it is a gear and a unit, we get the +3 might and the untap 2 for our Hui. So nice to see that come to fruition. After all the talk, it is actually being featured here now in our top 4 by this Diana player, who has a 8 might Hui at the ready at the conservatory. Now with those 3 runes up, could even potentially decide to go for a cheeky Moonfall here on the Diana if we want to pay through the deflect on the Aurelia rather, and come in for the 8-2 attack. And with only 2 runes up, obviously it's not impossible for a deck like Aurelia with this Fervent to get up high enough to beat the Hui in this 1v1, but would be a tall order still and require a lot of resources.
Yeah, it is a little bit risky because you do end up losing to any... Okay, so yeah, just does pull back because you did lose to any combination really of the 1-cost spells, like a Defy plus an On Guard, Defy plus Defiant Dance plus On Guard, like really any combination of these you did lose to. So it was, yeah, this is the safer play. You just go full pullback. If Aurelia does want to try and deal with your backline with like a charm, I mean, you really don't like charming Hui, right? Like that's not a really fun thing to do. And but is going to have the Targon. Oh no, he's not going to have the Targon's Peak. He did hold with Vex. So okay, only 1 up. We know they're okay. Stupefy was pitched, so yeah, hand should be totally unknown here.
Yeah, and we do have a good assaulting base setup now for next turn to go for lethal with the Hui established, the Vex Apathetic, and the Ravenbloom Student. All very strong units at pushing in to try and end the game. Across the way, we do see the Conqueror of the Targon's Peak come up, and now the Boots of Swiftness being deployed, attached, using the Blade Dancer effect to ready the Aurelia so she can run on over to the conservatory, get that double conquer, and bring us up to 3. And now Aurelia sitting at the conservatory, 6 might, ready to defend with 6 runes up. Tall order for Diana to fill here if she wants to get over this Aurelia. You never ever want to be trying to conquer over an Aurelia Fervent when they have 6 runes up on defense. It is very, very daunting.
That being said, I do have a suspicion there's no Defy in the hand unless it was drawn for turn or gets seen off of the Raven Bloom, as I feel like the Defy on the Ride the Wind there is pretty value on the previous turn. It saves you essentially a whole turn, right?
Yeah,
delays the game a turn. So you can probably make an educated guess that unless a Defy was drawn off of the 2 draws from the last from the Scuttle and then the draw for turn, there should not be a Defy, in which case, I mean, the game can be closed out pretty easily by any form of bounce on the Aurelia, or even maybe the Moonfall. It depends on how many buffs there are in that hand. But you do need to play around it, right? You can't just auto-lose the game by a top deck Defy. That would be unfortunate.
Definitely. Not to mention potential for anything like a Not So Fast if these decks are still running, like the one of Not So Fast in the main, just in case for things like the Falling Star, and Darkfrost, obviously, like we've seen. There's potential for maybe even the Crumbling Sands that you mentioned. Not that I've seen that be main decked. Usually I've seen it in the sideboards, but there's a few things that could potentially be there to ensure that this Diana doesn't off our Aurelia Fervent with too much ease. But as we go into this turn, we are going to see the Ravenbloom student come in to conquer the Targons to set us up to 7 rather, and now the Starcross come out, and wow, no negate like you said, and just a double push into the conservatory. It looks like it was just a big old bluff with the 6 runes up. I don't think there's anything here Aurelia can have on the defense to stop this from happening.
Yep, and does pitch another Portal Bot off of the Y, and that'll be game 1, going to the Diana. It was a really strong opener from Diana, getting the Diana into the Vex and then into the Y. Definitely a very powerful opener, not what you want to see if you are on Aurelia, where you really prefer the game goes a little bit slower. So you're okay with that. You'll eventually get a lot of value out of the Deflect on the Aurelia, out of your counter spells. That being said, so what kind of cards do you imagine to see Aurelia siding in? I mean, we didn't see the Akali's, right? So maybe Akali's coming in. It seems pretty value in this matchup.
Yeah, Akali definitely seems like a good choice into a Diana deck, as well as maybe some of those other negates like we talked about. The Crumbling Sands could come in if there's sideboarded Not So Fast. Some more counter spells, more Akali's to try and stave off the onslaught of removal spells from Diana's side of the board. But on her end, I don't know if there's much that needs to be changed out of the Diana list. It seemed like it was all kind of going according to plan into Irelia up until this point, but we could see maybe some extra hard bargains or abandons added into the mix. But we are going to start us off into game number 2 with Aurelia on the play. This time will be the battlefields of Sunken Temple and Abandoned Hall. So Abandoned Hall is obviously an infamous battlefield for Irelia. Of course, Diana also liking this battlefield a lot means that Aurelia kind of is an indirect benefactor of the fact that Diana is running it for her own sake. Now she gets to have it in 2 games as opposed to just 1. And we'll see if that ends up being a huge linchpin in this matchup, with Aurelia coming into game number 2, starting us off with a missed turn 1 play yet again. But this time around, we got the Stellacorn Herder coming out on turn 2. So big draw engine here.
It does make me wonder how many 2-drops they're playing. If they're playing one of the lists that's very light on the 2-drops, with maybe just the Scuttles, a Tide Turner or 2, and then a few Zonias. Or if they are playing the full suite and they're just whiffing it, which is unfortunate if that's the case. But there have been a couple variants of the deck that do opt to play like the low 2-drop.
Yeah, I've always been kind of, I'm not an Aurelia player myself, so I've always kind of been like from the outside looking in, wondering like what makes a player determine whether or not they want to go for the very low 2-count centric build versus the inverse that we've seen with like Scuttle Crabs and Lonely Poros and just, your generic good value 2-drops, as opposed to just having the more lean Zanyas and maybe a couple Scuttles just for the extra vision and draw the cycling, but not going super 2-drop heavy. They don't seem to be too crazy of a difference in terms of performance. I think I've seen both versions of Aurelia perform very well, so I've always been kind of curious as to what drives a player to pick one version over the other. But here we see the Moonfall come down to take out that turn 2 Stellacorn Herder, so this is not exactly where you want to be if you're in the Aurelia's corner. Big fan of Aurelia in the chat. You're not liking to see the Stellacorn taken out before it could really start moving and grooving. Did get the 1 draw, obviously, by being pulled in by the Moonfall, but now we're sitting on an empty board yet again for Aurelia, as it will just be the Fervent thrown down and a Gust onto the Lunari to try and reset the tempo a little bit.
Yeah, the Gust helps a lot here. Makes this turn a lot more awkward for Diana. You can't set up 2 bodies easily unless you have a couple 2-drops, for instance, or like a 2-drop plus the Diana. You can't just play out a Hui, retreat back Diana, and say, yeah, this is nice. Instead, you do have to commit a little bit more to the board if you do want to do so. I will say this game looks a lot more what Aurelia wants to see, as we didn't see, like, again, Diana into Vex into Hui. Like, we are on turn 3 here, and there's only 1 point for Diana, right?
Yeah, and not a crazy big turn this turn either, just to set up turn, just throwing down the Apathetic and the Ravenbloom students, so giving us a little bit of breathing room. We're up to 8 runes. This is definitely a better feel for the Aurelia player in this game number 2 here, as we now have the Fervent being readied up, getting that extra might thanks to that ready at the start of turn. Will be at 5 might, making it mighty if we move on over to the Sunken Temple, able to get that draw. Will be just that, as Aurelia moves in, taps the 1, gets the draw thanks to the Sunken Temple, and we're looking at 8 cards in hand to 7, so a much healthier hand state here for Aurelia this go around as well. And can we see any type of additional movement added into the mix here? Perhaps the Boots of Swiftness can come down again to get us going over to that Abandoned Hall, where Aurelia is a lot more comfortable defending.
The Aurelia on Abandoned Hall is always so scary to push into, though I will say a Ravenbloom is one of the better units to go ahead and do so, especially when you are going on to 8 runes, and Diana does have all sorts of cheap combat spells to use.
Oh yeah, that student can get real scary.
I'm a big fan of Student, one of the best staging 2-drops from the original set, though I will say the original set did age very well.
Yeah. Origins cards are very strong. That much has been abundantly clear, as we've seen so many of them stand the test of time, just like the one being played right here. The stack deck coming down for Aurelia, tried and true purple staple from Origins. You almost are more surprised to see a purple deck rather without stack deck than any other type of surprise spice in a topping deck list. If you catch a purple player not running stack deck, that's almost like, what is happening here? This card has just been so prevalent ever since Origins.
Yeah, I think the only purple deck that, off the top of my head, which I could be forgetting, that does not always max out on this card is Aurelia, actually. And it's really just because the deck sees so many cards already with the Stellacorn and now the Scuttles and then Discipline and... Ooh, okay, so we got a Charm, and it looks like it's pulling up the Vex, saying, you are going down, well, you have no runes, I'm going to keep the board state in my favor. It's still 3 runes up as well, so plenty for the defense if Aurelia does choose to do so.
Not bad. Vex Apathetic down for the count, and now we get to play down the Tide Turner. Swap our Aurelia back to base to keep her safe. More than willing to sacrifice a Tide Turner to this Ravenbloom student. Should Diana want to go in at the Sunken Temple and take that fight? Would be easy enough to clean up for our Ravenbloom student, as we talked about just before, how easily this unit can climb up in power, and more than likely we'll see this be the case here as it moves on in. Now we're seeing the Diana Legend ability activated to bring in the Aurelia Fervent with Moonfall paying through the deflect. We'll go ahead and allow it to resolve, so that one rune up was not a defy. And now Aurelia comes into the Sunken Temple alongside the Tide Turn to get that -2, and that's all it took. Aurelia is down. So big play for our Diana player here, as Aurelia was able to go in there and get that nice charm to remove the Vex Apathetic and then move the Aurelia back to relative safety, at least she thought. Now being answered back by that Moonfall plus a Ravenbloom student is a huge swing for Diana here.
Yeah, and that's a really scary one to contest too, because as we saw in game one, the Diana, I think we saw multiple hard bargains. And if you see multiple hard bargains and you try and contest that, it can be really scary, because you are ending up paying a lot of power, and if your units just die anyway, I mean, that feels really, really bad, and it can be game losing. So in this case, even if there was potentially an answer in hand, opted to not use it, which I think is totally reasonable.
Definitely. Heads up play to try to conserve those resources for a more astute use, I guess you could say, of them in the future, should we get the opportunity. But it is looking a little grim now without our hard carry of Fervent around to do most of the heavy lifting. Scuttlecrab opting to move into that abandoned hall to score us up to 2 points, assuming that Diana allows this to happen and doesn't opt to throw a ride the wind down in here and make it a little bit more interesting, try and do a cheeky score on their opponent's turn. We'll just allow this conquer to go through. So 2-2 now on the scoreboard, as it will be a Starcross being played now. Looking like more than likely this will be the Starcrossed onto the Diana.
Yeah, this does make me think that the hand is somewhat dead, unfortunately, as it feels like we're just trying to draw cards here with the Scuttle. Just saying, potentially slow the game down a little bit, but we do know that there is a Ride the Wind in the Diana hand that was added earlier off the Vex, I want to say. Oh, okay. You haven't seen this yet.
Oh,
there it is. Yep.
Nice. Yeah, you were right again about the hard bargain being there, lying in wait, lurking, and comes down to deny the Find Your Center of all things. So interesting to see the Find Your Centers come out and meet that hard bargain, as now it'll be the Hui being deployed to base once again. The tried and true Hui for Diana Lunari, as now that Ride the Wind accompanies it yet again. So Ride the Wind onto our Hui, who's going to come over to the abandoned hall, get that move trigger, of course. Will we see the Poro bot discarded yet again?
Yeah,
the suspense.
I mean, thinking about the discard means that's the hand of good cards.
Yeah. That's definitely some of the problems I've had in term with you see the Starcross discarded there with Lightning Rush in specific. When I've tested Kennen, is kind of that similar problem of whenever I cast Lightning Rush and I look at 3 good cards that I don't want these other 2 cards to go into the trash though. I'd rather recycle them. I wish this was a stack deck, but you see just another move on back to the base. It was a stupefied discard at that time. So spell discard on both move triggers of the way, just trying to filter through and draw us some extra cards, find us some more answers, as it now a Gust is being played onto the Scuttlecrab that attempted to move into the abandoned hall here. Really trying to slow Aurelia down and keep her from scoring anything here, as the Gust is now being met in response by a Star-Crossed. So, all right, if you're going to bounce it, then I'll do it myself, and you can bounce your way too. And we'll probably see that Scuttle come down for a 3rd time, as it does get deployed back to base. Will net us another draw. So really trying to dig to find some reinforcements here, as now it's just a lowly Tide Turner played alongside the Scuttlecrab. So Aurelia kind of hurting for some impactful units here. We're really wondering if we did side in any additional units like that Akali Silent we mentioned, or if we're just having a really bad low roll at the current juncture.
Yeah, it seems kind of crazy to me that we haven't seen a second Aurelia Fervent, another Stellacorn, or an Akali, assuming they even are playing the Akali. I mean, we haven't seen it yet, and they've seen half their deck in both the games, so it could just be that they're not playing it.
Yeah, and we're not seeing any Fizz yet from the Aurelia either. Is Fizz a lesser played card in Aurelia's, or I feel like Fizz is one of those cards that you see in quite a lot of purple decks, even just as a one of, because of how powerful the utility can be to replay something like the Star-Crossed.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Fizz from the Diana either, interestingly enough.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, so neither player throwing down our Playful Trickster just yet, but one that I would expect to be in, at the very least in Diana, but I would really anticipate seeing Fizz in both lists to some degree, as we now see the base re-established for our Diana player, a hidden card thrown down at the Sunken Temple alongside that Ravenbloom student, so trying to make it a little bit trickier to move in and conquer over there. We'll just have the Scuttle Crab move into the Abandoned Hall to get us started. Score us up to 3, so it'll be 3-5 currently. And now Boots of Swiftness coming down, being attached here onto the Tide Turner, presenting 4-2 currently. But an activated legend ability for the one resource in order to play a acceptable losses in order to take down these Boots of Swiftness. And not only that, that'll get us that +1 might buff to the Ravenbloom student. So making this now a favorable trade for us, 3-2 currently. Obviously, 7 runes still up and 6 cards in hand means Aurelia more than likely can get over this, but it will not even come to pass, as Defy will just stop the acceptable losses from going through. So gets to keep those boots with the fur on our Tide Turner here. 4-2 being presented once more. And now we'll have to see what this hidden card is. It is a Tide Turner of Diana's very own, selecting, of course, Quay to swap. And now that will get us that juicy movement trigger. And we'll see if this time around a Porobot might come down.
Yeah, Portalbot would be quite scary here, as it does represent more options, but instead throws down the Star-Crossed, says you will not get that move trigger. Complain about that one, but is that the third Star-Crossed?
Third Star-Crossed, yep. You're right. That's the final copy already.
Oh, that is unfortunate. That is really unfortunate, but yeah, so Tide Turner is still only at 4 here. And a Discipline, all right, that does get over it, but I still in hand. Can be just dropped again on the next turn.
Will we see the activation of the Blade Dancer here? Yes, we will. So Blade Dancer going to be activated upon selecting with the Discipline. So readying up this Tide Turner. Tide Turner at 6 runes now, or 6 might now, thanks to the Discipline, will allow them to tap that final rune to get a draw from the Sunken Temple. And with us on the even point tempo, we do not feel the need to go over to the Abandoned Hall and throw this Tide Turner away. So just move it back to base and hope that it'll be safe there. As now we pass it on over, tapped out against Diana, who's got 8 runes at the ready for this turn here with a Diana Lunari already established in base. We'll see if they have a way to take down this Tide Turner in base with the likes of perhaps another Moonfall or a Star-Crossed of their own on another cheap unit, just to try to slow down Aurelia's tempo a little bit.
Yeah, Fizz would work as well. There should be a Moonfall in the discard. This is, you know, I've seen Aurelia do a lot of silly things, not like play-wise silly. I mean, it's always funny when you see like a Scuttle winning the game with a bunch of buffs, but this is the first time I've seen a Tide Turner be like the body that gets buffed up and attacked over. But that being said, here comes the Fizz replaying out the Moonfall, and that is pretty rough here. That is pretty rough.
Yeah, exactly. As you drew it up, the Fizz plus Moonfall was exactly what you called out, and now we see that come down, bring our Tide Turner into the Sunken Temple, get that -2 might, so it'll be 3-2 in favor of Diana Lunari. An easy win in combat here. Does get an additional trigger of the Lunari effect here for the trouble as well, so opting to utilize that now. Does find a Stupefy off the top, so we also get a draw from the deal. All in all, well executed from Diana, and in a great position here now, being in 6 points, threatening lethal in the following turn, and now having the apathetic come down to just stop any hopes of accelerating in some units to try and take down this battlefield. I think that could have been the nail in the coffin, but let's see what Aurelia has up her sleeve. One last turn of desperation.
You could have like a Fizz and Fizz Starcross the Vex, probably the only out I can think of, or a Charm Vex back to base.
Yeah, Fizz did come down, so you're already out the money again, batting at almost 1,000 today so far. And a 45. We got Fizz coming down. More than likely will be met with the Starcrossed that will likely target the Vex, like you said, so that we can get these units rocking and rolling. With the Starcross coming down, that does enable the Fizz to get these boots with the fur attached and readied off of the Blade Dancer, so they can move into that Sunken Temple and take down the Lunari. But feels like a little bit of just kind of a band-aid fix for a hemorrhaging wound that you can't really stop the bleeding on. I think at this point, with only 3 runes up on defense, I don't know how you stop the Diana from coming in and finishing the game the following turn. But we are seeing all costs being paid, recycling 3 runes to pay for Fizz, Starcrossed, and the Deflect for Vex. So costly turn here for us, and it is actually the Fizz that was chosen to be
because you have to replay it because it was stunned, right? So you have to replay it.
And the boots with the fur would not be enough on the Scuttle Crab, so good play here to then use the Find Your Center.
You know, I've never seen in 4 sets of, I guess 3 sets, 2 sets, 3 sets of Riftbound, I've never seen Fizz copy Find Your Center.
Yeah, I don't think I have either.
That is a funny one for sure. But yep, now we have a Fizz in a Dream here. Though that being said, I mean, Diana does have to get onto both battlefields if you are going to win the game on this turn. There is a little bit of hope. Maybe there isn't another Fizz or a Ride the Wind or something. I mean, you
gotta hope that there isn't a Starcrossed here. Starcross just ends the game. Fizz, Starcross, Fizz, Ride the Wind.
Yeah.
Or Starcross on both of the Fizzes would be enough. Or just Fizz or Hui into Fizz into Ride the Wind is also enough. So many ways to slice it here. At the end of the day, Hui is going to be the one to deal the final blow as he moves in with the Ride the Wind here. Gonna get that move trigger. And it's already big enough to defeat this just off the back of a discard here of a unit. And it will be that Vex Apathetic being discarded to bring us up to 8-5. And with a tapped out Aurelia, that's all she wrote. And that's a 2-0 victory for Diana over Blade Dancer Aurelia in our semifinals of this 2K event.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. And even though it was a 2-0, that is the lowest roll I've ever seen Aurelia have. Like, I feel bad for the player. That was just so unfortunate. Like, the triple Starcross could not find another unit because I'm sure they have to be playing other units, right? Like,
yeah, I want to see the list now. I haven't taken a peek at it yet. If we do have those available, I want to take a look because that did seem like an egregiously bad low roll, especially when you've already ascended all the way to the top 4 of this huge event. And you've been rocking and rolling, playing so well to get to this point, and then for your deck to just kind of give you the middle finger like that has to be a feels bad for sure. But we are going to head on over to the other semifinal match now. So don't worry, we got more Riftbound action coming for you guys right here as we hop into this Azir v Kennen matchup. Looks like we're already in game number 3 over here. So pace of play is quite a bit different as we now see pass on over to Azir. It's currently 4-5 in favor of Kennen, who has a Rasa at the Orange Forge, a Kennen at the Minefield, and another Rasa chilling in base. So decent setup for our Kennen player, but it doesn't look like Azir's board is anything to scoff at. We do have the Chosen Champ down already alongside a Sand Soldier with quite a huge plethora of equipment already established in base, and with 6 runes at the ready, could this be an Arise turn that we just tuned into?
Does feel like it has to be, or at least in the next turn, because the board, while there is a lot of equipment, it's pretty thin. Really, all you do have is that Azir Champ and the Sand Soldier, and sure, you can generate some little recruit tokens off of the eyes. I mean, that's not going to deal with the Rasas, unfortunately. Though, not super surprised to see these games go fast. I've been pretty impressed, to be honest, by the Kennen players playing at a pretty reasonable pace. It feels like players have gotten a lot better since the Miracle Draven days, where we had some really, really long games, but people are a lot more comfortable with the game now. And even though it is still a deck that makes a lot of decisions and sees a lot of cards, like, people are playing pretty quick. So I'm very happy with that.
I agree completely. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. That's definitely been a point of contention throughout Riftbound's history, is the pace of play regarding certain decks and just how much you have to play against the clock as well as your opponent. And it never feels good to have an additional opponent be the clock lingering over your head. Of course, in these top cut scenarios, you get to be relinquished from that burden, I guess, by not having these rounds be timed. But when you're going through those Swiss rounds, it is kind of daunting to have to deal with the clock as well if you're not able to play your deck at a reasonable pace. And I think, like you said, we just, being that we're in our 4th set of the game now, a lot of these veteran players that are rising to these top seats are obviously well versed in the game at this point and playing much, much quicker. And I think that's just an issue of, growing pains of an early game. And as we continue on, that'll just continue to diminish over time.
Did say that, and then we have not seen a play. So I wonder if there is okay, it looks like there's just thinking going on. Curious if there was a judge call or something, but
yeah, maybe just a little bit of tanking because, like I just said, we are in untimed rounds here, and we're fighting in game number 3 for a finals berth in a 2K cash cup. So this is a big money for a lot of players, and they're definitely trying to see if they can take it all the way. So don't want to give them any kind of flack for taking their time here as we are getting close to the end of this game. And game number 3, 4-5 are the point totals here: 4 for Azir, 5 for our Kennen. So getting real close to that lethal range. Definitely going to want to make sure that we dot all our I's and cross all our T's. So players tanking a little bit here. Nothing in chat, at least regarding a judge call or anything like that. So I think this is just a classic top cut. I'm going to take my time and put my hand in my heads and make sure my head in my hands and make sure I got what I need figured out before I make any type of move here.
Yeah. I will say Azir does tend to have these kind of turns, right, where you play fast for the first 4 turns, and it's like conquer, play equipment, use Azir, conquer, very straightforward. And then once you get to the point of the game where your opponent has a board, you need to do a lot of complex, excuse me, a lot of complex math with your gear and your runes, and making sure you have enough for the next turn and what gets over and what plays around this. So Azir is a deck that has an interesting tempo where you go very quickly until you have 2 turns that are really deep thinks, and then the game tends to end in one way or another.
Yeah, and with this play of the Brutalizer here, that is going to tell us that we are not going to see an Arise this turn. It will just be Brutalizer coming down, equipped that onto our Sand Soldier alongside an additional copy of the Eye of the Herald to get us one extra recruit here. With the Brutalizer buff, thanks to being equipped this turn, we'll bring the Sand Soldier up to 5. So we're attacking for 5 to 4 currently on just the Sand Soldier, plus the additional 2 from our little recruits generated from the Eyes of the Herald. But more than likely, those recruits won't be sticking around. So no additional reinforcements for our Azir to bring for the ride once he moves on over to the Orange Forge. Should that be the play this turn? With 2 runes up available on defense for Kennen, what do you think our Azir player is really afraid of in terms of playing around these 2 open runes here?
I mean, there is always switcheroo, which Kennen tends to run like 1 or 2 of, but I can't imagine there's that. You could be thinking about like a Ride the Win, a Rasa Ride the Win or something.
Oh my goodness, NA, I think I need you to buy me a lottery ticket.
All right, so there's the Rasa Ride the Wind. And what is this? So 7 into 10 here. Oh, that feels really bad now because again,
my goodness, yeah, that was just a win too. Like no retort from Azir. The Ride the Wind was enough to just take out that entire attack and leave just the Kennen alone here at the minefield after all is said and done. And now Azir sitting by his lonesome in base, accompanied by 5 equipment. No Sand Soldiers. Of course, Azir hasn't activated the Legend ability this turn yet. Brutalizer was played this turn, so can still pay 1 to make a Sand Soldier. If we want to try and go into the minefield yet again.
The one thing that's a little bit scary if you do end up throwing equipment on this Azir is it rules out Arise for future turns, right? So he is only at 4 here. And if you do attach anything to the Azir, you can no longer Arise on the next turn, which might not matter, but that's a really high value Arise if you do have it. But I mean, Azir doesn't see a ton of cards, so it is very possible you don't have that.
Ooh.
So okay, ooh, that's a cool play. I didn't see that. I'm not an Azir player.
Yeah, that was a cool play, and it does play into exactly what you were just pointing out. So
Nice.
That was some good insight into exactly why Azir would have made that play in that moment, is to avoid paying that attach cost and getting them off of the Arise mana the next turn. They found another line that enabled them to be able to take that battlefield and keep the Azir around. Of course, Azir being at 4 might, looking at that Rasa with 6 might means this is more than likely an Azir headed to the trash in the following turn. With only 1 card in hand, not a whole lot that Azir can be doing on defense to keep this guy alive, it would appear. So I think we're getting down to the wire here. Unless that last card is the Arise, I'm feeling a little bit trepidatious for our bird enjoyers here as we step into the championship rounds of this game number 3 of the semifinals. Will be the Rasa coming into the minefield, taking down our Azir, conquering up to 6. So Kennen threatening lethal the following turn. Will Azir be able to stop it?
I do think the Azir did miss the minefield trigger. Shouldn't matter. I believe he did end up milling those 2 cards.
I believe you're correct. At least, no, it does say that they burned 2 cards off the top from. Looks like they burned Hidden Blade and a Doran shield.
I see. So there's a Hidden Blade on top, and then there's a Hidden Blade on top. Okay, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why I thought they missed it. But fair enough, fair enough. Unfortunate to lose all your Hidden Blades, because a sneaky way you can actually win against this deck is if you go a Hidden Blade and force them to recycle their discard.
Deck them out for that extra bonus point. That would be a really cool way to see this game come down to the end. But now you're seeing the Lightning
wow.
Rush come down.
Going deep into the deck.
Yeah, really going to be thinning the last 8 cards out. You know, this will be taking us down to 5 cards after this resolves. So getting close to having that deck out condition be a legitimate worry. Not sure that Azir will be able to exploit it, but we'll see if it ends up coming down. But a Nocturne is actually found out of the Lightning Rush. So get a free unit from the deal and then taking 1 card from the Lightning Rush, sending that Ezreal to the trash. Now going to pay to recycle that yellow and pay for the Nocturne. So pretty good hit with only 8 cards left in deck. Must have known that that Nocturne had to be close. Probably hadn't seen one up until this point off of any of those stacks or Lightning Rushes, as now Fizz comes down alongside the Nocturne. Looking to replay that Ride the Wind.
Going up to 7, and then you just get to pull back to base. Feels pretty good having 3 units to go into Azir, where Azir definitely prefers to be conquering and being able to efficiently clear the units through that. So even if there is an Arise in hand, you aren't able to actually deal with any of the bodies. Oh, wow. I'm kind of surprised you fully tap out, because I guess, to be fair, if you do have the hard bargain for the Arise or the Abandon, you just, like, he's playing the Arise anyway, right? Like, there aren't really alternative play lines as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really change anything. It's like threatening that you do have it. He just says, well, do you have it? We'll find out.
And he's thinking that won't be enough, even if he does. At this point, I'm kind of in agreement. I don't think even an Arise here really does anything to change the state of the game. That base is just far too formidable across the way with the empowered cannon as well. That's a free extra 2 might of the assault. So you're already talking about an attack of 17 available just on board next turn. Not to mention whatever else they managed to find off the top with these last 6 cards in deck. So seems all but wrapped up for our cannon player here. But Azir taking their time to just see if they can find an out, if there is any way to potentially get the double conquer into forcing their opponent to draw or to deck out. It is the Arise being played, so we do have the ability to double conquer here. They go up to 7, and if Cannon is not careful in how they play out their next turn, if Azir is able to force them to deck out in some way, could steal this game away. But with 2 Hidden Blades already in the trash, I would be very, very surprised to see that final card in hand being the 3rd Hidden Blade that they could hide over here. But it will just be all of our runes being recycled to equip every single piece of gear we can, and just going for a giant hold over at the Orange Forge, as a matter of fact, not even wanting to go for the double conquer, just going to try and defend this as best as they can. But a lot of these equipment aren't very impactful in the ways of their might value. We have only 4 might on one Sand Soldier, 3 on another, plus the 2 recruits. That's a total of 9 might, which should be light work for our cannon to deal with, as Gust is going to make that just that much easier. Getting rid of one of these Sand Soldiers, having only 7 might here is enough for just a Rasa plus the cannon empowered ability to come in and seal the deal. And that'll be Cannon coming away with the victory in game number 3 of this semifinals. And it looks like we're going to have a Cannon versus Diana grand finals for our 2K Cash Cup.
All right, that was a good ending to the game. He did end up having the Arise. Get to play out. Unfortunately, the Kennen Legend ability is just so good at pushing into these boards, and especially with the Azir not having access to any BF swords or any of the equipment that actually does help you to defend, not quite enough. So I think he could have had, like you said, like the Hidden Blade, but milled 2 of those.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. But what can you do? So we are going to have a finals. It's going to be the Kennen versus Diana. Do you have a favorite in this matchup?
Not a favorite in terms of who I expect to win, but a favorite in terms of who I want to win. I would love to see
Okay.
Kennen take this one down just as the new kid on the block with the Lakers colors, our brand new color scheme. I'll take the Kennen victory. Diana's already had quite a bit of success, so love to see Kennen come away with the win. What about you, NA?
I'm not super biased here. I think both decks are pretty cool and about the same level on my personal tier list. And neither are Ezreal, so I am not super attached to either of them. But I do think that we should get a good game out of it, as both of the decks do have the purple color. And I actually do think Diana is one of the best decks at putting up a fight against Kennen, as Diana is able to go pretty fast again with the tempo. And as long as it is not like the control Kennen, I think the control Kennen might have a little bit better of a matchup, because you can just aggressively clear like the Hueys and stuff with the culls. But the more tempo miracle style Kennen that this one is, I think should be a bit of a better match.
Yeah, it would be a fun one to check out. So we're going to send it to a quick break as we get set up for our grand final. So don't go anywhere. There'll be more excellent Riftbound for you right here and Runes and Rift. We'll see you guys shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Runes and Rift. We are here at the grand finals of this 2K Cash Cup, and we have a doozy for you this time. It'll be Kennen, the Heart of the Tempest, against Diana, Score to the Moon. I am Mr. Plus, and I am joined by NA45 yet again, and we are here to commentate this great Riftbound action. How are you feeling about this grand finals, NA?
I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to seeing this matchup as for somehow, and I have no idea how this has happened, but I have not actually watched this matchup yet. Again, I have no idea how, considering they are very prevalent decks, but I guess unlucky, but now we get to see two really high level players play it. Really looking forward to that.
Yeah, it should be a good one. We've seen quite a bit of great play from both of these players throughout the day, and we're going to see who is, at the end of the day, going to take it all down and become our champion. So let's head on over. I think our players are ready to roll. We have Kennen on the play going into our Diana. On the draw with our battlefields being Zon Warrens and Ravenbloom Conservatory as we get kicked off with turn number 1. Kennen just going to hit us with the pass, and the tried and true Lunari comes down for our turn 1 on the Diana, passing it back over to Kennen. How do you feel about this matchup? I know you said you haven't seen it, but in theory, do you feel like Kennen has the tools to deal with the removal and constant disruption that Diana presents?
I would say the weakness that I have noticed with Kennen is if you do end up whiffing your seals early game or your treasure hunters early game, you pay an incredible amount of power, and it is very possible that you just cannot keep up, in that you're just not going to have enough runes to play your cards. Like, you have the Rasa and the Nocturne, sure, but you have to hit them, and those are a little bit RNG dependent. Not entirely, but a little bit. And as I say that, I mean, there's a seals on the boards. Kennen did in fact hit one.
The great turn 2 of Seal into Chosen Champ, not a bad hit. And the burn 2 was a flash and a lightning rush. So got a copy of our signature spell in the trash already. Of course, having flow means that we will have access to it in the future should we need it. But for the time being, we'll just be the pass back on over to Diana, who has now moved her Lunari into the Ravenbloom Conservatory to get that first point of the game scored away.
Absolutely. And it looks like, thinking here, did they activate, what did they hit off of the Diana? I did not quite see.
It looks like the Diana was exhausted to pay for it, but I did not. Nope, it says moved a card from deck to hand, so they did hit a card.
Okay.
Just guess we both missed it.
Yeah, it is a little bit scary if you do not have any way to protect your Diana here, as the Kennen Empowered does end up kind of very cleanly beating over this Diana, though you do give a card off the Conservatory. So maybe don't choose to do that. Instead, you can go up onto the Warrens. You can get the Conquer, you can get the Kennen ability, the Kennen Shuriken of the Storm ability, and you can, if you do choose to, you could play that Lightning Rush out for 1 instead of 2-1. Would not feel too bad.
Yeah, and I've taken a lot of time here to consider our options off of this stack deck. Picking a card now, we'll recycle the rest. Stack deck finished resolving. Now we'll see if there's anything else being developed on this turn with these last 4 runes available for Diana. Ravenbloom Student will be the call. Being deployed back to base. Going to leave our Diana up there by her lonesome at the Conservatory, as we now then choose to throw down the Tide Turner, in fact, to instead replace the Diana at that Conservatory and give us the Tide Turner over at the... Oh, looks like there is a little bit of miscommunication here. There's no window, didn't offer his opponent the window to respond to the Tide Turner trigger, and seems Kennen was wanting to use that final rune that they had available during their opponent's turn to gust the Diana in response. So Diana gets sent back to the hand, and Time Turner is left in base alongside the Ravenbloom, as now Kenneth will move into the Zon Warrens and get that Conquer across. Going to trigger that discard draw, and will we see one of these cards in the trash be given flow off of this Cannon's Conquer ability?
Absolutely. If you don't hit something that you could just choose to play whatever you want from your hand, whatever you discard off of that Warrens, if there is something that you do want to use, or instead could use the Lightning Rush, which, yeah, it looks like is opting to play out the Lightning Rush here. Didn't
see the discard draw come through for the Zon, though.
Maybe opting. Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. All right, Lightning Rush is being chained. It is what you like to see as cannons. Get that discard loaded up, and wow, with Seals and a last ride discarded, that last card must be good. Whatever that third card was. Is the Ride the Wind.
Nice Ride the Wind to get us that double conquer. Keep the even point tempo as we go up to 2. And then now can safely move Cannon back to base to do it all again next turn, thanks to the ability to give that Ride the Wind flow, which is probably one of the most powerful things this Cannon allows. The Cannon, what is it? His subtitle. I'm trying. Storm of Shuriken is the chaos, the Chaos Cannon's subtitle here. So one of the more powerful things Cannon can do, of course, is give a Ride the Wind flow from the trash and make him be a slightly less efficient Fizz playful trickster who gets to play that spell from the trash for free on play. Cannon does have to conquer and give it flow and then also pay its cost. So slightly less efficient, but definitely more potent over the long run as he can continually conquer and give more and more cards flow. So happy to see this Cannon be utilized so much across quite a few different Chaos decks I've seen so far. Obviously, being the chosen champ in this Cannon deck sees quite a bit of use, but I would love to see it even maybe see some use in a deck like Diana in the future if you wanted to get a little spicy with it. But here we're going to see the Starcross come down, choosing the Tide Turner and our Cannon Storm of Shuriken, adding them both back to hand, resetting the board state for Cannon. No cards on board now aside from that Seal of Discord. And Diana now sitting at 3 points with the Ravenbloom at the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Feeling pretty good so far.
I'm kind of interested about the Hard Bargain discard, because I do know the Cannon doesn't play a ton of spells. They do play a fair number of spells, but most of the spells they play are pretty low cost, right? Like Stack Deck and the Stack Deck, we saw Gust. We see the Lightning Rush.
Yeah, Lightning Rush.
But the only accelerate that this deck, well, generally, the main accelerate that this deck plays is just Ride the Whim spam, right? And a lot of times, if you can do stuff like this, where you do deny them the units from the board with the Starcross, you can set up plays where you have a Hard Bargain in hand, and you can just say, okay, well, you cannot accelerate this turn, and then maybe clean up with the Moonfalls. But I guess the counterpoint to that is there are units like Rasa and the Nocturnes that just come out for 1 power. And in that case, your Hard Bargain is never live, right? Because they'll just have their entire rune pool up.
Yeah, and here we're seeing 9 cards in trash already for Cannon. So those Rasas are already on the verge of being free. So we might be seeing some of those come out rather quickly with 8 cards in hand, or yeah, it looks like 8 cards in hand here. We haven't seen one milled yet as well, or burned yet, rather. There's only the Last Rites and Seal of Discord were hit, but aside from that, no Rasas being trashed just yet. And now we're going to throw down a stack deck to maybe dig for some of those. And after this stack deck resolves, of course, that will be the 10th card in the trash. So Rasas are on the menu for free 99.
Absolutely. And then we'll have plenty of runes available for Ride the Winds if he does choose to then start contesting those battlefields. And This does seem to be a really aggressive start for Diana, trying to get those units on the board and score as fast as possible, maybe alluding to some of the discourse I was seeing in the chat where Diana wants to be the aggressor in this matchup and doesn't want to play the long game, so fair enough. It does seem that that is the game plan that is being gone for. Okay, here comes the Fizz.
Is coming down. What will be the choice? We do know that there's a hidden card at the conservatory. It will just be another stacked deck, so looking to dig a little bit deeper into the deck. Crucially, this will take the stacked deck and put it back into the deck after it resolves, so will take us off of the 10 cards in trash. Should be easy enough to get one more in there if we want to make that Rasa free. Looks like we were fortunate enough to hit a Nocturne off of that stacked deck, so get one free unit out of the deal now with Nocturne coming down alongside the Fizz. Will we see anything that can get us over to the conservatory? The concern of which being, though, that hidden card could more than likely be the Tide Turner, who wants to bring that Hui in and get the discard draw then discard on move trigger, which would make even a Rasa have a hard time conquering over an 8 might Hui coming in alongside that Ravenbloom student. So opting to just leave our 3 runes up and take what we've got on the established board that turn, letting our Diana player hold on up to 4 at the conservatory and now move in Hui at the Zod Warrens, threatening bringing us up to 5 and having quite a bit of a point deficit at that point, 5-2.
Yeah, unfortunately for Diana, though, is going to be an odd points for this, which does mean that you're a couple turns away from victory, which gives Kennen plenty of time to dump a bunch of Rasas, to dump a bunch of Nocturnes, and set up a formidable board. So Diana is going to need to set up their own, set up themselves, to try and deal with this in the next couple turns, because this will only go up to 5 here. Triggers the Warrens, charges the Diana that we did see get gusted earlier. So I do not need you. Kind of curious, to be honest. I feel like you do want a lot of these bodies to stick around.
Yeah, especially given what you were just saying about trying to be the more aggressive player, trying to be the beatdown in this matchup, given the way that this is come down so far, you would probably, or at least I would tend to agree with you, that you'd want to try to keep some of these units that have impact, like the Diana Lunari, of course, offering you some extra draws and never anything to be mad about, but opting to not value this as high at the current juncture, perhaps maybe wanting to get down another Hui on board, get some more Huis into the action here. We'll see if perhaps we might just even leave all of our runes up to play defense, as we see Kennen is about to be on the brink of a pretty big attack coming up shortly.
Yeah, at this point, Kennen has seen over half the deck and had his pick of many cards. You can only imagine that there is a big push built up on the next turn, or maybe even the following turn, because Kennen does have time here, right? Diana cannot win on the next turn. If you do opt to play it slow, which I really can't imagine you would, because you are going to 8 runes, which for Kennen is quite a bit. 8 runes, 2 seals. You have an empowered legend. Pretty much can do what you want. Okay, so there goes the Ravenbloom to base, so it does have something set up for the next turn. I'm imagining from what we saw in that previous game that the hidden here is just a Tide Turner. I don't think we saw like a switcheroo or anything. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you should expect like a Tide Turner for the Hui if you do end up trying to go onto that conservatory.
Yeah, not to mention the conservatory trigger could offer us an additional spell to be utilized alongside this Ravenbloom student to give it some more juice. Haven't seen a Moonfall yet, so have to be wary of Moonfall mucking up our plans if we do try to go for a wide push, which is something that Kennen tends to do from time to time, send quite a few units in, but might opt to just go tall here with Rasas. instead to play around the Moonfall. We'll see here. As now Nocturne moves into the Zon Warrens with an activation of our Legend's ability to give that Assault 2 over to the Nocturne, making it 6-5 currently. Of course, if this is the Tide Turner over at the Ravenbloom Conservatory, that can be activated here just to keep our Hui safe. With 8 runes at the ready for Kennen, though, could have something like a Star-Crossed in response. And it looks like we were correct in assuming that it was Tide Turner at the Conservatory, as Tide Turner will be deployed now, opting to select our Hui, trying to get that guy out of harm's way. And now that'll be met with a gust by our Kennen players, so not allowing the Tide Turner to get the swap and get Hui out of the Zon Warrens. Will there be any kind of response from Diana on the other side? Not sure that there's anything here that she could deploy to get out of this gust.
And nothing that's going to get off the gust. You could play your own Ride the Wind here, or potentially an Eclipse. Both a couple options here to try and save your Hui, because I do feel like saving the Hui is pretty big. I guess you could also have like a flash, though I don't think we've seen a flash out of this Diana yet.
Not that I've seen.
I wouldn't be surprised to see one in the deck, though. Oh, okay, there we go. There's a Star-Cross onto the Nocturne.
All right, nice play here. You're going to bounce my Tide Turner anyways. Might as well get a little bit more out of the offer by trying to bounce the Nocturne along with him. See if there's any kind of hard bargain or abandon available for our Kennen player. Not a card that I've seen make the rounds in a lot of these Kennen Miracle lists, but I have seen a few that opt to have one copy of either in the main as a cheeky little one of that might come up. And a very toolboxy deck this Kennen deck has become over its development since Vendetta has released, so I'm never too surprised to see one-ofs of certain cards just make their surprise appearance in these Kennen lists.
Yeah, it looks like he is thinking about using a hard bargain here. That was 4 runes tapped. The Kennen list reminded me a lot of the... I mean, there's a reason it's called Miracle Kennen, but how you are able to play a bunch of these little one-ofs because you see your entire deck. So if you do need them for a matchup, you can have them, right? Pretty easy to find them.
It looks like 3 runes tapped now, so no hard bargain repeated in that instance for 3 runes. Not sure what might be coming out instead. Still pondering it as we wait and see what our response will be from the Kennen, from our Miracle Kevin. It will be Star-Crossed coming down in response to Star-Crossed. So, you know, we're in a true purple mirror NA as we see Star-Crossed met by Star-Crossed. We'll be now electing to bounce the Hui back. So look at all these arrows. This is not an NFL instant replay you guys are watching. This is live gameplay. We're just trying to keep all our targeting nice and visible for everyone. Thank you to our players for doing that, as now everything moves on to resolution. It will be a bunch of units getting bounced back to hand. No Conqueror coming through. And now we're sitting back at square one with a Fizz in base for Kennen. 4 runes available still, and after a couple of spells resolve, it will be a Ravenbloom student getting a +1 buff. Looks like only 1 spell resolved there, so just the 1+1. 3 might over at the Conservatory. Not going to deal with that. Just going to send that Fizz on over to the Zon Warrens. And now we'll see that trigger of the Zon discarding the Nocturne that was bounced to hand. Surprise, surprise. Getting us a draw of something new. With 12 cards in trash, will we finally see a party of Rosses thrown down onto the board?
It's prime time to do so if you do have them. It is nice to get them developed, whether to base or even to the battlefield. So I imagine probably to base. You could put like one on the battlefield, but that is not a Rasa. That is still not a Rasa. Oh my goodness. Do we have no Rasas?
Yeah, kind of crazy, right? We haven't seen any burned yet. There's only 16 cards left in deck. We've resolved at least 2 stack decks, one off of its original cast and one off of Fizz recasting it. And then we have another stack deck in trash. We saw a Lightning Rush played. I think Lightning Rush played twice even. So we've gone through so much of the deck now. So to not have any Rosses at this point is pretty surprising. All 3 of them, I guess, were just clumped up at the bottom of the deck, but we'll get there pretty soon, I imagine. And this might be exactly what Diana needed in this matchup, is to make it to this point without having to deal with those Rosses. But going up to 10 runes on the next turn with 2 Seals of Discord on board makes me wonder whether or not we might see the infamous Baron Nashor come out. I'm not sure whether or not this list is running Baron or the Harrowing or anything like that, but we'll see how it comes down as we pass it on back to our Kennen player. But for the time being, it will be 6 points scored for our Diana, so able to threaten lethal in the following turn. Just going to have to do some setup here now to ensure we have the ability to go for it. As 3 runes come down, it will be a Fizz being deployed. Fizz going to elect to drop a Stupefy onto the enemy Fizz at the Zond Warrens, bringing it down to 2, getting that +1 buff on the Ravenbloom student. Up to 3 means this will be a conquer for our Ravenbloom student at the Zond Warrens. Relatively easy here.
A little bit surprised this was a play. I guess it makes sense if you are on the read that your opponent has no Rasas. So you aren't really super threatened by like Rasa Ride the Winds. I thought it was just going to be like play Hwai to base, full pull back, and say, what are you going to do about it? But I guess this does mean that more is going to have to be committed from the Kennen to actually go ahead and try and get both battlefields cleared, not just one. Because the little guys on the board are not going to do that, as it's almost certainly likely that Diana has at least one spell in hand to play to boost the Ravenblooms up to 3. And in this case, you still do have the Fizz in base, and you can say, hey, are you going to clear both battlefields? You have to have a, like, Rasa Ride the Winds, or I guess you... okay, I might have lied, because I think we do have at least one Lightning Rush in discard. I could be wrong. They might be both banished.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry, they're both banished currently.
Oh, okay. So we don't have a way to trigger Kennen Legend. Okay, I was gonna say you could Kennen Legend, and then swing over the try and swing over a Ravenbloom, but I guess that is not an option.
Yeah, kind of in a tricky spot though. Baron, if this is a list featuring Baron, could buff these guys up to 3 and 4 respectively, and make them a little bit more likely to at least trade, if not come away with a victory at one of the battlefields. But now that they need a victory at both, or at least to clear both in order to stop the victory being at 7 points now, looks like Diana's not super confident in that herself. So enacting the original plan you stated of just moving everything back, not with the Hwei, of course, but with just some Ravenblooms and a Fizz, still threatening the hold for lethal technically at the Zond Warrens. Kennen is going to have to send something over there to take the Tide Turner down. Shouldn't be too big of an issue to get over that Tide Turner as we move our Traveling Merchant up into the Ravenbloom Conservatory, going to do a discard of our Kennen, get us a draw and a conquer at the Conservatory, bringing us up to 4. So 4 points to 7, still a long ways to go to close that gap. But now we'll see what Kennen has in store for us. Won't be a Baron this time around, at least not the old-fashioned way. Could still see it harrowinged out, but instead it will be Ezreal Prodigy, featuring our beautiful new Crystal Rose skin, come down and discarding another copy of Nocturne to draw 2. Really trying to dig and find those Rosses with only 12 cards left in deck. Those Rosses had to have been the bottom 3 cards at this point to not have seen one by now.
Especially considering there was a, I believe, 1 stack deck played and potentially a mulligan up to 2. So the bottom potentially 4 cards are even known. Only 8 unknowns at this point. It would be quite crazy if there are no Rosses here. All right, here's a Fizz. And this will... What? I don't quite remember what's in the hand, maybe, or in the discard, but maybe playing out the stack deck if it's still in there. Actually, I think it was played by Fizz. Oh, no, it is. Okay.
There's still one, that left that we could see. It will just be the Gust to get rid of the Tide Turner. So that's one way to answer that problem over there.
Maybe he does have Rosses then.
And this will empower our Cannon as well. So Cannon being empowered now can give Assault should it be required. Of course, Assault 3 on our Treasure Hunter doesn't do much for us here. And given that it is still gustable at that point, even if there were a defender. But we'll move in, make that gold, get the Conquer. Looking at quite a meager board, honestly. But after the surely this discard draw from the Zon Warrens will get us to our fabled Barasas, should they exist. The Sunderer has been very elusive this game.
I will say that this style of hold is a pretty scary into Diana, right? Because Ride the Wind, Moonfall is such a crazy card, especially when it is backed up by a couple Raven Blooms.
And wow, another stack deck. So the sad part is at this point that stack deck might have revealed triple Rasa, and he's only able to pick one and has to recycle the other 2. That's how long it's been since we've seen one. We'll see if that was picked up here. It's just crazy to see so few of them.
There we go.
For so long, but now finally at long last we have one coming down alongside a hidden card. So going for the giant hold at the Conservatory, despite, as you just mentioned, the prevalence of Moonfall as a way to answer just this kind of board state. It's a little bit scary. Could even see the Moonfall come down after we conquer. The Zon Warrens could elect to try and pull the Rasa away and just go over the Conservatory with a giant might total even. I'm not sure if that is feasible line. There's probably a few ways that you could get this done here for Diana. I'm going to consider all our options. Has quite a big grip in hand, 9 cards in hand, so 9 cards and 8 runes should be plenty to get the job done, but we'll see what Cannon has in store. Still has 3 runes up on defense as well.
So Fizz going into the Zon here. Does make sense. The Raven Blooms are probably going to go for the attack on the Conservatory, as they will get might buffs off of the many spells that will be almost certainly played this turn. And wow, is that 10 cards in here?
Yeah, it gets the draw for Conquer and then the discard draw for Zon, so quite a bit of filtering here.
All right, so hiddens for Kennen. We could see we've seen a bunch of a Tide Turner. It could be a switcheroo. I don't think we saw one though in the previous games we watched, so might not.
Yeah.
Be but those are my only guesses, to be honest. Do you have any?
Yeah, as far as from what I've seen in Kennen list up until this point for hidden cards, I think that sounds about right to me. Unless they're playing something cheeky like an Edge of Night or some of the other hidden cards, but so far I've really only seen like a handful of hidden cards being played. Switcheroo being one of them that could be pretty huge here in light of a Moonfall play. And being able to switcheroo a 0 might Traveling Merchant for something your opponent has buffed up, like one of these Raven Blooms. It sounds pretty strong, so we'll see if that ends up being the case, as a Raven Bloom Conservatory will reveal a Rasa.
Oh no.
Rasa going to the bottom of the deck. Sorry,
right.
You're gonna have to dig 10 cards deep again to find it. As now it will be the Moonfall coming down at the Conservatory. So gonna give a +1 might buff to both of our Raven Bloom students, bringing our total up to 8. And after this resolves, we'll have 0 might on the Merchant, 1 on Fizz and Ezreal, and then 2 on our Rasa. So a total of 4 to 8 currently in favor of our Diana player, who is threatening lethal with this very attack. Does Kennen have a way out of this?
It is a switcheroo and go 0, swap 0 and 4, which would do it. Would it? Yes, it would do it.
And then Diana drops the second Moonfall and you cry.
Yeah, I mean, Diana has seen not as many cards as Kennen, but has definitely seen a large part of her deck, and it would not be super unlikely to have another Moonfall here. There are other cards that could be also winning here as well. Like you could have stuff like a hard bargain, right? A hard bargain or a. Why is there?
Kennen is giving the Ravenbloom assault. I guess that is his way of signifying that he does not have a way out of this. So making it 10-4 instead, and that
you can
should
switcheroo it now, right?
Oh, you're right. That's even funnier to see.
Yeah.
So that'll make it 0 to 6 swap. So then it'll be attacking for 4 into an attack of 10 at that point. Yeah, 10. So 10-4 now. And wait, he's swapping the fish and the Ravenbloom instead. Okay.
That's cool. I haven't seen that use of it before, but it does make sense.
Yeah, that is cool. I haven't seen that either. You know, that's some nice high level play from our Kennen player here as switcheroo's coming down now. Could honestly just see this answered by a Starcross potentially, or a repeated hard bargain or an abandon or something of the sort. There's quite a few things Diana could have here to respond. Of course, 2 Starcrossed have already been used this game as well as a hard bargain, so might not have much in the ways of answering the switcheroo, but is taking their time to think about it, whether or not they're going to have a response before it resolves.
I wonder. Okay, so you could have Gust, you could have Gust, you could have your own switcheroo, which I think at this point we can pretty confidently say the Diana doesn't main if they do play it. So there's Gust, there's hard bargain, one was discarded. There's another Moonfall. There is Diana's only used 1 Starcross so far, right?
2.
Oh, so 2. Oh, there's the hard bargain. Okay, well, makes this a lot easier.
And repeated hard bargain met by hard bargain of his own.
Oh, wow.
So the main deck hard bargain is in there for Kennen. Hard bargain met by hard bargain.
Oh, wow. That's a huge swing there.
Yeah, that was really big. Still a little bit confused as to why you wouldn't switch the 0 might unit out for the 6 might unit instead. Missing out on 1 might here, but we'll see if that ends up making the difference, as now it is 5 might attacking against 9 might. I'm not sure that anything here could really get Diana across the finish line. Even a Stupefy would only be in total a 3 might swing, and there's currently a 4 might deficit. So I think Kennen may have found the line here, as we will be moving to cleanup. Looks like all of the units will be headed to the trash but Fizz here, and the Conquer will be scored at the Conservatory for Kennen. So not a bad turn of events. That was a really cool line to see the assault given over to the Ravenbloom and then switcherooed. So Kennen now holding up to 6 off of the back of that with their Fizz at the Conservatory. Fizz across the way has a hidden card alongside it at the Zon Warrens, threatening that hold for lethal, so does need to get over there and take care of that Fizz. We'll see what that hidden card is, and whether or not that could potentially be enough to keep this Zon Warrens held down.
I think we've only really seen Tide Turners as hidden, so I would imagine it's a Tide Turner, which is like trying to answer the Kennen legend. but you do need a card with flow, and I want to say, oh no, he does. Okay, sorry, the switcheroo did empower the cannon. Yeah, that makes sense. He does have access to that.
That extra assault,
Does he ever ride the wind?
We know one Rasa was sent to the bottom thanks to Ravenbloom Conservatory, so that's 9 cards away. Not sure whether or not the third Rasa is anywhere nearby, seen off the top, or if there's a way to dig for it. We are still shy 1 copy of Lightning Rush. Only 2 have been banished so far. So there is a third and final copy of Lightning Rush somewhere, either in our hand or in the deck. I think if it was in the hand, we might have seen it thrown down already, but taking our time to really evaluate and see what we're going to do this turn. This is coming down to the wire in our first game of this grand finals. Definitely a nail biter so far. Both players really putting in a whole lot of work to make this a very exciting game for us.
Absolutely. It's really down to the wire, and I honestly thought that the game might have been over on the last turn, but was able to find the line to survive. And I see, okay, I was gonna say I see 2 tapped. Is it the ride the wind? But 3, maybe it could be a Starcross. Yeah, Starcross bounce. Oh, okay, 2 seals.
Could be paying for the Starcrossed. Or Fizz plus Starcrossed rather, and it looks like we'll be Fizz coming down, so 1 of those seals being paid onto for the Fizz, and the other one being paid for, in fact, Starcross. So Starcross going to come down, select more than likely our Fizz that we just deployed in base, as well as the Fizz at the Zon, and that is the case here. 1 rune up on defense means no hard bargains this time around. We'll see the Tide Turner come down, trying to keep something there at the battlefield to threaten that hold for lethal. Of course, Kennen now has the ability to redeploy that Fizz and grab the Ride the Wind to come into that Zon Warrens and threaten the Conquer up to 7, and then be double holding for the lethal threat themselves. So really just going back and forth, trading blows back and forth over and over again, these 2 players. And it's been really exciting to see after we talked so much about what a Chaos Mirror might look like. This is really becoming quite the epitome of what it can be, as now Fizz comes down yet again. Will we see the Ride the Wind be the selection here? More than likely that should be the case. We do have Kennen available and empowered to get that Assault 2.
I guess the question here is, do you throw your Fizz up from base? Or do you move the one from Conservatory over and then pull it? Well, you probably wouldn't pull it back at this point, but...
Yeah, I mean, threatening the... Oh, instead is going to play down the Flash.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, this does... I don't know how many Ride the Winds are in his discard, but if he only does have 1, there's the world where you're just trying to save the third one.
Wow, yeah, trying to keep it. I see what you mean there. You're surprised at the final Nocturne, eh? All 3 of them. He's why did I get all 3 Nocturnes in hand and not all 3 Rossas?
Yep. All right. So this is big turn here. Big turn for Diana here. Now both players on 7 points. A single hold does win the game. And I mean, Diana has so many cards in hand. You have to assume that they do have something, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, 4 runes up, 2 cards in hand for Kennen. I mean, that could be a few things that make it a little bit threatening to go for a possible game here. Not that Diana may have the ability to go for a double conquer, but still should be able to deal with this Zon Warrens fairly easily. Still kind of wondering as to whether or not it was worth it to threaten the double hold for Kennen, just to really put the pressure on to Diana to have to answer both battlefields. but we'll see if that ends up coming to haunt our Kennen player here as Diana takes their time to evaluate the situation. Does have a grip of cards in hand, 9 cards in hand, 8 runes available. Has so many options just to find the right one. Doesn't want to throw this away. It had such a commanding lead for so long, and Canada's managed to climb and claw their way back into this game and tie it up 7-7. Now Fizz will come down. It is the battle of the fish. Fizz on Fizz on Fizz. Everywhere the eye can see, Fizz just keeps coming down to play. And it'll be stacked deck this time, digging for something else to help us in the situation. Didn't want to go for anything in the trash just yet. Ride the Wind now being the call. Coming in onto the Zon Warrens, attacking 3-3 currently.
Wonder if he has a Stupefy in hand, something, or is just saying, hey, I'm going to clear this. As 2, there's the Moonfall. All right, gonna say, I'm going to clear all your units. What are you gonna do about it? See if Kennen has the answer here, because if this does go through, I mean, that's a pretty good look, right? Could
Yeah,
get to
it's
clear
pretty
everything.
strong to clear the board. Get that conquered and gets the double draw. Of course, being at 7, we'll get the draw, then the Zon Warren's discard draw, so even more filtering and digging. Looks like our Kennen had insurance. It was the Starcross in hand.
Oh my gosh, it's infinite hard bargains. I mean, hard bargains. Both players have played infinite Starcross, so
yeah, Fizz, Kennen, Starcross, hard bargain. They've all just been copying each other back and forth. Oh wow, and that was enough.
Wow.
Kennen made the comeback there, and off the back of that final Starcrossed was able to seal the deal and get the hold on the Zon Warrens and take game number 1 of the grand finals. Excellent play from Kennen. I'm still reeling over that assault given to the Ravenbloom and then switcherooed. Such a cool play, and in the end, it was all just the thing he needed to get across the finish line and take that first game. How do you feel about that one, NA? That was a long one.
I mean, that was a long one, and what is kind of crazy to me is that seemed like a pretty low roll from Kennen, right? Saw 1 Rasa, 1 Nocturne across the entire game, seeing the entire deck, right? Like, the Nocturnes were in hand, so fairly low roll from Kennen, and they were able to come back from behind and take the victory.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder just how much Diana is accrediting that to some crucial draws on Kennen's part, at least in certain cards like that What of Hard Bargain that really clutched up there for Kennen. Super nice to see that come in and do the work it needed to do there. And it feels great whenever you're building these toolboxy kind of decks and you're including these tech options, these one-ofs that you're like, if it comes up, it comes up, but I just want to have access to it just in case. And you test so much and you end up thinking like, this hasn't come up that much. Maybe I could cut it. And then at the end of the day, when it comes in and clutches you out of a situation like that, it feels like nothing else. You're just like so happy that you included this one of hard bargain here and it got you there across the finish line to win that game number 1. But how do you think we might see the adjustments here in the sideboarding?
I don't know what Diana side decks look like, but one thing that did play back Ezreal when Miracle was a deck was Pickpocket. So I would think that card could be pretty cool to the Kennen deck. Pretty reliant on those gold.
Taking down the
seals. Yeah.
That's cool. That's a good idea.
I'm a big fan of that card, so looks like we do see the battlefields here. Be no surprise, Targon's for the Diana and Minefield for the Kennen. This is where I wonder if the Kennen is playing any of the control cards, because we really haven't seen any Culls or Hidden Blades. They just saying, I don't need them, which fair enough. It definitely has been working so far.
Yeah, can't be mad at it as it's been going thus far. As now game number 2 gets started off with just a Ravenbloom student being deployed in base for our Diana player, answered by a stack deck into a traveling merchant for Kennen. So both players getting that trusty 2-drop on turn 1, as now Ravenbloom Student moves into the Targon's Peak, gets us the first point of our game number 2. Gonna get that Conquer trigger on the stack to get an untapped 2 at the end of turn, and maybe this time we'll get to see something like the Vex like we saw in the past. Nope, it'll just be the Lunari coming down with 3 runes up on the defense to make it a little bit more difficult to get the Targon's Peak back from this Ravenbloom Student. And it seems that that will not even be an attempt from our Cannon player, as Traveling Merchant moves into the minefield and gets a discard of a Nocturne. So once again, we're a little bit on the low rolly side, as then a minefield burns away a Rasa too.
These poor Nocturnes are glued to the Kennon's hand.
Let's see if maybe he gets lucky off this Lightning Rush this time. Looks like no, it will be a Star-Crossed Bend alongside yet another Lightning Rush. And now Stack Deck coming down as well. You know, a lot of looking at the top 3 from these Cannon decks. I can see why the Miracle moniker came so quickly, because it feels so much like when you would just sit there and watch your opponent call shot a bunch of times in a row and just keep looking at the top.
I do miss that card, but it really should not have been a thing. So I understand why it is banned. It was so nice in the Ezreal deck, but
do you think it would have been played at all if they nerfed it instead and made it like cost 2 power instead of 1 power or something like that?
It depends. I think there is a power threshold where it is not worth it, because you are forced to find a seal before you play it. And we did see it was played. There were games in the Miracle decks where you would play it fairly early, right? It wasn't always like hold it for when you have double seal set up and then just go fizz called shot loops, right? There were games where you were forced to use it early, but oh my gosh, this is a fast start from Kennen and very power intensive. You know, something I noticed actually across the last couple games is I feel like this Kennen is on like maybe two, 3, or 4 order runes. I feel like I haven't seen any order runes or any order rune costing cards.
Yeah, he's very low on the order runes and has been, to this point, at least what we saw in the first 2 games, or the first game rather, he was really only using it to pay for the Nocturne. And that only happened the one time, obviously. So not sure if there's any even power costed order power costs in the deck. Like maybe out of the sideboard, you could see like Call the Weak come in alongside some Up from the Deeps to try and play a little bit more removal. Could be a nice way to surprise Diana with a cheeky removal of a Hui in the back line or something like that. So may have some use for those order runes that we haven't seen just yet. But for the time being, the order runes have been kind of just there as a reminder that this is, in fact, a purple-yellow deck still at the end of the day.
And, you know, the more I think about it, it does make sense, right? Like the main deck that we've seen so far does play pretty much nothing order. They're opting to not play the Culls or Hidden Blades or anything. So instead, it's just the pure Miracle Shovel Rasa Nocturne pile. In which case, the order runes don't really do anything, like you said. It does make sense. It'll make it consistent, and you can just throw a few in there for side deck cards, like you said. Like I would expect maybe like a Salvage.
Yeah, that's another good one. Side deck cards, or even just the age-old trick of playing mind games on your opponent, making them think that they might have to play around some chaos or some order cards rather at some point. But in any case, actually, we did just see the minefield triggered and get rid of a Moonfall. So one Moonfall to the trash now. It might be relevant in the future now to consider the Fizz Moonfall. And we do have a nice board set up for Kennen already. Nocturne, our Storm of Shuriken, and a Rasa. So already sitting on 14 might in base. Only having 2 runes, but that's no stranger to these Kennen decks. They do recycle runes pretty aggressively. Like you said, without those crucial seals early, they can really go down in runes quite quickly. As now it looks like Moonfall was in hand already, so second copy of Moonfall now being revealed, as it will choose the Kennen to bring on into our Targon's Peak against our Ravenbloom student. He's going to get buffed up to 3 thanks to that spell, but Kennen now able to activate the legend ability to give Assault to our Storm of Shuriken, who goes down after getting stupefied from back down from 4 to 3, and Ravenbloom, of course, going up to 4 thanks to that stupefy. Not being signified here, but our players are well aware that that's how the math works. So getting that conquer, or not rather that removal of the Kennen, and now safely retreating our Ravenbloom back to base.
Too bad, though. Looks like our Diana... Oh, okay. I was going to say our Diana is being sacrificed, but does have the Tide Turner here, so is able to pretty cleanly keep most of the important units, at least. Poor Tide Turner always being the sacrificial lamb, saying, hey, I'm going to dive in front of the bullets, and you can...
Tide Turner's just Piccolo, just stepping in front of Gohan every time.
Absolutely. All right, here comes the Nocturne. Bye-bye. Yep, Turner is gone. Nice.
Let's see what the minefield hits. It's a Gust and a Fizz, so 1 Fizz going to the trash. First Fizz in the trash so far. We're also going to take that Targon's Peak, bring us up to 3. Definitely not always the greatest to come up and conquer to an odd point threshold when you don't really gain a whole lot from going up to odd numbers, and you have a lot to risk by moving your units up to battlefield if you're not able to protect them, which of course Kennen is not necessarily known to do exceedingly well. Much more of an aggressive conquer deck than a defensive hold deck, that is definitely for sure. But we are going to see 3 runes spent here now for perhaps another Fizz. It will be actually Ezreal Prodigy getting rid of another Nocturne.
Oh my gosh. These
Nocturnes cannot stop coming to hand.
All right, there's the seals, and so low on energy, but I mean, you do finally have that seals.
Now the last energy being spent on a stack deck. Maybe this will be lucky enough to find us that 3rd copy of Nocturne. Looks like not going to be the case this time around, unfortunately. But we did get another seal, so 2 seals established for us now. And an untapped 2 from that Targon's Peak does mean with the seal at the ready, we do have a threaten of Ride the Wind on defense for this Rasa to come in and maybe protect or accompany the Nocturne. If not, maybe just move our units back with a flash, potentially. A couple things that these 2 runes could do for us on defense for Kennen, but across the way, Diana getting us started with a stack deck of her own.
This is where finding an acceptable or something would feel really nice, is if you are able to clear those seals away immediately, you can stop them from getting the crazy value. And as we've seen, Kennen pays infinite power cost. I think it feels like half the deck has a power cost.
Yeah, that's probably not a far off guess, I would say.
If he is able to find a way to remove these, even though a little bit behind in board presence, I would not be feeling awful by any means.
Yeah, definitely not.
Double stack deck, saw plenty of cards here. Another spell, and Ravenbloom cannot walk over the Nocturne as well.
Yeah, Ravenbloom we talked about this already. Just the power of this unit from Origins is just a common 2 cost from, or sorry, this is an uncommon, which I guess is warranted given how powerful this guy has been throughout the history of Riftbound to this point. But seeing how big this Ravenbloom student can get so easily in decks like Diana is really really daunting to sit across from when you're looking at your 6 might Rasa thinking, yeah, this is definitely going to hold. And, Ravenbloom might be big enough to get over even the Rasa this turn, given how many cards are at our Diana's disposal. But it will be Lunari moving into Targon's Peak to face down the Sunderer, as then the Legend ability is tapped to pay for the predict on our Diana Lunari's effect, and Ride the Wind is revealed. So going to get that Ride the Wind drawn to hand. Nice card to have. And now Eclipse coming down onto the Rasa, going to lower him down to 2 might, giving us the edge over and the Lunari side, 3-2 currently. Now we'll see if those 2 runes up on defense are going to do anything for Kennen here.
Yeah, a few options. Could have the Flash, could have the Ride the Wind. That being said, they all do lose to Diana's own hard bargain here, which would feel pretty bad, as you'd lose both your units, right? The Rasa would die and then push up the Ravenbloom. So it might, you don't really have any recourse for that. It might be just say you don't have it. If he even has it himself, of course.
Yeah, Diana's gone through quite a few cards at this point, the double stack deck, so had a little bit of filtering. Still 24 cards left in deck, so not necessarily a guarantee that they'll have any specific answer like that at this point, but I would never bet against Diana in situations like these, and it looks like Kennen will not be doing so either, as he allows the Rasa to go to the trash and give that Conquer on over to Diana, who scores up to 4. And now it's going to follow that up with an attack onto the minefield with the Ravenbloom student, who, thanks to all the spells that have been played so far, is going to get up to 5 might. Now, Ride the Wind is being played here on the defense, tapping 2 and that seal. No hard bargain to be found after all. So Nocturne coming on over to the Targon's Peak is going to forfeit that minefield, score Diana up to 5. Burn away a hard bargain and a Vex Apathetic. So that hard bargain wasn't too far away and has found itself into the trash. But now Ride the Wind coming out for Diana, which of course we saw grabbed thanks to the Lunari's effect, is going to get that Ravenbloom over there to take down the Nocturne. And now Kennen's sitting on just an Ezreal Prodigy and board. Feel like that trade, all in all, was very, very good for Diana.
Yeah, he knew about the Ride the Wind. I'm kind of surprised because that was revealed off the Diana, correct?
Yeah, it was. So I'm wondering if either A, he forgot, or B, he was just kind of forcing him to use it or doubting that he would commit it. In any case, it was thrown down, and now we do see Last Rites come in, which is huge.